Chapter 591, Beating. Amid the howling blizzard, the Archangel was accelerating. Artillery fire flew past behind it, causing a series of explosions, and the huge shock wave caused the battleship to shake violently. What exactly is going on? Looking at the ZFT mecha troops chasing them from below and behind, Mari gritted her teeth. Not long ago, the Archangel was suddenly attacked by the ZFT army. Although they got rid of the enemy, the ZFT army was like a hound, biting them tightly from behind. Even with Kira piloting the Archangel Guard battleship, their situation was still extremely critical. "Captain! Hold on a little longer," Captain Melu shouted loudly, gritting his teeth and staring ahead. "Everyone, hold on. As long as we get to the sea, everything will be fine." At the same time, the Minerva had arrived at the designated location. 20 minutes to destination. About to encounter the enemy. Prepare to launch jammers. MS team, prepare to attack. Hearing the order from the radio, the pilots nodded one after another. But the expressions on their faces at this moment were not the solemnity of going to war, but a bit of weird smile. Yes, weird. The reason is very simple. That is the pink Impulse Gundam standing in the center of the hangar. Yes, until Minerva met the enemy, Jinfei Niao was unable to hit Duanmu Huai. So he had to admit defeat and painted his beloved Pulse Mech pink. And even painted a Luna Maria portrait on his chest. Below it was written a line of shameful words, Runalove. And it was in cursive. "I never thought you would make such a great sacrifice to defeat the Freedom Gundam." Camus reached out his hand sympathetically and patted the shoulder of Jinfei Niao, who was already in tears. He didn't expect that these maintenance guys would be so fast. "Normally, you guys are so slow in maintaining a mecha. Why are you so efficient now? We have no grudges against each other. Is it really okay for you to do this?" The female camp was laughing. And even Setsuko, who had been gloomy before, couldn't help laughing. However, the target of their laughter was not Jinfei Niao, but someone who was protesting to Duanmu Huai at the moment. "Mr. Judge, why did you paint my portrait?" Luna Maria's face was as red as a cooked octopus at this moment, and she protested to Duanmu Huai in frustration. "There are so many girls. Why does it have to be me? Can't Faye, Yaz, Miss and Marie and others be chosen? You ask why. Because you have the best relationship with him. Everyone can see it. Right?" Facing Luna Maria's protest, Duanmu Huai spread his hands and looked at the other people around him, only to see that everyone was nodding vigorously to watch the fun. The topic of love is one of the hottest topics among girls. Who doesn't like to watch some fun? Well, if that's the case, then Setsuko-san and Shinji have a pretty good relationship. Luna Maria's face flushed, and she turned to look at Setsuko, trying to pull her in. However, Setsuko was stunned when she heard what Luna Maria said. "Ah, sorry. I've always treated Shin as my younger brother." "Look," Setsuko said that. "Do you also regard Shin as your brother? If that's the case, then I'll go and tell him that Luna Maria only regards you as a brother and has no other thoughts at all. And then erase that avatar?" Woo, woo, woo. In response to Duanmu Huai's words, Luna Maria's face turned red. Finally, she stomped her feet in anger, turned around and ran away. I never thought that Mr. Judge had such a bad side. He has also sighed at this moment. Bullying girls is fun. Well, it's time for you to get going. Know it. After the show, everyone got on their mechas and prepared to set off. The contact between the two parties lasted within 1 minute. When the Archangel flew out of the valley, Minerva on the other side also appeared in front of it. Emission. Following Captain Talia's order, the Minerva suddenly opened fire. Although caught off guard, the Archangel did not surrender. On the contrary, the entire warship suddenly shifted, almost at a 45-degree angle, and avoided the attack of the Minerva, and then passed by the Minerva. It's really worthy of being called the Archangel. It must be said that this scene also surprised Captain Talia and others. After all, they did not expect that the Archangel could make such a big maneuver to evade. But the battle must continue. MS team, move out. Attack! As Captain Talia gave the order, one mecha after another flew out. However, their target was not the Archangel, but the Freedom Gundam that came to rescue the Archangel. After all, everyone knows that the Freedom Gundam is the ace of the Archangel. As long as the Freedom Gundam is dealt with, the Archangel will be trapped. Don't say that the previous battle on the sea also made everyone angry. The scene was chaotic, and they couldn't get back on track. But today no one disturbed me. I want to see how powerful your Freedom Gundam is. Not good. At this moment, the Freedom Gundam naturally also saw the situation of the Archangel, and hurriedly turned around to try to cover it. However, at the same time, the Hyakushiki driven by Captain Quattro had already blocked its way. Don't block the road. Get out of the way. Seeing this scene, Kira roared in anger and raised his gun to attack Hyakushi. However, his attack seemed to have been predicted by Captain Quattro and was easily avoided. Instead of attacking the cockpit, they only aimed at the main camera and joints. Does this half-hearted way of fighting come from confidence in their own strength? Dodging the Freedom Gundam's attack, Captain Quattro stared at the opponent. Well, let me see how you will respond when an opponent who can break this rule appears. As he spoke, Hyakushi once again raised his gun and aimed at the Freedom Gundam to launch an attack. Kira also hurriedly flew the Freedom Gundam into the air, avoiding Hyakushi's counterattack. Just as he was about to break out from another direction, a white mecha appeared again, blocking his way. Damn it. Get out of my way. This time, Kira did not hold back at all. With a roar, the gunfire behind the Freedom Gundam instantly shot out and blasted towards the white mecha in front of him. However, facing the Freedom Gundam's ruthless full-strength attack, the opponent also dodged it easily. How come? Kira was also shocked to see that his attack was dodged. You know, the only one who could dodge his move before was the golden Hyakushiki. So what about this white mecha? Humph. You've met your match. Seeing this scene, Captain Quattro, who was driving the Hyakushiki, also sneered. In fact, the one driving this white mecha was none other than Captain Quattro's old acquaintance Amuro Ray, who came to reunite with them after Minerva escaped from Orb. Freedom Gundam pilot, let me see if your method is effective against the White Devil. Ah! Kira obviously didn't hear what Captain Quattro said. He roared and drove the Freedom Gundam again to accelerate towards the white mecha and launched an attack on it. However, Kira's attacks, which were always accurate, missed the white mecha again and again, and he couldn't cause any damage to it at all. Is this Freedom Gundam? Dodging the Freedom Gundam's attack once again, Amuro looked at the enemy in front of him. It's really fast. But if the moves don't have murderous intent, there's nothing to be afraid of. Not good. Kira was also shocked to see the white mecha rushing towards him. However, before he could react, Hyakushi had appeared beside the Freedom Gundam and launched another attack. Boom! Although Kira tried his best to dodge, Hyakushiki's attack still hit the Freedom Gundam directly, knocking it away. At the same time, the white mecha accelerated forward, rushed to the front of the Freedom Gundam, and swung its sword. This time, Kira was no longer able to completely defend against the opponent's attack and flew backwards. However, he quickly controlled the Freedom Gundam again and regained his balance. It's not over yet. I will never give in here, because there are still things I must do. I want to end all the wars. However, the attack by Minerva and his group obviously did not end there. At the same time that Kira was knocked away by Amuro, Yaz and Amari also rushed over in their machines. Who knows what you're thinking? But I'm not interested in this kind of half-hearted self-satisfaction. Watch out. The Impeller Slasher. Yaz held a round flying blade in his hand and threw it at the Freedom Gundam. At the same time, Amari also raised her hands. And soon a huge magic circle took shape. I'm sorry, but if I let you do whatever you want, there will be unnecessary victims. Magical refining? Go Tempesta. Woo! Even Kira obviously couldn't face the coordinated attack of the two. Although as the ace pilot of the Freedom Gundam, he had fought against large groups of enemies more than once and had driven the Muzu. However, this time he was not facing those mass-produced machines and passers-by. The pilots of Minerva were also elites and aces who had experienced many battles. In this regard, they could be said to be completely comparable to Kira. Even stronger, facing the flying round blades and the torrent of magic power. Kira gritted his teeth and swung his sword backhand to block Yaz's flying blade attack. At the same time, he desperately rotated his body to dodge the magic impact from Enmari. However, even so, the shoulder of the Freedom Gundam was still swallowed by the torrent of magic power, becoming extremely tattered. Not good. Seeing this scene, Lakis and Marlu on the Archangel were both shocked. Cover the Freedom Gundam immediately. Missiles launch. Soon, several missiles were fired from the Archangel and blasted into the air. But at the same time, a red lightning crossed the sky, swept across the battlefield, and directly destroyed all the missiles covering the Freedom Gundam. Then Camus appeared behind the Freedom Gundam driving the Z Gundam. What on earth are you thinking? If you want to stop the war, why not just defeat us and the Federation army one by one? You're deliberately messing up the battlefield. War is no joke. Or do you want to defeat the Federation army and ZAFT and rule the world yourself? I don't agree with people like you who don't know the meaning of bloodshed. Hateful. At this moment, the Freedom Gundam was surrounded on all sides. Not to mention rescuing the Archangel. It couldn't even break through itself. Captain! Freedom Gundam. Seeing this scene, everyone on the Archangel was immediately nervous, and Malu stared at the screen intently. At this moment, Kira's communication suddenly came. Captain, I will be responsible for attracting their attention. You should take this opportunity to leave. Remember, our most important thing is to bring Kigali back to Orb. I understand. I'll leave it to you. Kira. Facing Kira's proposal, Maru was just stunned for a moment, and then immediately reacted. Judging from the opponent's tactics, the opponent is determined to kill the Freedom Gundam, and will never allow it to escape. Of course, this is also normal in this world. Although the Archangel is also very strong. Without the Freedom Gundam, the Archangel cannot go to the front line to be a target. Therefore, for the enemy, as long as the Freedom Gundam is killed, the Archangel will lose its greatest weapon. In this case, if the Archangel continues to stay here, it will only become a burden to Kira. And only if the Archangel leaves safely can he have a chance to escape. Kira also changed his strategy at this moment. The opponent was too strong. All he could do now was to delay time as much as possible, attract the enemy's attention, and buy time for the Archangel to escape. No matter what kind of enemy it is, Kira will never give up for Lakis and for this world. Although I think so. When I see a whole body pink, and the chest is still printed with a cute girl's body holding a knife. She still has a blank brain. What the hell is this? You still have a head portrait printed on your chest? Aren't you ashamed? If Shin Asuka heard Kira's thoughts, he would definitely be furious. In fact, he is now angry. Go to HL. Driving the Impulse Gundam, Shin Asuka rushed towards the target with unprecedented murderous intent. At this moment, his idea was not just to defeat the opponent, but to wipe him out completely. Die together with this shameful dark history. Chapter 592, Angel Falls. While the Shin Asuka and the Freedom Gundam were fighting, the Archangel quickly changed direction, trying to get away from the battlefield as soon as possible, while Minerva followed closely behind, desperately chasing and killing it. Looking at the Archangel in front of her, Captain Talia thought for a moment and looked at the communicator beside her. Myling, connect to the International Rescue Channel. Okay. Myling was a little surprised when she heard the captain's order, but she nodded and quickly switched the communication channel. Then Captain Talia picked up the microphone and spoke. I am Talia Gladys, captain of the ZAFT warship Minerva. Archangel, can you hear me? We have received an order from the headquarters to shoot down your ship. But if your ship and all the aircraft on board can immediately stop all actions and surrender immediately, we will also stop the attack. I will only warn you once, and will not repeat it. I can guarantee the safety of all the crew members. And I hope your ship can make a wise decision. After saying this, Captain Talia cut off the communication. And for a moment, the bridge of Minerva was also plunged into a strange atmosphere. And at this moment, an unexpected voice sounded. Captain Talia. What do you mean? Your Excellency the Inquisitor? Talia was somewhat surprised to hear Duanmu Huai ask. Although they would come to the bridge to watch every battle, the Inquisition always adhered to the principle of non-intervention and never interfered with their combat command. But this time he actually took the initiative to ask. I just hoped to give them a chance. After all, I can understand their thoughts. But their approach is too biased. Whatever their motives, what they have done is to expand the war and cause meaningless human casualties. Such heretical behavior cannot be accepted, let alone recognized. What do you mean? Hearing this, Talia was shocked. But at this moment, the communication was opened again. This is the captain of the Archangel, Malu Rainias. I am deeply grateful for your advice just now. But unfortunately, we cannot accept your generous offer. This ship is carrying an important mission, whether it is the Federation or the plant. In this world of mutual conflict, This ship may just be a stumbling block that makes some people uncomfortable. Because of this, we cannot disappear here. If possible, I hope your ship can let us leave. After saying this, Malu's image disappeared from the screen. And Talia lowered her head without saying a word. It seems the negotiations have failed. Duan Muhui sneered. It seems that there is no need to consider this foolish heresy. And his firm belief in his own correctness. Lumiel. Yes. Commander. Open the communication circuit. Yes. Why? Your Excellency the Inquisitor? Hearing the order given by Duan Muhui, everyone was greatly surprised. They looked at Duan Muhui in surprise. And Lumiere, who was standing next to the latter, had already walked out at this moment. The girl raised her right hand. And soon, several nano-light bands emerged from the girl's fingertips. And then the next moment, all communication channels were completely opened. Then, Duan Muhui took a step forward. This is the Grand Inquisitor Duan Muhui of the Inquisition. I hereby declare in the name of the Inquisitor that the evil heretical acts of the Archangel and its lackeys will not be tolerated, let alone accepted. Heretics will only end up dead. You are not stumbling blocks, but weeds that will be destroyed by the wrath of the Inquisition. In the face of the wrath of the Inquisition, your heretical ideas are meaningless and worthless. Therefore, I am here to make a judgment. Having said this, Duan Muhui suddenly waved his hand. Target Archangel. Sentence to death. Execute immediately. Any heretics will be completely purified. They do not deserve mercy, let alone sympathy. Their only end is to completely purify their souls in the flames and die wailing, painful and desperate. This is the only mercy the Inquisition will show you. Duan Muhui's roar echoed in the bridge, and the murderous intent mixed in the voice made the listeners tremble. And at the same time, an unknown huge warship was spotted ahead. The clouds broke. The tribunal warship, shining with golden light, descended from the sky. Its huge body completely covered the snowfield and canyon in front of it. Everyone was shocked to see this terrifying warship in front of them. The Minerva was fine. After all, they had seen it once before, so they quickly calmed down. The Archangel was terrified. After all, they had never seen such a huge and terrifying warship. Not good. Speed up and rush into the sea immediately. At this moment, Malu also realized that something was wrong. She hurriedly gave orders, and the Archangel accelerated again, trying to rush into the sea. After all, the sea is right in front of us. As long as they rush into the sea, they still have a glimmer of hope. But unfortunately, Duan Muhui will not give them this opportunity. Fire. With an order, shining spears of light fell from the sky and hit the Archangel battleship directly. Ah! The scorching energy beam instantly filled the entire Archangel. Malu stretched out her hand in despair. But the next moment, her skin began to burn, and her whole body randomly turned into a ball of flame. The others were not much better. In that short moment, they endured unimaginable pain. The high temperature and burning sensation of the flame seemed to burn even their souls. I'm sorry, Kira, a Thrun, staring blankly at the screen in front of her. The pink-haired girl standing in the middle of the bridge raised her hand. However, the girl did not finish her words, because the next moment her skin began to dissolve and her muscles began to catch fire. Her pink hair dried up and shrank instantly, and her beautiful face cracked. The melted skin fell off her face, and her muscles that had lost their restraints were dried up by the high temperature in an instant. Her originally bright and dazzling eyeballs became shriveled at this time, losing their original charm. Then, the entire battleship was shrouded in the beam of light. Boom! With just one hit, the Archangel was completely reduced to ashes in the merciless fire of the Inquisition. Even the valley where it had been hiding turned into a huge pit. Sea water kept pouring into it, colliding with the hot ground, and emitting thick white smoke. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped. The crew of Minerva had seen the battleship of the Inquisition before, so they knew it must be very powerful. But they had just witnessed with their own eyes how powerful the battleship of the Inquisition was. Just one strike was enough to completely evaporate the Archangel. Not only the Archangel, but judging from the size of the hull, if there was a fleet here, it would probably be completely wiped out. And this is just the power of the opponent's light spear. On this battleship, there are similar gun muzzles densely packed together, which makes people feel cold just by looking at them. Is this the power of the Inquisition? No. Seeing the Archangel being completely destroyed, Kira was furious. Captain Maru, Kigali, Lakis, Answer me. At this moment Kira completely lost his composure, turned around and rushed towards the explosion side of the Archangel like crazy. But at the same time, the Impulse Gundam appeared again. I've already told you. I won't let you go. Go to H.L. Along with the roar of Shin Asuka, the ship's slashing sword was swung down suddenly, and Kira, who had come to his senses at this moment, instinctively raised the lightsaber in his hand and stabbed at the Impulse Gundam. The next moment, Shin Asuka's ship-slashing sword pierced through the waist of the Freedom Gundam, and Kira's lightsaber also pierced the head of the Impulse Gundam. Hateful. Seeing that the situation was not good, Kira pulled suddenly, and then the cockpit quickly detached. The next moment, the Freedom Gundam suddenly exploded and turned into a huge fireball. Captain Kigali Lakis. However, Kira was no longer in the mood to care about his mecha. He looked at the huge pit in the distance that was emitting thick steam. His eyes were red and his teeth were clenched. You won't die. You definitely won't die, Kira said as he grabbed the joystick. I must find you. However, before Kira could make any further move, suddenly, several magic circles emerged from the air and wrapped Kira's cockpit. What's this? Kira was shocked when he saw the shining and rotating magic circle all around him. Before he could figure out what was happening, he saw beams of magic power shooting out from the magic circle and directly penetrated the cockpit. Ayah! An ordinary escape pod naturally could not withstand the bombardment of magic beams, and Kira's body along with the escape pod was completely pierced through by dozens of beams. He widened his eyes and stretched out his hand in despair towards the big pit in the distance. Lake. See. A flash of light flashed by, and a large hole was pierced through the cockpit again, and Kira's head disappeared completely from his neck. Then, the cockpit exploded completely, turning into a small firework in the air, and then disappeared without a trace. At the same time, and lowered his fingers that were shining with magical light. The target has been eliminated. Mr. Knight, everything went well. Very good. After hearing Anne's report, Duanmu Huai put his hands behind his back and nodded with satisfaction. This is the final fate of blasphemous heresy. Faced with Duanmu Huai's blunt words, everyone present shuddered at the same time. It was only then that they felt for the first time what kind of power the Inquisition was. Chapter 593 Separation. With the destruction of the Archangel, the explosion of the Freedom Gundam, and the death of its pilot Kira, the battle finally came to an end. However, what impressed everyone the most was the murderous behavior of the Inquisition. Although everyone on the Minerva had seen the warships of the Inquisition before, and they had also spent some time with Duanmu Huai and others, they had never seen what the Inquisition looked like in battle because they had never fought together. In their impression, although Duanmu Huai and others were a little difficult to get close to, they were not people they could not communicate with. However, the attack on the Archangel completely shattered everyone's ideas, and the Inquisition revealed its murderous side for the first time. The war between the Earth Federation and Plant is mainly to determine the winner, just like what Captain Talia had communicated to the Archangel before. As long as the other party surrenders, they are willing to accept it. But the Inquisition is different. For the Inquisition, the so-called enemies must be completely destroyed and eliminated. No one will be spared. There will be no negotiation, let alone compromise. If it were the Inquisition, it would probably just ruthlessly destroy the orb and Earth Federation forces that Minerva encountered before. Surrender? No. No matter what choice you make, once they are identified as enemies that need to be eliminated by the Inquisition, their fate is destined to be only one. That is, tragic death and complete destruction. Then we should say goodbye. Duanmu Huai looked at Captain Talia in front of him and spoke. The latter had a complicated expression. Now Talia finally understood why Duanmu Huai asked her whether to let the Archangel go. It turned out that they were already enemies to the Inquisition. If Minerva had directly attacked the Archangel, there might not have been so many troubles. Alas, now Talia has begun to consider how to write the report after returning to Plant. I hope that next time we meet, we won't be enemies. As long as you are not the enemy of humanity, then you are not the enemy of the Inquisition. Moreover, I hope you will remember that seemingly correct goals do not necessarily lead to correct results. I will keep this sentence in mind. Captain Talia nodded and then looked at Duanmu Huai. Your Excellency the Inquisitor. If possible, may I ask, the Inquisition's next plan? We have basically understood the problems in the Earth sphere. For now, it is just a struggle between the Earth Federation and Plant. and it is not worthy of the attention of the Inquisition. But now the space monsters outside the solar system are ready to make a move. So we will go to the edge of the solar system to fight against the space monsters. Duanmu Huai was not talking nonsense. In fact, when they were traveling around the Earth on the Minerva, Ekin had been leading the Inquisition fleet to fight against a large number of space monsters in the outer regions of the solar system. It was strange to say, and I didn't know if it was a coincidence, but every time Ekin went to fight against space monsters, 8 out of 10 times he would encounter the battleship Exilion that they had seen before, and the latter was chased by space monsters every time. Later, Iko was speechless, and simply sent a fleet to hang directly behind the Exilion, and use them as bait to fish. Although the Inquisition fleet repelled the cosmic monsters again and again, Iko had discovered that these were only the vanguard squadrons of the cosmic monsters. Their main force was currently located in the Lyra Birdhead galaxy, with a total of more than 100 million, and the distance between the two wings was about 80 astronomical units. This number has exceeded the scope of Ikit's combat authority. So she hurriedly asked Duanmu Huai for instructions. And Duanmu Huai also decided to leave the Minerva after receiving this news. After all, the Archangel, the troublemaker, has been destroyed, and the only thing left is the war between the Earth Federation and Plant, which he does not intend to intervene in. In comparison, the cosmic monsters outside the solar system are more worthy of Duanmu Huai's attention. Of course, to be on the safe side, Duanmu Huai also explained the situation to Captain Talia and others, so that they could at least be more cautious. There are more than 100 million cosmic monsters, with a length of about 80 astronomical units. As expected, upon hearing this, Captain Talia and others' expressions suddenly changed. You are kidding. Of course not. If you are interested, you can go and have a look. The target is in Lyra. Currently, only some small fry have come to the solar system. The real army has not yet been dispatched. The Inquisition. For the Inquisition, enemies of this level are nothing to worry about. We naturally have ways to deal with them. The reason I told you this is because I hope you can be more careful. Shouldn't it be better for us to unite and fight the enemy together at this time? Can you convince Plant or the Earth Federation? Well, facing Duanmu Huai's question, Captain Talia was speechless. She knew her own business. Although the threat of space monsters was indeed great, they were still far away in the Lyra constellation. It could be said that they could not threaten humans in the short term. Even if she reported this news, the Parliament would probably think that the other party might not attack humans. If humans took the initiative to attack, it would anger the space monsters. Alas, Captain Talia had no way to deal with political matters. Of course, another reason is that even though the humans in this galaxy are fighting hard in the universe, they don't even have the ability and technology to cross galaxies. They can't go there even if they want to, and can only stare blankly here. So it can be seen that no matter how much the fish in the pond fight, they will not improve. Mr. Inquisitor. At this moment, Jiezi suddenly looked at Duanmu Huai and spoke. Can I go with the Inquisition? In any case, I hope to repay you. And I also hope to do my part in fighting against space monsters. Me too. To be honest, compared to fighting among humans, I think it's more suitable for me to fight against space monsters. Anne-Marie also raised her hand, and as next to her quietly looked at Captain Talia, then silently raised her hand as well. Of course, the three people have different reasons. O'Hara Setsuko wanted to repay Duanmu Huai for saving her. Anne-Marie herself has no interest in the Earth Federation and Plant, and she hates the killing of humans. Instead of fighting humans, fighting space monsters is more suitable for her. As for Yaz, her idea is a little bit subtle. She was originally a civilian, but later she was forced to become a member of Minerva because she accidentally boarded a mecha that was considered a military secret. For Yaz, if she can take this opportunity to transfer from Minerva to the Inquisition, she may be able to say goodbye to her forced military identity. After all, she is not a Plant member, so there is no need for her to work hard for Plant. The reason why they were able to make this choice was because they actually had no sense of belonging to either side. Setsuko traveled from another world, and Mari was a warlock from a cult on another planet, and Yaz was just a civilian, unlike Captain Quattro or Amuro. No matter what, in this world their forces stood with the Plant, so they had no way of leaving this war. Are you sure? Let me make it clear in advance that the intensity of the battlefield in the Inquisition is not like the small fights you have experienced before. If you are not careful, you will lose your life. I'm fine. Me too. Let me think about it. After hearing Duanmu-Y's warning, Setsuko Obara and Anne-Marie both nodded, while Yaz became a little timid. I'm okay. Duanmu-Y didn't care. But Captain Talia smiled bitterly. I understand. Miss Setsuko. Miss Anne-Marie. You are not ZFT soldiers. So you can decide whether to stay or go. As for Miss Yaz, alas. Yaz stiffened when she saw Captain Talia looking at her. I never thought you would have such sentiments. In that case, I will appoint you as the representative of our Minerva to go to the Inquisition to assist in fighting against the space monsters. Is it too late for me to say I'm just talking now? This is an order. Yes. Yaz lowered her head dejectedly. There was nothing she could do about it. After all, she had signed an agreement with ZFT and was nominally a soldier of ZFT, not a free person like Setsuko and Anne-Marie. Therefore, as a soldier, it was her duty to obey orders. In other words, Yaz's plan to escape from ZFT and regain his freedom has completely failed. After that, the two sides separated. Captain Talia was worried about how to write a report while heading to plant, while Duanmu-Y led everyone back to the flagship Three Little Pigs. For Setsuko and the others, this was not the first time they boarded this magnificent warship. But they were still amazed. Duanmu-Y signaled Odile to take them to her room. And then, they came to the combat command room. Ah! Uncle Inquisitor. Seeing Duanmu-Y come in, Aiko stood up hurriedly, while Shizuka next to him sighed. You're finally back. It's alright. How's the battle going? The offensive of the space monsters has weakened. I think maybe they noticed that the advance team was destroyed. So they gradually began to act cautiously. But I think their strength may continue to increase. And they are currently trying to break through the defense line of the solar system from all directions. Frankly speaking, I think that a single force may not be enough to deal with it. At least 2 fleets are needed. I understand. I will mobilize 2 more fleets. Thank you for your hard work. Ikut. As he spoke, Duanmu-Y touched Aikut's head and said, Look, it's convenient to have a commander. He can do everything for me. I just need to stamp the documents. This is much better than before. You know, in the past, Duanmu-Y had to do this kind of thing himself. Although it is convenient, Duanmu-Y himself would be exhausted. After all, he wasn't really that into real-time strategy games. If anything, Duanmu-Y would rather play Civilization. No. Nothing. Hearing Duanmu-Y's words, Aikot blushed and lowered her head, while Duanmu-Y patted her shoulder and looked at other people. Okay. You guys can go and rest now. We'll talk about the details after we figure out the situation over there. And why are you in such a hurry? Seeing and looking restless, Duanmu-Y couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Goulet is not here. So why are you so anxious? Nothing. Yes. I'm going to pick flowers. Pick flowers. What the H.L. Forget it. Disband? Crack. Just then, the door opened and Maria walked in. When she saw Anne, her eyes suddenly lit up. Miss Anne, you're finally back. Just in time. I've already made what you want. Hush. Seeing Maria, Anne hurriedly ran to her and covered her mouth with her hand. Then she turned around and grinned at Duanmu-Y. Well, then I'll go first. Wait for me a moment. As Enkai took a step, Duanmu-Y grabbed him by the collar and pulled him back. What did you ask Maria to build for you? This? Maria? Seeing that it was avoiding the question, Duanmu-Y turned directly to Maria, who was stunned for a moment. Ah! Miss Anne asked me to build her a mecha. I knew you couldn't stay idle. Hearing this, Duanmu-Y glared at Anne fiercely, and the latter was so scared that he shrank his body and stuck out his tongue. Because it's really handsome. So you want it? Huh? That's not right. You don't even have the blueprints. How can you make it? The other party won't be so kind as to tell you the data of their mecha. This, and quietly glanced at Leomira beside Duanmu-Y, who took a step back without changing his expression. Miss Anne, didn't you say this was the commander's order? My goodness. Everyone is a mole. Right? At this moment, Duanmu-Y was completely speechless. Chapter 594 Preparation Time. After Duanmu-Y's questioning, he finally figured out the whole story. In short, Anne was jealous of the mechas on Minerva and wanted to build one herself. But it was obvious that Duanmu-Y looked down on these mechas. So Anne decided to make one herself. She found Lemuel and asked her to hack into the database of those mechas to get the data. After obtaining the data, and combined her own ideas to create a mecha blueprint. And then she sent the blueprint to Maria, who was far away on the flagship, hoping that she could help her build it. In simple terms, it's like, and using the resources of the Inquisition to do his own private work. Well, that's fine. But, I really didn't expect you actually made one for her. Duanmu Huai looked at Maria in surprise. And the latter nodded. I am very interested in Miss N's ideas. And? I think this mecha can be a superior substitute for some titans. Well, hearing this, Duanmu Huai was speechless. Even though Duanmu Huai doesn't think much of mechas. Strictly speaking, the Inquisition also has mechas. That's the Titan series. Of course, this does not refer to the Emperor-class Titan that Duanmu Huai used on Hermon. That is basically the backbone of the Iron Fortress level. In addition to the Emperor Titan, Imperial technology also has two branches. The Reconnaissance Titan and the Battle Titan. These two types of Titans are basically the same size as mechas like Gundam. And their shapes are also similar, with 2 legs and steel bodies. The only difference is the head and arms. The head of the Imperial Titan is not on the top like a mecha, but in front of the chest. In this way, they can put another weapon in the place where the head should be installed. Well, more is beautiful. Bigger is better. And naturally the more weapons the better. At the same time, the arms of these Titans are not in human form, but have been transformed into large weapons, such as battering rams or Vulcan cannons. Moreover, the positioning of Titans and mechas is also different. These Titans are mainly responsible for ground combat. They also have the ability to be mobile fortresses, troop carriers and fire suppression. At the same time, they can rely on their own legs to cross some obstacles that tanks cannot cross. Of course, although the Imperial Titans cannot compare with mechas in terms of flexibility and speed, they are far superior to those mechas that can only fly around in terms of defense. There is just one thing that mechas are indeed stronger than Titans. And that is that Titans do not have the ability to fight in the air or in space. They are purely ground units. Let's not talk about the Marauder, Warlord, and Punishment Titans used for ground combat. If they are used for reconnaissance, Warhound and Jackal Titans can indeed be replaced by mechas. After all, for reconnaissance, being able to fly is indeed an advantage. At present, the ground forces of the Inquisition under Duanmu Huai are basically arranged in terms of size, with the Night Guard as the main space marine formation, and then the dreadnoughts. Of course, in the Imperial era, it was very difficult to manufacture dreadnoughts. A dreadnought was powerful, but the sacrifice was not small. Only those warriors who were mortally wounded in the battle for the Emperor and could no longer rely on themselves to return to the battlefield would be buried inside the dreadnoughts, connected to them, and use their remaining lives to fight for the Empire until death. Because of this, most dreadnoughts are considered to be the very important core of a regiment. After all, consumables are hard to find. However, the Night Guards under Duanmu Huai naturally don't have to worry about this problem. They don't need to put their bodies into the dreadnoughts and connect with them like in the Age of Empires. Instead, they can directly attach their souls to the mechas. Well, the machine soul is very happy. By the way, even soul possession has its limits. The dreadnought is the limit of soul possession. Otherwise Duanmu Huai would have asked them all to possess the Titan. By then, the whole place will be filled with the scarlet words of the Titans. No, it's a curse. No, it's not that either. The Night Guard Titan army. Who wouldn't be scared when seeing that? It is also because of this that the main formations under Duanmu Huai are currently Space Marines and Dreadnoughts. Except for the previous Emperor class, no Titan class has been built. The reason is very simple. The Titan class is much larger than the Dreadnought, and it has exceeded the limit of soul possession and can only be controlled by humans. But Duanmu Huai couldn't let his Night Guards do this. Wouldn't it be a waste? This wasn't like a plant or something, where they just randomly found a few teenage boys and girls and started it. The court is not so easy to deal with. Therefore, Duanmu Huai has basically given up on the Titan series. But he didn't expect Maria to think of it. Indeed, if you think about it carefully, some mechas can indeed be used as superior substitutes for reconnaissance Titans. But the style of painting doesn't quite match. Forget it. Let's go take a look first. Duanmu Huai sighed and decided to go and take a look first. But then again, and can actually design mechas? Although I knew she was a genius, but because she was so naive on weekdays. Duanmu even forgot that she was a genius. Soon, under the leadership of Maria, the group arrived at the hangar. And then Duanmu saw the mecha designed by An. At first glance, how should I put it? It's really beautiful. The whole body is pure white, with a pair of steel wings behind it. The head is somewhat similar to the Gundam, and the hands and feet look more like decorations with hollow patterns. In a word, it feels like a work of art specially used to support the scene, not like a cold steel machine. It lacks the heavy mechanical beauty and feels like a work of art. Will this thing work? Duanmu looked up and down at the mecha with a puzzled look on his face. After all, the charm of the mecha lies in the heavy and cold artificial beauty of steel machinery. It's like the shock you get when you see a steam-spraying locomotive or a steel tank roaring forward. However, the one in front of me is too delicate, giving people the feeling that it is an ice sculpture that will shatter at the slightest touch. She is really beautiful. But apart from that, there is a question mark about Duanmu. Hee. You don't understand this, Mr. Knight. What surprised Duanmu was that it was not happy. But he raised his head very proudly. These are not ordinary patterns. They are magic arrays. It took me a long time to integrate the amplification magic and the defense magic array together. And I can also ensure that they will not conflict with each other. Awesome. Right? After listening to An's proud introduction, Duanmu finally understood the design idea of her mecha. Although An did not know much about the science of mecha, there were similar metal golems in Manalia. So she simply designed it in this direction. And the whole process was completely replaced by magic. And what Duanmu saw, those hollow patterns on the outside of the body, were actually magic arrays. Of course, generally speaking, it is almost impossible to merge so many magic arrays together and ensure that they do not conflict. But, after all, he is the #1 magic genius in Manalia. So An still managed to get it done. But, you said that this is all engraved on the magic circle. If someone destroys your machine, won't the magic circle be ruined? Of course, it's not that simple. I'm using the character mode. Even if the opponent destroys my machine, it will only affect the effective part of the magic circle. The other magic circles can still be reassembled through magic characters. Well, it seems that you have thought it through very carefully. But, is your cockpit for 2 people? Duanmu silently looked at the cockpit on the chest of the mecha, which was still moving up and down. Of course, I plan to drive with Gulia. Gulia. Sit down and face it. Hee. You found me. Use your brain to figure out what you want to do. And has always had a special liking for Gulea's tail. When Gulea sits on top, she can sit below and touch Gulea's fat tail at any time. And with Gulea's personality, she would probably be uneasy when she thought that An, who was sitting below, could see the scenery under her skirt anytime and anywhere by just looking up. Well, Duanmu felt that most of the reasons why An designed this kind of cockpit were due to this. Forget it. We'll know what happens when the time comes. Of course, An's mecha cannot be integrated into the Inquisition system. But it doesn't matter. After all, this is not a mass-produced machine. As for whether there is really a plan to mass-produce mechas to replace reconnaissance titans, we have to wait and see how it performs in the future. By the way, what's the name of this mecha? Oh, I haven't thought about it yet. How about I help you get up? I appreciate your kindness, but I'll discuss this with Gulia. Lianin was not interested in Duanmu's naming art. By the way, Mr. Knight, do you want to have a fight too? Aye. Hearing An's question, Duanmu thought for a while. But at this moment, he felt someone pulling his hand. He lowered his head and saw Ojus looking at him silently. I'll let it go. After all, I already have my own doll. Although I don't think Ojus would be upset about this. But, Duanmu didn't bother to think too much about it. After all, he had no interest in mechas in the first place. After a short rest, Duanmu found Icode again and asked about the current situation. Or more precisely, about the battleship Excellion. So what you mean is that the other party did not escape back to the solar system, but has been active in the fringe areas? Yes. Icode nodded. This battleship has been operating within the fringe, so it often encounters space monsters. To be honest, I am also confused as to why they don't go back. I guess they don't want space monsters to follow them to Earth. Up to now, there are only a few that have escaped the net and are active in the solar system. Most of them are basically killed as soon as they appear. and they are not a big deal. It is precisely because of this that the Earth in this galaxy is still relatively safe. It's a shame they could hold out this long. I think they are almost at their limit. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai thought for a moment. Then go talk to them. Chapter 595, Unexpected Attack. For the Excel Lion, the current situation is definitely not optimistic. Deputy Captain, what is the current status of the repairs on this ship? The old captain stared at the screen solemnly and asked. Report. The repair rate is now 78.5%. And it is estimated that it will take another 4 hours to fully repair. To be honest, I never thought we could hold out for so long. All this is thanks to that mysterious fleet. Yes. Hearing the deputy captain's words, the old captain sighed, and then looked at the light spot behind the screen again. For some reason, this strange fleet has been following behind them, never approaching, and never communicating. They also did not respond to the communication requests of the X-Lion. Only when the X-Lion encountered a space monster would they rush into the battlefield at lightning speed, kill the space monster as quickly as possible, and then quickly retreat, not even giving the X-Lion a chance to speak. In fact, the crew of the X-Lion had already started discussing the mysterious fleet in private. Some believed it was a fleet from other forces, while others believed it was an alien fleet. Of course, both sides had their own reasons. After all, the Gothic church on the other side's warship was eye-catching. It was a pure Earth style at first glance. It must be a warship of a certain human force. But the opposing side didn't think so. Although this architectural style was indeed very similar to humans, considering the current situation in the solar system. If any force had such a fleet, it would have unified the solar system long ago. After all, they had seen the battle of that mysterious fleet up close. And the Earth Alliance and the planets were no match for it. If it was really a human force, wouldn't it have defeated the two parties and dominated the world long ago? And the opposing side has another reason. That is, this mysterious fleet has never used mechas in combat. This is nothing like the tactics of the human fleet they are familiar with. Of course, the old captain did not comment on the crew's private discussion. At least for now. This fleet was not hostile to them. But he was also secretly worried. After all, that fleet was too powerful. It wasn't just about combat power. In fact, after each battle, the Excel-Lion would automatically jump away from the battlefield. Logically speaking, unless it jumped with them, it shouldn't be able to find their location at all. But in fact, every time the Excel-Lion jumped, they would find that the mysterious fleet would appear where they were about to arrive. And then a beam of light would shoot out from it, conducting a detailed scan of the entire battleship, and then turn and leave. At the beginning, everyone was quite nervous, but later they found that this beam of light seemed to have no other effect besides scanning. So they gradually felt relieved. But the old captain couldn't be at ease. Want to know what this means? This means that when their warships jump, the other side has not only calculated their destination, but can even reach their target location earlier than them. This technology is unheard of. Not only that, although he didn't tell others, the old captain had a feeling that the other party was definitely not as kind as they thought. Therefore, every time they were scanned by the beam, the old captain felt a creepy fear, as if the next moment, the other party's black muzzle would directly open fire and completely sink the entire X-Lion. In fact, the old captain's intuition was not wrong. And this was also the order given by Duanmu Huai. The reason is simple. It lies in the way X-Lion jumps. The way X-Lion jumps is to open a channel and then enter the subspace to teleport and jump. When Duanmu Huai learned from Icode how the ship moved, he was shocked. Okay. Damn it. Even if the 4 vendors aren't fully awake yet, you can't dance on their graves like this. Do you really think they can't wake up? Moreover, Excel-Lion used the most primitive method of warp jumping. Not to mention that there was not even a church on their warships. If they were eroded by the subspace, they would be doomed. So Duanmu Huai ordered Icode to monitor them all the way. Every time the Excel-Lion made a subspace jump, it would be scanned from all directions. If any trace of subspace contamination was found, it would be sunk without hesitation. One reason for scanning directly without issuing a warning is that there is no evidence on my side, and the other party may not believe it. Another reason is that Duanmu Huai has discovered that Icode seems to have a serious fear of men because she was bullied in the NCO's school. If she is asked to contact the other party, she may not be able to speak clearly. So it is better not to say anything and just scan directly. Next, it depends on Excelian's luck. Well, I should say. Exalion is really lucky. Yes, Deputy Commander. The old captain naturally knew nothing about Exilion's several escapes from death. He just thought about it for a moment, and then shifted his attention. The fleet should be arriving soon. Yes. I never thought that the Galaxy Seeding Project could continue. As he spoke, the old captain sighed. The Galaxy Seeding Plan was a plan formulated long ago on Earth, in order to allow human civilization to leave the solar system and find habitable planets to migrate to other places. The plan was relatively smooth at the beginning, but with the outbreak of the war between the Earth Federation and Plant, the plan came to a standstill. Opponents believed that the Galaxy Seeding Plan would only create another plant, so they refused to provide funding for it. But I didn't expect that the plan was actually completed. To be honest, the old captain felt that they were courting death by leaving the solar system. The space monsters were too terrifying, although the fleet itself was also very powerful. But once they encountered the space monsters, they would probably die. Of course, the old captain asked this not just out of curiosity. Well, the last part should arrive soon. Yes, we have already contacted the fleet. They will send the last part of the parts and supplies. In this way, our steel basta will be completed. Gun basta, our last weapon. I hope it won't be used in wars between humans. The old captain sighed, and then closed his eyes. The gun basta, the ultimate weapon of Exilion, was also their trump card to deal with space monsters. Its data far exceeded all existing mechas. The gun basta powered by the retractor could even make a single machine space jump. Its combat power was unparalleled, and could not be compared with those MS's at all. Once the last part is in place, the only problem left is the driver. Report. At this moment, suddenly, a rapid alarm sounded. We received news from the fleet that they are being attacked by unknown armed forces. We are requesting support from Exilion. What? Hearing this, the old captain's eyes suddenly widened. What a joke. Whether Gangbusta can be completed and the supplies to Exilion depend on this fleet. Lock the coordinates and set off immediately. Yes. Soon. Exilion quickly performed another space jump, and when they arrived at the scheduled location, they could clearly see a fierce battle breaking out in the distance. However, at the same time, the mysterious fleet intercepted them again and continued to scan. Damn it. What the hell is going on? Seeing that the other party had stopped him again, the old captain was also quite anxious. After all, judging from the current situation, the fleet seemed to be in a very bad situation. Originally, Exilion planned to go to support immediately, but it was obvious that the fleet did not seem to be planning to give up scanning them. What on earth is doing? The old captain was extremely anxious. And at the same time, Duanmu Huai and his party on the flagship were also watching the battle in the distance. Is that a space monster? No. It doesn't seem to be. As Akat spoke, he quickly enlarged the interface. On the screen, one could see dozens of strange things flying rapidly through the universe. The reason why they are called things is because it is really hard to describe what they are. Their appearance is similar to some soft-bodied creatures, with a body similar to that of a manta ray and a long tail. But from the structural diagram, they are completely inorganic. What is this? Silicon-based life? Can it perform space jumps and shoot lasers? What the hell is this? At the same time, the fleet in the distance also began to fight back against these strange creatures. Soon, one handsome fighter plane after another flew out and chased in the direction of the monsters. Oh, it's a fleet. I like this. Seeing this, Duanmu Huai's eyes lit up. The fleet and VF series are the favorites of players in the game. The reason is simple. Some players may think that mechas are flashy, but no man can resist the temptation of flying in the sky and universe. In addition, the violent and unreasonable large-scale bombing method of VF fighters is simply the best representative of speed and passion. Therefore, after this copy, most players will equip themselves with a VF. Apart from other things, it is handsome and fast, and it is also good for leading the way. To be honest, compared to the previous MS mechas, Duanmu Huai is more inclined to use VF instead of Titan. After all, transformation is also a man's romance. Ekat, prepare to dispatch the fleet. This thought flashed through Duanmu Huai's mind, and then he immediately gave the order. Although he didn't know what the creature that attacked the fleet was, it looked like a group of abominable intelligence. Anyway, judging from its shape, it was definitely not human. So it was an enemy to the Inquisition. And the enemy had only one ending. That is purification and destruction. Chapter 596 Withdraw. The battle continues. The fleet floating in the universe was a huge circular city, and its appearance looked like a dinner plate covered by a transparent cover. And from a distance, it looked like a city model in the universe. Several warships around the fleet were firing at the enemy in front of them. Although they launched an attack that was almost like a storm, they could not even touch the enemy. The fighter squadron launched by the fleet only fought with the enemy for a moment before being completely defeated by those elusive monsters. Although Excellion had finished scanning and entered the battlefield at this moment, their attacks were still ineffective against these strange enemies. Do you need us to go out? Seeing this scene, Jiezi couldn't help but ask, while Duanmu Huai shook his head. No. Using a mecha against this guy is actually a bad idea. In fact, Duanmu Huai has already remembered that this strange thing should be one of the enemies of mankind in this galaxy. A cosmic species called Vajra. From the player's point of view, Vajra should be regarded as an inorganic body, or abominable intelligence, because they have almost no brain and thinking ability, but are connected to each other through hive consciousness. Not only can they transform their SHLs into energy armor, but they can also generate laser beams and missiles in their bodies. If you say this thing is a living thing, no one will believe it. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that Vajra has a very disgusting setting. If you destroy a Vajra, the data of its destruction will be uploaded directly to the entire consciousness through the information network. And then the Vajra will begin to evolve and strengthen, causing them to become more and more resistant. And in the end, they can do almost no damage. This is disgusting. But players are players, and they naturally found ways to deal with this kind of monster. Vajra's trump card is that he can continuously jump through space. Although the distance is not far, this short-distance teleportation is actually the most difficult to deal with. This is why Duanmu Huai said that using mechas to deal with Vajra is the least cost-effective, because he can teleport while you can't, which is a big problem in itself. You can't catch up with him, and you can't even capture his position, which will only put you in danger. Therefore, the best way to deal with this monster is Ekit. Can you locate the approximate location of these monsters? No problem. Very good. Follow my orders. Activate the Nova Cannon. Load the Doppler warhead for the first shot, the electromagnetic pulse warhead for the second shot, and the high explosive warhead for the last shot. Target the area where those monsters are in fire. Ah. Yes. Soon. Following Duanmu Huai's order, the three warships quietly turned and aimed at the battlefield. Then, three warheads were suddenly fired and flew towards the battlefield. At this moment, Vajra still completely ignored the attack of the defensive fleet and continued to rush towards the fleet. At this time, three warheads fired by the Inquisition warships also arrived at the battlefield. The first warhead exploded instantly, and invisible gravitational fluctuations suddenly erupted across the battlefield. Vajra, who was originally jumping happily in space, suddenly stopped in this wave of attacks, as if he was hit by a spell. However, at this moment, the second electromagnetic pulse warhead also exploded, and a weak lightning wrapped around Vajra's body, and then disappeared without a trace. Soon after, the third high-explosive warhead also arrived at the target location. Roaring flames and explosions instantly swept across the war zone in front of them, and the Vajra did not dodge the attack as they did before. Instead, their bodies were completely torn apart by the violent explosion, and after a moment, they turned into dust in the universe. Very good. Very successful. Seeing this, Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly. In fact, these three warheads are all very particular. The first Doppler warhead was originally used for anti-stealth. It will release a large amount of gravitational waves at the moment of explosion. This will naturally have some small impact on space. Of course, for most enemies, this impact is basically irrelevant. But for Vajra, who use space movement as their daily life, it is different. The explosion of gravitational waves has caused the instability of space, making it impossible for them to move in space as they wished before. The next second electromagnetic warhead is mainly used to cut off the network connection between the Vajra. As mentioned before, when a Vajra is defeated, it will transmit data to the entire cellular network, and then other Vajra will analyze the data to find a response plan. Once the network is disconnected, the Vajra's intelligence network will be paralyzed. At this time, even if a high-explosive bomb is used to clear the field, it can only die in frustration. As for transmitting the data, It doesn't even need to think about it. After all, the dead can't speak. This 3-hit combo is the best way for players to deal with the draw. And it will beat them to pieces. After all, with the firepower of the Inquisition warship, as long as you find the right way, it is not a problem to deal with a group of bugs. At the same time, everyone in the fleet and the Excellion couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, this monster is too terrifying. Not only is it aggressive, but its abilities are also very strange. They have never seen the ability to instantly move short distances before. Even cosmic monsters do not have such strange abilities. But fortunately, hello, Captain Toshiro. At the same time, there was contact from the fleet. Haven't seen you for a long time. Looking at the familiar-looking man on the screen, the old captain couldn't help but smile. It's great to see you're still so energetic. Me too. Thanks to the Excellion, we were able to avoid being invaded by the enemy on the main island. Excuse me, what are those warships? The old captain certainly understood what the other party meant. But to be honest, he didn't know how to say it. And at this moment, suddenly, his adjutant spoke. Captain, that mysterious fleet is approaching us. Oh! Hearing this, the old captain was shocked. You know, for such a long time, this fleet had never contacted them. Every time after the battle, they would leave directly. But this time, they actually approached them in an unusual way? What exactly do they want to do? Captain, we received the other party's communication signal. Connect? Yes. Soon. The screen flashed, and then the old captain saw a picture. Call. At this moment, the old captain only felt his heart tremble. His eyes closed, and his legs stretched. Captain! Captain! Please cheer up. Medic! Come quickly! The captain has fainted. Duanmu Huai was speechless when he saw the mess on the screen, while in next to him widened his eyes in surprise. The others also looked at each other in bewilderment when they saw the scene. Wow! Mr. Knight, this is all your fault. Looking at the old man who fainted in the captain's seat with his hands covering his chest, and also shook his head. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Huai suddenly became unhappy. How can you say it was my fault? That old man fainted when he saw you. Wasn't he scared by you? Okay. Even if you're right. Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes silently. An's words reminded him that he was blocked from the live streaming platform because an old man saw him while watching his grandson's live streaming. And then he closed his eyes and was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. Later, his family members went to the platform to protest, and the platform blocked his live streaming room. Alas, when I think about it now, the past is still unbearable. The result is the same here. If the old man dies, I don't think he will cause trouble for me. I'm not afraid even if you find me. Fortunately, the old man opposite seemed to be in good health, and he woke up after a rescue. I'm sorry to show you my impoliteness. Sir, I'm Captain Toshiro of the Excellion. Please allow me to express my sincerest gratitude for your fleet's repeated rescue of us from danger. May I ask what you can do for us? The old captain is always wise. After waking up, he never mentioned what happened just now. As if nothing happened. I am Duanmu Huai, the chief judge of the tribunal. Duanmu Huai also restrained his expression and stared at the old man. I contacted you this time because I want to discuss the matter of space monsters. Of course not. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, the old captain nodded vigorously. However, at this moment, he turned his head to look at the screen next to him with an embarrassed expression. But the old captain still looked at Duanmu Huai again. Mr. Judge, in fact, everyone in the immigration fleet also hopes to take this opportunity to express their gratitude to you. In this case, why don't we go to the main island of the fleet together and discuss it there? In fact, for Duanmu Huai, generally speaking, he would rather explain the matter directly on the communication line. But the situation is different now. You have to know that it is a fleet. Apart from anything else, the VF fighter alone is enough for Duanmu Huai to go. Originally, Duanmu Huai was still thinking about whether to find an excuse. But now, there is no need to find an excuse. Because they have come to him. No problem. It's settled. Duanmu Huai nodded. And then the two of them confirmed the time and place. And then closed the communication. Then Duanmu Huai turned around and looked at everyone. Well, we have some free time now. Let's go have some fun on the boat. Very good. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Yaz was the first to jump up. I've seen news about the immigrant fleet, and have wanted to go take a look for a long time. In fact, I was originally planning to join the fleet. Oh, forget it. There's no point in talking about it now. Once you board Zap's pirate ship, there's no way you can get off in your lifetime. Well, get ready. We'll go on the White Goddess of Lemuel. Yes. Duanmu Huai gave the order, and everyone immediately prepared. And Duanmu Huai turned to leave. But at this moment, OGC reached out and pulled Duanmu Huai's hand. What's wrong? Okies? In response to Duanmu Huai's question, O just silently took out a helmet from her side and handed it to Duanmu Huai. Master, do you want to wear this? No. I have 2 charms. Why should I wear it? Chapter 597. This song is poisonous. After that, Duanmu Huai also received a call from the fleet representative. Hello. I'm Hayes Misa, the tactical management officer of the Marcus ship number 1. Appearing in front of Duanmu Huai and others was a rather dignified and beautiful girl. On behalf of the fleet, I welcome you all, and would like to thank you all for your help to the fleet. You are welcome. Duanmu Huai nodded and spoke. And by the way, he finally put on a helmet. This is not because I am not confident about my appearance, but I am afraid of getting tanned. That's right. Isn't it true that people wear bumkinis when they go to the beach to avoid getting tanned? Duanmu Huai is the same. The ultraviolet rays in the universe are so strong. What if my handsome face gets tanned? What do you think? Regarding the talks, Mr. President, you have important matters to discuss with Captain Tashiro of the Exile Island. So can we wait until dinner time? That's fine. Does that mean we can move freely now? Yes. But then again, even if it's free time, there's actually nothing I want to do. I can't just say I want to go see your VF fighter planes. By the way, does Miss Hayes have any recommendations? Me? Faced with Duanmu Huai's question, Hayes Misa was stunned for a moment. And then she thought for a moment. In that case, how about we go to a concert? Today is Ms. Lin Mingmei's first live concert. I heard it was very popular. Then I'll leave it to you. Instead of wandering around the streets, it would be better to go to a concert to kill time. And the girls did not refuse. Of course, it is impossible to buy tickets for concerts like this on the same day. However, Duanmu Huai and others were VIPs invited by the fleet, so they naturally enjoyed privileges. Soon they arrived at the VIP seats at the concert venue on the main ship, waiting for the concert to begin. Is this the concert venue? It looks so big. And Setsuko and others looked around. According to Hayes Misa's introduction, this concert venue could accommodate 50,000 people, and it was already full. Mr. Knight, why don't we build a concert venue in the mothership? Because it's not necessary. Besides, where can we find 50,000 audiences? Who will sing? If you want to sing karaoke, I can renovate a room for you. Besides, not everyone can enter the Inquisition mothership. And there are 50,000 people. Forget it. Compared to the others, there is one that is the most exciting. Ah, I never thought I would be able to see Ms. Lin Mingmei's first concert. And in the VIP seats. It's like a dream. Yas clenched her hands and looked at the stage with shining eyes. Speaking of which, among Duanmu Huai's group, she was the only one who was born and raised in this world. Well, please introduce it to us who are ignorant. Yes. Okay, Mr. Judge. Well, Miss Lin Mingmei is a rising star who appeared a year ago. She passed the preliminary selection of the record company audition at the age of 15. And won the best new star that year. Now she is a very popular idol. I also bought her record. Ah, if I had known that I would be here to attend Miss Mingmei's first concert, I should have brought the record for her to sign. Mr. Judge, I should be able to take a photo with her and get her autograph. After all, we are VIP guests. It's almost done. Duanmu Huai slapped Yaz on the head, interrupting her madness. What do you want to sign a photo? Hey, you can sell it online for quite a bit of money. Just knew it would be like this. Duanmu Huai has been with them for more than a day or two and has some understanding of their personalities. Perhaps because she has experienced many setbacks. Setsuko is always a little pessimistic, but generally speaking, she is still calm. Anne-Marie seems reliable at ordinary times, but she gets a little panicky when encountering accidents. However, she still works hard after strengthening her will. As for Yaz, how should I put it? I can sum it up in one sentence. Greedy for money and cherishing life. It's amazing that you've made it this far at Minerva. Of course, this is also the reason why Yes has always wanted to leave ZFT. After all, she doesn't want to be sacrificed as a member of the army. But unfortunately, she has entered the court. It is no longer up to her. Clatter, 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 clatter. At this moment, applause broke out, followed by dazzling light filling the stage. And then a figure emerged from the stage. She was a pure and sweet girl with long dark blue hair and wearing gorgeous idol-like clothes. She was the protagonist of this concert. Lin Mingmei. There was nothing much to say about the concert itself. Lin Mingmei's songs were indeed nice. And the atmosphere of the concert was also very warm. In short, everyone was very satisfied. And Duanmu Huai certainly thought it was not bad. In short, the concert ended in a warm atmosphere. And the girls were very satisfied. I didn't expect it to sound so good. After walking out of the concert venue. And also stretched. I should have asked Gu Lia to come along. It's really good. Especially the last song. Do you remember Love? I like it very much. Hearing Mary's thoughts, Duanmu Huai chuckled. You can like it, but please don't sing this song. It's poisonous. Huh? Poisonous? What does that mean? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, the girls all looked at Duanmu Huai curiously, and the latter shrugged his shoulders. It's simple. Whoever sings this song will be involved in a love triangle and will lose. If you don't want to be one of the losers, stay away from this song. Is there such a saying? Certainly. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. Players have also summed up several memes in this world, including those wearing half-face masks are not good people, and those who sing Do You Remember Love are all losers. So much so that this song has the nickname Loser Song among players. And its popularity is basically the same as that of Unreachable Love. I can't reach it. I really can't reach it. And this plot is not groundless. From Lin Mingmei to Mi Lian, and then to Li Lanhua. All of them are victims. This bloody history can be used to write a romance novel. If you don't sing this song, you might win. But if you sing it, you will lose. Whoever sings it will be heartbroken. It's true. This song is really poisonous. In fact, the title of the song itself is pretty ambiguous. Do you remember love? After having experienced the sea, all other waters are but puddles. Can there be a good ending? When the group left the concert, Hayes Misa was already waiting there, and then sent everyone to the central organization on the main island. The girls were taken to eat, and Duanmu Huai also went to eat. But to be honest, he didn't have much appetite for the two old men. Welcome, Mr. Inquisitor. The man who greeted Duanmu Huai was a tough-looking man. He was none other than the fleet's president, Glass. At the moment, the man smiled and looked at Duanmu Huai curiously. Sitting next to him was Captain Toshiro of the Exilion, who couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw Duanmu Huai wearing a helmet. Just in case, he even prepared some quick-acting heart pills. It seems that it is no longer necessary now. Although you may have heard it, I still want to say one more thing. Thanks to the help of the Inquisition, we were not attacked. Here, as the president of the fleet, I would like to express my gratitude to you. You're welcome. I just did what I was supposed to do. Duanmu Huai nodded and sat down. Well, let's get to the point then. No problem at all. President Glass looked at the helmet worn by Duanmu Huai with curiosity. Captain Toshiro had mentioned some of these to him before Duanmu Huai came, so he was not stupid enough to ask about them, but quickly got to the point. I think everyone may already know the goal of our immigration fleet. I have heard of it. Duanmu Huai nodded. On the way here, Hayes Misa, the tour guide, had introduced them. The previous space colonization plan came to a standstill due to the war between the Earth Federation and Plant. But the plant itself did not stop because of this. In fact, both the Earth Federation and Plant had people who were tired of the war and tried to escape from it. Among these people, there were also some consortiums. These people joined forces to invest and finally completed the space colonization plan. Although Orb also claimed to be neutral. After the fall of Orb a year ago, everyone understood that this so-called neutrality was useless. No matter how neutral Orb was, it was still on Earth. And it was impossible for you to take your country away from Earth. So Orb was naturally tied to the Earth Federation. And when Plant attacked the Earth, they certainly didn't consider Orb as anything. However, if you go to colonize a planet within the solar system, you will also be captured by Plant. And Yaz is one of them. Therefore, The best way is to leave the solar system and stay away from this place of conflict. You can fight to the death in the solar system, and we will go somewhere else to flourish and bear fruit. This is the current goal of the space colonization plan. The president asked them to come over, on the one hand to express his gratitude, and on the other hand to ask both parties for advice on the current situation outside the solar system. After all, strictly speaking, this is the first time that humans have left the solar system, and it may take hundreds of years to reach the next planet that can allow humans to live. In this case, they are of course worried about threats outside the solar system. To be honest, Mr. President, I really do not recommend that you leave the solar system at this moment. Captain Toshiro frowned. Space monsters are eyeing the solar system right now, and according to reconnaissance, they have covered almost the entire Birdhead galaxy. It is relatively safe in the solar system, but once you leave the solar system, you are likely to be attacked by space monsters. And the monster we encountered today, it was not a space monster, but a completely different enemy. To be honest, I am not sure whether there are more enemies outside the solar system. Of course, Duanmu Huai was not surprised at all. It's still relatively peaceful in the solar system, but it's not so peaceful in other galaxies. Of course, from the perspective of the Inquisition, I think your attempts to spread the fire of human civilization are very commendable. But my opinion is also, it's not safe outside. So please be careful. Let's not talk about this weird metal monster for now. As for the space monster, I do have an idea. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai looked at Captain Tadashi. Captain Toshiro, the Inquisition plans to go to the Birdhead galaxy and completely eliminate the space monsters entrenched there. What do you plan to do? What? Captain Toshiro was shocked when he heard Duanmu Huai's question. Are you kidding? There are more than 100 million space monsters in total. And you want to destroy them all? Are you? The Court of Inquiry. So reckless? Chapter 598 Joint Action. The Inquisition is really going to fight the cosmic monsters in the Birdhead galaxy? Isn't this a bit risky? Captain Toshiro looked at Duanmu Huai in surprise, not hiding his astonishment at all. After all, as far as they could see at the moment, there were more cosmic monsters than they had imagined, and it would be a very difficult task to defeat them completely. We certainly don't intend to rush in and fight those stupid aliens. We have our own plan. What plan? It's very simple. Duanmu Huai snapped his fingers. We can detonate the stars in the Birdhead galaxy and completely destroy the entire Birdhead galaxy. That way, those damn aliens will be finished. How about it? Isn't this method simple? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Captain Toshiro and the president were both stunned. In fact, Captain Toshiro also had his own plan. If those cosmic monsters really marched into the solar system in large numbers, he would choose to let the Exilion go to meet the enemy, and then overload the Exilion's recession furnace to create a micro-black hole to defeat these cosmic monsters. Captain Toshiro thought his plan was risky enough, but he didn't expect the Inquisition to be even bolder than that. They're actually going to destroy a star? But wouldn't that be too risky? Not at all. This is not the first time that we have done something similar to the Inquisition. After hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Captain Toshiro and the president fell silent. It's hard to accept what he said. Duanmu Huai smiled as he looked at Captain Toshiro. Space monsters are one of the most difficult enemies in this world. Not just because of their large numbers, but because of their large numbers. They are almost as powerful as the Reapers. The tactics used by humans to defeat the space monsters were also crazy. They compressed Jupiter to 1/30,000th of its size, created a huge black hole bomb, and dropped it directly into the mother nest of the space monsters at the center of the entire Milky Way. The battle was thrilling. And Captain Toshiro's words, "Come on, I'll show you what humans can do when they are pushed into a corner," have become a famous line that players love to talk about. Indeed, in order to protect themselves, humans can turn Jupiter into a black hole bomb and throw it directly into the center of the Milky Way. This ruthlessness is the source of humans being able to stand at the top of all things. If you want to kill me, I will kill you. At worst, we will all die together. No one can survive. It is precisely because of this that Duanmu Huai still has a good impression of Captain Toshiro. And the final battle in this galaxy was indeed thrilling. Tens of thousands of players faced hundreds of millions of cosmic monsters and fought for 3 days and 3 nights. Some people even did not log off during these 3 days. The players only evacuated after the black hole bomb arrived at the designated location and detonated. At that time, I watched the center of the entire Milky Way gradually change from white to black. That feeling was really comfortable. Many players believe that the Earth fleet led by Captain Toshiro is the true inheritor of the glory and will of the human empire. No matter what, humans must survive. No matter what stands in their way. Even if it is a backlash from the universe itself. Humans must never surrender. In a word, no matter what dares to destroy humanity. Just kill it. No matter what it is. So, Mr. Inquisitor, how do you plan to detonate the star? We will jump directly to the surface of the star in the Birdhead Galaxy, and then teleport the Wani giant ship, which will send energy into the star for detonation. But this will take some time. What we have to do is to resist the attack of the cosmic monsters during this time. When the detonation is successful, we will retreat immediately, leaving those damn aliens and the galaxy to be destroyed together. I see. Hearing this, Captain Toshiro thought for a moment, then looked at Duanmu Huai. I have a humble request. Can we also allow the Exile to join this operation? Are you sure? This is very dangerous. Of course, space monsters are also enemies of mankind. It would be great if we could completely eliminate them. Totally destroy it. Unfortunately, we don't have that kind of power right now. Even Duanmu Huai can't do it. It's no problem for the Wani warship to detonate ordinary stars. But the center of the Milky Way is a bit beyond his ability. After all, the Inquisition had just fought a battle with the Reapers and suffered a lot of losses. At least it is impossible to do it in a short time. Our fleet is also willing to provide assistance. The President also made a decision at this time. As you two said, the outer solar system does not seem safe. For the safety of our space colonization plan and fleet, we cannot sit idly by and watch the attacks of space monsters. They attacked the solar system today, and they will probably find us tomorrow. If we can completely eliminate these hidden dangers, it will be good news for our fleet. No problem. The moment he heard the two people talking, Duanmu Huai immediately smiled. Well, luckily the helmet blocked the view. The reason why Duanmu Huai was so happy was very simple. Because at this moment, a system prompt appeared in front of him. Main quest Omen of Destruction is triggered. Mission objective: destroy the cosmic monsters in the Birdhead Galaxy. Mission reward: increase the reputation of fleet and Exile. Very good. This is what I want. Seeing this mission being triggered, Duanmu Huai's mouth curled up slightly. He had also played the mission of this galaxy. So of course, he knew the main plot of this world. The biggest threat of this world is the cosmic monster. In fact, the player did not know the origin of the cosmic monster until the end. There was only a sentence in the mission background description that if humans are viruses, then cosmic monsters are white blood cells. Some players speculated that the cosmic monster might be the virus sent by the Milky Way to eliminate humans. This also explains why the cosmic monster's lair is at the center of the Milky Way. Of course, the final settlement is after the cosmic monster is completely eliminated. That is, the core of the Milky Way is completely destroyed. Players can choose different forces to fight side by side, and then they will receive reputation rewards. What Duanmu Huai wanted most was the Exilian's regression furnace and the fleet's VF fighters. Controllable black holes are the most black technology, and the space crystal propulsion system of the VF fighter is also mouth-watering. In the past, a player had created a VF fighter equipped with a regression furnace, which was really powerful and could be called a super system in the real system. Duanmu Huai also hopes to replicate this combination. If the VF fighters equipped with the recession furnace can be deployed on a large scale, the combat capability of the Inquisition will be doubled. After confirming the situation, Duanmu Huai returned to the flagship of the Inquisition, and then gathered everyone together to inform them of the battle plan. Ojas, Lumiere, and others seemed very calm about Duanmu Huai's battle plan. After all, they had just fought a big battle with the Reapers not long ago. And for the Inquisition, destroying a galaxy was a daily routine. So there was nothing to be surprised about. On the contrary, it was the first time for Setsuko and her friends to participate in the operations of the Inquisition. And they were shocked after hearing what Duanmu Huai said. Charge into an army of space monsters, and then explode a star? A star is the sun, right? What would happen if the sun exploded? Even if you ask me, I can't tell you. It's not dangerous. Is it? If the star explodes, will we be able to escape in time? Yaz's face turned pale at this moment. That's what I want to say. When the battle begins, you must always pay attention to orders and return immediately once you receive the signal. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Once the detonation begins, you can only wish you luck if you haven't returned yet. Setsuko and other mechas also had to go into battle. The cosmic monsters in the universe were larger than the one Dwanmu had encountered on the ground before. Hundreds of meters or even thousands of meters long. But there were also some small monsters. It was no problem to leave the large monsters to the warships of the tribunal to deal with them. But it was more convenient to let the mechas deal with the small monsters. And everyone didn't need to do anything. Just be responsible for protecting the one giant ship from being invaded by cosmic monsters. Are we the only ones? Dwanmu had no pilots under his command. Soen was excited to go into battle. However, even with her included, there were only 4 mechas, which was at most a small team. The fleet will provide several VF fighter squadrons for support. And Exaion will provide a mecha called Gunbuster. Well, this thing is pretty powerful. Very impressive? Of course, if this guy were on Earth, he could easily defeat 100 Freedom Gundams with one hand. So smart. The girls had no impression of Gangbuster before, but they were shocked when Dwanmu took out the comparative unit. After all, they have seen how powerful the Freedom Gundam is. Although Dwanmu's statement is somewhat exaggerated, it can also be seen from this point that the mecha called Gunbuster is indeed very powerful. Of course, as pilots, they have also participated in many battles, and know how much a great machine can bring about in many cases. Well, of course, the ability of the pilot is also involved. After all, if the mecha itself is powerful, it will not work if the pilot has no ability. You will know the details when we get to the battlefield. Dwanmu put down the intelligence information in his hand and looked at the girls in front of him. In short, this is the current situation. The plan is simple. We will jump directly into the star orbit of the Birdhead Galaxy, and then the one giant ship will detonate the star. But this will take some time. Probably from 20 minutes to half an hour. Our mission is to destroy all space monsters that dare to approach the one giant ship during this time, and retreat immediately after the detonation is completed. Do you understand? Yes. Chapter 599, Enemies Everywhere. Now that the plan had been made, it was clear what to do next. And soon, Exaion received the supplies from the Fleet City, and then reunited with the fleet of the Inquisition. Maybe I am really old. Sitting in the chair, looking at the huge battleship in front of him, Captain Toshiro sighed lightly. Captain? Exaion. This is the strongest battleship among the 4th generation of battleships developed by our Earth Space Army. Even if we encounter a space monster, we have the confidence to fight it with this battleship. But, having said this, Captain Toshiro raised his head. To the Inquisition, our warship is no different from an airplane. Captain Toshiro's sigh was not without reason. After all, the Exaion would enter the flagship hangar of the Inquisition Expeditionary Fleet and then be released after the jump. Of course, this operation seemed normal to Dwanmu, but Captain Toshiro felt a little complicated. After all, this was one of the largest battleships on Earth. But now it was stuffed into the hangar. By the way, Captain, what is that? Facing the old captain's sigh, the adjutant didn't know what to say, so he had to change the subject and look at a strange decoration hanging on the bridge. It was a pendant with a warhammer and a skull mark, which looked quite creepy. The gift the Inquisition gave me is to wish us a safe journey. You see, it's just like when people drive. They hang up a talisman that says good luck. Right? I hope this thing can protect us. Well, hearing the old captain's answer, the adjutant broke out in a cold sweat. Although it is a personal freedom to hang something. But this thing, it doesn't seem to be something that can be associated with good wishes such as bon voyage. Noticing the adjutant's strange look, the old captain was speechless. In fact, after meeting Dwanmu before, the old captain also plucked up the courage to ask Dwanmu why he wanted to scan their warships. Could it be that there was something on his warship that the Inquisition was looking for? In response, Dwanmu simply told him that there was something wrong with the way his warship was moving. Subspace travel is not a good thing, so be careful of subspace contamination. As for what subspace pollution is, Dwanmu did not tell him directly, but told him meaningfully. It is impossible for a person to drive on the highway all his life without getting into trouble. And once something happens, that's it. Then Dwanmu gave this thing to the old captain, saying that it was a gift for him and would bring good luck to his warship. It doesn't cost any money anyway, so just believe it a little. The old captain accepted it. After all, I am old now. And I have some ideas. I hang this thing on the battleship to seek peace of mind. It's not bad. Should? After the Excel Lion entered the connecting bridge, the old captain met Duanmu Huai again. Welcome to the tribunal. There's no need to say anything extra. I think you're all ready. That's right. The old captain nodded and gestured. Let me introduce you. Mr. Inquisitor. This is Roy Falk, the captain of the Skull Squadron of the Fleet Integration Army. He will lead the VF fighter unit to assist us in this operation. Hello. Looking at the man in front of him with a hairstyle that resembled the yellow hair of Iwari Yagami, Duanmu Huai twitched his lips and nodded without saying anything more. Then, he quickly turned his gaze to the room next to Exilion. There stood a huge black mecha, with its arms folded in front of its chest, standing there with an expression that said, I am so awesome. Well, in fact, it was indeed quite awesome. That steel Basta? Yes. Looking at the giant mecha standing in the hangar, which is almost the same size as the Exilion, the old captain's eyes showed a bit of satisfaction. This is our trump card, the gun Basta. By the way, let me introduce you to the pilot of the gun Basta. As he spoke, the old captain waved his hand, and soon two girls came out. One of them had short brown hair that reached her shoulders, and a blue headband on her head, and she looked full of energy. The other blue-haired girl looked older. They are the pilots of the gun Basta, Noriko Takaya and Kazumi Amano. Hello. Duanmu Huai also greeted the two of them, and at the same time looked at Takaya Fuko curiously. This girl was very famous among the players, because she possessed a spiritual ability that made many players jealous. Miracle. Chihi X3. Speed up. Luck. Must hit. Must flash. Soul is used at the same time. This spiritual skill is simply amazing in the eyes of players. By the way, the conditions for obtaining this spirit are very harsh. Even for Noriko Takaya herself. It is not that she created a miracle because of this spirit, but that she possessed this spirit because she created a miracle. If players want to obtain this spiritual skill, they must at least achieve the same great feats as Go Wufuzi. Well, to be honest, this is quite difficult. But these two's battle uniforms are really... Duanmu Huai couldn't help but twitch his eyes when he saw the girls in front of him wearing driving suits. Both girls were wearing clothes similar to those of one-piece swimsuits, exposing their healthy, fair, and slender thighs. Although it was useless to say this now, Duanmu Huai still wanted to ask, what's the point of wearing like this? Of course, it is a feast for the eyes. Well, let me explain it again. The war was imminent, and now was not the time for small talk. So Duanmu Huai didn't waste any words, and got straight to the point. The battle plan is the same as I said before. The Inquisition fleet will directly cross to the Birdhead Galaxy, and be in the orbit of the star. Then the Wani warship will lift its protection, and start to detonate the star. It will take at least 5 to 10 minutes. But it may be longer. You have only one task, which is to prevent those small space monsters from landing on the Wani warship and causing damage. Also, the star will be detonated within 10 seconds. I will issue a warning 30 seconds in advance, and you must return to the warship within 30 seconds to jump and evacuate. So I hope you will not stay away from the fleet. Do you understand? After hearing Duanmu Huai's words, everyone nodded seriously. Although for Duanmu Huai's court, this level of battle was basically just a warm-up. But for the pilots of this galaxy, it was already an unprecedented battle. Well, everyone, get ready to go. Back on the bridge, Duanmu Huai stared at the universe in front of him. Then, he suddenly asked, do you know how many enemies the Inquisition has? Hearing Duanmu Huai's confusing question, the girls all looked puzzled. I remember. Aliens, heretics, and demons? After all, Mary had just arrived, and apart from anything else, she had memorized the information quite well. Demons and alien monsters. These are the most common things we've fought, and had been following Duanmu Huai for quite some time. He counted on his fingers, and then gave his answer. The threats facing humanity are innumerable. To put it in a metaphorical way, it is. Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand and pointed forward. To be honest, he didn't know what coming to this world meant to him. As a judge, his battle would never end. But there might be a day when it would end. What would he be doing in 10, 20, or 30 years? Duanmu Huai didn't know, and no one could predict his future. Just like college students would find out after graduation that the job they wanted and the job they were doing might be two completely different things. But it doesn't matter. No matter what happens in the future. What we need to care about most is now. The stars in front of us are all enemies. The moment the words fell, the world before my eyes began to speed up, flow, and then stagnated. The next moment, a huge star appeared in front of everyone. At the same time, countless cosmic monsters appeared, covering the sky and earth, densely packed and almost filling the world in front of them. Their huge, twisted, and disgusting bodies blocked the vision in front of them, making everyone feel as if they had rushed into a crowded school of fish. The attack begins. Clear the area first. Duanmu Huai gave the order coldly. There was no need to lock on, because above, below, left, right, in front, behind, there were enemies everywhere, and everywhere were the huge bodies of space monsters. As long as the artillery fire was fired, it would hit the target. The cannon roared, the light spears shone, and countless flashes and explosions quickly unfolded on the canvas centered on the universe, reflecting everything around in a dazzling brilliance. At the same time, the Wani giant ship had quietly entered the scene. It quickly removed the void shield, and then a huge beam of light shot out from the center of the Wani giant ship and flew straight into the burning star in front of it. At this moment, those cosmic monsters seemed to be stimulated by something and rushed towards the Wani giant ship frantically. It's so comfortable, sitting in a chair, watching the battle outside the window. Duanmu Huai seemed extremely relaxed. You know, he was not so leisurely when dealing with the Reapers. All the warships on the battlefield needed Duanmu Huai to operate. But now it is much better. All the command power has been handed over to Ikit. Duanmu Huai can finally sit in a chair and watch the battle outside leisurely. To be honest, from Duanmu Huai's perspective, these cosmic monsters were not very strong. They were just relatively numerous. Although they could also fire beams and even had some strange fighting methods, they were naturally useless against the Inquisition warships, with the Void Shield turned on. The VF Fighter Squad, Setsuko and others have also been fighting against the small monsters ejected from the bodies of large space monsters. At present, the VF Fighter Squad is better at dealing with group targets, while Setsuko and others may be a little flustered because there are unexpectedly many enemies. But fortunately, there is still a magic needle here to stabilize the sea. That is Steel Basta. Buster Beam. Along with Takaya Nariko's roar, the huge black robot opened its arms, and then a purple beam of light radiated from its forehead, sweeping directly across the enemy in front of it. Wherever the beam passed, the cosmic monster shattered and exploded like balls. And in the blink of an eye, a large blank area was swept out on the almost densely packed battlefield. Drink Awe. After a successful attack, the gun Basta suddenly flew up, then kicked up, and the entire body rushed towards the group of monsters in front of it. Super Lightning Kick. Gang Basta rushed into the enemy's interior like a storm, and wherever it passed, the cosmic monsters exploded and cracked directly, bringing about a series of endless light explosions and flashes. As expected of this machine, it is praised as the most advanced machine in the real world. It is indeed extraordinary. Duanmu Huai nodded as he watched Gang Basta easily kill thousands of monsters. This was also one of the last pieces of face for the mecha players. To be honest, with Gang Basta's strength, it was a question whether the Inquisition warship could stop it. Mr. Duanmu? At this moment, Mary, who had been recording the battlefield nearby, turned her head and looked at him curiously. I've been hearing you talk about super realistic things before. What does that mean? To put it simply, the real type mecha is the mecha that will reason with you, and the super type mecha is the mecha that will not reason with you. And the super type has another characteristic, which is that the louder the shout, the greater the power. Ah, that's why they were shouting so loudly. In the communication channel, the shouting of Nariko Takaya and Kazumi Amano almost resounded throughout the entire bridge. But why is it said to be the most super system in the real system? Because its setting makes sense, right? Yeah. Mary looked at the screen in front of her in confusion, and saw on the screen that Gangbuster raised his right hand, and 5 beams of light radiated from his fingertips, then instantly split and spread, turning into hundreds of beams of light that spread out in all directions, directly sweeping away the cosmic monsters that surrounded him. Is this reasonable? Mary felt that this thing was not reasonable at all. She had also seen the mechas of Setsuko, and Marie, and Yaz, To be honest, Mary felt that Anne-Marie's magic mecha seemed more reasonable than Gun Basta. Of course, after all, its combination is mechanical. You haven't seen those weird things that can be transformed and violent just by love, justice and soul. Those things won't reason with you at all. But Gun Basta is really cool. Looking at the steel Basta on the screen that was wantonly pouring destructive fire on the enemy, Duanmu Huai also narrowed his eyes. He couldn't wait to see what kind of mecha he could make after he got the regression furnace. Chapter 600, Shattered Galaxy. For Setsuko and others, the first battle after joining the Inquisition left a deep impression on them. The entire universe was flashing. The flames that rose and fell seemed like continuous fireworks illuminating the dim universe. Light beams crossed each other, although the deafening sound of artillery fire could not be heard in the universe. The shock of seeing the cannons on the sides of the warships firing at the same time would not disappear. Not only that, they're everywhere. It's really annoying. They're so fast. How can I fight them? I can't even catch them. It's so troublesome. Yaz complained loudly while driving the mecha to kill a small monster. Although the huge space monsters were defeated by the bombardment of the Inquisition fleet, the small monsters gathered together like a school of fish in the sea and rushed towards the Wani warship. Although the Wani warship itself has a good air defense capability, it is not omnipotent. And what's up with these monsters? Knowing they can't break through, shouldn't they run away? Yaz was also puzzled by this. The fearless look of these monsters really surprised her. 3 minutes had passed, and the cosmic monsters still had not been able to break through the defense line of the Inquisition. The huge firepower of the Inquisition set up a protective net composed of infinite violence on the periphery, ruthlessly wiping out most of the enemies who dared to approach. Only those smaller monsters escaped and got in. In this situation, Yaz thought that the other party should at least retreat. Why did they rush forward to die? Did the space monsters have no intelligence? Yaz had read some reports about space monsters before, and the other party would run away if they couldn't win. Right? Why didn't they run away here? Oh! They can't run away. Duanmu Huai was kind enough to answer Yaz's question. Of course, this answer was obviously not what Yaz wanted to hear, because this star is also their incubation ground. What's the meaning? To put it simply, the way cosmic monsters reproduce is to lay eggs in stars, and use the power of stars to hatch and multiply. Wait, so you mean? Hearing this, Yaz's face turned pale, and she finally understood what Duanmu Huai meant. That's right. We are going to blow up its home and destroy all of these alien offspring. Do you understand now? It would be strange if the other party didn't go crazy. At this moment, Yaz finally understood why this group of cosmic monsters fought to the death. It turned out that he and others were going to destroy its nest and the cosmic monster eggs in it. No matter what creature it happens to, it will fight you to the death. There is no other way. What else can we do? Fight. Oh, by the way, because this group of aliens absorb the energy of the star, resulting in a decrease in energy efficiency, the detonation time has been increased to half an hour. Come on. Why? At this moment, he has felt that this might be the longest half hour in his life. It is not new for the court to have plans that cannot keep up with changes. In other words, Duanmu Huai's plans are basically just about the same goal, and the process can change at any time. On the one hand, he cannot do such delicate operations, and on the other hand, it is also to prevent treacherous people from messing up. After all, the more careful the plan is, the more likely it is to cause unexpected trouble. In fact, there are still some players in the game who want to play high IQ operations, thinking that they are Zhuge Liang who has made every possible effort. But in fact, they are directly killed by the treacherous tricks. Well, that is really miserable. So for Duanmu Huai, as long as the final goal can be achieved, it is okay. If there are any unexpected events in the middle, well, we will talk about it when the time comes. After all, he didn't need to take command himself now. The patrol fleet's firepower points need to be strengthened. Don't worry about that side. Keep as much distance as possible from them. The situation in the B3 area is somewhat threatening. How should I put it? Sitting in the chair, watching Aiko busying around in front of him, Duanmu Huai just felt so idle. In the game, Duanmu Huai also participated in many activities such as guild wars. Of course, he was hired. At that time, all he had to do was to be a pioneer and just follow the commander's orders and rush forward. In fact, Duanmu Huai himself also likes this kind of positioning. Don't think too much. Just go ahead and win or lose. Of course. Maybe in the guild war. The commander in the rear is like Icode, who commands the overall situation. But for Duanmu Huai, he still prefers to lead the fleet to charge. Speaking of which, Icode's way of dealing with social phobia is really extraordinary. Looking at the star map in front of him, Duanmu Huai curled his lips helplessly. Even in the defensive battle on the spot, Icode chose to increase the firepower chain to carry out the regional denial tactic, firmly blocking the army of space monsters outside a certain range. It seems that she really doesn't like close combat. But on the contrary, Duanmu Huai likes it very much. In the game, he often leads the warships to rush directly into the enemy army, mix the opponent into a mess, and then ram them directly, and then engage in boarding battle. It is so cool. But there's no point in joining forces with these broken things. Eek it. What's the situation now? Yes, Uncle Inquisitor. The situation is going well at the moment. But we may run into a problem of insufficient firepower in the final stages. Keep going. Don't worry about the detonation phase. I'll handle it when the time comes. Ah. Okay. I see. Although he didn't know how Duanmu Huai planned to solve the problem, Icode still nodded obediently and adjusted the battle plan again. It's spectacular. At the same time, Captain Toshiro of the Exile also looked forward with a shocked expression. The universe is burning. To be honest, I never thought I would be able to see such a scene. The positioning of the Exile was actually a bit awkward. In terms of firepower, it was not as good as the battleships of the Inquisition or the gun Basta. But if it was to deal with those small monsters, the Exilians' weapons were too big and not as effective as the VF Fighter Squadron and the Mecha Squadron led by Setsuko and others. Therefore, they were more like sitting in the special seats watching a science fiction blockbuster. Just hanging around. Time passes by every second. The Inquisition's artillery fire did not stop. But the people in several teams were already exhausted. Although generally speaking, the battles they participated in would last longer. But such a high-intensity battle that lasted for such a long time was unbearable for anyone. Fortunately, Duanmu Huai has been helping them, and summoned many creation cards, such as Guardian's Creation, Sharp Creation and Attack's Creation to join the battle. Although the combat effectiveness of these creation cards themselves is not high and their defense is shockingly low, they can at least be used to block gunfire and have better effects. By the way, and was not able to participate in the battle. The reason was simple. She had never received any training for fighting in space. So when she first went out, she couldn't even tell up, down, left, and right, and almost got into the army of space monsters. So Duanmu Huai, who couldn't bear to see her, ordered Amelie to take her back. You should practice first. After all, fighting in space is not as simple as fighting on the ground. Although they tried very hard, the Wani battleship was too big after all, and a part of it was indeed attacked by the space monster. Fortunately, the core area was not damaged, and the time was almost up. Report to Uncle Commander. We have arrived at the scheduled time. Very good. Notify all combat teams to return to the ship immediately. Miss Fuzi, please let the gun Basta launch an attack that can cause damage to all enemies. But it's hard to guarantee any damage this way. No need to defeat them. Just hinder their actions. Okay. I see. Although he didn't know what Duanmu Huai was going to do, Fatsi still started to act according to his orders. Soon, Gang Basta raised his hands, and countless rays of light burst out from them, sweeping across the entire battlefield 360 degrees without dead angles, like the laser beams in a concert venue, sweeping across almost all the nearby cosmic monsters. Some of the cosmic monsters were directly annihilated, but most of them were injured but still insisted on attacking. Very good. Return immediately. Yes. Soon. The mecha teams fighting on the battlefield returned to the battleships one after another, and even Exile returned to the flagship hangar. At the same time, the Inquisition fleet began to retreat slowly under the instruction of Duanmu Huai, looking as if it was short of firepower. Well, in fact, it was indeed short of firepower. Uncle Inquisitor, we have reached our limit. I know. Leave it to me. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai raised his hand. And soon, 2 soul cards appeared in his hand. First summon Sky Castle, then summon Relic of Divine Power. Activate the entry effect of Relic of Divine Power. Relic of Kamui. Inflict damage to all enemy servants equal to your creation card destroyed in this battle. The dazzling thunder turned into a galaxy, penetrating the entire galaxy. At this moment, the shining light exploded like lightning, completely piercing through the army of cosmic monsters. Wherever it went, those cosmic monsters were destroyed and swallowed up by the pure white dazzling light. At the same time, the countdown has come to an end. Evacuate. In just a moment, the Inquisition fleet turned into a meteor and quietly disappeared into the distance. The next moment, the entire star exploded and cracked instantly, and a huge shock wave swept across the entire galaxy. A dazzling galaxy was completely lost in the universe. Chapter 601, Build It Yourself. With the complete destruction of the Birdhead Galaxy, hundreds of millions of cosmic monsters also turned into dust in the universe. This also made everyone feel relieved. At least the threat to humans has disappeared. However, Duanmu Huai knew that this was just the beginning. In fact, the cosmic monsters gathered in the Birdhead Galaxy were just the vanguard. If they defeated the vanguard, the main force would definitely continue to come. But this will take some time, so we'll talk about it when the time comes. After that, the Exilion planned to report back to Earth. But Gun Basta stayed behind. After all, Captain Toshiro knew that if Gun Basta returned to Earth, it would inevitably be involved in the battle between the Earth Federation and Plant. So he left Gun Basta behind to guard the fleet, but only made some adjustments to the pilot. It seems that Amano Kazumi has a loved one on Earth, so she returned to Earth with Captain Toshiro. And the one who took over the control of Gunbuster Unit 2 was a proud red-haired beautiful girl, young Freud. TSK. Looking at the name, it's ridiculous that she didn't fight with herself. As for Duanmu Huai, he decided to temporarily move with the fleet. After all, although the threat of space monsters has been eliminated, the threat of Vidra still exists. The president of the fleet also warmly welcomed the performance of the Inquisition fleet in the previous battle of the Birdhead Galaxy. He has also read the battle report. It is naturally much more reassuring to have such a powerful force with him. So when he had some free time, Duanmu Huai found Maria and started the next plan. That is, build your own mecha. As mentioned before, Duanmu Huai is best at charging and being the vanguard. On the contrary, he doesn't like to sit in the back and command. But he didn't have a choice before. But now it's different. Aikota is very good at fleet combat command. So Duanmu Huai can let go and plan to return to his old job. Do you mean a transformable one like the VF fighter? Holding the notebook and listening to Duanmu Huai's request, Maria felt numb. Of course, transformation is the romance of men. If it's not transformed, it's half as exciting. Although the battle is not over yet, and Duanmu Huai still cannot get the degradation furnace and VF fighter. It doesn't matter. The Inquisition has the technology and the information. At worst, he can just build them himself and then upgrade them after he gets the degradation furnace. What's the point of calling it a protagonist machine if it doesn't have a second stage upgrade? By the way, the wings must be canards. Duck wings are science fiction and romance. And transformable duck wings take science fiction and romance to the extreme. Who doesn't like fighter planes? The more sci-fi, cool and handsome the appearance is, the better. Also, the machine should be made stronger. I plan to use it for boarding. After all, boarding battles are the tradition of the Imperial Navy fleet. And Duanmu Huai doesn't want to fall behind. Just imagine how cool it would be if he could fly a fighter plane directly into the enemy warship to board it. Right? What about the auxiliary shooting aiming? Okis will help. Duanmu Huai patted his little cotton-padded jacket on the head. He also planned to make a two-seat heavy fighter, and he would be responsible for the control, while Ajis would be responsible for the assistance. Unlike Duanmu Huai, Ajis was very good at this, although it was not obvious at ordinary times. Ajis was the kind of person who could shoot 10 rings with a pistol and shoot through the same muzzle. But Ajis didn't need it at ordinary times. So don't forget to add a floating gun or a drone or something and let Ojis operate it. Then what it will look like when it turns into a humanoid mecha. Oh, that's up to you. Duanmu Huai's enthusiasm for humanoid mechas is less than 1/3 of his enthusiasm for fighter planes. So basically, it can be said that Maria can do whatever she wants. Or, if nothing unexpected happens, he will basically not need to transform into a humanoid mecha. Probably. In fact, Duanmu Huai didn't understand why the VF fighter had to transform into a humanoid robot. The fighter plane is so cool. Wouldn't it be even cooler if it were painted with a paint job and named Glam or Blaze? To be honest, The appearance of the Empire's fighter planes is really not good. They are square and look uninteresting to Duanmu. Even the Night Crow Black Star is equally ugly. The appearance is not gorgeous at all. And it is not sci-fi. Instead, it looks like it came out of a mine. Function aside, Duanmu dislikes the appearance of the Empire fighter plane the most. All fighter planes have a square front for mounting gun muzzles. Although it is not bad, Duanmu still thinks the streamlined bullet-shaped one is the coolest. On the contrary, the square head looks like it was welded out of a mine. As a qualified party A, Duanmu returned satisfied after making his request, leaving Maria scratching her head at the notes and blueprints. Although she did not dislike this kind of challenge. But these were too many requests. Unfortunately, this was an order from her superiors, and Maria had to obey it no matter what. So after spending several sleepless nights and losing countless amounts of hair, Maria finally completed the fighter plane he needed according to Duanmu's requirements. Already done? It must be said that when Duanmu heard the news, he was also shocked. He did not expect Maria to act so quickly. Before, he saw that she was so distressed and thought that his request was out of line. Now it seems that Maria's potential is more than that. Maybe she should be given more responsibilities? Yes, Your Honor. Maria certainly didn't know what tragic experience she would suffer next. Although Duanmu's requirements were quite high, fortunately, each requirement was quite clear. At least, he didn't tell her as long as it looks cool and flashy enough. If that were the case, Maria would really have to find a place in the courtroom to hit her head and die. Take me to see it. Duanmu still recognized Maria's skills. A ruthless person who could destroy a tank with medieval civilization would stand out no matter where she was. In fact, Maria did live up to Duanmu's expectations. Oh, this is so cool. Standing in the hangar, looking at the fighter plane in front of him with a metallic luster, Duanmu was extremely satisfied. Under the light, there was a metal fighter plane that looked very sci-fi. It was completely black and looked like an ordinary fighter plane, with a bullet-shaped nose, a streamlined body, and sci-fi canards. Duanmu was even more excited when he thought that this fighter plane belonged to him. Although he was eager to take a ride right now, Duanmu still patiently listened to Maria's explanation. According to Maria's explanation, this fighter plane is larger than ordinary fighter planes. It is 20 meters long and has a wingspan of 23 meters. It is larger than ordinary fighter planes. But there is no way to change it. After all, Duanmu's body size cannot fit into an ordinary cockpit. And it is even more so when some equipment has to be placed there. As for the cabin, Maria did not make it into a panoramic cabin with a glass cover, but directly made it into a closed type. The camera receives information from all around and reflects it into the cabin, allowing Duanmu to fully grasp the battlefield situation from 360 degrees up and down, left and right. In addition, the entire fighter is powered by an antimatter reactor, and Maria also used black technology from other worlds, including the Tantalus drive from the Star Alliance, which can generate a special mass force field to shield thermal reactions, making it impossible for the enemy to lock and attack the fighter through thermal energy. The fighter's main guns come from the Demon World and are two BFG 9000 plasma turrets that have become standard equipment for the Inquisition. As for missiles, a combination of Hunter armor-piercing missiles and Storm Strike missiles was chosen. Maria originally proposed to use Vortex missiles, but Duanmu rejected it. In fact, all Vortex weapons have been completely sealed by Duanmu. The reason is very simple. Vortex weapons can tear the space-time structure of the physical universe, creating a big hole, sucking everything it touches into the subspace. In the Imperial era, this was considered a waste of time. But it is different now. Duanmu does not want to cause irreversible effects on the subspace while using it. That would be troublesome. Because of this, missile weapons are only auxiliary to Duanmu. After all, without a retreat furnace, he can't produce unlimited reactive warheads like Gangbasta. So Duanmu simply installed a few missiles and treated it as enough to have such a thing. The missile-like things hanging on the left and right sides under the wings are actually just floating guns. This is the data obtained by Lumiel after hacking into those MS bodies, after listening to Anne's request. According to Duanmu's request, Maria also added floating guns, 3 on each side. A total of 6 floating gun platforms are controlled by Ogus, who is responsible for assistance. Not bad. Not bad. This is really good. looking the entire fighter plane up and down. Duanmu Huai was very excited, as if he had just received a new car. Sure enough, fighter jets are the romance of men and the best spokesperson for speed and passion. They are much better than simple humanoid mechas. Moreover, this fighter jet can enter and exit the atmosphere at will, making it much more convenient to travel to other planets in the future. Hey, Mr. Knight, do you think this mecha is beautiful? Out of curiosity, and also came to see, looking at the mecha in front of her. The girl said that she really couldn't understand this strange design. What's so good about this weird triangle-shaped thing? What do you know? This is a man's romance. Hearing Anne's question, Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes. He was nodding. A mecha was made like a work of art. The symbol of the modern scientific and technological industrial system was efficiency, simplicity, fluency, and science fiction. Just go for the future style. What's the point of having carvings and engravings on it like you did? What is the beauty of seamless integration? But you still have to color it. Mr. Knight? Of course. Not only do we need to color it, we also need to map it. Flying a plane without a paint job is half the fun. Then I don't think it matters whether I'm pretty or not. Chapter 602 Green Hell. Although Duanmu Huai wanted to try out his mecha immediately, unfortunately, he never found the opportunity. After that, the immigrant fleet was very peaceful. Except for a few attacks by Vajra. Everything else was very peaceful. Duanmu Huai also talked to the president about the destination of the immigration fleet. But the president could only tell him that this was their first time to step out of their own galaxy. So far, although they have locked on to some planets that may be suitable for humans through satellite observation, they don't know what they are like. After all, as we all know, it takes many years for starlight to reach the Earth, and the conditions of the detected planets may not be consistent with the current situation. In fact, the fleet had found a planet when it was teleporting and jumping. At that time, the planet should have been suitable for human habitation. Unfortunately, when they arrived, they found that the planet's atmosphere was gone, and it had become a bare stone ball, which of course was not habitable. This time they will go to another planet in the Proxima Centauri system. Well, I hope they won't encounter cosmic monsters, or Vajra, or something like that again. I have to say, they were pretty lucky. I never thought they would actually find it. Duanmu Huai was also surprised when he saw the green planet in front of him. After all, it was not easy to find a planet suitable for human habitation in the vast universe. And the immigrant fleet found such a planet in the Proxima Centauri galaxy after only 2 jumps. Are you so lucky? Master, are they going to stay here from now on? Oja stood beside Duanmu Huai, staring at the planet in front of her and asked, while Duanmu Huai shook his head. That's not necessarily true. Although this planet seems normal right now, who knows what's really here? To be honest, planets that are suitable for life are actually the most difficult to find. Because you can't be sure whether there are other civilizations here. Nor can you be sure whether there are bacteria or viruses that are not suitable for humans. Frankly speaking, I prefer those barren planets. At least there's nothing messy on them. But it's hard to say here. Huh? Does that mean we can't go shopping? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, and immediately showed a disappointed expression. No. Just in case. Let's wait and see. Besides, the colony fleet has already sent people to investigate. Let's see what they come to. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai looked at the colonial fleet not far away. At this moment, on the colonial fleet, the president seemed very excited. I never thought we would have such good luck. Looking at the first batch of reports from the exploration team in front of me, the president's excitement was red. According to the report of the first batch of exploration teams, the planet's oxygen content was very high, suitable for human living. Of course, this threat would be no match for the colonial fleet. Mr. President, do we need to colonize immediately? No. First send an advanced team to build an outpost and base on the ground. We need to study this planet thoroughly. Although he was excited, the president still maintained a certain degree of calm. After all, he remembered all the rules and regulations. To such an unfamiliar planet, rashly sending a large number of people down would be tantamount to seeking death. But, although he knew it, the president was also overwhelmed with emotion. After all, this is the first planet outside of humanity's own galaxy. If we can successfully colonize it, establish an advanced team, and set off immediately. Coming back to his senses from his fantasy, the president decisively issued an order. Soon. An advance team left the fleet on a spacecraft, then passed through the atmosphere and landed on the surface of the green planet. Crack! The hatch opened, and fully armed soldiers in isolation suits walked down the spacecraft with weapons in hand, carefully and vigilantly looking around. The air is normal. No toxins. The temperature is high. The humidity is high. Is this an alien planet? Looking at the weird green plants in front of them, the head of the pioneers, headed by the head of the head, was also breathless. And they felt a little surging. Although they were prepared for the planet outside the colonial planet, they did not expect that it was so easy. And it really surprised them. But now is not the time to talk about this. Collect the supplies immediately. We have to build the outpost before dark. Following the captain's order, everyone quickly took action, tidying up the surrounding land, unloading the supplies, spreading them out, and starting to build a base and install equipment. I originally thought that it would be possible to live on an alien planet only by my grandchildren's generation, but I didn't expect it to be possible so soon. On the outskirts of the camp, a soldier was operating an instrument while speaking to his colleagues. If we had known this earlier, humans would have left the solar system earlier. Yeah. What good is it for those plant guys to fight the Earth Federation to the death? If they had learned from the colony fleet and directly left the solar system to find a way out somewhere else, the solar system wouldn't have become like this now. The other soldier nodded. After all, those who joined the immigrant fleet fled because they hated the war between the two sides. So naturally they had no good feelings towards both sides. The Earth Federation is not a good thing. And Plant is not much better. Crash! Just as the two were chatting, suddenly, the bushes not far away shook violently. The two soldiers immediately clenched their weapons and looked towards the bushes not far away. What? Who knows? Maybe it's an alien monster? Be careful. As the two men talked, they cautiously approached the bushes and raised their guns to aim at the bushes. Then, as they aimed, the bushes shook again, and a figure emerged from it. Pippi? It was a furry little animal that looked about the same size as a cat. It had a pair of big, round, bright black eyes and a long, fluffy, soft tail. It looked very cute. It was obvious that the little animal had never seen humans before. At this moment, it tilted its head curiously and looked at the two people. Hey, look at this little cutie. Looking at the small, cute, furry alien animal in front of him, one of the soldiers immediately put down his gun and walked towards it. Hey, be careful. This is an alien creature. Another companion stood in place and gave a reminder. Of course, he also put down the gun in his hand. After all, the small animal looked about the same size as a domestic cat. It looked harmless and did not seem to be dangerous. Pippi? Pippi? Looking at the soldier walking towards him, the little guy still stood there motionless, staring at him curiously. And the soldier also squatted down, stretched out his hand, and carefully stroked the little guy's head. Oh, so cute. And so kind. Hey, stop getting addicted. At this moment, it seemed to see that the two were not dangerous. Soon, several of the same small animals jumped out of the side. They turned around the two soldiers, and they jumped to them. It was not easy to drive them away. Do you want to touch it too? It feels really good. As he spoke, the soldier stroked the little guy's head and then teased its chin. Under the soldier's touch, the little guy squinted his eyes and showed a comfortable expression. The soldier also smiled and continued to move down. And just when his hand touched the belly of the furry little animal, suddenly, something strange happened. The belly of the little animal suddenly split open in the middle, revealing a bloody mouth full of sharp teeth. It bit the soldier's hand tightly and tore his right hand off directly. Ah! The severe pain suddenly screamed loudly, and even shocked the birds in the forest. Before he responded, he saw the little animal screaming again, and then jumped like a bullet, rushing directly to the soldier's chest, opened his mouth, and broke his neck with a bite. Boom! The soldier's body fell to the ground and began to twitch. You damn monsters! Seeing this, another soldier was shocked. He hurriedly wanted to escape. However, he could not run away by those small animals at this moment. He saw the small animals jumped up and rushed directly to his body. Then a sharp claws stretched out of their furry claws, like a knife piercing another soldier's body. Under the pain, the soldier fell directly to the ground without running 2 steps. And before he reacted, A few furry rushed up and torn him directly into fragments. What's wrong? What happened? At this moment, the captain of the advanced team, who heard the screams, also ran over with other team members. Seeing the two soldiers whose flesh were torn into pieces in front of them, they were immediately shocked. Open fire and kill these damn things. Following the order from the advanced captain, the others quickly raised their weapons and attacked the furry little cutie in front of them. However, what happened next was a scene that made them feel even more unbelievable. Although the bullets they fired penetrated the fur of these little monsters, they had no way to break their defenses. Then, they watched in horror as the bodies of these little animals began to swell like balls, and the furry skin covering them began to fall off. In the blink of an eye, the furry and cute little animals had completely disappeared, replaced by monsters with disgusting flesh and blood, sickle-like blades and sharp fangs on their backs, and exuding a terrifying aura. Before the advanced captain could give any more orders, the surrounding would suddenly begin to shake. The next moment, countless alien monsters rushed out from them, like a torrent of blood and flesh, completely devouring everyone. Chapter 603 Trap. Attacked? The president was somewhat surprised when he received the report. Has the advanced team been wiped out? Yes. The universe is not safe. And the same is true of aliens. To be honest, the president is also psychologically prepared for the advanced team, but it is unexpectedly extinguished. Prepare the second advanced team and send a fighter squadron to escort them. Of course, the president couldn't give up just because one advanced team was wiped out. So he decided to dispatch more people and try again. Should we seek assistance from the tribunal? Hearing his subordinates' questions, the president turned his head to look at the Inquisition fleet in the distance and thought for a moment. No, it's not time to ask for help yet. After all, this is the work of the ship. It is not commendable to trouble the trial court. Moreover, the president also wants to show the strength of the ship. No. After all, it cannot be considered to be away from the trial court. Right? Duan Muhui thought so too. The Inquisition is not the fleet's nanny. Duan Muhui decided to go with them because their space colonization plan would allow human civilization to spread throughout the universe. But this does not mean that the Inquisition will respond to any troubles the fleet encounters. After all, they do not take money from the fleet, nor are they mercenaries of the fleet. So we don't need to take action? Of course, if the fleet doesn't say anything, we'll just watch from here for now. In response to Liumir's question, Duan Muhui shrugged. Besides, exploring the universe is inherently a very dangerous thing. We can help them temporarily, but we can't help them forever. And planets with life are even more dangerous. After all, no one knows what monsters are inside. When players open up the planet, they do not like this kind of non-civilized reckless planet. Perhaps for the newcomer rookie, this planet is very good and unique. But the old players will not help but drum in their hearts. This planet has such a good ecological environment. But there is no civilization. Was it destroyed by something? Or is there something fishy about this planet? So generally speaking, if veteran players have to choose, they would rather choose some dry planets, and then make a climate maker or something to transform the planet's climate. After all, although such planets are barren, at least they are less dangerous. And you can play however you want, and build whatever you want. Of course, planets with civilizations are also good. After all, civilizations mean that they can communicate. And no matter if the player pretends to be a god or directly threatens them, at least they can learn some information about the planet from the natives, so that they are not completely in the dark. For planets without civilizations like this, you have to wonder if the people who know the secrets are dead. So, when he saw this lush paradise planet, Duan Muhui began to wonder whether the fleet really hit the planet by luck, or whether there was something wrong with it. Of course, as a judge, Duan Muhui prefers the latter. Is it so dangerous? After listening to the analysis of Duan Muhui, everyone was also quite surprised, because the main responsibility of the trial court was to protect humans, not to explore to the outside world. So they basically did not encounter similar things. For girls, these news was quite fresh. Of course, some planets are disguised, and actually have life inside. They will emit some strange signals to attract ships from other civilizations to approach, and then swallow them up after they land. It's just like the lanternfish in the deep sea uses light to attract other small fish as prey. A monster the size of a planet. It's scary just thinking about it. Mary hugged her body involuntarily and shuddered. And what about this planet? Lumiel asked curiously. There is a high possibility that there will be problems. You must be prepared for battle. Of course, I hope the president will not be stupid enough to do something idiotic. The most dangerous thing about colonized planets is not the local creatures, but viruses and bacteria. Duanmu Huai once experienced in a game that a colony fleet's exploration team was suddenly attacked and fell down while exploring a planet. Then the commander said, "I will never give up on anyone," and tried his best to bring the fallen companion back. Although he was asked to be isolated at the time. The other party yelled, "Do you want me to watch my companions die?" and forcibly opened the closed hatch and returned to the colony ship. Well, there is no need to say more. The reason why that team member fell was that he was attacked by a unique local plant. After being attacked, the whole person turned into a body that could spray spores. With every breath, spores would fly out and then spread in the air. Then, not long after, most of the people on the colony ship were infected and turned into green skin, unconscious, and like zombies. In the end, the culprit always thinks, "I didn't do anything wrong. I just don't want to abandon my companions," and asks the player to help him solve the problem. So Duanmu Huai directly controlled the warship to destroy the entire colony ship, the planet and the idiot. Well, problem solved. I hope there will be no similar idiot in this colonial ship. At this time, the second advance team also set off again. Unlike before, this time they were escorted by a VF fighter squadron, and most of the people on board were soldiers. The advance team passed through the atmosphere and came to the sky above the green forest again. Soon, they found the camp of the previous advance team. This is Discovery. We have found the forward base and are approaching. Wait, what is this? With the increasingly closer, everyone was surprised to see that the original frontline base became extremely weird at this moment. I saw the outside of the metal wall, like flesh and blood-like things, which looked strange and disgusting. Life signals detected in the base. What? Is anyone still alive? Upon hearing the report, the captain immediately gave orders. Land immediately. Skull Squad is on guard. Soon, the VF fighters escorting the transport plane turned into mechas, landed on the ground, held weapons, and stared at the surroundings. Under the protection of the mechas, the transport plane slowly landed, and then the hatch opened, and the captain jumped down holding a gun. Puff. The weird touch when landing made the captain look down, and found that it was not grass or land under his own feet, but very sticky. It looked like a strange object that merged with flesh and blood. What's this? Be careful. This isn't going well. The ground covered with blood and flesh, and the base that looked like it had mutated, made the captain feel more uneasy. He gave a warning, then held his weapon again and led the others towards the base. Crack! Just as the team was approaching the base, the gate of the base suddenly opened, and then everyone saw several figures staggering out of it. They were none other than the advance team members, who had set up camp here before. However, at this moment, the appearance of these people has completely changed. Roar! Their bodies were swollen and they limped. They looked like zombies. Their whole bodies were twisted and hideous, and they let out shrill screams. Wait! Wait! What's going on? Seeing this, everyone was stunned. They raised the weapons in their hands and looked at the mutant in front of them. They didn't know what to do for a while. Intersection. The mutant did not stop. On the contrary, they tilted their heads, their mouths shouted like a beast, and slowly walked towards a party. Stop! Stop immediately! Otherwise we will shoot! The captain swallowed his mouth, staring at the mutants in front of him, and yelled loudly. But his speech had no effect. On the contrary, those mutants directly stretched out their arms and accelerated their speed towards them. Fire! At this moment, the captain was no longer due to the order, and soon, the gunfire sounded. But what people didn't expect was that at the moment the bullets hit the other side, the captain saw these mutants suddenly swell up. Seeing this scene, the captain was also shocked and instinctively felt bad. However, it was too late. At this moment, the mutants had already rushed in front of him. And then, boom, a violent explosion sounded, and the world suddenly became dark. Puff! I don't know how long it took. The captain opened his eyes. At this moment, his brain buzzed, and he could only hear anything. Throw it out. And the next moment the captain saw the VF fighter suddenly spark, and fell to the ground under the rolling smoke. What exactly is this? The team leader raised his head, and wanted to see what the others looked like. At this moment, suddenly, a terrible monster appeared in his sight and opened its bloody mouth. This was the last thing he saw. Chapter 604 Alien Insects. Destroyed again? It has to be said that when the president received the news for the second time, he finally couldn't help but be shocked. What shocked the president even more was that even the VF fighter planes could not escape the disaster, and only one returned safely. What exactly is going on? This time the president couldn't sit still, and even the VF fighter was not the opponent's opponent. This was really unexpected. So the president of the president immediately made a decision. Daddy of the Court of Inquisition, please hold my thigh. As a big president who shouldered the life of the entire colonial ship, he doesn't care about his face. Soon, Duinmawai also received the help information from the ship. This is really unexpected. Seeing the help signal of the ship's regiment, Duanmuhuai stunned, and then opened the document. So let me see what tricks you have encountered. Soon, images appeared on the screen. First of all, the green forest and the ground, the ocean, the lake, etc., which were overlooked from high in the sky. Well, there was nothing strange about these. Then the camera switched to the frontline outpost. Wow, what is this? Disgusting. Looking at the entangled flesh and blood modules on the steel base, the girls complained, while Duanmuhuai raised his brows, staring at the screen, and a touch of surprise in his eyes. Then everyone left the transport plane and headed for the base. The gate of the base opened, and twisted and strange mutants, explosions, and sudden attacks appeared. It looked so disgusting. Is this a viral infection? No. Judging from the sky, it should be some monster. The girls looked at the screen and discussed it. But they were not very nervous. After all, in their opinion, this threat was nothing serious. Compared with the previous space monsters, it was much simpler. However, only Ojus noticed that the more he looked down, the gloomier Duanmuhuai's face became. What's wrong with you, Master? The situation is not good. The ship's group is really bad. And I actually encountered this stuff. Duanmuhuai gritted his teeth and quickly gave the order. Icode, immediately be alert all around. Everyone, get ready to attack. Raise the void shield. Move closer to the fleet. And alert them at the same time. Why? Hearing Duanmuhuai's urgent command, the girls were all surprised. In their impression, it was rare to see Duanmuhuai so anxious. To be honest, even when facing those cosmic monsters before, Duanmuhuai acted lazy. Even if thousands of them pounced on him, Duanmuhuai's performance was as steady as an old dog basking in the sun at home. But now, he is so hasty? The flagship preparation. I will issue an extinction order. The goal is the planet in front of me. As he said, Duinmawai took out the rose knot, and at the same time, an angel flew over, put a piece of SH label paper in front of Duanmuhuai, and then Duanmuhuai picked up the rose knot and pressed hard. In the name of the Grand Inquisitor of the Tribunal, I found a lot of spiritual fluctuations. However, before Duanmuhuai pressed the rose knot in his hand, Iko's urgent voice was heard, and almost at the same time, a vortex-shaped hole suddenly appeared in the space not far in front of everyone, and then hundreds of monsters poured out of it and rushed directly towards the fleet. Extinction. Do you? Duinmawai gritted his teeth, and after saying what he wanted to say, he saw the flagship turn quickly, and then he shot out of the planet in front of him with a whirlwind torpedo. However, in the blink of an eye, at the same time, suddenly, a large group of dark monsters, like bats, suddenly flew out from the surface of the planet. They formed a large cloud-like thing and rushed directly towards the whirlwind torpedo. The next moment, the dazzling fire erupted, and the egg, it was useless. Depend on. Looking at the fireworks that were teed in front of me, Duinmawai also fists on the table. These damn bugs? As he said, Duinmawai looked at everyone. What else to do? Prepare for the battle. Otherwise, the ship's regiment will die. Eh? Ah. Yes. Although they didn't know what was going on. Seeing Duanmuhuai's serious expression, the girls knew that the situation was not good. They nodded hurriedly and turned to run towards the hangar, while Duanmuhuai quickly opened the communication terminal and contacted the president. Your Excellency the Inquisitor. What is going on? What are those monsters that suddenly appeared? Bad luck. You've taken the Zerg's bait. For players, there are two most difficult Zerg species in this universe. One is the Tyranids, and the other is the Zerg. The former is an outsider from outside the Milky Way, while the latter is a native of the Milky Way. The fleet's lack of courage was due to the fact that they encountered the latter. The reason why Guanmu is more nervous about alien insects than space monsters is very simple. Space monsters are just numerous. And other than that, they don't have any special tactics or strategies. Basically, the space monsters first find the target galaxy, then find a star to spawn soldiers in it, and then directly F2A to attack after the soldiers are spawned. It's simple and straightforward, so it's easy for players to deal with it. This is also the reason why Guanmu seemed very calm when fighting space monsters. After all, the opponent is just using a basic attack, so just attack back with an attack. There is no need for any extra tricks. But this is not the case with the Zerg. As to the question of which one is stronger between the Tyranids and the Zergs, players have debated for dozens of pages on the forum. Putting aside the conclusion, it can be seen from this posture alone that the Zergs are definitely not weak. Otherwise, they would have no chance of competing with the Tyranids. The expansion of the Zerg is also a swarm-like expansion. At the same time, they have powerful psychic power. Not only that, the Zerg will absorb the high-quality genes of other races during the expansion process and continue to evolve themselves. Therefore, the expansion of the Zerg is a mode of continuous self-evolution. This is completely different from the Tyranid swarm, which eats everything wherever it goes, even the air. It can be said that a planet ravaged by a Tyranid swarm is like a locust swarm, with no grass growing. Although the place where the insects are raging are almost the same. The difference between the two is that the Tyranids are closer to biotechnology, while the Zerg are more focused on their own evolution. To put it bluntly, it's like the Zerg version of the sword and air benders. Moreover, the two have different modes of action. The Tyranids like to take the initiative. They will send a monster called Gene Stealer to search around the galaxy. These Gene Stealers will find and infiltrate those planets with life in various ways. They will disguise themselves as one of them, hypnotize the local people to form a cult, infiltrate various departments, and then use some fanatical rituals to signal the Tyranids that there is delicious food here and they can come and taste it. By the way, the Genestealers and their descendants probably don't know that they are part of the Zerg. They can sense the whispers and power of the hive consciousness in the void, and think that this is the guidance of the gods. Therefore, they will actively perform various rituals to contact this power. In fact, this is basically equivalent to continuously transmitting the location of their planet to the Tyranid swarm in this way. And then the swarm will come here to enjoy the food. By the way, when the Zerg comes, these Genestealers will not have a good end. They think they will ascend to the universe and become a part of the great existence. Well, in fact, they are not wrong. After all, the Zerg will definitely swallow them. Compared to the Tyranid swarm, the Zerg's exploration takes a different path. They lurk on some uninhabited planets, and then merge with the local creatures there. I have to say here that many female players have expressed very strong protests against the Zerg. The reason is simple. The Zerg have two modes. One is the stealth mode, and the other is the combat mode. In latent mode, the Zerg will take on the appearance of local creatures, and they are all cute and soft, enough to make anyone who sees them let down their guard. But when fighting, their bodies will begin to swell, and then their fur will be torn into horrible monsters made of flesh and blood. This is one of the reasons why female players have a lot of complaints. After all, most girls like soft and cute creatures. Imagine you are holding a little white rabbit and touching it, and then the next moment the little white rabbit's face suddenly splits into 3 pieces and bites your head. That is definitely a psychological trauma. The player also sees the petition for this, hoping to change the appearance of the worm. After all, everyone knows that it is a monster at a glance. Why do you have to make the shape of the worm so cute and so cute? You said go ahead and play, but you were worried that the other person might suddenly change. You say drive it away, but it's kind of heartless to drive away a cute animal. Therefore, many female players believe that modifications should be made. Of course, the company's attitude towards this remains the same as always. No response. No modification. And they pretended they saw nothing. The Zerg use this mode to lurk on other planets. Once an outsider enters, they will rely on their soft and cute appearance to deceive the other party, and then launch an attack immediately after the other party lets down their guard. Then they will extract the memory of the other party's brain to lock the planet where the poor target is. And then the Zerg will make a space jump and rush directly to the other party's home planet to steal the home. If you want to say, Tyran is like actively touching porcelain. And the worm is more like Jiang Taigong fishing. So, you must protect the fleet. Otherwise, once the fleet is captured by the Zerg, when they know the location of the Earth, they will jump directly to the doorstep of the Earth to enjoy a feast. At that time, no matter whether it is the Earth Federation or ZFT, they will become their food. There is another reason why Duanmu Huai is so nervous. That is, the Zerg likes to take the best from others. Let's not talk about the Earth Federation. There are many new humans and modified people on the ZFT side. If the Zerg take a fancy to one of them and put him in the incubator for transformation, then it will be a big trouble. I see. Remember, you must not let the swarm break through and enter the main island. Otherwise you will die faster in street fighting. For the Inquisition, the Zerg are more difficult to deal with than the space monsters. The space monsters are hundreds of meters long and easy to fight. But the Zerg units are basically extremely small. Therefore, for the Inquisition, this is purely using anti-aircraft guns to kill mosquitoes. Let's see if we can hit it first. Switch all of them to high explosive and armor-piercing LS, and inflict as much damage as possible on the Zerg army. Eek. Find a way to kill the big Leviathan at the back. I'm also ready to attack. Ojas. Come! Although it was a bit unexpected. But it was quite appropriate to use the Zerg as the first battle of my fighter. When Duanmu Huai brought Ojas to the hangar, everyone else had already set off, leaving only one fighter plane parked in it. That was exactly the transformable fighter plane that Maria had made according to Duanmu Huai's requirements. But now the fighter plane had completely changed in appearance. The whole body is painted in shiny girlish pink, and a little white rabbit holding a carrot is painted on the wing. It can be said that the little white rabbit is white, with two ears standing up, loves to eat carrots and vegetables, and jumps around so cutely. Yes, not bad. Looking at the fighter plane paint in front of him, Duanmu Huai nodded with satisfaction. It turns out that a macho man should be paired with a rabbit. Let's go. Algae Silk. It's time to let them see the pink bunny and rabbit. Chapter 605, Dragon Tail Swipe. For players, fighting against Zerg is not easy. It can even be said to be very tricky. The reason is that the Zerg possess an extremely insidious and shameless type of soldier, the suicide bat. It is pitch black all over, has a pair of bat-like wings, and can fly in the universe and the atmosphere. Its fighting method is very simple, which is to directly crash into and explode. Moreover, the suicide bats are very small. So small that they are almost invisible on radar. This is normal. Just like ordinary radars can detect passenger planes and fighter jets, but cannot detect drones because the latter are too small. Someone will ask. It is not easy to deal with the self-destructive units. Just attack them directly and blow up all the areas. That's because you play too many games. The Zerg are not fools. One of the most common methods used by the Zerg is to disperse hundreds of millions of suicide bats. Due to their protective coloration, small size, and the fact that they cannot be accurately identified by radar, these suicide bats are almost impossible to detect. Moreover, even if some of them are discovered and destroyed, since they are scattered in groups, it is impossible for a chain reaction of explosions to occur. As for the void shield, well, suicide bats can pass through the void shield, because the void shield can only block high-speed attacks, and the slow attacks of suicide bats cannot be blocked by the void shield at all. In the game, the Zerg suicide bats basically do this. First disperse, and then rush towards the player's warship, and then drill through the void shield. After passing through the void shield, the originally scattered suicide bats will actively gather together, rush to a position, and launch a self-destruct attack. If there are enough suicide bats coming through, one shot can directly destroy the player's ship. The attacks of suicide bats are easy to deal with on the ground. But in the universe, suicide bats are really scary. After all, they can launch attacks from all directions without blind spots. Once there is a loophole in the enemy, what awaits them next is a terrorist attack from suicide bats. In fact, the moment he saw the alien insects jumping over, Duanmu Huai knew that the fleet might be in trouble this time. After all, the fleet is too large, and the defense network is too weak. Facing the attack of the suicide bats, they have no way out. The flash erupted. Duanmu Huai looked around. You can see that the warship of a ship not far away has been blown into two sections. And then the fire flashes. The entire hull seemed to have a chain reaction. Order the night guard to prepare. And Stop playing around and prepare for ground combat. Duanmu Huai roared across the battlefield in his fighter plane, while quickly issuing orders. Hariko, Yaz, Setsuko, and Anmari. You guys should protect the main island and stop the Zerg attacks as much as possible. Use large-scale AoE. I'll lead the Night Sentinels. However, before Duanmu Huai could finish his words, he saw sparks suddenly erupting on the barrier of the main island of the fleet. Depend on. Seeing this, Duanmu Huai cursed inwardly. This is really bad. The Zerg do not need a large army. The most terrifying thing about them is that as long as there is a place for the larvae to drill into, they can directly produce a huge Zerg base in a short time, devour everything around it, and then explode the troops on the spot. Now that the main ship has been bombed, it is very likely that the larvae have already taken the opportunity to slip in. However, just as Duanmu Huai was about to rush into the main ship, he was suddenly startled, and then he almost instinctively flipped to the side. At the same time, he saw a black shadow passing by the side of the wing. Then Duanmu Huai turned around and saw a strange insect floating not far behind him, staring at him. It looks quite strange, with a C-shaped body and a pair of wings on its back. Not only that, as the insect moves, you can see double images flashing by. Flying dragon folding tail swing technique. All these troublesome guys have gathered together, looking at the bug in front of him. Duanmu Huai frowned. The bug in front of him was another aerial unit of the alien insects. The flying dragon. It was agile, fast, and had strong attacks. But its defense was relatively poor. It was a typical aerial unit. If it was like this, there was nothing to be afraid of. However, the Zerg also know this. So they invented a very tricky fighting technique. That is to use psychic power to compress hundreds or even more flying dragons together, and then attack the target. In this way, the dragon's flexibility will not be affected, and its attack power will be greatly increased. After all, one attack is equivalent to an attack by hundreds of dragons at the same time, and even its originally fragile body will become tougher. Of course, this is not without weaknesses. If you treat it as a dragon, then no matter how you hit it, it will feel like you can't kill it. But on the other hand, as long as you use an AoE, it is equivalent to killing hundreds or thousands of dragons at once. Then comes the drift. The flying dragon attacks the enemy by swinging its tail and launching a bullet-like attack bug. Under normal circumstances, a flying dragon needs to pause after swinging its tail, launching an attack, and then coming back. But the gathered flying dragons do not need this. It is like changing from semi-automatic to fully automatic. It can launch attacks continuously, and each shot is extremely powerful. Because of this, flying dragon folding tailing is one of the most tricky techniques in the fighting worms encountered by the players, because it looks just a flying dragon on the surface. For the same damage, your attack is only 100, but the opponent's counterattack is 100x 10,000. So there is no comparison. As for why players are so familiar with Zerg tactics, there is a reason for this. Because many of them have played Zerg. Yes, because the Zerg are connected to each other through psionic power and the Hive network. But they do not have a wide-ranging consciousness network across the stars like the Tyranids. Instead, the Swarm's network is basically the internet. The more powerful the Zerg leader is, the more swarms he can command. Therefore, in this situation, some players came up with a solution, which is, humans have their limits. So I won't be a human anymore. Then go directly to the incubation pond of the Zerg and transform themselves into the Prince of the Blade, because the player's spiritual ability is relatively strong. You can directly manipulate the insects and then gradually expand. Players will have the reason for biological warships. But those who do this are radicals. Duanmu Huai has no such interest. And this is not a game, but reality. He will not follow those players to go into the Zerg hatchery to take a bath. After all, even if the skull is still human after the transformation, the appearance will change. After many players are transformed, their originally thick hair becomes like tentacles. My charm is low to begin with. What if it decreases further? So now, Duanmu Huai is flying a fighter plane and engaging in a fierce chase with the flying dragon behind him. Ojas, launch the floater. Understood, Master. Hearing Duanmu Huai's order, Ojas, who was sitting behind him, nodded, then moved her fingers slightly. And then the floating cannon under the wing of the fighter plane was suddenly launched like a missile. And then it suddenly turned 180 degrees and aimed at the flying dragon behind it. Then, Several beams of light crisscrossed and formed an impenetrable net, covering the flying dragon head-on. Faced with the counterattack, Falong suddenly stopped, and at the same time, Duanmu Huai quickly flipped the fighter plane and aimed at Falong. Go to H.L. Soon, a green plasma beam shot out, shooting straight at the flying dragon. However, at this moment, the flying dragon suddenly turned into hundreds of flying dragons and suddenly dispersed. The shining plasma beam passed through the flying dragon group and disappeared at the end of the universe. After dodging Duanmu Huai's attack, the scattered flying dragons overlapped again. This is a piece of crap. Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai was so angry that he exploded. Damn. You're just trying to stop me from shooting. Right? In that case, don't blame me for taking action. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai accelerated again, turned around and rushed directly towards the flying dragon. Seeing Duanmu Huai flying towards it, the flying dragon hurriedly launched another attack. But Duanmu Huai easily dodged it. In addition, the fighter plane was so fast that the fighter plane driven by Duanmu Huai arrived in front of the flying dragon in almost an instant. The flying dragon wanted to escape at this moment, but the large net formed by the floating cannons controlled by Ojus firmly restricted its movements. Seeing that the situation was not good, the flying dragon suddenly expanded its body and tried to use the same trick again to decompose itself again. However, is it that easy? Seeing that Falong was about to repeat the same trick, Duanmu Huai roared angrily, and then a flash of fear suddenly burst out, covering everything around him. Even the flying dragon, which was mainly based on the collective thinking of the hive, also instinctively felt fear at this moment, and its body was directly tense and became extremely hard. At the same time, the fighter plane driven by Duanmu Huai suddenly changed its form and turned into a huge mecha, and then raised the chainsaw sword burning with black flames that popped out from its arm with great momentum, and swung it at the flying dragon. The rotating chainsaw sword directly hit the flying dragon, cutting it in half. Then the overlapping flying dragon suddenly exploded on the spot, turning into pieces of flesh and blood. Huh. This one really suits me. Duanmu Huai gripped the joystick tightly and looked at the wreckage of the flying dragon in front of him. Sure enough, close combat is the most loyal and effective way of fighting. As for long-range combat, forget it. He probably won't be able to become a sharpshooter in this life. Report to Uncle Inquisitor. The fleet president sent a distress message. The insect swarm has rushed into the main ship island. At this moment, Ikot's voice sounded again. So fast? Duanmu Huai was a little surprised to hear Ikot's report, but not shocked. After all, this was expected. Where are the night guards? About to reach the main ship. Leave this to me. You are responsible for killing that big guy quickly. After the Zerg enters the main ship island, they can explode on the spot, so they must speed up. If the Zerg really destroys the fleet, it will be troublesome. Chapter 606, The Battle of the Insect Swarm. When Duanmu Huai drove his fighter plane into the main ship island, it was already a mess. From a distance, you can see a hive gradually expanding on one side of the main ship island, with springtails and hydralisks running around in the streets. Fortunately, when the battle began, the president had already issued an order for the residents to take refuge in the shelter. So at least so far, most people are still safe. As for those stupid idiots who didn't seek refuge, let them die. Ojus, fire a shot at the hive. TSK. No. It will be troublesome if the main island is penetrated. Ah. It's really annoying. Forget it. I'll go by myself. Ojus, you are responsible for covering me from above. After giving the order, Duanmu Huai opened the cockpit and jumped out, then fell from the sky and landed heavily on the street. Hiss. As Duanmu Huai landed, several Zerglings on the other side of the street also discovered his presence and immediately pounced on him. Facing the alien insects in front of him, Duanmu Huai roared, holding the thunder hammer in his hand, and smashed down heavily on the alien insects that pounced in front of him. Boom! The thunder hammer hit the leading Zergling's head directly, turning the hard skull that could even deflect bullets into a meat paste. The Zergling's body exploded under the impact and turned into a pool of blood. Call. Feeling the corpse of the Zergling trembling under the hammer, Duanmu Huai let out a long sigh. Sure enough, this one suits me. Swinging a war hammer, smashing the opponent's hard skull, and feeling the pleasure of life being shattered in an instant is really indescribable. This is why Duanmu Huai always uses melee combat even when playing as a female character in the game. There is nothing more satisfying than beating the annoying bastard into a pulp with your own hands. Well, let's move on and get rid of these damn guys. As Duanmu Huai spoke, he gripped the warhammer tightly and strode forward. Duh. There was a lot of gunfire. Damn. What kind of monster is this? The soldiers hid behind the bunkers, holding their weapons, and desperately poured ammunition forward. However, their attacks had no effect at all. Those terrifying monsters that looked bigger than dogs seemed to be completely unafraid of their attacks. And there was no reaction when bullets hit them. In the eyes of the soldiers, these monsters were simply demons from H.L. No. I want to leave here. I don't want to die. Finally, one soldier could no longer bear it. Screamed, threw away his weapon, and ran away. Hey, what are you doing? Hold the line. Damn it! Watching his subordinates escape, the team leader sighed. To be honest, he could understand the other party's thoughts. But behind them was the gate of the shelter. If they couldn't stop those monsters here, then the people in the shelter would be in danger. No, I don't want to die either. Me too. Once there is a first, there will be a second. Soon, more and more soldiers began to waver. Cheer up. You are responsible for protecting the colonial fleet. Do you want to give up your responsibility? What a joke. I didn't expect to encounter such a scary monster at that time. The defense line became chaotic in an instant. But the Zerg obviously would not give them a chance to quarrel. At the same time, several Zerglings suddenly crossed the defense line, grabbed an idiot with his back to them, and tore him into pieces in an instant. Seeing this, the other soldiers finally couldn't help but start to break up and flee. However, before they even put it into action, suddenly, a strong sense of fear suddenly emerged from the depths of the soldiers' hearts. And then, they saw a huge black shadow leap over their heads and rushed into the battlefield. Go to H.L. It was the voice of a very tall man wearing dark, terrifying armor. His roar was like thunder in the sky, shocking everyone. His movements were even more violent. Like the wind, he swung his whistling hammer amidst the roar, directly smashing the leading monster away. Then everyone saw him leap up again and rush forward in big strides. At the same time, the monsters over there also noticed the existence of this black figure. They moved like a tide and pounced madly on the prey in front of them. Drink! The giant figure raised the warhammer and swung it down with all his might. The erupting black flames instantly engulfed the monster army that rushed over. The monster group in front of him turned into a pile of charcoal in the blink of an eye. But soon another monster rushed over, but was still smashed away by the giant figure swinging the warhammer. Hiss! However, as if they had seen the opportunity, just as the huge figure swung the warhammer, two snake-like monsters jumped down from the roof on the left and right, pounced on the huge figure with their bloody mouths wide open, and then tightly wrapped around his arms. Oops! Seeing this, everyone present was shocked. Of course they saw that the two monsters were sacrificing themselves in an attempt to restrict the movements of the figure so that other monsters could deal with him. However, the result was totally beyond everyone's expectations. The giant, whose arms were entangled by two monsters, let go of the warhammer directly, then stretched out his palm to grab the monster's head, and then squeezed it hard. Puff! The monster's head exploded like a ball, and its limp body lost its strength and was thrown to the side. Then the giant clenched his fist and punched forward, hitting the monster that tried to take the opportunity to attack him, and instantly punched through it. Boom! Then the monster's body fell to the ground. Then the giant turned around, looked at the soldiers not far away, and strode towards them. Alas! Seeing the blood-stained black armor and the skull symbol shining with golden light, many people stepped back in fear and sat down on the ground. The team leader also swallowed his saliva and walked forward tremblingly. Hello, Your Excellency the Judge. Fortunately, the captain had seen Duanmu Huai from afar once in the core area of the main ship island. Or rather, Duanmu Huai's outfit had long been no secret among the fleet. After all, he was so tall and wore such distinctive armor that it was difficult for ordinary people to forget him. But I have to say that seeing him in this situation is indeed a reassuring thing. Is that the shelter over there? What's the situation? Ah, yes. The current shelter occupancy rate is 98.2%. Hearing Duanmu Huai's voice, the team leader hurriedly responded. Your mission is to guard the shelter? Yes. Then don't run away. Duanmu Huai's voice was low, but it made everyone tremble. Where can you escape to? The Zerg has invaded the fleet. If you don't want to die, stand up and fight. Otherwise, you will die. How many waves of insect swarm attacks have come? Report. This is the first wave. To be honest, if there is another wave, I'm afraid they will really die here. Fine. Hearing the answer, Duanmu Huai breathed a sigh of relief. This meant that the current hive did not have enough resources to spawn troops. Just now, it was just an early harassment combination of springtails and hydralisks. This meant that the enemy's landing location was not good. At least it should not be a place with rich resources. Otherwise now. Suddenly, at this moment, Duanmu Huai suddenly felt the ground begin to tremble slightly. And then a huge black shadow suddenly crashed through the surrounding buildings and rushed towards this side from the other side of the street with such momentum as a mountain torrent. Oh my god! Seeing this, Duanmu Huai felt numb all over. You released the Ultralisk after releasing the Zerglings and Hydralisks? What's wrong with this commander? What kind of operation is this? Are you kidding me? The Thunder Beast is huge, so Duanmu Huai certainly cannot fight it head-on. But fortunately, he now has some solutions. Ojas! Duanmu Huai jumped up and shouted loudly. Then he saw the fighter plane roaring down from the sky and came in front of Duanmu Huai, letting him sit steadily in the cockpit. Then the next moment, the pink mecha suddenly changed into a human form, raised the chainsaw sword in its hand, and rushed towards the huge monster in front of it. Although a Viking on the ground is no better than a chicken. I am not a Viking. Go to H.L. The next moment, the two sides collided heavily. Chapter 607. Roar! The monsters like a fierce look rushed. The teeth on it directly pierced to Moai's body. Boom! The thick fangs pierced through the body of the machine. At the same time, the high-speed rotating chainsaw sword whistled into the head of the Thunder Beast. Go to H.L. You Zerg bastard. Buzz! The rapidly cutting chainsaw tore open the skin of the Thunder Beast, penetrated its flesh, cut its bones, and blood splattered out. The Thunder Beast roared in pain, then raised its scimitar-like claws on both sides and swung at the mecha. At the same time, Ojas also began to act. She stretched out her hand to hold the joystick, and the next moment 4 floating guns suddenly flew up and fired dazzling beams at both sides of the Thunder Beast. The energy beam hit the fangs of the Thunder Beast squarely, causing it to swerve, and the attack went in vain. The whistling chainsaw sword immediately split the Thunder Beast's skull completely, and then swung it downward with force. Then the Thunder Beast was split in half by Duanmu Huai. Go to H.L. The blood gushing out from the wound of the Thunder Beast was like a waterfall, directly covering the mecha. However, Duanmu Huai didn't care. He controlled the mecha and rushed all the way, chopping the Thunder Beast from head to tail, completely cutting it in two. Damn bastard. Go to H.L. Ha ha ha. Seeing the Thunder Beast in front of him fall to the ground, Duanmu Huai also laughed. It seems that this mecha is still somewhat useful. Very good. Then however, just as Duanmu Huai was about to move forward, suddenly, the entire cockpit went dark, and then a red light came on. What's going on? The body is damaged and unable to move. Ojas gave a calm answer. Is this the end? After hearing Ojas' report, Duanmu Huai was confused. I was enjoying killing so much, and now you're not good enough? Ah. The reality department is like this. After all, we can't count on it. It was just a hole in the waist, and it broke down immediately. It's too fragile. So the real-life mechas are really not resistant to attacks. The super mechas are better. They can go berserk when they run out of power, and they can recover if they shout loudly. It's nothing like this real-life mecha, which becomes a horrible state after a single hole is broken. This was the first battle for this machine, and this is the end? But if you think about it carefully, it's not surprising that it turned out like this. The general fighting style of real-type pilots is to dodge and counterattack. But Duanmu Huai always fights directly and rushes forward. His fighting style is not suitable for this real-type machine. Forget it. Let's go! Duanmu Huai silently opened the cockpit. Sure enough, the only thing left about mechas is romance. At the same time, in the universe, the battle continues. Call. Seeing the green planet in front of her completely exploded, Akot was relieved. After that, she still carried out Duanmu Huai's extermination order and completely blew up the entire planet. However, Akot was smart this time, and did not use the whirlwind torpedoes. Instead, she used the flagship's BFG 10,000 main gun to directly penetrate the planet. Next up is the other side's mothership. Thinking of this, Ikot looked at the giant monster Leviathan on the star map again. Duanmu Huai had already told Ikot that it was the mothership of the Zerg, and it could hatch Zerg at any time and placed to launch attacks. Conversely, as long as the Leviathan could be defeated, the Zerg offensive would collapse. But the situation is really not good. The self-destructing bats were really hard to deal with, and the void shield had no effect on them. Fortunately, in order to deal with the space monsters, Ikot had asked Duanmu Huai to transfer 2 fleets, so the troops were sufficient. But even so, under the all-pervasive attack of the self-destructing bats, several warships were still damaged. In comparison, the situation on the fleet side was even worse. After all, the fleet was huge, but they did not have enough firepower to defend against the Zerg attack. In fact, if Ikot had not repeatedly mobilized the fleet to assist in the defense, the fleet would probably have been wiped out by now. It should be about time. While adjusting the situation on the battlefield, Ikot looked at the time and silently calculated in his heart. That's about it. Flagship attack. Following Ikot's orders, the flagship slowly accelerated and rushed towards the Zerg mothership. At the same time, thousands of cannons roared, and the movement of the Inquisition flagship naturally attracted the attention of the Zerg. Soon, countless flying dragons, self-explosive bats rushed towards it. Ikot commanded the flagship to fire mercilessly, completely eliminating all threats. Leviathan also felt pressure from the flagship body of the trial court. However, at this moment, I saw that the flagship main gun suddenly fired a beam across the battlefield and shot straight into the huge body of Levan in the distance. In front of the artillery, the light beam exploded on the barrier formed by the self-destructive bats and the flying dragons. At the same time, the body of Leviathan in the back suddenly glowed, then expanded and exploded. Why? Seeing this scene, Mary widened her eyes in surprise, while Ikot breathed a sigh of relief. I finally succeeded. Ms. Ikot? What just happened? Mary looked at the screen and then at Ikot. If she was not mistaken, the attack from the flagship's main gun should not have hit the Leviathan. But why did the Leviathan suddenly explode? Could it be that I was seeing things? That shouldn't be possible. It was just a little trick. Plan? Yes. At this time, Ikot explained his thoughts to Mary. From the previous battle, it can be seen that the Zerg do not value their own lives at all. As long as they can achieve victory, they will sacrifice themselves without hesitation. In this case, once the Inquisition fleet shows that it wants to defeat Leviathan, the Zerg will definitely stop the actions of the Inquisition fleet at all costs. Therefore, Ikot decided to keep her troops in place and at the same time mobilize reinforcements. As was Ikot's habit, there were several patrol fleets patrolling the surrounding star fields, so she directly transferred back the nearest patrol fleet, intending to launch a surprise attack on Leviathan from behind. When the patrol fleet came back, Ikot also commanded the flagship to move forward, as if she was ready for a decisive battle with Leviathan, in order to make the Zerg focus on the front, so that the patrol fleet could launch a surprise attack from the rear in just a moment. Then, why did you fire? I have calculated that it takes a certain amount of time for Leviathan to hatch a swarm of insects. So I thought that if I fired a threatening shot, it should immediately send the swarm guarding itself to block it. Of course, if it doesn't block it, we can directly destroy it. But if it blocks it, then the patrol fleet can take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. And at that time Leviathan should not have time to hatch a second batch of insects. Amazing! After hearing Ikot's explanation, Mary's eyes widened in surprise. It was obvious that this was a dead end for the Zerg. They would either be killed by the flagship's main guns or attacked by the patrol fleet. There was almost no third way out. And since the Zerg didn't know Ikot's habits, they certainly didn't expect that another fleet would sneak up behind them. Is this also why you want us to evacuate the flagship? That's right. After Duanmu Huai was dispatched, Ikot asked everyone to evacuate the flagship and go to another main battleship to patrol the rear. After all, there were only a few people, and no one paid much attention to it. But now it seems that Ikot had already thought about the tactics at that time. Yes, after all, just in case, if the flagship rushes into the battlefield, it will be very easy to be targeted by the enemy. If something goes wrong, it will be troublesome. In other words, Icot secretly replaced the flagship, used it as bait, and then had the patrol fleet attack Leviathan from behind. Typical Icot style. Cowardly and timid. You are so amazing, Miss Icot. Just like those famous generals. After listening to Icot's explanation, Mary's eyes lit up. Although Icot's explanation was light, Mary thought it was similar to the famous generals she had read about on the battlefield in history books. When Icot heard Mary's praise, he seemed a little uneasy and waved his hand hastily. Miss Mary, you are too serious. This is just a very common fighting method. It is not as exaggerated as you say. Besides, speaking of this, Icot showed some uneasiness. The flagship has been damaged. I'm worried that the Inquisitor will be angry. As Icot said, the flagship would inevitably be targeted by the enemy once it entered the battlefield. Although anti-aircraft guns and high-explosive SH/LS killed many enemies, the flagship also suffered some damage. Of course, not serious. However, from the appearance, it was still a little damaged. So Icot was quite worried at this moment. Although Duanmu Huai said that all the command on the battlefield would be given to her, Icot's personality was such that even if she was in charge, it was still a bit excessive to use the flagship as bait without authorization. I don't think so. Mary was not too worried about this problem. After all, Duanmu Huai had taken her to Antarctica at her expense. Mary thought he would not get angry about such a thing. After all, in her impression, Duanmu Huai was not a stingy person, and would not get angry because of these material things. Not to mention some small losses. Even if Icot blew up the flagship, Mary thought Duanmu Huai would not care. I hope that's the case. Chapter 608 Lost in Space. Just as Mary thought, Duanmu Huai was not angry with Icot because of the damage to the flagship. On the contrary, he appreciated Icot's ability to use this method to quickly and accurately destroy Leviathan. On the one hand, Icot did a good job. And on the other hand, Duanmu Huai was actually the same. Broken? Maria stood blankly in the hangar, looking at the tattered mecha in front of her. Her face pale. She worked so hard, went through countless sleepless nights, and lost countless amounts of hair to build this mecha. And it broke down like this? Sure enough, it's still not strong enough. It should be made stronger. But Setsuko-san and the others don't fight like this. Maria was desperate after hearing Duanmu Huai's complaints. She had asked other pilots, and they all dodged the opponent's attacks and then launched attacks. This was also the common fighting method of almost all pilots in the world. Only Faz and Jung, who controlled the gun Basta, did not do this. But, to be honest, a 300-meter-long robot was basically no different from a battleship. They are them. And I am me. Anyway, this needs to be improved. It needs to be a little stronger, so that it won't fall down after being hit once. But this is difficult. Maria was almost in tears at this moment, because Duanmu Huai's request was simply too much to ask. He required the mecha to transform, and transformation itself was a complex and precise process. The increase in complexity and precision meant that the strength would inevitably be weakened. It was almost impossible to achieve the goals at the same time. I believe you can do it. Come on. Duanmu Huai did not intend to listen to Maria's crying. Although he was not interested in mechas, Duanmu Huai also found that mechas could indeed meet his needs in one aspect. Duanmu Huai once said that he was least afraid of enemies of large or small size. He could kill small enemies with a single slap, and large enemies would just get into his body and become Sun Wukong. For Duanmu Huai, the most difficult ones were those that were large, but not too large, and annoying to get into. The mecha can just help him deal with those enemies that are neither big nor small. The Thunder Beast is one of them. Its size makes Duanmu Huai look really small compared to it. But it is not big enough for Duanmu Huai to roll around in its belly, facing such a trouble that is neither big nor small. It is obviously the most appropriate thing to deal with it with a mecha that is also neither big nor small. So for Duanmu Huai, the mecha is still useful. So he asked Maria to find a way to improve the mecha according to his requirements. As for how to improve, that is Maria's problem. As a superior, he only asked for results. So Maria sighed and removed her hair again, and Duanmu Huai began to reevaluate the loss. It must be said that both the Colonial Fleet and the Inquisition Fleet suffered heavy losses this time. Especially the Colonial Fleet. Half of the escort fleet was destroyed by the Zerg. and the remaining half is waiting to be returned to the factory for repairs. Although the Inquisition also suffered a lot of damage, it is not a big problem, and it can be repaired after a few repairs. In addition, this attack also caused panic among the colonial fleet. Although most people were mentally prepared when they embarked on this journey, it was obvious that when the alien insects actually appeared in front of them, these people found that their mental preparation was not enough. Therefore, many people have begun to express their protest, saying that they should return to the solar system instead of wandering aimlessly in the Milky Way. This also made the president confused and busy. But that was their business, and had nothing to do with Duanmu. To be honest, the colonial fleet had really bad luck. They encountered alien insects just as they left the ship. The colonial fleet needed rest, and the Inquisition fleet needed maintenance. So both sides temporarily stopped their operations, and began to reorganize their internal affairs. Mr. Knight, you are so annoying. Do you want me to help you adjust it? After An learned about Duanmu's problem, he volunteered to help. Forget it. I can't learn your tricks. However, Duanmu directly rejected An's proposal for a simple reason. That was not something a human would do. As mentioned before, the mecha that had made himself made use of a large number of magic arrays and magic runes. And these arrays and runes were not left alone after being activated. On the contrary, their operation required An, who was the core, to maintain and calculate them all the time. In other words, while An was driving the mecha, he was basically maintaining an extremely high level of computing speed. To put it bluntly, she is the real human CPU of the mecha. Duanmu can't play it this way. Just kidding. Let alone advanced mathematics. He is almost going to return him to school for the 4 arithmetic operations. But I think it's pretty simple. If you think it's difficult, then there are probably few people in this world who can do it. Duanmu complained silently, obviously rejecting An's suggestion. After all, he still hoped that he could be simpler and not be a human CPU like An. Report to the commander. Just when Duanmu was bored and chatting with An, Lumiel brought him some unexpected news. The 5th Patrol Fleet discovered an unidentified alien warship in a neighboring galaxy. Oh! After hearing this, Duanmu became somewhat interested. At least it wasn't a monster or something. What is that? Let me see it. Yes. Lumiere nodded, then turned on his personal terminal. Soon, a strange warship appeared on the screen. It is streamlined as a whole, with a golden SHL wrapped in a blue energy shield, and is now flying forward in the universe. It's the Star Spirit. Looking at the strangely shaped and beautiful warship in front of him, Duanmu raised his eyebrows. The Protoss is also an alien race that players are familiar with. They are good at psychic powers, and are very good at telepathic communication. They are also good at warping. Basically, from the perspective of players, the Protoss is like a distant relative of the Eldar. To put it bluntly, it is the difference between domestic pigs and wild boars. Although they look completely different from those pointed ears, Duanmu was not surprised at all that the Protoss warships would appear here. The Protoss and the Zerg were mortal enemies, and since the Zerg appeared here, it was not surprising that the Protoss would come as well. It's just right. I have nothing to do. But for Duanmu, it was a different kind of fun. He stood up and stretched his arms and legs. Let's go clean it up. According to the standards of the Inquisition, the Protoss are undoubtedly alien creatures. Their skulls are completely different from those of humans. Although logically speaking, the Protoss are not a race that poses a threat to humans. But don't forget that the standard of the Inquisition is those who are not of my race must have different hearts. It is not a threat now, but it may be a threat in the future. In a nutshell, if they are not human, just kill them all. Duanmu is not the 13th prince, and he does not have the same special tastes and preferences as him. However, the warships are currently under maintenance. It's okay. We'll board the ship. Duanmu always did what he said. Soon, he took Ojas, and Mary and hundreds of night guards on a destroyer and headed for a neighboring galaxy. They soon found the Protoss warship. But, really weird. Duanmu frowned as he looked at the Protoss warship in front of him. According to his knowledge of the Protoss rarely travel long distances in the universe. They prefer to use warps and space jumps to reach their destinations. This is one of the reasons why players call the Protoss the distant relatives of the Eldar. However, according to Lumiel's report, from the time the reconnaissance fleet discovered the warship until now, It has been sailing without any other movement. That's a bit strange. Never mind. Just go in first. Let's go! Duanmu Huai did not think much about it, and quickly led everyone into the landing capsule. Then the next moment, the destroyer suddenly accelerated, and then several landing capsules flew out directly from the torpedo tubes and rushed towards the Protoss warship in front of them. At the same time, the destroyer also fired at the Protoss warship with all its strength, breaking their shields in the blink of an eye. And at the same time that the light blue energy shield was broken, the landing capsule also rushed directly into the interior of the Protoss warship. Boom! The hull of the Protoss warship was directly broken, and the next moment the hatch opened, and Duanmu Huai strode out with a warhammer in his hand. Come on, you hairless bastards. Let me show you, huh? Before he could finish his words, Duanmu Huai just stood there in a daze. Originally, Duanmu Huai had imagined that when the Star Spirit warriors realized that they were being attacked, they would immediately rush over to start a fight. However, all he saw was dead silence, and not even an alarm signal went off. Not only that, bloodstains could be seen on the ground. Duanmu Huai held the thunder hammer and looked left and right. What's going on? Someone got there first. There are always robbers who rob people? That's not right. If someone had hijacked the ship, what would the situation of this battleship be now? No one. No one is here. There's no one here. At this moment, Ojas and Mary also walked out of the landing module and looked around in confusion. Is this battleship empty? Mr. Duanmu? Who knows? Anyway, from what I can see right now, this place is not normal. Unusual. Hearing this, Anne's face turned pale. This can't be the same as that mining ship. That place was haunted so much that it was almost suffering from psychological trauma. Now, looking at the dim corridor, the blood-stained floor, and the empty passage in front of him, those memories seemed to come back to him. Who knows? But the Protoss warship is haunted. That shouldn't be the case. Right? Duanmu Huai scratched his head, not knowing what was going on. He had never seen a Protoss warship haunted. But what it said did sound very similar to the plot of many space horror movies, where a spaceship is discovered, and then you board it, only to find that there is no one inside. And then all kinds of strange things happen. Mary, did you see anything? At this time, you need to ask about the plug and golden eyes. No, I didn't see anything. Well, at least for now. Things seem to be pretty normal here. Anyway, let's go walk around and take a look. Duanmu Huai made a decision quickly. I don't believe that there is no one on this ship. Chapter 609, Melee. Anyone could see that there was something wrong with this Protoss warship. So Duanmu Huai asked the night guards to split into two groups. One to investigate the rear, and the other to the left, while he led Ojas, Anne, Mary, and Lemuel toward the bridge. Duanmu Huai is still wearing his power armor, holding the thunder hammer at the forefront, and Algae is sitting on his shoulders as always. There is a sight under the pistol and the barrel. This is the hand cannon Falcon Moon that Duanmu Huai asked for from Cade number 6. By the way, the Guardians are now living a comfortable life, under the coordination of the Inquisition and a certain unlucky wandering trader. The Guardians have started to become mercenaries. In fact, they do have a market. For example, a world invaded by demons, a world invaded by orcs, and a world where people kill themselves by playing with the abomination intelligence. Although Duanmu Huai led the Inquisition fleet to kill the main threats in these worlds, it does not mean that these worlds are free of troubles. The Guardians do the work of cleaners, under the coordination of the Tower Council. They will go to those worlds to take on some mercenary tasks, and then make profits in this way. After all, the Guardians' undead trait is indeed very popular, and these planetary worlds are in ruins and need help. In fact, I heard from the wandering merchants that these worlds seem to have plans for long-term exchanges. After all, everyone has the connection with the Inquisition, so it is easier to get along with each other. For that merchant, having a fixed trade route like this is naturally what he wants. Of course, Duanmu Huai is happy to see, but he does not intend to intervene in it. After all, there is only one task of the trial court, and Duanmu Huai has never thought that he will rule a political entity that ruled the world. By the way, Mary's shooting skills are really strong. That's right. Strong, not accurate. The reason is very simple. Her shooting skill is not to aim at people. As mentioned before, the golden eyes can see through the movement of all objects and the shooting trajectory. Therefore, when Mary is training, she aims at the end point of the opponent's movement. For example, if someone jumps up to attack Mary, then after dodging, Mary will not shoot at the enemy in the air, but it's somewhere on the ground. And then the opponent will collide with the bullet when he falls. Well, that's what it means when they say it's not her hitting that's accurate, but your receiving that's accurate. During the simulation war, Duanmu felt like this. It felt like Mary was not going to kill the enemy, but that the enemy took the initiative to send herself on the muzzle. It was like Mary fired a shot at the place where no one was. TSK TSK TSK. The golden eyes are so terrifying. This is why Duanmu launch cannon gives Mary. The handgun is powerful but relatively slow, and Mary's attack method determines that she does not need to care about the opponent's speed, as long as she is aiming at a suitable position. The other party will take the initiative to hit it. The reason why Duanmu gave her the guardian weapon instead of the grenade launcher was simple. The recoil of the grenade launcher was enough to shatter Mary's arm into pieces with just one shot. That thing was not for ordinary people to use. But how should I put it? Walking in the corridor and looking at the scenery around her, Mary couldn't help but sigh. This battleship really has a sci-fi feel, like an alien battleship, filled with streamlined decorations, shining with blue light, and spheres suspended in the air. Mary thought these were more sci-fi than those in sci-fi movies. Isn't there one in the Inquisition? Hearing Mary's words, and asked curiously. The Inquisition's worship always feels more like a church to me. Mary couldn't help but smile bitterly. The Inquisition's worship was magnificent, and indeed full of an indescribable majesty. But it felt more like a church to Mary. If she hadn't seen the universe and the stars outside the window, she would never have thought that it was a warship. But this battleship is really quiet. Is there really no one on it? Maybe they are busy with something else. Lumiel, have you found anything? Duanmu looked at the girl beside him, who was now putting her hand on the wall. And at the same time, electronic light flashed in her eyes. Alarm. Blockade. Level 1 alert. Contamination. Zerg have boarded this battleship. Then they fought with the Protoss. Right? That's easy to say. After hearing Lumiel's report, Duanmu immediately guessed what happened on the battleship. It was obvious that alien insects had invaded the battleship, and the opponent's power was so strong that the Protoss had to fight hard with him. It was not known whether it was because the system was destroyed or both sides were in no mood to care. The arrival of the Inquisition did not attract their attention. This also explains why this Protoss warship is wandering aimlessly. Since it has been infected by the Zerg, it will definitely not return to its home planet before completely eliminating the Zerg, which is tantamount to leading a snake into a hole. Therefore, all those idiots in science fiction movies who desperately run to the Earth because their spaceships are infected by foreign objects are the culprits of the destruction of mankind. If they have any self-awareness, they should just choose to self-destruct on the spot. Can you pinpoint their location? In the hibernation chamber ahead, the Zerg invasion has awakened the sleeping Protoss warriors. They are confronting each other in the hibernation chamber. Very good. Hearing Lumiel's answer, Duanmu clenched his hammer. That's great. Let's clean up both sides at the same time. Anyway, they are all enemies to the Inquisition. With Lumiel's guidance, the group quickly arrived at the hibernation cabin in the center of the warship. During the voyage of the Protoss, most of the Protoss soldiers would choose to hibernate to reduce energy consumption. However, now that the bugs have drilled into their warships, these Protoss warriors naturally have no time to sleep. Right here? Yes. Very good. Open the door. Hearing Duanmu's order, Lumiere reached out and placed his hand on the console next to him. The next moment, the tightly closed door opened instantly. Then Duanmu tightly gripped the warhammer and rushed in like a violent rhinoceros. The hibernation chamber was in a mess at this moment. A large number of monsters such as Zerglings and Hydralisks could be seen fighting fiercely with Protoss soldiers holding light blades. However, these had nothing to do with Duanmu. He rushed into the battlefield with a warhammer in his hand and smashed down on the enemy in front of him. Boom! Along with Duanmu's bombardment, a Hydralisk was smashed into a meat paste. Then Duanmu turned around and swung his hammer, directly hitting the chest of the Protoss warrior who was fighting with the Hydralisk, knocking it out and hitting it heavily against the wall. Then a ray of light flashed from his body, and then he disappeared without a trace. At the same time, other Night Sentinels rushed in right behind them, then raised their grenade launchers and bombarded both sides mercilessly. The sudden arrival of a third party stunned the Zerg and Protoss, who were fighting each other to death. The Zerg was stubborn and would kill anyone who dared to cause trouble to it. So soon a part of the Zerg separated and rushed towards the Inquisition. The Protoss was not so reckless. In any case, the arrival of the other party distracted the attention of part of the Zerg. So the Protoss warriors immediately tried to use this opportunity to retreat. However, the Inquisition will not give them this opportunity, no matter whether it is the Zerg or the Protoss. In the eyes of the Inquisition, they are all aliens and can be killed. Duh. The bolter roared and exploded, turning into a hail of bullets that tore apart everything in sight. No matter the Zerg SH, LS or the Protoss warrior shields, they were as fragile as tofu in the face of the bolter's bombardment. They were easily penetrated, exploded, and then dissipated, although some Zerg tried to rush over to attack. Facing the Zerg rushing towards them, a Night Sentinel quickly raised a rotating chainsaw under the chainsaw gun and directly chopped the Zerg into pieces. Who are these people? The Protoss who were forced to be involved and had to fight back were also confused at the moment. These suddenly appearing outsiders did not look like Protoss, nor like Zerg, and it seemed that they were ordinary space pirates. They possessed powerful firepower enough to suppress both the Protoss and the Zerg, and were not even afraid of close attacks from the Zerg. They advanced and retreated in moderation and were well trained. It was obvious at first glance that they were regular troops. But what's going on with them? Why would I attack you without knowing who is the enemy? We must find a way to stop them. The Protoss communicated with each other and thought about tactics at the same time. The opponent's fighting power was really strong. Fortunately, the enraged Zerg also attracted part of the attention of this mysterious army, which prevented the Protoss from being defeated in the first place. If it weren't for the Zerg that entangled the enemy on their behalf, the Protoss would probably collapse at this moment. Let me. I will grab a hostage and force them to stop. At this moment, a star spirit put forward his own suggestion. It had already seen that behind those tall iron warriors, there were several people who were smaller than itself, although it didn't know whether they were commanders or something else. Judging from the protection given to them by the iron guards around them, these people should be very important figures. As long as we can subdue them, we should be able to find out their identities and purpose. Thinking of this, the Protoss warrior suddenly raised his hand, and the next moment, several phantoms of Protoss soldiers, who looked like real people, suddenly appeared around him and rushed towards the iron guards. Seeing these Protoss soldiers, the iron guards also quickly shifted their guns and began to attack. It's now! At the moment when these iron guards shifted their guns, the Protoss warrior suddenly flashed and disappeared into the air, then instantly appeared in the phantom not far ahead. Then it moved forward again, and with the cover of the phantom, it rushed straight to the rear. Caught you. The Protoss soldiers did not notice the last flash, and at the same time, one of the girls turned her head and looked at his golden eyes shining brightly. The girl then raised her weapon and pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 as flames burst out from Falcon Moon's dark muzzle. 3 bullets were fired, and at the same time, the figure of the Protoss soldier emerged out of thin air and appeared in front of the bullets. The next moment, the flying bullet broke through the Protoss warrior's shield and completely blew up its head. Chapter 610, Shadow of Darkness. For Duimawai, this is the battle he wants. It is not a boring game that fighters in the universe and playing with others to chase me, but on the battlefield, waving the warhammer and smashing all the enemy who dare to rush to death into meat sauce. Boom! The thunder hammer was down and knocked a crab-like monster to the ground. Under the huge force, even the hard SH, I could not protect it from a tragic fate. The monster fell heavily to the ground, and purple blood and flesh splattered between the gaps in its SH.L, and it turned into a flat piece of garbage. Swoosh! At this moment, a tail suddenly emerged from the ground behind Duanmuhui and stabbed directly at the back of Duanmuhui's head. But it was blocked by a clang. Then Duanmuhui grabbed the tail that he had not yet retracted without turning his head, and pulled it upwards, forcibly pulling out the alien insect lurking underground. Then he swung his arm forward, drawing an arc and throwing the insect directly to the ground. Then Duanmuhui took a step forward and crushed the insect's head. Lightning crossed the battlefield, which was enough to melt all the high-temperature energy to penetrate the air and directly hit Duanmuhui's body. Shua, you think you can hurt me with this level of psychic power? You lowly alien bastard. With the roar of Duanmuhui, the fear of the aura rushed forward like a tide, and he hit heavily on the shingling samurai. The latter suddenly shook. Star Spirit, at this moment, stopped involuntarily. It was not a spiritual shaking, but from their bodies. Every one of their cells, every one of their DNA, was instinctively fearful, trying to break away from the control of reason and thinking and escape from this land of destruction. This is the pressure from the god of destruction, which is the boundary between mortals and gods that can never be crossed. It is clearly shown at this moment. How could this be possible? This power is almost comparable to that of the Overlord. What is this power that almost surpasses that of Ion? Feeling the breath of fear, whether it is the mother-in-law or the maternal and the Star Warriors. At this moment, they involuntarily concentrated their attention on Duan Muhui. The next moment, without any warning, both sides immediately put aside their confrontation and rushed towards Duan Muhui with all their strength. We'll die. That was life's most primitive fear of death and destruction. At this moment, there was only one thing in their minds. I must kill him. Otherwise I will die. The Zerglings desperately rushed towards Duan Muhui, and the Protoss warriors on the other side also waved their blades and pounced on Duan Muhui. The two sides reached an unprecedented tacit understanding at this moment. They were obviously enemies fighting each other just now. But now, they seemed to have become companions fighting side by side. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the alien insects and Protoss warriors rushing towards him, Duan Muhui laughed out loud. Come on, you alien bastards. I'm going to smash you all into pieces. With a roar, Duan Muhui waved the warhammer like this, rushing towards the army in front of him. Seeing this scene, the people behind looked at each other in surprise. Yuwa. It's over. Mr. Knight has gone too far. We can't stop him now. And helplessly reached out his hand to press his forehead inside. Will Mr. Duanmu be so crazy? Looking at Anne's expression, Mary blinked curiously. He's always like this on the battlefield. Come to think of it, you haven't seen it yet. He loves to tear his enemies to pieces. Literally. Why? Hearing this, Mary and Lumiere froze. Although that was what they said. But I don't know why they all felt that it was not strange at all for Duan Muhui to do such a thing. What should we do then? Just wait and see. Anyway, those enemies can't have any impact on Mr. Knight. That's good. Be careful. Just as Mary was talking to Anne, she suddenly noticed a dark shadow rushing towards her and others from the corner of her eye, while the others seemed to be unaware of it. So Mary quickly reached out and grabbed Anne, blocking her behind her. At the same time, she raised the Falcon Moon in her hand and pulled the trigger at the other party. Bang, bang, bang. The bullet was shot out, and the reaction of the black shadow was not slow. I saw it suddenly raise the light blade in his hand and wave forward, releasing a sword flower blocked Mary's counterattack. And then the shadow was withdrawn backwards, disappearing in the shadow. Hey! What's wrong? What happened? At this moment, the others also looked around in surprise, but seemed to see nothing. I just saw a black shadow rushing towards us. Didn't you see anything? No. Anne and Lumiere looked at each other and shook their heads, while Mary bit her lower lip. Missin, please be careful. I know. I'll leave it to you. We can't see it anyway. While saying that, Anne took a step back a few steps and hid the side of Rumiel. At the same time, he quickly released his defense magic to herself and Rumiere, while Mary took a deep breath. Then she held a gun from her left hand, and the right hand took out the staff from the instructor G&I to herself. Crash! At this moment, a mental storm of lightning suddenly erupted and blasted towards Mary. This lightning was so fast that ordinary people could not react at all. Even Mary, because her reflexes were not as good as those of a Superman. But this doesn't matter, because, in front of the golden eyes, there are no secrets. Mary had seen the end of this storm long before the lightning broke out. Just when the lightning broke out, I saw Mary raise her staff and wave forward. This is one of the magics that Mari learned from Lonnie. The Kalia return. Ding ding ding. Soon, the sword light flickered, and Mary's reflected light sword was defeated. At the same time, the dark shadow flashed again, rushing towards Mary. The light blade in her hand had a dull glory, stabbing her throat straight. Woo! The opponent's movements and reactions were very fast. If Mary didn't have the golden eyes, she would have been killed in a single encounter. Fortunately, with the golden eyes, Mary quickly saw through the opponent's movements and subconsciously stepped back. At the same time, She clenched the staff in her right hand and raised it high. Then the light burst out and condensed into a large sword that was more than 10 meters long, sweeping across. Kali, a great sword. Huh? Even the dark shadow could not ignore this attack. It had to stop its action and quickly jumped back. At the same time, Mary raised her left hand, aimed forward and pulled the trigger. As the gunshots rang out, the dark shadow's body trembled. But for it, this is the end. Call. At this time, the rotating warhammer suddenly flew from the side, like a boulder directly smashed on the dark shadow, and flew it out. The next moment, I saw Duanmu Huai falling from the sky and stepped on the dark shadow, directly smashed the opponent's head, and directly caught in the floor. Boom! The dark shadow's body jumped like a dead fish. And then, there was no sound. Call. Only then did Mary put down her staff and breathe a sigh of relief. That's great, Mr. Duanmu. I thought I couldn't hold on any longer. Good job, Mary. At this moment, Duanmu Huai, covered in blood, stood up, glanced at the corpse on the ground, and nodded to Mary. Being able to fight against the Dark Templars shows that your fighting skills have improved. It seems that you are growing quite fast. Thank you. Mary felt a little complicated when she heard Duanmu Huai's praise. You know, not long ago, she was just an ordinary young lady, going to the restaurant with her friends for afternoon tea, reading in the library, and chatting about some topics between girls every day. She didn't expect that now she would have to hold a weapon and start fighting on the alien warship. By the way, how's the situation over there? Mary came to her senses and looked at the battlefield ahead, only to see that it was already in ruins. Well, it seemed that the battle was over. That's the end of it. And also stretched at this moment, while Lumiel frowned. To be honest, I don't think it's a good idea for us to do this. We went to someone else's warship without permission and attacked an alien race that we don't even know. For the Inquisition, all aliens are targets for elimination. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. Besides, these guys are not any good. Duanmu Huai did not feel any psychological pressure to attack the Star Spirits. Although the Star Spirits looked like that, they were just that. In the game, the first time humans fought against the Protoss, the Protoss attacked a human colony planet, and later investigations revealed the following situation. In fact, when humans were colonizing those planets, the Protoss discovered them, and based on the principle of protecting weak races, they conducted operational observations on humans. Well, that's what the Protoss say. But no matter what the principle is, isn't it surveillance in reality? Would you be happy if others monitored you under the guise of protection? Moreover, although they say protect weak races, there is no mention of the Protoss protecting humans. Although later when the Protoss discovered that human colonies were contaminated by the Zerg, some Protoss believed that humans should be protected. In the end, the Protoss Supreme Council still ordered a destructive attack on those contaminated planets. This is why the Inquisition states that those who are not of our race must have different hearts. Always remember that the fate of mankind must absolutely be in the hands of mankind itself. No matter whether the other party is good or bad, mankind cannot foolishly hand over its fate to other races. Because once it comes to the last moment, other races will definitely sell out or betray mankind for their own race. The pioneers are the best example. When the ancient humans were faced with the double-pronged attack from the Flood and the Forerunners, the pioneers who were allied with humans finally surrendered, leading to the destruction of the ancient humans. This proves that no matter what the other party's culture is, what their civilization is, whether it is good or bad, as long as it is not human, then any covenant or even an ally cannot be trusted. The Inquisition will never choose to trade with any aliens, let alone form an alliance with any aliens. The Inquisition only trusts humans. If they are betrayed by humans, it is a foreseeable loss. After all, this is part of human nature. But being betrayed by aliens is just stupidity. After all, the Inquisition should never trust aliens. The moment you trust aliens, you have made a stupid decision. Which means that sooner or later, these aliens will become traitors who destroy humanity. Especially when facing the evil god. Under that kind of pressure, Duanmu Huai didn't believe that other alien races would sincerely die for humans. After all, they are just aliens. The kind that are not of our race, and so their hearts must be different. For Duanmu Huai, any alien, even if they are not the enemy of the Inquisition now, will sooner or later become the enemy of the Inquisition and humanity. Since we're going to kill him sooner or later, we might as well do it sooner. But there are Zerg, Protoss, and even Dark Templar on this battleship? There is something wrong with this battleship. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment. Lumiel, read the information of this battleship and see if you can find any useful intelligence. Yes. Hearing Duanmu Huai's order, Lumiere nodded. Then she reached out to press the main control console. After a moment, Lumiere turned her head and looked at Duanmu Huai. This battleship was originally intended to go to the home planet Ire to warn its compatriots there that the Zerg have learned of their location. Oh! Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. This incident also happened in the game. But when the players intervened, Ire had already fallen. So the planet was a three-way battle between the players who were digging garbage on Ire, the Protoss who were trying to reclaim their homeland, and a large number of Zerg. As for the reason why Ire fell, the players only knew that it was the Zerg invasion. What's the specific reason? Unknown. But it seems to be related to the Dark Templar. There is no record of it. Are AL's coordinates in there? It was destroyed. But I can recover. Very good. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai's mouth curled up and revealed a smile. In the game, the Protoss destroyed the human colony planet in order to prevent the infection. Now that their home planet has been infected by the Zerg, it wouldn't be too much for us to reciprocate. Notify the fleet and get ready to go. We are going to have some fun. Chapter 611, already here. When Duanmu Huai led the fleet to Ire, the Zerg and Protoss were fighting fiercely here. Well, in every sense. But overall, the Protoss are clearly at a disadvantage. From the picture, we can see that the beautiful city of the Protoss has now been completely engulfed by the flames of war. The dirty fungal blanket has covered the originally green earth and swallowed up the exquisite buildings. Ugly aliens are running on it, biting all the enemies they can see. And in the wilderness far away, a huge ball of flesh was wriggling constantly, with several tentacles extending from it and spreading out in all directions. This is the planet invaded by the Zerg. Seeing this scene, the girls felt a chill all over their bodies. You know, they had just fought a battle with alien insects before, and Duanmu Huai told them at that time that if the alien insects knew the coordinates of the Earth, they would go straight to Huanglong. Well, now there is a live case being played out. If they hadn't stopped the Zerg at that time, Earth would have been the next Ire. However, Duanmu Huai didn't bring them here to watch the fun. Well, let me see where it is. Oh, I found it. Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes as he stared at a point on the map. In addition to destroying the Zerg and the Protoss, he came to Ire with another purpose, which was to take away the catering crystal on the planet Ire. Catering crystals are relics left by the creators of the Protoss. And the Protoss technology is based on catering crystals. They use crystals to fuse other materials to create armor, weapons and warships. Catering crystals are also a guarantee and symbol of the Protoss's power. However, Duanmu Huai came to find this thing not to use it as material. In fact, Duanmu Huai had no interest in shingling technology. And it was too dangerous. The Protoss formed a mental network through mind connections. This mental network is really useful when it is useful. And it is also really dangerous when it is invaded. The Protoss's space warping is not more advanced than the space skills possessed by the Eldar and the Inquisition. So there is no value in obtaining it. As for the Protoss machines and warships, well, to be honest, Duanmu Huai still thinks his own church is more beautiful. If that's the case, then what does Duanmu Huai want the catering crystal for? The reason is simple. Repeat once more. The catering crystal is a relic left behind by the creators of the Protoss. That's right. Relics. Duanmu Huai was planning to sacrifice this thing to the system in exchange for points. In the game, catering crystals can be used to make weapons and warships, and can also be used to exchange for points, if enough catering crystals are sacrificed. As long as the points exceed 100,000, the Ascension system can be activated, and this is Duanmu Huai's purpose. You know, 100,000 points is not a small number. It is hard to say whether a player can collect 100,000 points even if he works hard to collect relics. However, the catering crystal is much more convenient. You can just dig the mine, take it away, and then exchange it. Isn't it done? However, in the game, it is not Duanmu Huai's turn to get this thing. Only the big guilds are qualified to compete for the coddling crystal. A lone player like him is just hired to mine, fight a battle, and watch the fun. It is not his turn to get this thing at all. But now it's different. There is only one player, Duanmu Huai, in this world, and no one else is competing with him for it. So Duanmu Huai ran over with great pride and even brought a planet-breaking ship with him. Now that we are here, it would be a shame not to dig our eyes out. You have to know that in the game, the guilds that occupied the AL's catering crystal mines eventually became the top 3 ruthless people on the server. Now Duanmu Huai alone occupies the entire AL's catering crystals. Which is not. He. No. I drooled just thinking about it. Duanmu Huai reached out his hand to wipe the corner of his mouth, then looked up at the screen. At this moment, the Zerg was trying to absorb the energy of the catering crystal, while the Protoss were desperately attacking to try to take back their crystal. At present, the battle has entered a white-hot state. But for now, the Protoss is still at a disadvantage. Mr. Knight, what should we do next? We are not here to help them. Right? And looked at the Protoss fighting the Zerg on the screen and asked. If it were humans, Duanmu Huai would have given the order to the fleet to go in and fight without hesitation, instead of staying here and watching the scenery from afar like now. Of course not. Both the Zerg and the Protoss are our enemies, so we have to deal with them together. As Duanmu Huai spoke, he reached out and took the rose knot. Eek. In the name of the Grand Inquisitor of the Tribunal, I declare here that I will issue an extermination order against the planet Ire. Execute immediately. Yes. A whirlwind torpedo was ejected from the flagship and flew towards a distant planet. Meanwhile, on Ire, the battle between the Protoss and the Zerg continues. Meanwhile, in the executive fortress, the atmosphere became extremely tense. I have bad news. Executor. The Protoss arbitrator stared at his compatriots in front of him, a hint of anger in his eyes. The brain worm that we thought we had killed is resurrected. Although we have caused damage to the creature, it's still resurrected from its broken body. Tassidar's advice is wrong. It is no wonder that the arbitrator was so angry. Not long ago, when they were at a loss in their attack on the Zerg, Tassadar, the commander of the Protoss fleet, brought them a piece of news. He met a fellow Dark Fallen and discovered one thing. That is, the Zerg were completely controlled by the brain worm to control their actions. As long as the brain worm was killed, the Zerg would become a mess. The Protoss garrison also tried their best to launch a surprise attack according to Tassidar's advice. However, what made them angry was that although the death of the brain worm caused brief chaos to the Zerg army, it soon resurrected again. At this moment, another Protoss warrior spoke angrily. It is foolish to trust Tassadar. The Supreme Council will remember his outrageous betrayal. No matter what, we must hold on. Attacking defenseless brain worms is not what true Protoss warriors do. We should use our own strength and anger to fight against the entire swarm. This is the heritage of the Protoss. Hearing this, Executor Phoenix did not say much, but looked down with a worried look. There, the brave and fearless Protoss soldiers were already exhausted. They had experienced a series of battles, and even went deep into the Zerg swarm to kill the brain worm, and then fought their way out. Now there were not many people here. I will do my best. In the end, Phoenix just said this, and cut off the communication. Walking out of the command tower, there was only a barren desert all around. Phoenix looked at everything around him, shook his head, and then strode towards the front line. Tick-tock. However, at this moment, there were several sounds of mucus dripping from above the corridor. Phoenix stopped and looked behind him. He saw several Hydralisks leaping out from the side and surrounding him. Has the Zerg army arrived here? Looking at the Hydralisk in front of him, Phoenix's eyes were solemn. Then he raised his right hand, and a blade of light appeared. However, Kacha! Just as Phoenix was about to fight the alien insects, the light blade that emerged from his wrist suddenly flashed a few times, and then disappeared. Looking silently at the disappearing light blade, Phoenix shook his head, and then looked at the alien insects in front of him again. And at this moment, suddenly, a sharp whistle was heard in the air. Swoosh! What was that sound? This strange sound attracted the attention of Phoenix and the Zerg at the same time. They turned their heads and looked into the distance. The next moment, a dazzling flash of light suddenly broke out, filling Phoenix's vision. The hot high temperature became a flame, and it broke out from the center of Alea and spread. The shining red flames bloomed like a ripple. Looking from a distance, it was like a flame flower blooming on this beautiful planet. Before he could resist, he was completely swallowed by the flames that passed by like a tsunami. In a moment, When the flames dissipated, the originally blue and beautiful planet had turned into a withered and dry land of death. Very good. Perfect. Looking at the planet being burned to ashes in front of him, Duanmu Huai nodded with satisfaction. Mr. Duanmu, you are really ruthless in treating these aliens. Although she had heard of the principles of the Inquisition before, Mary was still shocked when she witnessed this shocking scene. The principles of the Inquisition are not just for show. Any alien race is an enemy of humanity. Even if they are not now, they will definitely be in the future. So taking this opportunity to kill them can also be considered as eliminating some of the hidden dangers of humanity. Duanmu Huai never conceals his hostility towards alien races, partly because of the game itself, and partly because of his own ideas. After all, Duanmu Huai is not a good person, let alone advocating coexistence and diversity. Even if there are aliens in their world, Duanmu Huai will never have any good feelings towards aliens. As he said, if they are not enemies now, they will definitely become enemies in the future. When you don't have the ability, you can only survive and develop. But if you have the ability, you must root out the problem completely. Duanmu Huai curled his lips and then gave the order. Okay. Get the planet-crushing ship ready. It's time to mine. Chapter 612 Ascension Talent. There is nothing much to say about mining itself. The Zerg and Protoss were completely destroyed by the whirlwind torpedoes. Duanmu Huai took advantage of the fact that Aiur was still warm and pulled the mining ship directly over Aiur. Then he gave Aiur a lecture. At this moment, Aiur was naturally powerless to resist and could only let Duanmu Huai do whatever he wanted to it, manipulating it and ravaging it at will. She's dead anyway. In this way, Duanmu Huai easily took away the most precious catering crystal from El, and then exchanged it directly to avoid any further trouble, and then turned around and ran away. Well, from beginning to end, it was smooth as a whim. Wow. Seeing all this, the girls were speechless. Mr. Knight, you are too much. And didn't know what to say to Duanmu Huai. He first hid aside and peeped secretly. Then when he saw the two sides fighting to the death, he took the opportunity to go up and use a whirlwind torpedo to kill both sides. Then took the bag and raided the other party's house. And ran away without stumbling at all. What's wrong? Isn't this normal? Duanmu Huai didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Isn't that what all players do? No. I want to say. Never mind. I don't have anything to say. And helplessly sighed, glanced at Mary, and shook his head. What do you say? Usually Duanmu Huai feels the kind of reckless husband, or the type of positive. But the practice of Duanmu Huai just now is just like a 2-meter-tall Han-shaped Hanxian thief. And his body tiptoe, slipping with a sack to the other party a stick knocked down, and then slipped back after installing the things. And his face had an obscene smile on his face. No matter how I look at it, it doesn't seem to fit. It's like a bandit changing his career to become a thief. You might as well take 2 axes and go up and say, I will open this mountain and plant these trees. Duanmu Huai certainly doesn't care what the little girls think. In his opinion, that's just hypocrisy. For players, isn't this just basic operation? He can kill 2 birds with 1 stone and make a profit at the same time. If there is a forum for such a good thing, Duanmu Huai will just post it to show off. So he went straight back to his room and turned on the system. Ha ha ha. I can finally do something. Looking at the mall system in front of him, Duanmu Huai rubbed his hands excitedly. He had never bought anything in the mall system before. On the one hand, Duanmu Huai was indeed short of numbers. After all, he couldn't even upgrade the core cabin of his mothership. On the other hand, Duanmu Huai played this game to make money by brushing orders. So how could he pay for it himself? But now, Duanmu Huai opened the Ascension column without hesitation, then pulled it to the ground, and soon saw what he was looking for. Ascension Talent, Incarnation of Natural Disaster. All great works require sacrifice to be created. Other creatures in the galaxy may not understand, but they must obey. Points required, 1 million. That's it. Looking at the Ascension Talent in front of him, Duanmu Huai also clenched his fists excitedly. This talent is very important to Duanmu Huai, because there is a very important giant structure creation ether phase engine in the upgrade of the Incarnation of Natural Disasters. The ether phase engine is used to tear open the barrier between the local plane and the subspace. To put it simply, it is equivalent to artificially creating a small controllable eye of terror. The etheric phase engine is used by absorbing the power of the warp. And then when it is fully activated, The powerful fluctuations of the warp will destroy every star in the galaxy, and at the same time convert the creations in the etheric phase engine into warp properties, and teleport them into the warp. Of course, according to its background introduction, this ether phase engine was originally used by a certain race to break the void and ascend to the subspace with their entire family. As for whether it succeeded in the end, well, it would be tragic if it didn't succeed, and it would be even more tragic if it succeeded. I guess as soon as I got there with my family, I saw the evil god on the opposite side coming towards me with a sign in his hand and a smile on his face. You can imagine what the result will be. But in the hands of players, the ether engine has another use. That is, instead of using it for instantaneous explosion, it lowers the power for continuous absorption. In this way, the ether phase engine becomes a large pump, drawing out the power of the subspace and then discharging it into the main world. This will certainly bring great disasters to the main world, but at the same time, it will also make the power of the subspace extremely weak. Within the range of the ether phase engine, whether it is a demon, a big demon, or even an evil god, their power will drop sharply. After all, the function of the ether phase engine is to tear the barrier, and then the original subspace creatures will be forcibly pulled into the main world. According to the setting, it takes a lot of power for the subspace creatures to descend into the main world. Otherwise those cultists would not sacrifice thousands or tens of thousands of people at every turn. However, due to the effect of the ether phase engine, all the power originally used to maintain the demons in the main world was drained away by it, and the demons were doomed. They are like fish that are thrown ashore forcibly, unable to return to the water, and without any way to maintain their own existence. Naturally, they become extremely weak and have no choice but to die. This is how the player guild fights the evil god in the game. So Duanmu Huai is very familiar with this usage. In addition, the most commonly used Ascension talent by players is Galaxy Guardian, which can cause plus 50% damage to the Chaos Camp, and is almost a must-have Ascension talent for players. Some Mechanicus players will choose Design Evolution Flesh and Blood Weakness Synthetic Evolution. Of course, Psionic players would prefer to choose Mind over Matter. Some players, who are more adventurous, will choose Cross-Species Hybridization. Well, Duanmu Huai doesn't know what they are thinking. Unfortunately, although Duanmu Huai wanted to redeem Incarnation of Calamity immediately, he couldn't do it yet. It wasn't because he didn't have enough points, but Incarnation of Calamity required the player to have at least 2 prerequisite talents. In other words, Duanmu Huai must first choose 2 Ascension talents, and then can redeem Incarnation Natural Disaster. So, which one should I choose? Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes and stared at the Ascension talent exchange table on the system. Most of the Ascension talents were useless to Duanmu Huai, as they were used by the people in the guild, such as Occupying Territory and Expanding Territory. But these were useless to Duanmu Huai. In the end, Duanmu Huai decided to choose King of War and Technology first according to his gameplay in the game. Ascension talent, Lord of War. Some people say that war is not good for business. But for us, war is business. Our mercenaries can make a lot of money in the war-torn galaxies, and we can also share prosperity with them. This talent itself does not bring any improvement to the player. It just gives the player a channel. After obtaining this talent, the player can collect and accept tasks from other worlds through the Mercenary City platform, which is what Duanmu Huai needs. After all, it is too troublesome to find tasks one by one. Just open the task bulletin and take a look. Can't you find it? The universe is so big that there are too many tasks to complete every day. Therefore, if you want to explore new worlds and missions, this talent is a must. As for the other talent, it is also very useful. Ascension talent, Technology first. Those black technologies that were once indistinguishable from magic are now within reach, and a new era of technology has arrived. The Technology first talent itself does not provide much improvement. In addition to the research speed plus 10%, it only has a special effect of increasing the appearance rate of rare technology to 1.5%. Don't underestimate this special effect. With this talent, Duanmu Huai no longer needs to steal or rob when he takes on missions. As long as he completes the mission, there is a certain chance that the client's advanced technology will be among the rewards. Like the mission that Duanmu Huai accepted this time about Exlion and the fleet. If he completes it, then there is a certain chance that the Degeneration Furnace and VF Fighter will appear directly in the mission rewards, which is naturally the best. But, after the increase, it's only 1.5%. So how much was it before the increase? MMP. This crappy company is really shady. As for other things like Heavenly Secret Project and Central Privileges, Duanmu Y has no need to use them so soon. Duanmu Y chose King of War and Technology first. And then he took a deep breath, looked at the system panel in front of his eyes, and stretched out his hand to press. Pressing the wrong button. It's impossible. If this is pressed wrong, Duanmu Y will cry to death. Do you want to redeem the Ascension talent, incarnation of natural disaster? Exchange. Following Duanmu Y's order. The next moment, a ray of light suddenly fell from the sky and landed on Duanmu Y. At the same time, Duanmu Y also felt a murderous aura different from before coming from himself. At the same time, a new system prompt appeared in front of him. Incarnation of the Scourge has been unlocked. Start the first stage mission above the extraordinary. Goal: existential erasure. The purpose of the war is to completely exterminate the existence that threatens the grand plan. We do not have the time or mercy to reason with those who dare to stand against us. Completely destroy a large enemy force and take the first step towards the disaster. Very good. Looking at the task at hand, Duanmu Y clenched his fists. In fact, he already had a goal. That was the billions of cosmic monsters entrenched in the core of the Milky Way. Duanmu Y also knew that there would inevitably be a battle between them and the cosmic monsters. And when Exlion returned again, it would be almost time for the second phase of the battle to begin. And at that time, using them as sacrifices would be absolutely appropriate. Chapter 613 Next Step. No. What on earth happened? Standing on the bridge, looking at the desolate and dry planet in front of him, Tassadar couldn't believe what he saw. The Supreme Council accused him of deception and asked him to come back for trial. But Tassadar was unwilling to give up. He first rescued the imprisoned Dark Templar, and only hurried back after he was sure that he had found a way to fight and eliminate the brain worm. In fact, when Tassadar contacted Ire halfway but received no response, he already felt something was wrong. But at that time, he still believed that the Protoss would not be destroyed so easily. But everything before his eyes was beyond Tassadar's most unimaginable nightmare. Ire, their homeland, was completely destroyed. The original beautiful planet has become a large stone that has been burned into coke at this moment to some extent. Tassadar is rather occupied by the insects. So at least they still have the hope of recovering their homes. But now there are nothing left here. Alien, Star Spirit, and all life have completely died. Who is it? Who on earth committed such a horrific crime? Tassadar scratched his double punch and yelled angrily. Of course, he knew what was caused by what attack. After all, he had used similar means. But Tassadar believed that any star spirit would take the artillery mouth to the beautiful home of his own. It was bombed, and it was more like someone digged something. In other words, someone not only destroyed their homes, but also dug a lot on them. No Protoss could do such a heinous act. No matter who he is, I will find him and make him pay for this. At this moment, Tassadar looked at the wreckage of Ire and secretly made a vow in his heart. The insignificant vows made by the insignificant Xingling will certainly not affect Duanmu Y. When Tassadar kneeling on the bridge and crying for the destruction of his homeland, Duanmu Y had eaten hot pot and sang a song and reconverged with the Shipnium. But when Duanmu Y returned to the fleet, he was surprised to find that the Exelion had returned again. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Duanmu Y was somewhat surprised at Exelion's arrival. But when he was invited by the president, and the three of them sat together for a meeting, Duanmu Y finally understood the situation. During this period, Duanmu Y and his team were busy outside the solar system. And they were also busy inside the solar system. The war between the Earth Federation and Plant became more and more intense. Of course, the Earth Federation was generally at a disadvantage. Not only that, due to the actions of an Earth terrorist organization Blue Cosmos, Plant suffered several terrorist attacks, which also gave Plant a legitimate reason to invade the Earth. Plant speaker Dilindar directly gave a speech, claiming that this series of wars were all behind the scenes, and Blue Cosmos was the culprit. At the same time, he also announced a list, which even included many celebrities and wealthy people, as well as senior officials of the Earth Federation and Orb. Speaking of Speaker D. Randar immediately ignited the anger of those people suffering from the war. They came to the door to discuss, and many people were directly caught by terrorist organizations. Because of this, there was chaos within the Earth Federation. At the same time, Speaker Durandal demanded that Orb hand over the person on the grounds that Orb was hiding the leader of Blue Cosmos. Otherwise Plant would launch an attack. Then Orb naturally refused. So Plant took advantage of the civil unrest in the Earth Federation to launch a massive attack. Then Orb fell again. By the way, in the end, Plant really found the leader of the Blue Persian Chrysanthemum in Op, and once again proved that it was unbelievable that he claimed to be neutral. At this time, the Earth Federation also discovered that Plant had already reached their hometown, and if they did not resist, they would be doomed. So they tried their best to gather together and prepare for a final battle with Plant. Logically speaking, at this time Plant should defeat the Earth Federation and unify the solar system. As a result, Speaker Durandal, perhaps with a hole in his brain or something, suddenly dropped a big bomb during his pre-war speech. Destiny Plan. According to Speaker Durandal, the conflict between the Earthlings and the Plants is that both sides believe that they are the best, and war will break out when they cannot compromise with each other. If you want to stop the war, there is only one way, and that is the Destiny Plan. The so-called Destiny Plan is proposed by Speaker Durandal. Both natural persons or adjustments are all colleagues, and test them to the test of them. According to the results, they are allocated to their jobs. In his opinion, everyone does not have to worry about their work by others, as long as they have always done their good things. After listening to the speech, the Earth Federation was the first to quit. Although Durandal's words sounded nice, the fact is that natural people cannot compete with the adjusters. You say it's fair on the surface, but even if I have talent, I can only jump 3 meters. And you, the adjuster, can jump 5 meters high. How can you talk to me about this? Moreover, this completely ignores the free will of individuals and forcibly arranges their lives. This is simply unbearable. As a result, the morale of the Earth Federation was boosted. Even Plant was in a state of confusion because of what Speaker Durandal said. It was said before that Plant had low fertility rates because all the adjusters had genetic defects. Therefore, the law did not allow people with incompatible genes to get married. That is to say, even if 2 people loved each other, they could not get married if they were found to have incompatible genes and could not have children. This naturally brought about many problems, and many residents of Plant hated this practice. Now Durandal was going a step further. Not only did he want to control whether they could get married and have children, he even arranged what kind of life they would lead. How could this be tolerated? Therefore, compared with the Earth Federation, which was in high spirits and shouting to fight for freedom, the Plant was defeated due to low morale. Not only that, even Speaker Durandal himself was shot and killed in the chaos. The Plant lost its advantage because of the sudden death of Chancellor Durandal and the plan he proposed before his death. The Earth Federation took advantage of the situation and launched a counterattack, pushing Plant back, and the situation became stalemate again. In this situation, many people were desperate. They didn't care whether the Earth Federation or Plant won. They just wanted the war to end. So when Plant was about to defeat the Earth Federation, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the war would finally end anyway. Unexpectedly, the leader of Plant is also an idiot. It seems that the fight between the 2 sides will never end. In this situation, everyone has turned their attention to the outside of the solar system. I don't care even if you blow up the solar system. I just want to find a place without war where I can live in peace. At that moment, Exelion returned to Earth to report on the destruction of the space monster in the Birdhead Galaxy. So he was asked by the other party to help escort another group of ships. Because of this, Exelion came here again to reunite. Of course, after contacting the fleet, everyone also knew that the outer solar system was not a peaceful paradise. But their attitude was very firm. They would rather fight the monsters in the universe than kill each other. I don't have any psychological trauma from fighting monsters. It's interesting to say that, originally, because of the Zerg attack, many people on the fleet were in a panic and wanted to return to the solar system, and even protested. The president tried to appease them several times but to no avail. But with the arrival of the Second Fleet, after listening to the stories of the later people, those who were still protesting also quietly hid back. Just kidding. Judging from this, the solar system will probably take another 100 years to fight. Then just let it float outside. At least when I don't encounter monsters, I can still live a peaceful life. Besides this, they have another mission. Now the Earth Integration Army has determined that the cosmic monsters are targeting humans. So they must ensure that all cosmic monsters are killed at once to completely eliminate the hidden dangers of humans. Therefore, they also took out the plan that Duanmu Huai was familiar with to create a giant black hole bomb, and then threw it into the center of the Milky Way to directly blow up the cosmic monster's hometown. However, this time, the unified army did not use Jupiter to make the black hole bomb like in the game. After all, they were also worried that if this thing was made in the solar system, what if the Earth Federation and planet got into a fight and really planned to detonate this thing in the solar system and everyone would die together? So they found a planet in the distant galaxy F, which, with its size and volume, was just suitable to be used as the core of this black hole bomb. The only problem is, according to reconnaissance, that planet is Vidra, the home planet of the monster that attacked the fleet before. In other words, in order to save themselves, humans need to invade and occupy Vidra's home planet, then compress it to 1/30,000 to make a black hole bomb, and then throw it into the center of the Milky Way to blow up the mother nest of the cosmic monster. Wow! This is what human beings are like. Of course, this plan also has a prerequisite. That is, the Tribunal is willing to help. After all, because of the war between the Earth Federation and Planet, most of the warships had to remain in the solar system. The only one that truly owned a large number of warships and was capable of fighting against Vidra and space monsters was the Inquisition. After all, the solar system really can't mobilize that many people right now, and it doesn't have that kind of strength. Duanmu Huai naturally would not refuse this. After all, as long as he completes this task, he can take the first step towards becoming a natural disaster. Chapter 6:14 Obsession. After that, Duanmu Huai, Captain Tian Dai, and the President briefly discussed the action plan. The only problem was that according to the detection results, Vidra's planet was a habitable planet. For those who escaped from the solar system, they would rather shoot down the planet and live there themselves, rather than use it to turn it into a compressed black hole bomb. But in the end, Captain Toshiro and the President came to the same conclusion. After all, habitable planets can be found again, but there is only one chance to destroy the space monster. It is certain that the space monster is not coming for the solar system or the Earth, but for humans. In this case, whether in the solar system or outside, the space monster will not let humans go. The reason for choosing Vidra's home planet is that there are a large number of FLOD crystals on it, which can be used for space compression and can greatly reduce the time for making a black hole bomb. Otherwise, it is not impossible to choose a planet at random, but it will take several years to build the black hole bomb, and it will be a question whether there will be any living people in the solar system by then. After the previous incident with the alien insects, the President now had a psychological shadow on habitable planets, but he didn't particularly object. After all, he didn't want to experience a similar thing a second time. After briefly finalizing the course of action, Duanmu Huai turned and walked out of the presidential palace. However, when he reached the gate, he saw several familiar figures standing there. Hey, long time no see. Looking at Shinasuka, Luna Maria and others in front of him, Duanmu Huai raised his hand and greeted them. Ah, Lo, Mr. Inquisitor. Looking at Duanmu Huai, Jinfanio and others hurriedly returned the greeting. Then they looked at each other, and then Jinfanio walked over. Can I take up a moment of your time? If it's a little. What's the matter? You have heard about the current situation of the solar system, right? Yeah, I heard it. It's really funny. Well, hearing Duanmu Huai's blunt answer, everyone showed a bit of embarrassment. Then Jin Asuka hesitated for a moment before asking. I want to ask. In your opinion, is everything we did right? We have always believed that what Speaker Durandal said was right. So we chose to fight. But we didn't expect that it was all lies in the end. Is it really right for us to do this? To be honest, I don't care about these little things. However, in response to Jinfanio's question, Duanmu Huai only gave this answer. After hearing Duanmu Huai's blunt answer, everyone fell silent, and Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. Well, let me tell you a story. Story? Yes. Do you know what first appeared on Earth billions of years ago? All that existed on Earth at that time were anaerobic organisms. Duanmu Huai ignored their puzzled looks and continued speaking. I think you all know that for anaerobic organisms, oxygen is no different from poison gas. Therefore, for the bacteria on Earth at that time, oxygen was something they avoided as much as possible. Later, cyanobacteria appeared. They absorbed carbon dioxide and released oxygen, turning the Earth into a world full of oxygen. Unless those anaerobic organisms evolved to be oxygen tolerant, they would become extinct. Well, when they heard Duanmu Huai's words, they were stunned and couldn't understand what he was talking about. Simply popularizing scientific knowledge? Do you think blue algae are bad? The anaerobic organisms were alive and well. But you came up and turned them all into oxygen. You forced the anaerobic organisms to commit genocide. Isn't that vicious? That's how the universe works. Duanmu Huai lowered his head and stared at them. In the final analysis, all the anaerobic organisms died, and the blue algae won and ruled the Earth, turning the Earth into a world full of oxygen. War is not about the winner taking all, but the survivors taking all. Only the one who laughs last is the real winner. It is meaningless for us to discuss whether the anaerobic organisms are innocent or whether the blue algae are vicious. We just need to know that the Earth is full of oxygen, which is why it has become what it is now, and why humans exist here. So, do you mean we did it wrong? Success or failure? Durandal's idea may seem like a fantasy to you, but if he really succeeds, perhaps 100 years later, working and living according to genetic distribution will be common sense for humans. And your desire to make choices freely may be seen as a fantasy of treason by others. In the final analysis, the winner makes the rules and the loser loses everything. So the Inquisition will never interfere in the internal disputes of humans. Whether your ideas are right or wrong, they are neither valuable nor meaningful to the Inquisition, because only the one left is the winner. As for Durandal, it's a pity. While saying, Duanmu made a gesture. In the end, he was eliminated by nature just like those anaerobic organisms. It's that simple. So, isn't it possible to exist without a war? Humans are always fighting. At work, in life, in the company, in school, in competition between colleagues, in competition between classmates, in the war between man and nature. Without this desire, humans would have been eliminated by nature long ago. Humans have come to this point today not by the guidance of gods, or the mercy of the world. Of course, I still say that for the Inquisition. The right or wrong of ideas is meaningless and has no value, because only the one who remains can decide the future. And the loser, no one will collect the body. Hearing this, Jinfei Bird didn't speak. And then, he lowered his head. Thanks for the advice. Nothing. Duanmu nodded, then turned away. Obviously, these young people felt that they were deceived and betrayed because of their previous things, thus doubting their outlook on life. But, Duanmu Huai is not a close sister, so she is too lazy to care about the mental health of a young boy. Let Jinfei go back to his mother crying. But, thinking of this, Duanmu Huai turned his head in doubt. At this moment, the true bird and his party had turned away, and beside him, he followed a blonde girl. I haven't seen it on Minea before? What is the situation of the chaotic relationship between a man and two women? Oh, I should have asked earlier. To be honest, Duanmu Huai felt this more interesting than the non-nutritious problem just now. After returning to the battleship, Duanmu Huai convened everyone to explain the next plan. After learning the plan, everyone was stunned. Attack Vidra's mother star, and then use it to make a black hole bomb to the center of the galaxy. This is crazy. Lumiel also showed a rare look of fear. If you don't go crazy, you can't live. If humans don't go crazy, they can't stand at the top of the food chain. Okay, don't think too complicated. We are just killing birds, and then using their nests to set fire to the mountain. It's not that simple. It's okay as long as they are essentially the same. It's okay as long as they are essentially the same. Duanmu waved his hand and ignored En's protest directly. Okay. Any questions? I have a question. Anne-Marie raised her hand. What is the problem? Vidra's mother star. It means the planet. It is the planet as big as the world we live in. How can you compress so big things? Can't do it with magic? You definitely can't do that with magic. And he also said, she followed Duanmu Huai for so long, and she was familiar with the concept of the planet. It's bigger than the planet that most people live on. I heard that the specific method is to use a shrinking furnace in conjunction with the fleet's FLOD technology. I can't understand any more details. Is this really possible? Certainly. Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes in annoyance. Humans are not as fast as leopards, nor as strong as elephants. But it is humans, not other creatures, that dominate the world. That's the reason. It's wisdom. It's the power of humans. In short, just wait and see. Of course, the prerequisite is to take down the planet. If you can't, then there's nothing to say. What about the specific plan? As before, we will jump to the Vajra Mother Star. And then you are responsible for blocking the enemy. I will let AI Kot's flagship flag. Mr. Duanmu, this is too cruel. Hearing this, Mary said, unable to say, while Duanmuai shrugged her shoulders. Call it efficient. Why waste time when you can kill them all in one go? What you said is so reasonable. Can you not refute it at all? After that, the crowd disbanded and left. And Duanmuai also returned to his room and stretched his waist. As expected. It's just as I thought. Once we're in space, there will be a lot of trouble. It was not surprising to Duanmuai that the girls had these thoughts. After all, the work of the Inquisition was not something that everyone could do. When it came to protecting humanity at all costs, the meaning behind "at all costs" was often overlooked. In the ordinary world, this is relatively easy to solve. Those who destroy humanity are bad people, and those who protect humanity are good people. But after going to the universe, because of the different angles, different ideas and practices will also have different ideas. Because of this, Duanmuai has always paid attention to communicating with the girls. In short, even if you don't want them to fully understand it, at least let them understand why the trial court should do so. Fortunately, at present, everything is smooth. Just as Duanmuai was lying on the sofa and thinking about random things, he suddenly felt a weight on his lower abdomen. He raised his head and saw Ajis lying on his chest, staring at him. "Oh, kiss? Why are you sitting on me? Because? Do you like this? Master, do you like this?" Duanmuai couldn't remember when he had the habit of getting excited when a beautiful girl sat on him. Miss Ling said. Fortunately, Ajis quickly gave the answer. "Belle girl?" "Yes." In that world, Miss Ling said that she always lies on her master like this. And her master seems quite comfortable. That's because she was a cat in that world? That's because Suzu-chan is a kitten in that world. Kitten? Hearing Duanmuai's answer, Ajis tilted her head. Then she stretched out her hand and clenched it into a cat's paw, staring at Duanmuai. Meow? Duanmuai reached out his hand silently and touched Ogi's little head. "My little cotton-padded jacket is so cute." "But master? Can you even cats?" The preface is withdrawn. This little cotton jacket is still leaky and has blades. Chapter 6:15 Halftime. There is nothing much to say about the war with Vajra. The fleet and the Excel Lion were responsible for holding back the group of bugs on Vajra. And then Duanmuai's flagship fired a whirlwind torpedo to deal with it. Nothing went wrong in the middle. After Vajra's mother planet was bombed, the remaining bugs were dealt with. Well, simple, direct and efficient. Okay, the mission is over. Thank you for your hard work. Looking at the Vajra home planet that had been completely destroyed and left with only dust, dirt and gravel, Duanmuai yawned and stretched. The next thing will be left to the fleet and Exelion. Let's go back. According to estimates, even if Exelion and the fleet's manpower were added, it would take at least 8 months to completely transform this planet into a black hole bomb. Duanmuai would certainly not sit here doing nothing for 8 months. Instead, he left Akot here and let Odell be her adjutant. After all, there is telepathy between Duanmuai and the soul card. In this way, no matter what happens to Akot, she can contact Duanmuai through Odell at the first time. After that, Duanmuai patted his butt and went home. After all, he had been out for so long. It was time to take a break. It was tiring to always fight in other worlds. And interstellar wars were really boring to Duanmuai. After all, it was not like on the ground where he could just pick up a hammer and smash it himself. Just giving orders to fire was something that anyone could do. After a long time, he was a little bored. Therefore, Duanmuai left a few people including Ikot there to ensure the safety of the black hole bomb to prevent it from being destroyed by anything else. And then he took the others back to the mothership base. After returning to the court, everyone dispersed on the spot. And Xing went to Gulia to show her the couple's phone he customized. Mary returned to her own world to prepare for the exam. And Lemuel went back to her room to rest. Of course, Duanmuai had nothing to do, so he just planned to walk around. "Ah, big brother." Just as Duanmuai was walking along the corridor, a voice suddenly came. Then Duanmuai looked up and saw a petite and cute horse girl running towards him with a smile as bright as the sun. Hey, Colin. Long time no see. How are you doing recently? Yes, everything has been going well recently. All thanks to Big Brother. Running to Duanmuhuai's side, Jinjiling was like a puppy welcoming its owner home. Even its tail was wagging. If she had dog ears instead of horse ears, it would be even more like a dog. Duanmuhuai smiled at Jinjiling and reached out to touch her head gently. Jinjiling squinted her eyes happily. As happy as a cat being teased. Well, I also know that you work hard. This is not Duanmuhuai being polite. After all, his God of Pleasure experience bar has been recharged by 2/3. Considering that Jinjiling won it all by himself. It is really awesome. Even if Duanmuhuai is a female character, he can't do this. After all, Duanmuhuai doesn't have the idol talent like Jinjiling, who can act cute in front of others. He can't do it, as expected of her superior charm. Just a smile on her face is enough to improve other people's mood. Hearing Duanmuhuai's praise, Jinjiling smiled embarrassedly. Then she clasped her hands together in front of her chest, staring at Duanmuhuai with her big eyes twinkling. Big brother. Actually, Colin wants to ask you for help with something. What's up? It's like this. During a live broadcast, Colin saw a fan saying that there is an activity called horse racing in this world. Oh, there are horse races in this world too. Yes. And after listening to what Colin said about the Horse Girl clan and their traditions, everyone became very interested in our competition. So you mean, you want other people to see your game? Yes. Everyone seems very interested. After hearing Jinjiling's answer, Duanmuhuai began to think. To be honest, he was not opposed to such activities. And maybe his future experience points of the God of Pleasure would depend on them. But, you should know that horse racing is a gambling activity. Although horse racing is legal in many countries, it is still a gambling activity in the final analysis. And Duanmuhuai does not want to be associated with such things as much as possible. After all, gambling and drugs come before drugs. Yes, Colin doesn't want this either. So why not just treat her like an idol? My idol? Yes. In the Horse Girl tribe, singing and dancing are basic skills for everyone. And everyone is very cute. Although Colin is the cutest, everyone is very charming. Colin also watches entertainment programs in this world. Don't those celebrity idols also do activities such as surviving on a deserted island or surfing? Indeed. Duanmuhuai nodded. Thinking carefully, he often watched those idol artists on variety shows doing things like breaking through obstacles and diving. It doesn't seem unreasonable for you to have an idol who runs all the races. Right? So you mean to run horse racing as part of idol activities, rather than a gambling activity? Yes. Looking at the vibrant answer in front of him, Duanmuhuai thought for a while. Indeed, if it was a part of an idol activity, it could remove its gambling nature. No. If the tribunal had a salary list, Jinjiling's monthly income would definitely be ranked first. As for the other horse girls, Duanmuhuai had seen them before, and they were indeed beautiful girls, as Jinjiling said. At least if they were to be idols, they would definitely be qualified. Besides, sports idols seem to be quite healthy. At least, they won't cause any trouble. Okay. I agree. You can try it. That's great. Thank you, big brother. When I heard Duanmuhuai's answer, Jinjiling rushed up and hugged Duanmuhuai's arm. So, what exactly are you going to do? Live broadcast? It was very comfortable to be hugged by the two little cuties. But Duanmuhuai did not get carried away. Although he knew that Jinjiling was not stupid and could even be considered extremely smart. The situations in each world were different after all, so they had to be treated differently. Well, although live broadcast is also good, Colin hopes that everyone can come to watch the game in person. On site. Where are you going to find a place? Karen hasn't thought about this yet. Then let's do this. Duanmuhuai waved his hand. We, the Inquisition, will build a space station, and you can hold your activities in it. Hey! Is this okay? Hearing Duanmuhuai's answer, Jinjiling widened her eyes in surprise. After coming to this world, she has been working as an anchor on the Star Alliance network and is already very familiar with the things here. Isn't the space station expensive? It doesn't matter. It just so happens that our court also needs a window for external publicity activities. Duanmuhuai's idea was not just a whim. After all, the relationship between the tribunal and the Star Alliance was already very deep. And the people of the Star Alliance were gradually becoming familiar with the existence of the tribunal. However, the tribunal did not have a suitable external window to show its image. Jin Jiling's live broadcast was one. But simply broadcasting online could not replace offline meetings. Duanmu Huai would not let outsiders into the tribunal for such a thing. However, if we go to other planets, on the territory of the Star Alliance, if something happens, it will be difficult to solve. And there may be disputes with the Star Alliance. Duanmu Huai naturally wants to avoid such troublesome things as much as possible. After all, at present, the Star Alliance and the Tribunal are still cooperating happily. Whether there will be any problems in the future will be discussed later. But at least for now, the Star Alliance is responsible for expanding the territory, and the Tribunal is on the side to escort. Both parties are very satisfied with this cooperation model. And Duanmu Huai naturally does not want to break the tacit understanding because of some insignificant things. This problem can be solved by building a space station. The horse girls can live and move on it. And the security can be left to the night guards and angel monsters. Well, with such an external window, at least when others come to the tribunal, the first impression will definitely be good. Moreover, the space station built by the tribunal must belong to the tribunal. Plus the double deterrence of angels and night guards. If someone still messes up, then they will understand that the tribunal is not an organization with a false reputation. You make trouble on the side of the trial court. And you are impatient. Right? And maybe it is possible to sell the idols as a specialty of the soil. And then circulate a wave of believers or something. Isn't that beauty? Of course. There is one more thing. Duanmu Huai still remembers that and went to see Lin Mingmei's concert and complained to him that the tribunal didn't have a concert venue. Now I'm going to build one for you. 50,000 people is nothing. If I'm going to build one, I'm going to build one for 500,000 people. See if you're afraid? What if you really don't regard the court as a cadre? That's great. Thank you. Big brother. You're welcome. Go find Mia and tell her about this. Let her find someone to handle it. Yes. Jin Jiling smiled and bowed to Duanmu Huai. Then turned around and skipped away. While Duanmu Huai looked at her and shrugged. How to say? Little cute here is indeed very active. And suddenly feels better. Chapter 616 Accepting the Mission. After returning to the court, Duanmu Huai was able to take a few days off. But soon, Maria came to him again. Master Judges, your requirements can be done. But I have a prerequisite. Oh! What conditions? Material. Maria seemed very proud when she said this. As long as you can find a material that is enough to resist any attack, then I can make the mech you want. Where can I find something so good? I want it if it exists. Wait. It seems to really exist. Why? After hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Maria was surprised. Really? But not now. Let's wait until we deal with those space monsters. To be honest, when Mary made a request, what Duanmu Huai first thought was that there was no such good thing at all. If there was such a good thing, the player would have crazy. But in fact, the reason why the player had never got it was because there was such a thing. The player has seen it really. That is the improvement version of Captain Tian Dai's Warship Exilion. According to the information investigated by the players, the hull of the enhanced version of the Exilion is composed of a basic particle called Aratelemu, which is a man-made particle. The entire hull is composed of only this basic particle. Therefore, in theory, only anti-Aratelemu particles can cause damage to it. But since Aratelemu particles are man-made particles, there are no anti-Aratelemu particles at all, which means that any other attacks cannot cause annihilation effects on it, which is equivalent to being invincible. Unlike the gold pupil, this is indeed found to be found. At that time, when a large number of warships, including the players, were destroyed when the player was wary, only Ixeli-1 was stabilized as the Taishan ship SH.L. In fact, after that, some players posted on the forum and asked, "Why is X-Lion?" The players working on Wang said the truth. Unfortunately, this technology did not appear in the exchange list, and no player got it. Although the players were unhappy about this, they could understand it. It's like some artifacts, which can kill the boss in seconds, but in the hands of players, they can't even kill a chicken. It's purely for the sake of game balance. If any player or guild gets this cheating thing, then no one should play it and just quit. Just because you can't get it in the game doesn't mean you can't get it in real life. Duanmu Huai has decided to bring Rabbit with him to fight the boss. With the bonus of Lucky Rabbit, there should be a small chance to get this technology. Say it, Master Judge. You must get it. In the end, it was Maria who was very excited about this. And Duanmu Huai had no choice but to nod and send her out. Whether Duanmu Huai could get her or not was not up to him. It all depended on fate. But then again, I'm really free. I should do something. Send Maria away. Duanmu Huai returned to the chair and sat down. And then bored the system interface. Now he already has 3 clergy. Namely God of Destruction, God of Happy, and Old God Will. God of Destruction corresponds to tyrannical wrath. The God of Joy corresponds to the sin of obsession. The will of the old gods corresponds to treachery and deceit. Then only the filth of corruption remains. Ouch. When thinking of that name, Duanmu Huai felt like vomiting reflexively. After all, that thing was really disgusting. But how can I seize the territory of corruption? The God of Destruction is a tough fight against the God of Tyranny. Is the God of Joy's way of saving the country from the obsession with evil a roundabout way? The will of the old gods is simply indescribable. So what about the last priesthood? Cure diseases and save lives? This does not seem to be my strength. Biology. Duanmu Locust is not a student-based ring material. No matter what, we still have to find a way to get the last priesthood as soon as possible. While saying that Duanmu Huai reached out and pulled the system information at will. The earlier, the easier it was to upgrade. After all, this is not the same as the professional upgrade in the player's game. Like the God of Joy, Duanmu Huai is now flying by the real machine. And old God will he has not even found the trigger conditions for upgrading. I just upgraded before OSS. Then I don't know when it will go. Reality is not a game. The boss will not wait foolishly for you to level up before fighting you. At this time, Duanmu Huai's fingers brushed and opened a taskbar. Seeing that Duanmu Huai was stunned here, I remembered that when the previous point incarnation of natural disasters, I was selected as King of War to open the model of the missionary mission of the galaxy. After that, then naturally all are happy. I'm free anyway. Let me see if there are any tasks. Duanmu Huai yawned, then started reading quickly. You won't know until you see it. Once you see it, this galaxy is really full of crises of world destruction every day. Is the evil god resurrected the world on the verge of destruction? The robot army is rebelling. And humans are losing ground. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Mysterious Pavilion conspired to seize power to control the country. And begging for help. Aliens have invaded the human world, and a fierce battle is currently underway. Try your best to survive until all of them are gone. Basically, 9 out of 10 of the tasks above are related to evil gods. They are either influenced by them, or simply their conspiracy. Duanmu Huai was unwilling to fight against the treacherous and cunning one. It gave him a headache when he thought of the other party's many conspiracies and tricks. Duanmu Huai felt his head itchy, as if he wanted to grow a brain. Uncomfortable. The anger of violence can be beaten. But Duanmu Huai is worried that he is too exaggerated. In case the other party looks trouble, Duanmu Huai feels that he is not enough to wipe the wrist with the violent anger. At least it will take a while. And it will be strong to wait until the God of Destruction is full. Otherwise, the evil of obsession. Forget it. This is what Duanmu Huai least wants to encounter. Just as Duanmu Huai was scanning the tasks, suddenly, a row of tasks caught his attention. The sorrow of the north, in the city of the far north. Death is spreading, and diseases are tormenting the residents there. They are struggling and dying miserably in pain. But everyone is helpless, because it is not a naturally occurring disease, but comes from an unimaginable dark force. The Lord is summoning warriors, hoping that they can save this city, and even the lives of the people in this northern land. Disease? Without asking, Duanmu Huai saw at a glance that this must be something happening on the part of the corrupted fiend. Since it cannot be cured locally, it means that it is obviously not an ordinary disease. I am afraid that I will only know the specific situation by going there. That's it. Duanmu Huai didn't know how to get the priesthood corresponding to the corrupted stain. In short, he should fight the corrupted stain first. Maybe he could get some hints. After all, he was completely clueless about this aspect. This thing was not Duanmu Huai's specialty after all. You could say it was Xue Li's specialty. It's decided. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai decisively took on the task. It is detected that the player has accepted the task. Do you want to transfer? No. Of course. Duanmu Huai could not go alone. But this time he was dealing with the dirt of corruption. so he did not intend to bring a living person. After all, in case the virus was really related to the dirt, it was troublesome once he was infected. Thinking of this, Duimuai also raised his head immediately. "Oh, Kiss. Yes. What's the matter? Master? Would you like to go to another world with me?" "Certainly." Faced with Duanmuhuai's invitation, Ojas answered without any hesitation. But this was also natural. Then the only thing left is... Thinking of this, Duanmuhuai opened the communication and found Lonnie, who was sitting at the table, flipping through a thick book. "Hey, do you have time?" "What is it, Mr. Inquisitor?" Lonnie reached out her hand, silently turned a page of the book, and asked, "I want to go to another world to eliminate some trouble. Do you want to come together?" Hearing Duanmuhuai's invitation, Lonnie turned her head and looked at the screen in confusion. "It's so rare that you would come to me, because we can't bring anyone alive this time. I'm looking for you. Do you want to go?" Hearing this, the corner of Sun and eye twitched slightly and hummed coldly. "I am also a living person. I won't go." "All right." Seeing that Ji turned her eyes again, she was too lazy to look at it here. Duimuai shrugged her shoulders helplessly and closed the contact. He didn't expect that he was wrong, and he turned his face directly. "Okay. Strictly speaking, AOG is indeed a puppet. Duimuai is almost the same, and I don't know which temper it is." Then he looked at Ojas. "It seems that only the two of us will go this time." "Yes." Hearing Duanmuhuai's words, there was no change in the expression on Ojas's face. However, at this moment, a hint of excitement and joy flashed in the girl's eyes. Chapter 617 Northland. Dear Adventurer, I am sorry to bother you during your busy schedule, but a crisis is raging in the north right now. The terrible plague of the Howling Death has swept across the entire north. And even Neverwinter, the crown jewel of the north, has been tarnished by it. Therefore, I hope that you, an outstanding warrior and adventurer, can lend your strength to Neverwinter and save the city and the innocent people suffering in the north. If you are willing to accept the invitation, please take this letter to the Lord's mansion in Neverwinter, where we will welcome you." Duimuai put down the letter in his hand and looked forward. "That's what I said. But didn't this mission fail?" Standing on the snow-covered street, Duanmuhuai muttered in confusion. After that, he and Ojas came to this world through teleportation, and then Duanmuhuai got this letter. Logically, this letter should be the preset identity given to Duanmuhuai by the system in this world, and then he just had to find people according to the task. As a result, just as Duanmuhuai finished reading the letter, the system made a dong sound and prompted mission failed. Holy shit. I just got here, and it's already over. What the hell is this? Duanmuhuai was speechless about this, but it was understandable. In fact, players often see this kind of thing. After all, the main feature of Shanghai OL is a dynamic mode, which means that your actions or inactions will not affect the world. So it is not like many games, where the world is about to be destroyed, but the player still has time to play cards with the tavern owner and then go to fight the boss. And the latter foolishly waits for him to come. If you don't seize the time and instead indulge in playing cards with the tavern owner, the world will really be destroyed. The novice village is the best example. The mission sign was obviously urgent, but the players didn't take it seriously. The end result was that the novice village exploded on the spot, and all the players lost everything. The same is true for the quests in the mercenary system. When the quest is issued, it is certain that the world has already encountered a problem, no matter whether the player goes to that world or not. The plot will be advanced on its own. Therefore, players who enter early can figure out the ins and outs of the matter, while players who go late will be confused. However, this also made the players come up with a new routine. That is, when a commission task begins, they immediately enter it, and then find an opportunity to investigate the background of the story. Then when other players come, they can tell these to the newcomers. Many players like to do this very much, and feel like they have become a wise NPC in the game who explains the background to the protagonist. It's quite interesting. Anyway, let's go to the Lord's mansion first. Duanmuhuai's purpose is not to complete the mission, but to find a way to fight against the corruption. If the mission fails, it fails, which also means that the other party has not solved the problem. Then Duanmuhuai can solve the problem. Duanmuhuai glanced at Ojas, who was sitting on his shoulder and gazing around calmly, and strode forward. It has to be said that the situation in this city looks even worse than the plague-ravaged city that I had seen in the novice village before. The streets were littered with corpses. In some open areas, the corpses were piled up like mountains, and the burning flames emitted thick black smoke rising into the sky. The streets were deserted. Not even the patrolling guards could be seen. Only a few houses that appeared to be burning and collapsing seemed to still have some life. Fortunately, when Duan Muhuai arrived at the central square, the guards finally stopped them. "Wait! Who are you? This place has been completely blocked. No one is allowed to enter or leave." Seeing Duan Muhuai in front of him, the guards were also quite nervous, but they still shouted loudly, and Duan Muhuai reached out and handed over the letter. The latter carefully took the letter and read it, then breathed a sigh of relief. "So it was Ms. Arrives who invited us. Come on. You are the last one to arrive." One of the guards turned around and took Duan Muhuai inside, while he explained the situation of the city to Duan Muhuai. As written in the previous letter, a plague called the Howling Death broke out in Neverwinter. As its fate would have it, all those infected with the plague would die painfully amidst wailing and crying. Lord Nasher tried to find out the cause of the problem, but in the end even he himself was infected with the plague and had to be isolated in the castle. In this case, the left and right hands of the Lord of the Nazak, Turs Paladin Eresis, stood out to convene everyone to maintain order, trying to save the Winter City and find a way to treat plague, this city, and even the north. After hearing this, Duan Muhuai knew that there was a turning point. After all, his mission had failed. Sure enough, the next is the but part. On the night before the ceremony, a group of mysterious people suddenly attacked the Lord's mansion and killed many adventurers summoned by Arrives. And the creatures used to treat the plague also ran away in the chaos. So the atmosphere in this city is very solemn now. As for Ms. Erebus, she moved to the Temple of Tyr after the attack. Afterwards, under the guidance of the guards, Duan Muhuai met Ms. Erebeth in the Temple of Tyr. "Hello, brave adventurer. Although you are late, I still have to welcome you." Appearing in front of Duan Muhuai was a beautiful woman with a slender figure, pointed ears, and shoulder-length hair. Well, it's rare to see an elf serving as a paladin. Could it be a half-elf? However, at this moment, Erebetha's beautiful face showed a bit of fatigue, and the reason was obvious. In the hall of the Temple of Tyr, straw mats were placed everywhere. On the mats, ragged patients kept coughing, and the nurses beside them were also quite busy. It seems that those people are all patients of the Howling Death. As you can see, our situation is not very good at the moment. That's understandable. Duan Muhuai nodded. Then he looked at the patient next to him. "Can't the priests and pastors cure it?" "Yes. Fortunately we found a way. But there are still problems at the moment." "I'm glad you're here. You want me to go look for pets lost in Neverwinter?" "No. I have already sent someone to do that." Arrive shook his head. "I hope you can investigate this plague. In fact, as early as when the plague occurred, there were rumors that it was deliberately released by Neverwinter's enemies in order to destroy the city. Of course, we just regarded it as a rumor at that time. But this attack made us begin to suspect that there might be something wrong. Therefore, I hope you can go and investigate it." "Wait," Arrives. At this moment, an old man with a frown next to her stared at Duan Muhuai with dissatisfaction and interrupted her. "You shouldn't do this. We know nothing about this warrior. How can you trust him blindly?" "Dessel, you're wrong to say that." At this time, the man standing next to Arrives, who also looked like a half-elf, spoke to dissuade him. "We need more manpower now. In order to thoroughly understand the situation of the plague, we need more people like him to serve Neverwinter." Snort. The man named Dessel snorted coldly. "I still want to say that we should have faith in our fellow Heim believers rather than an unproven outsider." "A follower of Heim?" Looking at the alert eye symbol on Dessel's chest, Duan Muhuai snorted coldly. "He is not the kind of good boy who would stand still and listen to being lectured." "Ah, I've heard of you. You and the gods you believe in are both paranoid lunatics, who are more likely to cause trouble than to accomplish anything. You are such a joke. And you have the nerve to talk about the word trust here. Players are also very familiar with this world. It is a world with many gods, and one of the players' favorite worlds. In the history of this world, there was such an interesting story. A long time ago, the three gods of death stole the stone tablet of destiny held by Ao, the god above all gods, in order to gain a powerful force beyond other gods, and tried to find out its secret. Ao was furious when he found out that the stone tablet of destiny had been stolen, and ordered the gods to descend to the earth in the form of saints, and not to return until the stone tablet was found. Thus, the turbulent years began, and the gods were forced to descend to earth. Although the gods in saint form were still more powerful than ordinary mortals, they were not immortal, and so many gods were killed in the turbulent years. And then, there's this joke about Heim. After the gods descended to earth, Ao ordered Helm to guard the passage from the prime material plane back to the outer planes. At that time, the magic goddess Mystra was imprisoned by Bane, one of the 3 gods of death, and was later rescued. So she hurried back to the outer plane to tell Ao that the 3 gods of death stole the Fate Stone. As a result, Helm, who was guarding the passage, refused to let Mystra pass, and a conflict broke out between the 2 sides. Although Mystra was the goddess of magic, she was only a saint at the time, while Helm was a complete god. In the end, Helm killed Mystra, causing the Year of Turbulence, which could have ended quickly, to last for a long time. It was not until a mortal named Cyric found the Tablet of Destiny that the Year of Turbulence was declared over, and the gods returned to their positions. Because of this story, players have been treating Heim as a joke, with many mocking comments like "look at what you have protected." Moreover, Heim and his followers have never done anything good, and they are the typical example of people who do more harm than good. Because of this, when players are in this world, they basically stay away from Heim's followers. After all, this is an officially certified god of stupid teammates. So those who believe in it must also be stupid teammates. What did you say? Hearing Duanmuhuai's ridicule, Dessel became furious. How dare you disrespect Heim? What's so respectful about a bunch of trash? If you have the guts, call down the Saint of Heim, and I'll tear his head off right in front of you. You? Well, now is not the time to argue. Just as Dessel was about to draw his sword in anger, the man stood up again. What we need to do now is to suppress the chaos, maintain order, and investigate the truth, instead of starting an internal fight here. But the attack on the academy has made it all worse. Van Wyck. Dessel stared at the latter angrily. Once everyone realizes that Arrives lacks faith, they'll know she can't cure the plague. Dessel. Hearing this, Van Zwick's voice suddenly became much louder. I will not have you question my faith in true love. Lady Arrives is in charge of this matter. Lord Nasher has personally appointed her to do so. We are not qualified to discuss this. Snort. Dessel snorted coldly and turned away. At this time, Van Zwick sighed and looked at Duanmuhuai. I'm sorry. Please forgive Dessel. The plague has cost us a huge price, even more than the loss from treatment. I would advise you to keep a close eye on him. Based on my experience, Heim's followers usually mess things up. Duanmuhuai also glanced at that bastard and looked at Arribes again. So, can we get started? Of course. But before you leave, I want you to meet the others first. We have organized an investigation team, so I hope you can join it. Yeah. No problem. That's good. Hearing Duanmuhuai's answer, Aribeth breathed a sigh of relief. Then, please. After saying this, Arribes turned and left. And then Van Zwick came up to him. Come with me, adventurer. I will take you to the others, and then you can begin your action. Chapter 618 Investigation Team. Under the guidance of Van Zwick, Duanmuhuai and Ojas passed through the hall filled with wailing and came to the guest room on the other side. As soon as they opened the door, they saw 2 figures. One of them was a girl with long silver hair tied in braids, wearing armor and a beret. She had a rapier hanging from her waist and was staring out the window anxiously. Next to her sat a little girl with blue braids and a witch-like hat. She was curled up on the sofa, holding a teacup in front of her, and no one knew what she was thinking. When they heard the sound of the door, they both raised their heads and saw that they walked into Van Zwick and Duanmuhuai and AOG. They both showed surprised expressions. Sorry to have kept you two waiting. Van Zwick seemed to be very good at dealing with this kind of situation. He smiled and greeted. Just now, the last 2 adventurers have arrived. Are you talking about them? Duanmuhuai turned his head and stared at Van Zwick. You don't think of me as a kindergarten Nani, do you? I'm really sorry, because the relationship between the previous attack is really insufficient. Ah, the original booking captain was the head of the Silver Cavaliers, but he died unfortunately. So his daughter, Amelia. My name is Amelia. The silver-haired girl turned her head, stared at Duanmuhuai. put her hands on her chest and introduced herself. I will lead the investigation team in my father's place. Duanmu stared at Fanswick silently, his eyes full of "Are you kidding me?" And Fanswick just smiled bitterly. Then please make yourselves at ease. I have something else to do, and I'll leave first. After saying this, Fanswick slipped away, and the group stood in the room in an awkward atmosphere, staring at each other. I don't know how long it was before Amelia coughed awkwardly. Since we are going to act together, why don't we introduce ourselves first? Let me start with you. I'm the Silver Knight Amelia. Although I'm still young, I'm also a full-time member of the Silver Knights. I know I may not be very reliable, but I will try my best. After saying this, Amelia turned her gaze to the blue-haired girl next to her. Perhaps it was because they had been in the same room before and were close to each other. Aware of Amelia's eyes, the blue-haired girl sighed slightly. Luochishi Migrutia. I am a 5-ring warlock. Warlock. Upon hearing this, Duanmu expression changed slightly. What department? Shaping energy. Shaping energy. Hearing the girl's answer, Duanmu was somewhat disappointed. The magicians in this world knew many magical spells, some of which were even more interesting than those used by and others. Especially the spells of transformation, illusion, incantation and enchantment were quite interesting. In comparison, the shaping system. To put it bluntly, it's the 5 fireballs cult. This kind of power can be achieved by Duanmu with just a rocket launcher. Compared to Duanmu disappointment, Amelia seemed a little surprised. Are you a spellcaster who has entered the 5th ring? That's right. Luochishi nodded, but didn't say much. She just lowered her head and stared at the cup in her hand. So what brings you to Neverwinter? I was just traveling around and happened to come here. I see. Amelia nodded without asking any more questions. Then she turned her gaze to Duanmu. Well, I have to say, just judging from the armor and helmet Duanmu was wearing, he didn't look like a good person. May I ask who you are? My name is Duanmu. She is Ozo. We are from the trial court. Trial court? Amelia was stunned when she heard Duanmu's introduction. Excuse me. Forgive my ignorance. But what kind of organization is that? Simply put, it is the organization of guarding humanity. It is heterosexual and heterogeneous to kill human beings. Heresy and alien is the responsibility of the trial court. This time, I received an invitation from Ms. Eriks to Winter City. It was for this reason. Duanmu could sense that when he said the word devil, Luochishi's body stiffened slightly. Call. After listening to Duanmu's explanation, Amelia seemed relieved. Perhaps because she felt that there were finally professionals here. Mr. Duanmu, I have a question. Why are you wearing a helmet? Faced with Amelia's question, Duanmu fell silent. Because of the curse. Curse? Yes. Maybe you don't know, but I have been a handsome man since I was born. The nurse who delivered the baby fainted on the spot after seeing me. When I left the hospital, all the female medical staff in the hospital came out to see me off. When I went to school, the girls in my class even fought for me. Even the teacher showed unprecedented enthusiasm after seeing me. When I walked on the street, the girls were fascinated by me. They would faint just by seeing me, and would lose their minds if I looked at them. So, for the sake of world peace and tranquility, I put on this armor and sealed my handsome appearance. Well, after hearing Duanmu's answer, Amelia and Luochishi were both confused and didn't know how to react. They looked at Duanmu, and then looked at Ojas, who was sitting on Duanmu's shoulders, swinging her legs expressionlessly, looking like she didn't care. Real or fake? Ahem. Well, let's get back to the point. Our next mission is to investigate the source of the plague. Does anyone have any opinions on this? Amelia coughed awkwardly and forced herself back to the topic. I want to see the initial investigative report first. Duanmu also gave his own answer. Neverwinter should have investigated and recorded the source of the plague. I do have that. Hearing Duanmu's question, Amelia nodded, then took out a notebook. Although it looked a little green, she was well prepared. According to records, the plague began to spread in early winter. At first, everyone thought it was just a common seasonal cold. But soon, the symptoms became more severe, and soon the beggar's den was completely destroyed. At this time, Neverwinter had already discovered that something was wrong, and Lord Nasher chose to close the city immediately. But it was too late. except for the Black Lake district, which was relatively stable. The entire Neverwinter city was almost infected by the plague. This plague cannot be cured, and even the magic of priests and pastors has no effect at all. So it spreads very quickly. What is the specific source of infection? I'm sorry, I'm not sure about that. So, in the early stages of the infection, did anyone go to the beggar's nest for treatment? Amelia flipped through the records. At the beginning of the plague outbreak, Master Doozle went to the beggar's nest to treat the patients. Every year, he would provide free medical treatment to the poor people in Neverwinter who could not afford medical treatment. That was how he discovered the unusualness of this plague and warned Lord Nasher in time. Master Doozle? Yes, Master Doozle Cades. He is a well-known archdruid in Neverwinter and is highly respected. Druids are indeed better at making medicines and curing diseases. So where is this archdruid now? I heard that he left Neverwinter to find a cure for the plague. I don't know the details. Then I suggest we go to the residence of the archdruid. Duanmu Huai stood up. Since he is an expert in this area, he might have kept records from the early days of the plague. Perhaps we can find some clues from them. Amelia didn't think there was anything wrong with Duanmu Huai's proposal and quickly nodded in agreement. They first went to the residence of the archdruid in the center of Neverwinter, only to be told that he had not returned for a long time. However, the gatekeeper still gave Amelia and the others a piece of news. That is, Master Doozle had a place in the beggar's nest to treat patients. If there were any records, it should be there. It must be said that when Amelia first heard the news, she was still very embarrassed. After all, as a local resident, she also knew the situation of the beggar's nest. Not only were there piles of corpses, but there were even undead creatures. At present, the guards and the knights have completely blocked the beggar's nest. It may not be easy for them to get in. However, in fact, when the group arrived at the gate of the beggar's nest, they saw a group of people walking in happily. How is this going? Seeing this scene, Amelia hurriedly asked the guard at the gate. Isn't the beggar's nest completely sealed off? Ah, Miss Amelia. Seeing Amelia, the guard also smiled. Actually, it's all thanks to those adventurers. Adventurer? That's right. Wasn't there a group of adventurers who went to look for something missing according to Ms. Arrive's orders? Not only did they eliminate the undead creatures in the beggar's nest, but they also got rid of the evil cult inside. Now the beggar's nest is barely peaceful. So everyone has started to go home again. Is that so? That's good. Amelia heaved a sigh of relief after hearing the guard's answer. After all, she knew that it was very hard for the refugees to leave their homes. Not to mention that it was not a good thing for these refugees to live on the streets outside. Now that the danger of the beggar's nest has dissipated, everyone has returned home, which is more or less a good thing. Can we go in too? Certainly. Duanmu Huai and the others also had the permission of Ms. Aribeth, so they easily entered the beggar's nest. Then, following the previous hints, they finally found the hospital of the Great Druid. It was a building located in a corner of the beggar's nest. It looked like a warehouse. The entire building was sealed tightly. The door was locked, and even tied with thick iron chains. It was really surprising that there was such a complete building in this place that looked even dirtier and worse than a slum. This is troublesome. I don't have the key. Looking at the iron chain that was almost bigger than her head, Amelia was a little embarrassed. However, just as she was thinking about what to do, she saw Duanmu Huai reached out, grabbed the chain, and then pulled it hard. Boom! The next moment, the thumb-thick iron chain suddenly broke, and then Duanmu Huai directly opened the wooden door and strode in. Hey! Mr. Duanmu. It's illegal to trespass like this. Now is not the time to worry about these little things. Duanmu Huai walked into the warehouse, looked around, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Of course, he didn't just come here to look for clues. It could even be said that Duanmu Huai came here to look for evidence. That's right. After listening to Amelia's introduction, Duanmu Huai suspected that the archdruid was most likely the criminal. The reason is very simple. When it comes to matters related to the filth of corruption, it is always a good idea to seek medical attention. If the other party is not a friendly force, then they must have betrayed the enemy. Well, let me see if this archdruid is innocent. Chapter 619, Shadow of Plague. The entire warehouse looked very tidy. As a hospital, it was barely competent. There were several beds, tables and wash basins outside. Of course, these had not been used for some time. Duanmu Huai walked into the warehouse. Ojisi jumped off his shoulders. And then the two of them started searching inside. Excuse me, Mr. Duanmu. What are you doing? Seeing Duanmu Huai and Ojis rummaging through the drawers, Emilia and Luo Chishi, who followed in, were both confused. Looking for clues? You guys should also look through it. Maybe you can find something useful. Turn. As a paladin, Emilia had never done such a thing before. She was stunned on the spot. And Luo Chishi was also at a loss. Duanmu Huai didn't care about this. Just kidding. It's a daily routine for players to go into a house and rummage through boxes and cabinets. If they are bored, they just open a cabinet and take a look. Maybe they will find something good. Oh, here are some gold coins. Take them. Wouldn't it be a waste if we don't take it and leave it here? Owner. At this moment, Oja seemed to have discovered something. She opened a drawer, took out a diary, and handed it to Duanmu Huai. Oh, great. I like this kind of person. Duanmu Huai reached out, took the diary from Ojas and opened it. As expected, it contained Dozer's records. But this master seemed to be very casual in writing his diary, and often wrote down his treatment plans and experiences in it. It's pretty much something like this. Howling death. This disease is completely different from the diseases I have seen before. Even the magic of priests and pastors can hardly cure it. No, let alone cure it. According to my observation, although the magic can temporarily soothe the patient's pain, it will make the condition worse. This is really strange. Could it be that there are diseases in this world that even the power of gods cannot cure? Perhaps. I can try to use. Below are some alchemical materials and recipes. The 325th experiment failed. This disease is beyond imagination, although it seems to be just a simple plague on the surface. I know that this is not an ordinary disease. The situation in the beggar's nest is getting worse and worse. People fall on the street and die before they can crawl back home. The stench of decayed corpses almost covers the entire area. I have tried all the formulas and potions I know, but it is useless. People are still dying, and the corpses are increasing day by day. At least judging from the contents of the diary. Master Doza was indeed a kind-hearted man, who was compassionate to the world. He tried hard to save the patients, and did his best to do so. However, Duanmu Huai felt nothing when he saw all this. Because the more such a person was, the faster he would degenerate. Kindness is sometimes a shortcut to evil. I heard some strange rumors, which made me feel uneasy. Maybe it's just a rumor. But if it's true, then it means there is a glimmer of hope that the disease can be cured. But I'm anxious. I don't have much time. And I feel like I have been infected with the plague. Hope. The diary ends here. Well, it's still full of nonsense as usual. But it stops at the main point. It's just like those NPCs in the movies, who say their last words before they die. They have to say a lot of nonsense first, and then die before giving out any important clues. Fortunately, this was not a problem for Duanmu Huai. He reached out and gently pressed on the cover of the diary. Then Duanmu Huai's eyes began to become deep. This is the ability to observe the past that he obtained from the old gods. The next moment, the scene in front of Duanmu Huai suddenly changed. Under the dim candlelight, a thin old man sat at the table. His face was thin. His beard was withered, and large patches of herpes appeared on his face. He coughed softly, took out a feather pen with trembling fingers, and then wrote something in his diary. Then a moment later, suddenly, the door behind the old man opened, scaring the old man. He turned his head and looked behind in surprise. "It's you? What are you doing here?" "I came to see you, my old friend." In the darkness, the figure behind the old man spoke. "Look at your pitiful appearance now. Your kindness and goodness have not been able to save those people from suffering. Even you yourself are now deeply trapped in it. What do you want to do? Don't be so nervous, old friend. I'm just trying to help you." The dark figure spread his hands and stared at the old man. "You see, just like I prepared this warehouse for you to house the sick, I just wanted to help you. Now it's the same. I have found a cure for the plague, but I need your help." "Really? You found it?" Hearing this, the old man stood up excitedly. Then he frowned. "But did you not tell Erasis or Lord of Nask? Before there is any evidence. I don't want to cause panic in vain. As for that little girl Arabeth, she only focused on curing the plague and didn't believe in other people's advice. She was bewitched by Kelvin Blackstaff's sweet talk and only wanted to get the magic medicine in Waterdeep. Look, old friend. Even though you are here, struggling like a dog stuck in a muddy pond in this beggar's nest, she didn't trust you, but chose the wizard thousands of miles away. Do you want it to end like this? Don't you think that you are the most suitable person to get the antidote? While talking, the figure stretched out his hand. Come, my old friend, and you will see everything you want to see. The old man thought about a moment, and then he released his diary and turned away. The image also disappeared at this moment. Duanmu Huai returned to God and started thinking. Obviously, there is another person behind Duzel. At present, that person seems to be related to this matter. And when he listened to the casual tone when he talked about Urbaz and Lord Nasher, it was clear that the other party's status should not be under Erasis. Speaking of which, Erebus had hinted that he suspected there was a traitor in Neverwinter's upper echelons. After all, the materials for making the plague antidote had just been delivered. And then, they were attacked by an unknown force. Moreover, the other party was very cautious, and did not leave any clues at all. As for those kobolds and goblins that attacked the academy, naturally, they were not worth investigating. There must be some clue here. Duanmu Huai looked around. But to be honest, he was not good at observation and searching. In the Cthulhu world, this kind of thing was done by the Bell Girl who turned into a black cat. But fortunately, sometimes, science and technology are the primary productive force. So Duanmu Huai decisively took out the auspicious instrument and scanned the entire warehouse. His idea was simple. If this old druid was indeed connected to the corrupted stain, then there must be something left here. Drop. Sure enough, just as Duanmu Huai expected, the bird divination instrument soon discovered the reaction below the warehouse. Here, Duanmu Huai suddenly turned his head and walked to a bookshelf in the wall. On the surface, it was just an ordinary bookshelf with a variety of books and materials. It's right that you can't push it open. Drink. Duanmu Huai was too lazy to look for the key to the mechanism. He just growled, then pulled hard with both hands, tore the bookshelf off the wall, and threw it aside. Mr. Duanmu, will you be too much like this? Seeing this scene, Amelia was speechless. Rummaging through other people's houses was completely beyond the common sense of a paladin. And smashing the wall directly was even more unexpected. However, she was surprised to find that behind the bookshelf torn open by Duanmu Huai, there was a dark hole in the ground. This is a secret room? Let's go down and take a look. Duanmu Huai said this and walked down without looking back. Ajis followed him, and the two of them walked into the passage without hesitation. Amelia and Luo Chishi looked at each other, and then helplessly followed Duanmu Huai with helpless scalp. In fact, they were also curious. What secrets were hidden under this warehouse? The tunnel was large and deep, and the further down they went, the colder it got. But even so, everyone could still smell a rotten, stinking, and disgusting smell coming from below. Luo Chishi frowned and covered her mouth and nose. And Amelia's expression was not much better. Then, everyone came to a wooden door at the end of the tunnel. And then Duanmu Huai reached out and pushed the door directly. Huh? Although they were in the cold underground, a warm, rancid wind suddenly appeared out of nowhere and blew towards everyone. However, facing this strange airflow, Duanmu Huai took a step forward, his eyes slightly fixed, and the next moment, the fear aura that almost froze his bones and made his soul tremble suddenly burst out, blocking the invasion of this hot wind. At the same time, Luo Chishi also forced the smell to lift the staff. Like magic, along with Loki's magic, a magical light soon shot out from her staff and hit the pillar next to it, shining a bright magical light and illuminating the dark space in front of her. The next appearance in front of everyone is a scene of disgusting. Inside the room, there were staggering zombies everywhere. They used to be human, but now, they have lost their human appearance. These zombies were covered with swollen, yellow pustules, and their skin was full of dense, honeycomb-like holes. Countless flies were circling around them, making a buzzing sound. Just by seeing this scene, Luo Chishi couldn't help but turn around and vomited. And Amelia was so shocked that she couldn't speak. This is a zombie? But they are different from the zombies I have ever seen. Damn. Hold the plague. Duanmu Huai was too lazy to control the thoughts of the two little girl behind him. He stared at the enemy in front of him and clenched his teeth. Give me here. Don't go up to death. AOG. Optimistic about them. As soon as he finished speaking, Dark flames suddenly erupted from Duanmu Huai's whole body. Then he gripped the warhammer tightly and rushed straight in. Buzz! At the same time, the swarms of flies hovering around the zombies that seemed to be swollen and looked like giants seemed to have sensed Duanmu Huai's presence. They suddenly turned into a black cloud, pounced on Duanmu Huai in front of him, and then directly wrapped him up. Mr. Duanmu. Seeing this scene, Emilia also pulled out the sword to help him. However, the next moment she suddenly felt that her body was tight, and the whole person was directly set in place, motionless. At the same time, Aog's voice sounded. The master wants you not to move. But now? Roll. Before Emilia could finish her words, she heard a loud shout. Duanmu Huai's voice echoed in the room, like thunder. Even Emilia felt as if her head was hit. Then she saw the swarm of flies that wrapped around Duanmu Huai exploded directly. The raging flame swept away the swarm of flies that rushed over. Then Duanmu Huai raised his war hammer and smashed it hard at the monster in front of him. Chapter 620 Tracking. Frankly speaking, the dirt of corruption has always been the most unwilling to deal with Duanmu Huai. There is only one reason. Too disgusting. The hard warhammer bombarded the monster that had been mutated in front of him. And then Duanmu Huai saw the dense pores of his whole body sprayed out of the smelly dark yellow liquid. Countless maggots poured out of it. There were countless unclear. It seemed that only mosquito-sized worms seemed to have been stabbed with horse honeycomb. Damn. Is it so realistic? Duanmu Huai's scalp was numb when he saw this scene. In the game, what players can't stand the most is the subordinates of the corrupted stain. They are really disgusting. Just looking at them makes me want to vomit. Logically speaking, such disgusting things should not be approved at all. As a result, players have been reporting it. But there has been no response, as if it has fallen into the sea. Wait a moment. Please wait a moment. You have to make a sack. This thing is so disgusting, and it still passed the review. I started a live broadcast, and you blocked me? Does that mean I look scarier than this thing? Holy shit. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai suddenly became furious and became afraid. Lao Tzu can't die. Go to H.L. At this moment, along with Duanmu Huai's roar, the thunder hammer blasted out with a violent airflow, and directly hit the other two monsters. Duanmu Huai was now covered in thunder and flames. The shining electric light extended along the thunder hammer to every corner of his armor, and bloomed in all directions. Wherever it went, the tiny, almost invisible insects in the air were directly electrocuted into charcoal. Boom! 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 At this moment, the girls outside were also stunned. They just stood there, watching Duanmu Huai raise his war hammer and smash it at the monster in front of him again and again. And with each hammerfall, lightning and thunder would burst out from the tall body, giving people the feeling that Thor had descended to earth. At this moment, Emilia and Luo Chishi could do nothing but cover their ears and tremble. They didn't know how long it had been. But when Duanmu Huai turned around and walked out again, they realized that the battle was over. Is it over already? Emilia rubbed her ears. Even now, her ears were still buzzing. That's it for now. Duanmu Huai has been scanned by his own messy room. At least the traces of the residual stains have been completely destroyed by himself. So what kind of monster is? Will the plague cause that situation? At this moment, Lokixi also came back to her senses and couldn't help hugging herself. Although she tried her best to maintain her expression, the scene she just saw still made the young magician tremble. Occasionally, this happens, but fortunately, this plague has not spread. Otherwise it will be more terrible than the death of crying. Even more terrible? That's right. Looking at the two in front of him, Duanmu Huai decided to explain to them. This is also a kind of plague. In short, they will be attached to the flies, and then bite other people. And those flies will implant the insect eggs in your skin. And then the insect eggs hatch into worms, and eat meat in the skin. When they are larger, they will get out of the skin and continue to find a healthy body to reproduce the next generation. Please don't say any more. Before Duanmu Huai finished speaking, Luo Chishi covered her ears and dared not listen anymore, while Emilia was also staggering. She must have turned pale just thinking about this scene. Will the plague eventually become like this? Mr. Duanmu, have you seen before? I have seen it. I am impressed. After all, it is the top 3 gadgets in the player ranking, especially for many female players. It is simply a nightmare. But the problem is that this didn't just appear out of thin air. Duanmu Huai said this and looked at Amelia. Can you investigate who this warehouse belongs to? I think this cellar is not just for storing things. I'll report right away. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Amelia looked very serious. After all, she knew that this was a big deal. Soon, the group returned to the Temple of Tyr and met Arabeth. They explained to Arabeth about Duzel's diary, and the monster infected with a strange plague that appeared under the cellar. After listening to Amelia's explanation, Arabeth also looked serious. I didn't expect such a monster to exist. Isn't it a demon or a devil? I didn't pay attention. Why? Duanmu Huai frowned as he watched the conversation between Arrives and Amelia. This was the downside of the polytheistic world. If you were to switch to a scientific or monotheistic world, you could directly point out that the enemy was the filth of corruption, and the other party would be more receptive. But a world where gods, angels, demons, and devils coexisted would be very troublesome. After all, there are so many beings who can use similar methods, such as the god of plague, devils and demons, etc. It can be said that there are too many suspects. If you tell them a name they have never heard of, they will suspect that you are making it up. At the beginning, when encountering similar tasks, players have tried to directly point out the topic, saying, "Listen to me, it's right." But the other party is not only unwilling to believe, but sometimes even more suspicious. So the player also learned about it. When he encountered similar things, he was hidden in his heart, and checked it along the NPC, and then prepared. Anyway, as long as the investigation goes smoothly, the real culprit will be found in the end. Of course, if it is a strangeness, it will be much more troublesome. Only, I said, do you really want to take them to investigate together? I think I may act alone. Duanmu Huai looked helplessly at Fanzik beside him. To be honest, he could understand Amelia leading the team. After all, this was an internal investigation. As a member of the Silver Knights, Amelia was an official of Neverwinter City, responsible for observing and reporting credibility. But that Luo Chishi, no matter how you looked at her, she was just a little girl under 14 years old. What was the point of bringing her along? In the previous survey, she also used a light. This investigation operation is very dangerous. I am not interested in bringing a 14-year-old girl to play with my family. Please don't treat me like a child. Hearing Duanmu Huai's complaint, Luo Chishi, who was standing next to him, suddenly became unhappy. I am 36 years old. Hearing Luo Chishi's answer, Duanmu Huai widened his eyes in surprise. Then he reached out and grabbed Luo Chishi's collar, picked her up like a cat, and looked at her carefully. What about cheating ghosts? This is true, Mr. Duanmu Huai. Van Wyck explained next to him. This lady is a member of the Migrate clan. The characteristic of her clan is that their appearance does not change after they reach the age of 14. We have also confirmed her identity and criminal record. So please rest assured. When Duanmu Huai heard Van Wyck say the word criminal record, he saw that Luo Chishi's expression was a little gloomy. So does she have a criminal record? No. She is a magician with a clean record. So we invited her to join the investigation. Oh. Duanmu Huai nodded, and then put Luo Chishi. But having said that, will this family not grow up after the age of 14? Then the men who marry them, don't they all have some problems? Of course, the court doesn't care about this. But to be honest, she can't see her like an adult. Sure enough, a sound spirit will only stay on a sound body. This kind of little ghost figure is estimated to be a ghost for a lifetime. I hope that next time, I can see what you are capable of, instead of just hiding behind and trembling. I know. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Luo Chishi's face turned red, and she turned away angrily. But she felt that she couldn't blame herself. If the opponent was a monster like a bugbear or a goblin, she would have taken action long ago. But that monster was too disgusting. Luo Chishi wanted to vomit when she thought about it now. It would be strange if she didn't panic when she saw that kind of monster for the first time. Mr. Duanmu. At this moment, Amelia finished her investigation and ran back excitedly with a contract in her hand. We've found it. This warehouse was the property of the Hogg family a long time ago. The ownership was transferred to Master Duzel through formalities not long ago. Their family is located in the Black Lake district. Let's go find them immediately. Duanmu Huai naturally had no objection to this. So soon, the group only had time to drink a cup of hot tea before leaving the Temple of Tyr and heading towards the Black Lake area. However, when they arrived at the gate of the Black Lake District, they found that it was heavily guarded and seemed to be very troublesome. What happened? Amelia also hurried forward and greeted the guards in charge of the door. Is there also an outbreak of infectious disease in the Black Lake District? Oh, Emily, this is not. Rest assured. Facing Amelia's inquiry, the guard also gave her a gift to her, and then said, those masters in Heihu District are afraid of death. But, only? I heard that thugs broke into the mansion of the Hogg family in the Black Lake District and stole Mr. Hogg's valuable property. Even Mr. Mandine was killed. Well, so those nobles asked us to increase our vigilance. But where can we get the manpower now? Mr. Hogg? Right. He is fine. Now he is making a noise at the security officer. Call. Amelia was relieved to hear that Mr. Hogg was fine. After all, they were going to question Hogg next. If he died, then they wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. Let's go, Mr. Duanmu. Saying here, Amelia also looked firm and walked towards the door of the Heihu District. Chapter 621 Investigation and Interview. Unlike the rundown, stinking beggar's den, the Black Lake District, as the noble district of Neverwinter, seemed to be normal. Except for the large number of soldiers patrolling the streets. There seemed to be nothing special about it. Even the pedestrians on the street seemed very calm, as if the plague raging in Neverwinter had nothing to do with them. When Duanmu came to the public security office, he just stepped into the door and heard the roar of anger. You have no idea what I went through. Those damned robbers. Thieves? They broke into my home, beat my guards, and stole everything from me. All the treasures in my cabinets, boxes, and even on my bookshelves were looted by those damned robbers. If I hadn't chosen to beg for mercy, I would have been killed too. Is this what you call public security? How are you going to take responsibility for this? Duanmu followed his reputation, and then saw a luxurious man standing in front of the table, staring at the law and order officer behind, and the latter was helpless. I'm sorry. I will send people to increase the patrol afterwards. But what was taken from me can never be returned. We will try our best to find it. I told you everything. Looking at the man who was arguing with the security officer in anger, Amelia also lowered his voice. That's Mr. Hogg. It seems that he is really angry. Ah. Low. Miss Amelia. The sheriff seemed fed up with Hogg's endless complaints and anger. So when he saw Amelia and the others, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he stood up quickly. Welcome to the Black Lake District. Is there anything to help you? Let's ask Mr. Hogg some things to ask. Consult? Hearing what Amelia said, Hogg glared at her unhappily. What the hell are you asking for advice? My house was turned upside down by those damn thieves. And you knights and guards are just here to do nothing. I tell you, no matter what you want to do, unless you compensate me for my losses. Otherwise, however, before Hogg could finish his words, suddenly, a big hand stretched out from beside Amelia, grabbed Hogg's neck, and lifted him up. You don't seem to understand your situation, Mr. Hogg. Duanmu strode out and stared at Hogg, who was grabbed by the neck by him. We suspect that you are related to the plague that is currently ravaging Neverwinter. So we are here. Oh, to put it nicely, it is a consultation. To put it bluntly, it is an interrogation. If you cannot give us a satisfactory answer, then I promise to let you experience the interrogation skills of the Inquisition. At that time, you will have no choice but to speak. Help! At this moment, Hogg looked white, and he desperately tried to start with the palms. But he was futile. I am addicted to smoke. Sorry, I can't smoke in front of the lady. Then I leave a little. Miss Amelia, please be self-stubborn. After saying this, before Amelia could respond, the sheriff ran out of the room and closed the door considerately. Duanmu just glanced at the door and then let go of his hand. Boom. The next moment, Hogg, who was in blue, fell to the ground like this. He stretched out his hand to cover his neck, and he couldn't help but breathe. You? Dare you? Call. The thunder hammer whistled with Hogg's scalp, and the sharp airflow made Hogg shgs subconsciously. His legs were soft, and he didn't dare to speak. Okay. What do you want to know? Your Hogg family has a warehouse in the Beggar's Nest. Right? Yes. But that's a long time ago. Hogg gritted his teeth. That was the first warehouse our ancestors bought when they first came to Neverwinter. We have kept it until now as a souvenir. Besides, places like the Beggar's Nest have nothing to do with us now. So, the warehouse has been vacant all this time. Of course, it was fine before. But who would dare to put goods in the Beggar's Nest now? Aren't they waiting to be stolen at any minute? Saying here, Hogg looked at Duan Muhui in front of him and swallowed his mouth. He was not a fool. He heard what Duan Muhui said. What do you want to say? I tell you, I have nothing to do with that warehouse at all. Since I was born, I have never been to the place of the Beggar's Nest. Besides, the warehouse has now been transferred to others. No matter what happened, it has nothing to do with me. Who did you transfer it to? Master Dazel. He said that he needed a warehouse to treat the patient. Anyway, the warehouse was also idle. So I agreed. Did Master Dazel talk to you directly? This, facing Duan Muhui's question. Hogg looked embarrassed and seemed unable to answer it. Bang! There was a loud noise. It was not until a moment later that Hogg realized that the war hammer was hitting his hand, less than a centimeter away from his fingers. Even now, his fingers were numb from the sudden shock wave, as if they did not exist. Next time, it's a finger. I say. At this moment, Hogg was really scared. If the hammer really hit his palm directly, even asking a priest would not be able to cure it. Yes, it's Master Dazel. Dazel? Yes, Lord Dazel found me in person, saying that Master Dazel wanted to treat patients in the Beggar's Nest, and he needed a place. I hope that I can take the warehouse as a place to treat patients. And I agreed. Why is Dazel? If it is related to the plague, shouldn't it be that Urbez or Van Wyck comes on? How could I know? Faced with Duan Muhui's questioning, Hogg was almost crying. I just wanted to do a favor for the Heim Church and Master Dazel. Besides, the warehouse was useless anyway, so I just stamped my seal and sold it. That's it. I really don't know anything else. Very good. Duan Muhui put away his war hammer. Let's go. After saying this, Duan Muhui turned directly and left the room, and Amelia hurriedly chased out. Please wait, Mr. Duan Muhui. Your practice just now is not very suitable, threatening innocent civilians. However, before Amelia could finish her words, Duan Muhui turned around and interrupted her. I understand your thoughts. Miss Amelia, you are the paladin of Tur. You have your guidelines. But our trial court also has the rules of behavior of our trial court. For the trial court, guardians of human beings are always the first. We are not fighting for justice, let alone fight for human beings. Means, protecting humans isn't against justice. Right? You'll know when the time comes. Facing Amelia's puzzled question, Duan Muhui just laughed. But it's very interesting. I want to see how Dazel is going to explain it this time. In fact, Dazel's explanation was quite simple and clear. I did it. Looking at Amelia and others in front of him, Dazel was still arrogant. At that time, Master Dazel was having trouble finding a place to treat patients. I happened to know that the Hogg family had an unused warehouse in the Beggar's Nest. So I approached Mr. Hogg and asked him to lend us the warehouse. Mr. Hogg was also very generous and directly transferred the warehouse to Master Dazel. But Miseribes doesn't seem to know about this? Snort. Facing Amelia's question, Dazel snorted. She has been busy contacting Waterdeep to find a cure for the plague. I don't think it's necessary to bother her with such a small matter. Staring at Dazel, Duan Muhui spoke at this moment. So, you're trying to say that you know nothing about the secret room under the warehouse and the plague mutants inside? That's right. Very well. You don't know, or you don't want to say it. I don't care. But I think after the interrogation of the Inquisition, you will confess everything. It has been a long time since I used the Inquisitor's torture techniques. At this point, Duan Muhui's tone was murderous, and the whole person was like a beast ready to attack. While Dazel snorted lightly, it seems that you have a deep prejudice against the Heim Temple. But unfortunately, without evidence, you can't do anything to me. That's right. I'm very sorry, Mr. Duan Mu. At this time, Arrives also stood up. Dazel is a person the Lord trusts very much. If you do anything to him, it will be equivalent to becoming an enemy of Neverwinter. Cut. Hearing this, Duan Muhui let out a sigh, and the murderous aura disappeared. He actually trusted the followers of Heim. It seems that the Lord is also suffering from Alzheimer's disease. Sorry to bother you. At this moment, Van Swick, who had been listening silently, suddenly spoke. In fact, the responsibility for this matter lies with me. Van Zwyck? Seeing his subordinates and lover suddenly speak, Arrives was also shocked and looked at him in surprise. In fact, Dessel did tell me about this matter at the beginning, and I was also in charge of the procedure. Why didn't you tell me? Looking at Van Zwyck, Arrives' eyes were a little surprised, while Van Zwyck lowered his head. Sorry, Arrives. I was busy with so many things at that time, so I forgot. I see. I'm sorry, I made you bear too much responsibility back then. Hearing Van Zwyck's answer, Eris's eyes became softer, but Duan Mu Huai was very unhappy. So, you knew the situation, but you still wanted to watch us make this trip? Do you think we are monkeys? I'm really sorry. I just think it's hard for people to believe it just by saying it. Let's leave this matter at that. Arrives interrupted forcibly. Then she sighed and looked at Amelia. The disappearance of Master Duzel is indeed a worrying thing. As the highly respected Archdruid in Neverwinter, we also need to know his situation. The next matter is left to you. Amelia, go find Master Duzel and find out his situation. Yes. Amelia was a little discouraged by the wasted trip. She accepted Arrive's instructions dejectedly and left the temple. Are we leaving Neverwinter? Luo Qixi asked while holding the staff with some uneasiness. I'm afraid we'll have to investigate the whereabouts of Master Duzel next. Of course we have to investigate that. But we can't let go of the matter regarding Dessel. Mr. Duanmu? Hearing this, Amelia finally couldn't help but open her mouth to refute. Your suspicion of Dessel has no evidence. It's just a guess. That's why we need to find evidence. But what if there is no such evidence? I know you have a prejudice against Heim's followers. Guess why I have a prejudice against them? This, when you see the cultists, isn't your first reaction that these bastards are planning to cause trouble? Does this count as a prejudice against cultists? No. But Heim followers are not cultists. Faced with Duan Mu Huai's answer, Amelia was speechless. Perhaps you and the gods you believe in think so. But the Inquisition does not. To be honest, we believe that Heim's followers are more dangerous than those devil worshippers. After all, everyone knows to avoid devil worshippers. But no one will be careful of Heim's followers behind them. For some reason, Amelia thought this made a lot of sense. Then how do you plan to investigate? In the end, Amelia chose to surrender. It's very simple. Isn't it said that he is the commander of Heim Fortress and came to Neverwinter after the plague broke out? Yes. Amelia nodded. Mr. Dessel is the commander of Helm Fortress, which is why Lord Nasher has great trust in him. After learning that a plague had broken out in Neverwinter, he brought several Helm believers back to Neverwinter to assist in the treatment of the plague. But I see that those believers have nothing to do except wandering around the streets all day, and the priests in Tyre are almost dying of overwork. Well, Amelia had to admit that Duan Mu Huai was right. The main job of those Heim priests was to calm people down on the streets, although this was also very important. But, are you planning to interrogate those Heim followers? Of course not. I'm not stupid enough to alert the enemy. Duan Mu Huai shook his head, but his next answer shocked Amelia. Let's go straight to Heim Fortress. Chapter 622, Snowy Forest. Amelia never thought that she would leave the blocked Neverwinter under such circumstances. When she walked out of the gate and looked back at the snow-covered city in front of her, Amelia had the illusion of being exiled. They were the only investigation team allowed to leave Neverwinter. Indeed, although Arabetha's statement was not wrong, Amelia still felt as if she was driven out of Neverwinter because she was in the way. Okay, what are you sighing about? Let's go! In contrast, Duan Mu Huai didn't care at all and even urged her to get on the road quickly. How do I get to Heim Fortress? I'm waiting for you to lead the way. To be honest, Mr. Duan Mu, I really think your idea is a bit too exaggerated. After what you saw, you still say that? Indeed, we saw diseased mutants under the warehouse. But there is no evidence to prove that these things are related to Dessel. Aren't we looking for evidence now? Why? Hearing Duan Mu Huai's answer, Amelia sighed again. She didn't know why Duan Mu Huai was so hostile to Heim's followers, even comparing them to cultists. Amelia seldom left Neverwinter before, and she had only met Heim's followers a few times, so she wasn't very familiar with them. But at least in Amelia's opinion, they shouldn't be the kind of people who would betray their faith and gods. But Duan Mu Huai said it as if Heim's believers were like cockroaches. According to the reason, Amelia can completely reject the request of Mu Huai. but she still leads the way to Heim Fortress. On the other hand, Emilia herself also felt that this matter was strange. Although the investigation was finally brought to an end due to Ms. Erebus's forced intervention. This is not Ms. Erebus's usual style at all. In fact, Emilia herself admitted that she had some doubts about Dessel in her heart. And the actions of those Heim believers after entering the city were indeed very suspicious when looking back now. But Emilia still didn't believe that Heim Fortress would fall. After all, Heim Fortress was a border fortress. If Heim Fortress fell, it would mean that the territory of Neverwinter was almost on the verge of collapse. The situation shouldn't be so bad. Right? The cold winter in the north is naturally very unbearable. Duanmu Huai walked in the snow with big strides. Oja sat on his shoulders. And Emilia and Luo Chishi followed behind, using Duanmu Huai's tall body to resist the howling wind and snow. Duanmu Huai and Emilia were fine. But Luo Chishi couldn't hold on for long. Okay. It's so cold. Let's find a place to hide. Aren't you a wizard? You should know about that wizard's mansion. That's a 7th ring spell. And I'm only a 5th ring mage. Luo Chishi glared at Duanmu Huai with dissatisfaction. If it weren't for the fact that his iron SHL looked very hard, she would have wanted to bite him. Since she graduated from the Magic Academy, she has never been looked down upon by anyone in terms of magic. There's a cave over there. Let's go take a look. Emilia was also a little tired, and she saw a cave not far away. So she quickly suggested it. No one else objected. So the group quickened their pace and came to the cave. However, just as they were about to enter the cave, suddenly, roar! With a roar, a huge black bear suddenly popped its head out and glared at everyone. Emilia and Luo Chishi were shocked when they saw the tall black bear. Bear? Roar! This bear was obviously hibernating here, and was naturally very unhappy to be disturbed. It stared at Emilia and Loki fiercely, and let out an angry roar. Now, what should we do now? Emilia drew out her sword, looked at the black bear in front of her nervously, and asked in a low voice, while Luo Chishi shook her head. No. There's no way. Let's go. We don't have a druid. And there's no way to communicate with it. Don't worry. Leave it to me. At this moment, Duanmu Huai also came over. He just said something lightly, then stepped over the two people and walked towards the black bear. Roar! Roar! Seeing Duanmu Huai's appearance, the black bear became more nervous. Not only did it roar, it even raised its legs and held its claws high. However, even so, it only reached Duanmu Huai's chest. Duanmu Huai just lowered his head and stared at the black bear that stood up. Shut up and stay away, or I'll punish you. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai clenched his fists, stared at the black bear, and then snorted coldly. Go! Woo! The next moment, the black bear obediently changed back to its original form, then curled up into a ball and hid in the corner of the cave, trembling without saying a word, not even daring to look over here. Okay. Come in. Duanmu Huai nodded in satisfaction, then turned around and said something to the two of them, and then led Ojas into the cave. Emilia and Luo Chishi looked at each other and could only follow in helplessly. To be honest, at this moment they felt like robbers occupying a private house. Although the process was a bit speechless, everyone finally found a place to stay. Emilia built a fire and started preparing food. Ojas took out a book and started reading it while curled up in Duanmu Huai's arms. Emilia and Luo Chishi were chatting in low voices, while Duanmu Huai closed his eyes and rested, thinking about his next course of action. To be honest, this world is actually a big advantage for Duanmu Huai, because this world is similar to the Greek mythology world that Duanmu Huai has visited before, with a large number of gods. In other words, Duanmu Huai can completely copy what he did in that world here, kill the gods, and absorb the gods' power and priesthood for his own use. However, in the game, no player has a priesthood, so gods are just NPCs to players. Now for Duanmu Huai, the experience value of ordinary enemies is already very low. Just like a level 100 player going to kill a level 1 kobold and can only get a little experience. Although killing 100 kobolds is simple and convenient, the upgrade efficiency is too poor. Gods are much better. And in this world, there are indeed cases of people stealing priesthood and killing gods. Although it is not common, it does exist. As for Ao, the god above gods, Duanmu Huai didn't care at all. At most, It was just a great demon-level subspace psychic creature. If it wanted to cause trouble for Duanmu Huai would not surrender. Although this world also uses terms such as heaven, primary material plane, and H.L. to divide the worlds. To put it bluntly, this is actually no different from the world where Duanmu Huai is. Both heaven and H.L. belong to the subspace plane, and the so-called primary material world is the real world. This can be seen from the great war between gods in this world. No matter which side you are on, good or evil, if you want to pray for the god you believe in to come, you must sacrifice your life. Only then can the god send its incarnation, the saint, to come to the main material plane to help the believers. Its essence is actually the same as the evil god's followers performing large-scale sacrifices, and then weakening the boundary between reality and the subspace so that the evil god can send demons into the real world. It is because the real world cannot tolerate the invasion of subspace creatures, so it must rely on the power of the soul to maintain its existence. Otherwise it will be weakened and expelled. Yes, it's just like Amelia, as a paladin of Tyr, sacrificed her god in the fight against the evil Lich King, and then summoned the Saint of Tyr to kill the Lich King. In Duanmu Huai's eyes, this is actually a self-sacrifice of the evil god's believer. And then the evil god uses her soul power to travel through the subspace to interfere with the real world. Same. There is no difference at all. Duanmu Huai has decided to find time to go to the bloody battlefield of this world. The battle between H.L. and Abyss there is very suitable for him. On the one hand, whether it is devils or demons, they are basically relatively strong subspace psychic creatures. On the other hand, the devil generals and demon lords of H.L. and Abyss are very powerful, enough to be Duanmu Huai's prey. Of course, there is one last aspect. The bloody battle can be regarded as a copycat version of the evil god space. Before the decisive battle with the real subspace evil god, it is still necessary to accumulate some experience in similar areas. It is difficult to kill gods in Mount Heaven, but it is much easier to kill demons in the Abyss. Amelia certainly didn't know what rebellious thoughts were going through Duanmu Huai's mind at the moment. She chatted aimlessly with Luo Qishi for a while, and then planned to rest. After all, it was already dark, and there were no entertainment activities in this world at night. Well, Duanmu Huai wanted to teach them to experience it, but unfortunately the two of them would definitely refuse. Roar! However, at this moment, suddenly, the black bear that had been curled up in the corner of the cave stood up suddenly, let out a low roar, and stared at the outside of the cave. Seeing the black bear's uncharacteristic behavior, the two girls were also stunned. What's wrong? Hey! Did Mr. Duanmu scare it again? I didn't. Is there something out there? Duanmu Huai glanced at the black bear. At this moment, the other party seemed to be facing a great enemy. Obviously, the black bear seemed to have sensed some danger. Outside, Amelia reached out her hand to hold the hilt of the sword, and came to the entrance of the cave, looking around vigilantly. In the dim forest, there was silence. Nothing? It doesn't look like it. Duanmu Huai looked at the black bear again. It had looked as if it was facing a formidable enemy before. Now the black bear had already hidden behind him, holding its head with its hands and trembling. Luo Qishi, think of a way. Aren't you a magician? I am a magician of the Shaper school. While emphasizing the word shaping, Luo Qishi looked outside the cave. Then she thought for a moment and raised her hand. Light magic. Soon, a ball of light emerged from Loki's hand, flew out of the cave, and illuminated the surroundings. Then, under the light that was like that of an incandescent lamp, suddenly, the bushes not far away made a rustling sound, as if something was approaching. Oh! There really is something? Duanmu Huai stood up with interest and looked outside. Amelia at the entrance of the cave drew her sword, and Luo Qishi on the other side clenched her staff. Only Ojas was still flipping through the book slowly, and even moved closer to the fire. Shwa shwa. The bushes continued to shake, and after a moment, a dark shadow emerged from them. Phew. It's just a little deer. When Amelia saw the little deer coming out under the light magic, she first breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment Duanmu Huai's eyes froze. No, that's not an ordinary little animal. Look carefully. Why? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Amelia and Luo Qishi were stunned. At the same time, they saw that the deer not only did not run away, but walked straight towards them. As the deer got closer, everyone finally saw its appearance clearly. The skin on the neck of the fawn had almost fallen off, and one could even see the white bones under the rotten flesh. Half of the fawn's face was swollen like a balloon, and there was even yellow mucus inside. Not only that, if you look closely, you will find that there is a huge hole at the right eye of the fawn, as if it has been eaten away. A sticky tentacle covered with bumps similar to chickenpox stretched out from it, and was constantly squirming. What? What is this thing? Seeing this, everyone was stunned. Chapter 623, Pollution Spreads. How did this become like this? It's the plague. Prepare to fight. Duanmu White clenched his warhammer, strode out of the cave, and looked around. Under the light, he could see animals approaching everywhere, including wolves, deer, and even wild boars and rabbits, which were animals that lived in this forest. However, they were all rotten at this moment, and there was a stench everywhere. Amelia, I advise you to pray to your god for protection. Once you are infected with the plague, you will die even if you are a paladin. Ah, yes. Hearing Duanmu Huai's order, Amelia hurriedly lowered her head, tightly gripped the sword in her hand, knelt on the ground and prayed in a low voice. Great God of justice here, please grant us the power to stay away from disasters, diseases and evil, so that we can destroy all evil and protect the lives of innocent people. The next moment, a beam of light descended from the sky and landed on Amelia. Then Amelia felt a warmth flowing through her body. She clenched her sword and stood up. At this moment, the girl's body began to emit a faint light like a human-shaped light bulb. Shield technique. Compared to Amelia, Lokisi was in a much more miserable situation. As a transmutation mage, she had basically no means of self-protection. Fortunately, Lokisi was well prepared. She raised the staff in her hand, and the next moment a circular force field barrier appeared beside her. You must protect me. Looking at the deformed animals outside, Luo Qixi's voice changed. She didn't want to be bitten by these things. Wow. As for the black bear, it was now shivering and hiding in the corner of the cave, not daring to even breathe. Duanmu Huai clenched his warhammer and stared at the animals around him. They looked like animal versions of zombies, staggering as they walked, with festering all over their bodies. This was clearly a sign of the plague spreading. But now was not the time to discuss these issues. Get started. With Duanmu Huai's order, the battle began. Ojus raised her hands, and invisible threads quickly unfolded, spreading across the woods like a spider web. The animals that tried to get close were entangled by the threads and then easily cut into pieces. On the other side, Amelia also began to act, holding a sword and a shield in her hands. She rushed towards the giant deer in front of her like a thunderbolt. The latter was completely deformed at this moment. Its head was sunken like a rotten watermelon, and the horns on its head were twisted and stood up like corals. One could even see the twitching brain inside. Frankly speaking, just watching this scene was enough to make one feel nauseous. And Amelia suppressed her disgust and rushed directly to the other party. Facing Amelia rushing towards it, the giant deer suddenly raised its body high, and then stepped on Amelia with its two front hooves. Amelia raised her shield and blocked the giant deer's trampling attack. Then she swung her long sword in her right hand forward and stabbed it directly into the giant deer's body. Why? However, the moment the sword pierced in, Amelia felt something was wrong. It didn't feel like piercing into the body, but more like piercing into a piece of soft, rotten cheese, with almost no resistance. But at this moment, something even more unexpected happened. The wound where the giant deer was pierced by the sword suddenly spread and cracked, and then several thin, worm-like tentacles emerged from it. Not only entangled Amelia's sword, but also rushed towards her along the sword. Ice cone! At this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from behind Amelia, and then Amelia saw a spinning ice cone brushing past her and directly hitting the giant deer's chest, knocking it out. Amelia also took the opportunity to hold the long sword tightly and retreated. At the same time, she looked behind her and saw Luo Qixi standing not far behind her with a stiff face and a staff in her hand. Be careful, Miss Amelia. Thank you, Miss Lokishi. Be careful. However, as she was speaking, Amelia discovered that a rabbit quietly approached Lokisi, then suddenly jumped up, opened its mouth and bit Lokisi, then directly crashed into the transparent force field barrier. Alas! This immediately frightened Luo Qixi so much that she screamed, not only because of the sneak attack, but also because of the horrible appearance of the rabbit. Through the transparent force field shield, she could clearly see that the little white rabbit in front of her, which was supposed to be a cute rabbit, had now become hideous. There were 3 scarlet eyes on each side of its head, staring at her fiercely. Not only that, even the rabbit's open mouth was equally scary. It was not the appearance of an ordinary animal's open mouth, but more like a fish with its entire mouth open wide into a circle. And it was full of sharp teeth that almost extended into its throat. Do not come. Just seeing this scene almost frightened Luo Qiqi to death. She screamed subconsciously, and then raised her staff. Crushing sound waves. A whistling sound wave suddenly burst out and rushed forward, directly smashing the mutant rabbit into pieces and blowing it away. At the same time, Duanmu Huai also wielded his war hammer and fought with a group of wolves. This pack of wolves also mutated like other animals. But for Duanmu Huai, how should I put it? Why don't you transform yourself into something else? Why do you have to transform yourself into tentacles? I'm familiar with this thing too. Looking at the wolves in front of him with their bloody mouths wide open, revealing tongues that seemed to have mutated into tentacles. Duanmu Huai also wanted to raise his right hand to turn into a tentacle so that he could meet their fellow villagers. Look, we are all from the tentacle clan. Why don't you let us go? No way. Go to H.L. Boom. The warhammer whistled past, smashing a wolf head into a meat paste. Another wolf took the opportunity to pounce from the side and bit Duanmu Huai's shoulder, but it was useless. Instead, Duanmu Huai grabbed the other's head and pulled hard, tearing the wolf head off the body. Then Duanmu Huai roared and took a step forward. Black flames erupted with his body as the center, turning into thunder and lightning and spreading in the woods. Animals fell down one after another wherever they went, and were directly burned to charcoal. However, it is clear that it is not just the creatures on the ground that have mutated. Gaw! A group of crows also flew over from the sky. Their feathers had almost all fallen off, and their wings were twisted and deformed like swollen blood vessels wriggling and curled together. They opened their mouths, screamed, and pounced towards the ground, then very consciously turned into pieces of separated flesh and blood in the air, and then fell down. Only then did Oja silently put down her hands. It was not a waste of time for everyone to deal with these mutants. After all, even if they were mutants, they were still just animals. It was like a person infected with a virus and turned into a zombie. Most of them were still at the level of ordinary people. No one could learn fighting skills without a teacher after turning into a zombie. Therefore, it didn't take much effort to wipe out these mutants. However, the expressions on Amelia and Luo Qiqi's faces were not very good. Although the battle intensity was not high, the disgusting degree of those deformed creatures. This was probably the first time they had encountered such a disgusting enemy since they were born. What on earth is this? Holding the staff, Luo Qiqi stayed away from the monster corpses and did not dare to get close. Plague distortion. Duanmu Huai walked over carrying a war hammer and glanced at the corpses around him. It seems that this place has been infected. But this is still some distance from Neverwinter, right? And it seems that the area over there is not so scary. It's far from Neverwinter, but close to Helm's Fortress. Facing Luo Qiqi's puzzled question, Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders and looked at Amelia. Right? Yes. As long as we pass through this forest. The Heim Fortress is across the river. Amelia's expression became tense at this moment. She also agreed with Duanmu Huai's words. After all, if this mutant plague spread in Neverwinter, it shouldn't appear so far away. The only place where people gathered nearby was Heim Fortress. So what are you waiting for? Let's go! Originally, everyone planned to rest here for one night and rush to Heim Fortress tomorrow morning. But after this incident, no one was in the mood to sleep. Duanmu Huai burned the bodies of the deformed animals and the entire forest to ashes. Luo Qiqi and Amelia's eyes twitched when they saw this. But they also knew that there was no other way. After all, this was necessary to prevent the spread of the plague. On the contrary, the black bear is a bit funny. I told you not to come with us. Looking at the black bear hugging his legs and crying, Duanmu Huai was speechless. Wow, there's no point in crying. Now run south as fast as you can. Run as far as you can. Whether you can survive depends on your luck. Woo. Finally, the black bear seemed to understand Duanmu Huai's words and turned around and ran south. As for how far it can run, that is its own problem. Okay, let's go. This time, Even Amelia did not object. In fact, she also wanted to rush to Heim Fortress as soon as possible to check the situation. What if Heim Fortress really fell? With this thought in mind, Amelia's heart was in turmoil along the way. She didn't know how long it took for the group to pass through the woods and come to the river. They soon saw Heim Fortress not far away on the other side of the river. Under the dark night, they could see people patrolling back and forth with torches on the fortress walls. Everything seemed very peaceful. Seeing this scene, Amelia felt relieved. Great, Mr. Duanmu. It seems that everything is normal in Heim Fortress. In response to Amelia's words, Duanmu Huai just smiled and said nothing. Soon, everyone crossed the bridge across the river and arrived in front of Heim Fortress. And then a voice was heard. Stop! Who are you, and what are you doing in Heim Fortress? Hearing the other party's question, Amelia felt more at ease. She hurriedly stepped forward and answered. We are the investigation team from Neverwinter. We discovered the spread of the plague in the nearby woods. And we are here to report. What? Is there such a thing? The patrolling soldiers were also shocked by Amelia's answer. I will report to the commander immediately. Please wait. After saying this, the soldier turned around and left in a hurry, while the group stood at the door. Only then did Amelia feel completely relieved and turned to look at Duanmu Huai. Mr. Duanmu, look. Heim Fortress is normal. Nothing is wrong. Mr. Duanmu, what are you doing? However, before Amelia could finish her words, she saw Duanmu Huai striding to the fortress gate, grabbing the warhammer. And then, Inquisition, open the door. With a roar, Duanmu Huai rushed forward and slammed open the tightly closed door of Heim Fortress. Chapter 624. This familiar feeling. Mr. Duanmu. Amelia was stunned when she saw Duanmu Huai broke open the gate of Heim Fortress without hesitation. There is no need to go to this extent, Mr. Duanmu. What you did is too. At this moment, Amelia also hurried forward and tried to stop Duanmu Huai. However, when she passed through the broken gate and saw the interior of the fortress, Amelia was completely stunned. This is the atrium of Heim Fortress. However, at this moment, the Heim statue that was originally placed here has been completely smashed. The pierced corpses in the courtyard are standing around. The hooded soldiers, who look very suspicious, and the deformed monsters, who are wandering around say it all. Seeing this scene, Amelia couldn't even respond for a while. On the contrary, Duanmu Huai closed his eyes and took a deep breath. This familiar feeling is so good. We are back to the track that players are most familiar with. Heretics who believe in evil gods, spreading plagues and aberrations. This is the scene that players are most familiar with. That is, you heretic bastard who believes in an evil god. Duanmu Huai gripped the warhammer tightly and swung it forward with force. In the name of the Inquisition, I will completely purify you here. Your souls and bodies will be completely destroyed in the wrath of the Inquisition. Your wails will become the last echo of this world. For the Inquisition. For humanity. Die! At this moment, Duanmu Huai's fear aura completely erupted, and even turned into a tangible gust of wind that whistled through the entire courtyard. Although the current situation was very critical, Duanmu Huai was even calm and felt as relaxed as if he was strolling in a garden. When you return to a copy scene that you have played at least 10,000 times, it becomes a mechanical physical memory habit, so that Duanmu Huai doesn't even have to think about it, and he has already reacted instinctively. He suddenly took a big step forward, as enthusiastic as if he were a simple villager seeing a stranger, and rushed towards the cultist in front of him with a smile on his face. Facing Duanmu Huai's sudden attack, the heretics were confused. Although they couldn't see Duanmu Huai's expression, they saw his series of actions were so smooth that they felt like he was very familiar with them. They even wanted to ask, are we familiar with each other? If Duanmu Huai knows their inner thoughts, it will definitely tell them that it is very familiar. Familiar? And Coke! Call! The warhammer swung loudly, sweeping away the bodies of several cultists, along with a violent airflow. The next moment, the cultists standing in front of Duanmu Huai were swept flat before they even had time to react, leaving only their legs below the waist standing on the ground. At the same time, a cultist dressed as a Heim soldier suddenly took off his camouflage coat, revealing a body full of pus and mucus. Bloody wounds everywhere. Countless black flies appeared on its body surface. It raised its hands and shouted loudly, "Praise the Father!" However, the voice of the cult has not yet fallen. Duimuai waved his backhand with a hammer, and saw the warhand whistling across the battlefield, and instantly smashed the cults into fragments. Ding 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 ding. Of course, the ruined weapon could not penetrate the dynamic armor of the wooden locust. When he stabbed his hands, he saw the cults flew out directly from the neck. At the same time, the corruption, dirty, blasphemy body of these cults suddenly burst out. And then the thousands of fluid groups emerged from it, directly wrapped the Duanmu locust. Call. But Duanmu Huai didn't care. He just raised his right hand, and then the armor flipped up. A miniature flamethrower appeared on Duanmu Huai's arm. Then, whistling and flickering flames suddenly broke out, directly igniting the entire swarm of flies. Oh! Finally I feel like I'm back to the game. Looking at the overwhelming swarms of flies, and the disgusting plague messengers, and corrupt cultists around him, Duanmu Huai felt a sense of happiness, as if he had returned home. Go home often. Go home often. While humming the song, Duimuai raised his arm, and the scorching promethium flame directly covered the entire atrium of the Ham Fortress, drowned all the place where it was available. And then he reached out his hand. The next moment, the war hammers flew back to Duanmu Huai's hand. And then, he carried the war hammer, and hummed towards the fortress. Ogus looked at Emilia, who was standing there motionless, with disdain, and followed Duanmu Huai inside. Ms. Emilia. At this time, Lokixi also came to Emilia, looking at her not knowing what to say. Even Lokixi could see that the current appearance of Heim Fortress was definitely unusual. Those who had fought with Duanmu Huai just now were definitely not Heim believers. In other words, if all Heim believers looked like that, then no one in this world would believe in them long ago. However, at this moment, Emilia just stood there blankly, looking at the corpse that was gradually becoming charred in the flames. She tightly grasped the sword, placed her hands on her chest, and muttered a prayer in a low voice. The God of justice to her. Please give me the courage and honor. Please let me see the road in front of me. The glory of justice and kindness cannot be defiled. The order will exist forever in this world. Even if you sacrifice your life, you must protect all things from being swallowed. Destroy. Please guide me to move forward. The next moment, Emilia's whole body suddenly glowed brightly. Then she gripped the sword tightly and rushed forward like a fly. What should we do now? Luo Chishi stood in place with aggressive face, watching the atrium that was burned by the flames around. To be honest, she couldn't keep up with the rhythm of the development of this matter. Why did I get involved in this trouble? Lokixi complained, then carefully cast 2 shield spells on herself, then chased after him with her staff in hand. At this moment, Duimuai has killed a lot in Heimli. The entire Heim fortress had already fallen, and took on a familiar appearance to Duanmu Huai. The floors and walls that were supposed to be flat and smooth had long disappeared, replaced by some kind of unnatural growths that covered them. They looked like the wriggling surface of internal organs, covering almost the entire building. In these prima, blisters like a dinner plate are swollen, and it breaks from time to time, spraying heavy liquids full of corrosion and infection to foreigners. Not only that, the ground was also filled with little monsters that looked as big as piglets and were green all over. They opened their mouths, stuck out their long tongues, and rushed forward warmly and friendly to the foreign guests, trying to hug their limbs and arms to show their hospitality. Unfortunately, their guests don't seem to like this treatment. There are even nerdlings. Duanmu Huai blasted out with a hammer, smashing the monster that rushed towards him into pieces. Lightning flashed and wrapped around his body. Black flames burst out, and everything in his path was completely burned clean by the flames. Ogus followed behind Duanmu Huai, crossing her hands and fiddling with her slender fingers like playing with a string. Along with the action of Oji Silk, the intangible silk threads blocked the road of Corruption Demon, forcing them to only face the ending of the end to destroy and purify. Oh! Okis. After swinging the hammer again and killing the demon in front of him, Duanmu Huai seemed to have thought of something and looked at Ogus behind him. In your opinion, who is better looking, me or them? Even though his cotton-padded jacket is leaky and has anti-air, it won't lie. Duanmu Huai thinks that compared to these silly idiots, he is still more handsome. Right? Of course, the master is more beautiful. And Ogus's answer was exactly what Duanmu Huai had expected. I knew it. Hearing Oji's answer, Duanmu Huai immediately smiled. His little cotton-padded jacket can be very considerate sometimes. But master. Do you really have to compare yourself with these weird things? How can your lips, which are 37 degrees Celsius, utter such icy words at minus 370 degrees Celsius? At this moment, Duanmu Huai felt that his originally high excitement had simply cooled down. What the HL? Just go home and take a shower and go to bed. Just when Duanmu Huai was backstabbed by his teammates and was discouraged and wanted to quit, suddenly, a roar came from behind him. Duanmu Huai turned his head and saw Emilia holding a long sword, emitting dazzling holy light all over her body, rushing straight towards him like a large human light bulb, facing the corrupt demon in front of her. The girl swung her sword without hesitation, and the shining holy light instantly turned into a flash of lightning, completely purifying and destroying the demon. Evil minions, this is a sacred place. You are absolutely not allowed to defile it. In the name of the God of Justice Tyr, I will expel all of you. At this moment, Emilia was no longer confused. Her eyes were clear and firm, wherever the holy light from her body shone. The corrupt growths that originally covered the ground also retreated, although it was not as exaggerated as Duanmu Huai's black flame. The holy light emitted by Emilia at this moment did have the ability to purify the erosion of the corrupt dirt. Yo-huh? Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai was also stunned and looked at Emilia in surprise. I didn't expect that this girl, who looks silly, is actually a knight favored by God? Chapter 625. It's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. I have to say, this did surprise Duanmu Huai. The so-called God-favored knights, in the words of the Empire, are psychics who have received the Emperor's attention. The saying the Emperor pays attention to everyone, but some people are more favored by him is used to refer to these guys who have people above them. Of course, this kind of attention is not random. Basically, the gods' favored ones are beings with powerful spiritual powers, so they will receive the attention of the gods. But this is not a good thing. If Duanmu Huai encounters a follower of an evil god, he will definitely kill him without thinking twice to eliminate future troubles. Similarly, a follower of a god like Emilia will also be targeted by other evil gods or demons, and the chances of her either falling or being killed are also higher. From this point of view, this world can be regarded as a typical example of the success of the Black Hole Project. After all, there are always psychics born in this world, and you can't prevent them from being born. Just like there are evil gods in the world, and they don't disappear just because you don't acknowledge them. When the Black Hole Project was first implemented, the issue of these psychics was considered, which was one of the reasons for the second phase of the God-making project. If there were no local indigenous gods, then psychics would definitely become lackeys of evil gods, as they are easily interfered with by the subspace. Therefore, it is necessary to create a large number of gods to divert the faith of psychics, so that they can believe in local indigenous people or other gods. In short, as long as the psychics who will be attracted by evil gods can be diverted as much as possible, the speed of their recovery can be slowed down to a certain extent. The novice village and this world are typical examples. There are numerous gods as numerous as stars, which have diverted many psychics. When the evil god came here to hold a job fair, he found that the talents were basically monopolized by local companies. Oh, this is very comfortable. Come to think of it, the people from the knights and the guards all looked up to her with respect. Duanmu Huai then remembered that when Emilia led them to investigate Neverwinter City, both the patrolling knights and the soldiers of the guard team would greet Emilia. At that time, Duanmu Huai did not think much of it, thinking that Emilia was popular because of her good looks. Now thinking back, it might also be related to Emilia's identity as a knight favored by the gods. If that's the case, then it would be strange for Erebus to send Emilia to lead the investigation team. At the beginning, Duanmu Huai was disgusted when he saw Emilia and Luo Qishi. In his opinion, they were just two little girls who were still wet behind the ears. It was estimated that Aribes just gave them a task casually so that they would not get in the way. So he was linked to them. In simple terms, he was treated as a nanny. But now this idea is obviously not valid. Unless Aribes is a traitor, how could he lead his own divine knight into the gutter? Isn't she afraid that a thunderbolt from Tyr will strike her to death? Or is this a test for the god-favored knight? Forget it. It has nothing to do with me anyway. But then again, you'd better not rush forward so much. Duanmu Huai grabbed Emilia's shoulder and pulled her back. But here, the taint of corruption is not so easy to remove. You don't have much strength left. That's right. Although as long as Emilia moves forward, the growths where her light shines will retreat. But that mostly depends on Emilia's own spiritual power. Although those here are just some fragile believers of the stain of corruption, Emilia's approach still has some meaning of the 7 wounds fist. Fighting like this is fine for a short period of time. But once it becomes a long-term war, it will be another matter. Sure enough, Emilia was also panting and sweating at this moment. But the evil here has not been completely purified. Purify it. It's just a nuisance if we keep it. Just burn it. As Duanmu Huai spoke, he raised his war hammer and smashed it down in front of him. Black flames instantly spread and exploded, enveloping everything around him in a blazing sea of fire in the blink of an eye. The black flame seemed to have consciousness and avoided Duanmu Huai and others, just devouring everything they touched. These monsters seem to be very afraid of your flames, Mr. Duanmu? Emilia also discovered this. The plague mutants were more afraid of Duanmu Huai's flame than their own holy light. Although she did not feel any evil power from the black flame, the aura brought by the burning flame did make her feel uncomfortable. That's normal, because this is their natural enemy. Hearing Emilia's question, Duanmu Huai showed a hideous smile. The corrupted stain is the god of life, while the black flame is the destined death, the end of death for all things in the world. The two can be said to be completely opposite. So the corrupted stain will instinctively fear Duanmu Huai's black flame. Of course, Duanmu Huai will not let these damned heretics go just because he feels sorry for them. Compared to Emilia and Duanmu Huai at the front, Ojus and Luo Qishi at the back seemed a little leisurely. But Ojus was really leisurely. She even held a book in one hand and read while walking, while the fingers of her left hand hung down and trembled slightly. Then the scattered invisible silk thread surrounded her and chopped into small pieces anything that dared to hinder her. Lokixi had a bitter face, holding the staff tightly and looking around anxiously. The erosion inside the fortress in front of her also brought great shock to Lokixi. It was the first time in her life that she had seen such a horrible, disgusting and weird scene, which could be called H.L. Crash. Just as everyone turned the corner, the wall next to Loki suddenly collapsed, and then a deformed monster rushed over with a roar and a sword raised. Wow! Seeing the monster suddenly appearing in front of her, with a green, swollen body and twisted and mutated flesh, Lokixi was so frightened that she was completely stunned. However, Ojus just pointed with her left hand, and then the silk thread quickly condensed into a knight's spear, which directly penetrated the chest of the deformed monster and nailed it to the wall behind it. The next moment, black flames flowed down, just like flames meeting gasoline, and in the blink of an eye, the deformed monster was completely engulfed. TSK. 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 Look at you. Duanmu Huai glanced at Luo Qishi with disdain. A wizard who will yell and scream in the back. What's the use of you? I'm just a mage. At this moment, Luo Qishi was about to cry. Is it necessary to target me all the way? I'm not like you and Miss Emilia. I don't have any close combat ability. What are you talking about? I am also a wizard, and I graduated from a real magic academy. Why? After hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, not only Luo Qishi was stunned, but even Emilia turned her head and looked at Duanmu Huai in surprise. Mr. Duanmu, are you a mage? Why? Don't you believe it? Duanmu Huai snorted lightly, raised his left hand, and released an ice spear strike. Several ice spikes suddenly appeared out of thin air, then whizzed past, and turned the nerdlings not far away into skewers. Seeing this scene, Emilia and Luo Qishi were completely numb. Wait, this isn't the effect of some magic item, is it? Do you think I'm the type to cheat? Let me tell you, even without the hammer, I can still beat you to death with magic. No, but you're wearing heavy armor. Heavy armor increases the chance of spell failure. No. So why are you wearing it like this? For a mage, just max out Flash and Whirlwind and go up and chop him up. You're on the wrong track. I've gone astray? Luo Qishi was completely speechless. She is one of the most outstanding graduates in the history of the Magic Academy. How can she be called misguided? On the other hand, if you go to the academy and speak out like this in front of the teachers, well, it seems that they can't do anything to you. Recalling Duanmu Huai's previous fighting style, Luo Qishi shrank back silently. As for you, you can't use Whirlwind, but it's still a good idea to learn the rogue's stealth. I'm a mage, and you want me to learn Thief? Hearing this, Luo Qishi couldn't accept it anymore. What does it matter? After learning stealth and silent casting, You can hide and launch surprise attacks. Isn't this better than being foolishly attacked by others? What Duanmu Huai said is also the method that players often use in this world. This world is very popular with players. One of the reasons is that the magic here is very diverse. Although the attacks are basically a bit of insufficient players. Other spells are very useful for players. Just like the Mage's Mansion. It is basically a must-have for late-stage players to play large-scale dungeons. Because most of the players in late-stage large-scale dungeons fight in the world of evil gods. And when fighting in such a place, you can't even rest well. You might be contaminated by the opponent while you are sitting somewhere to rest. At this time, it is very important to have a Mage's Mansion. Although the space opened up by a player is not large, it can completely isolate the influence of the outside world and allow the team to rest very comfortably. Therefore, when players go to dungeons in the later stage, they will often see requests on the public screen such as please find someone who can use the psychic power of the Mage's Mansion to fight in a 25-man team ++++. This is also the reason why Duanmu Huai's first reaction after learning that Luo Qixi was a mage was to ask her for the Mage's Mansion. After all, this thing is basically a must-have for the later stages of dungeon crawling. If you don't know how to use it, you'll need a teammate who knows how to use it. Therefore, players study in this world. Basically all kinds of professional hodgepodge. What kind of laws are the standard? Fortunately, Luo Qixi didn't know what Duanmu Huai was thinking. Otherwise she would have been so angry that she would have died. Although Duanmu Huai's words were unpleasant, Luo Qixi thought about it carefully and realized that it made sense. After all, because of her problems, she was often discriminated against outside and had been hunted down before. Sometimes she could use magic to solve the problem. But most of the time, she had to rely on her petite body to dodge. Luo Qixi had never thought about learning the skills of a thief before. But after hearing what Duanmu Huai said, it seemed quite useful. Do you want to learn it when you go back? Bang! Just as Luo Qixi was thinking, there was suddenly a loud noise. She looked up and saw Duanmu Huai had just knocked open a door. The cultists inside swarmed out. Then she saw those cultists were smashed like flies by Duanmu Huai's hammer and hit the wall next to them, turning into a bloody meat paste. This is definitely not a wizard. Ah, I didn't expect there would be an outsider. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Everyone raised their heads and looked in the direction of the voice. They saw a devil standing in a magic circle not far away. It narrowed its eyes, stared at everyone, and revealed a weird smile. It's the devil. Seeing the devil, Luo Qixi suddenly became nervous, while the devil looked at everyone and laughed. Hello, mortals. It seems that these stupid fools can't complete the ritual because of your arrival. How about we make a deal? Trade? Yes. There is a book of black magic in the room inside. If you help me complete this ritual, I will also give you some small rewards. They are summoning the devil. But the ritual is not completed. At this moment, Luo Qixi hurriedly whispered to everyone that although she was not a spellcaster, signing a contract with beings like the devil was a compulsory course for mages. And Luo Qixi was of course well aware of it. The ritual is now stuck at the last step. Originally, a contract was supposed to be signed to make the devil obey their orders. But because Mr. Duanmu killed the executor of the ritual, there is no way to contract with this devil now. What should we do then? I can try to take the magic book and exile it out of this world. Just do it. Hearing what Loki said, Emilia nodded. Exile this evil devil from the main plane and send it back to H.L. No. However, at this time Duanmu Huai suddenly interrupted. Can't let it go. Why? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Emilia was shocked and looked at Duanmu Huai. Do you want to reach a contract with the devil? Of course not. Didn't you notice its body? Body? Emilia frowned in confusion, then turned around and looked carefully at the devil inside, only to find that its body seemed to have blisters and signs of decay. Wait, you're not saying it has been infected with the plague? We can't let it go. If we let it go back to H.L., the plague will spread. By then, we don't know how many demons in H.L. will be infected. But this has nothing to do with us. Loki frowned. The fact that the plague could infect demons showed that it was indeed very powerful. But even if the plague spread in Bator Hell, what did it have to do with them? Duanmu Huai just glanced at her meaningfully. Don't you wizards love to summon demons? Aren't you afraid of summoning a sick one? Hiss. Hearing this, Luo Qixi's face suddenly turned pale. Indeed, as Duanmu Huai said, The mages often summon some low-order devils as their servants, in case the devil returned to Batohel and infected Batohel's devil. And then the mage summoned a devil infected with the plague to this world without knowing it. Wow! This is a repeated infection. Considering the popularity of mages in this world, it will be a full-blown epidemic. What should I do then? It's simple. Let it stay. And then? I'll kill it. Why? Luo Chishi was shocked to hear Duanmu Huai's decision. This isn't a low-level devil. Are you sure? Of course. Go ahead. Alright. Since Duanmu Huai had made the decision, Emilia did not object. As a paladin, she would not let the devil and the demon escape if she could kill them. Luo Chishi had no choice but to go to the study room, find the black magic book, and then put it on the altar. I swear by the name of blasphemy, chanting the spell in a low voice. Lokixi raised her hands and drew some strange symbols in the air. Remove the shackles that bind this body and let it be free. As Lokixi finished her words, the beam of light that had bound the devil disappeared instantly, and the devil suddenly opened his claws. Ah! I really didn't expect that you would let me be free. It's nice. Free air. There is also a paladin in it. I thank you very much. So what kind of return do you want? What kind of return do you want? Oh just. Duanmu Huai was too lazy to chat with the devil in front of him. The moment he was restrained and the barrier disappeared, he shouted loudly, "Foolish mortal." However, the devil was not surprised by the sudden attack. What you did is meaningless. You can't kill me at all. That's right. Creatures from the warp are very difficult to kill. But, as he was speaking, Duanmu Huai had already arrived in front of the devil. He smashed down the devil's legs with a hammer and threw him to the ground. Then he raised his hand and grabbed the devil's head, and his 5 fingers inserted into the devil's skull like iron rods. But it's not absolutely unkillable. Go to H.L. You bastard from the warp. Ah! Along with the roar of Duanmu Huai, the devil screamed screaming, and then saw that Duanmu Huai suddenly broke out of the black flame, wrapped the devil, and then he shook his hand hard, and then mentioned it. Puff! The next moment, the devil's head was stiffly pulled down by Duanmu Huai from his neck. The cervical spine could not hold it underneath, and the devil's head still kept the painful screaming posture. No. Who are you? How do you have such power? I can feel that my soul is dying. No. 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 Let me go back. Let me go back. Boom. The flames erupted instantly, and a moment later, there was nothing in front of him, and the devil disappeared without a trace. No way. Emilia stared blankly at the scene in front of her with her eyes wide open. She knew, of course, that Duanmu Huai could defeat the devil, but she didn't expect that he could actually kill the devil directly. Generally speaking, the devil cannot kill at all. This is simply a divine power. Who is he? The Inquisition. What kind of organization is it? Okay. We're done. Duanmu Huai didn't care about Emilia and Luo Chishi's surprised looks. He stood up, clapped his hands and looked around. Well, next. However, Duanmu Huai hadn't finished speaking, and suddenly, the change appeared. I saw not far from the other side of this hall, and suddenly a teleportation door suddenly opened, and everyone turned around. I saw Dessel and Van Wyck running out of it, and the former's face even had a proud smile. Hey, 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 arrives. You must not know who you are fighting against. Just lie on the ground and wait for death. I will. However, before Dessel could finish his words, he saw Duanmu Huai and others standing in front of him, and his voice suddenly became hoarse, like a duck with its neck strangled. Hey, isn't this Knight Dessel? Looking at Dessel in front of him, Duanmu Huai clenched his warhammer, opened his mouth, and revealed a fierce and ferocious smile. It's really true that it's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. Chapter 626 The Gift of Chaos. Dessel was very proud. The antidote to rescue the Winter City Plague has arrived. What he wants to do next is to pass through the portal and return to the Ham Fortress to worship the unparalleled great existence he believed in him. Foolish Van Wyck. Foolish Nasher. When I asked him to remove the guardian stone that blocked the castle space under the pretext of transmitting the power of Helm's followers to Neverwinter, they were so foolish as to believe me. But soon, they would understand that the plague was not a curse, but a gift. It was a gift to thousands of lives, allowing them to feel the supreme will. However, when Dessel passed through the portal, What he saw was not his compatriots, who were waiting for him to perform the ritual, but a castle engulfed in flames and a tall figure standing in front of him. Hey, isn't this Knight Dessel? Looking at Dessel in front of him, Duan Mu Huai let out a cold and murderous laugh. It's really better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. You, what have you done? Looking at the fortress in front of him being gradually engulfed by flames, Dessel was furious. His plan, everything he had, was completely destroyed. Why? Didn't Arabeth ask them to go find Master Duzel? Why did they appear in Helm's fortress? Besides, how could they possibly break through the fortress? Although Dessel was very reluctant to accept the fact. The fact was that Heim Fortress had been breached and was engulfed in flames. Stop! Dessel! Just when Dessel was distracted, he suddenly heard a shout from behind him. Then Duan Mu Huai saw a young man in armor and holding a long sword and a girl passing through the portal and standing behind Dessel. The young man raised his long sword and aimed it at Dessel. Put down the antidote and surrender now. It seems that something happened in Neverwinter as well. Looking at the two people behind him, Duan Mu Huai raised his eyebrows. And Emilia was also surprised. Mr. Qasim? Ms. Roxia? What are you doing? Miss Emilia. Seeing Emilia standing in front of Dessel, the young man named Qasim was greatly encouraged. Please help us stop Dessel. We finally collected the raw materials and made the antidote. But we didn't expect Dessel to snatch the antidote away. Ms. Arrives is trying to stabilize the portal right now. And we are chasing him. Dessel, what on earth do you want to do? After listening to Qasim's words, everyone finally understood what happened in Neverwinter. So Emilia swung her sword, pointed it at Dessel, and shouted, in response to Emilia's question. Dessel gritted his teeth and then clenched the medicine bottle in his hand. In that case, then none of you should even think about it. However, before Dessel could put his idea into action, Ojas, who was hiding behind Duan Mu Huai, twitched her fingers slightly, and the next moment Dessel's palm was instantly cut off. The silk thread wrapped around the medicine bottle that fell from it drew an arc, and then fell squarely into Ojas's hand. Well done, Miss Oaks. Seeing this, Emilia was also overjoyed. She was originally worried that the other party would use the antidote as a hostage to force her. Fortunately, Ojas acted in time to stop Dessel's action. At this moment, Dessel had lost his threat. So, the next step was to let him surrender. Surrender? Dessel, I don't know what you want to do, but your conspiracy has completely failed. Whirring. Holding his severed right arm, Dessel's face turned pale, but he still showed a crazy smile. Conspiracy? Wrong. You don't understand anything. This is not a conspiracy. This is for this world, so that the lives in this world can feel the love of the great and kind Father. Soon, you will understand the true meaning of life. At that time, you will shed this useless SHL and become your true self. What Heim, what Tyr, in front of that great existence, are nothing more than fragile and tiny remnants like babies. The only choice and path is to follow the teachings of the kind Father and accept his love. You? What are you talking about? At this moment, Dessel's enthusiasm was so crazy that Emilia was even a little overwhelmed. Duan Mu Huai snorted coldly. He's nothing more than an ugly, smelly, fat otaku. His tricks as a corrupted filth are still as disgusting as ever. He can only be used to appease children. Shut up. How dare you disrespect my loving father? You? Hearing Duan Mu Huai's ridicule, Dessel immediately became furious and stretched out his hand to point at Duan Mu Huai. But soon, Dessel seemed to think of something and his expression suddenly changed. How do you know? No. Who are you? The Inquisition is here. You bastards who believe in this heretical god. Duan Mu Huai gripped the war hammer tightly and strode towards Dessel. One day, I will destroy you and your filthy and disgusting evil god together. Now, prepare to die. Both your body and soul will be thoroughly purified in the flames of the Inquisition. You will not stand a chance. No. I won't die. Perhaps feeling the fearful aura released by Duan Mu Huai, Dessel began to tremble even more. But the next moment, he mustered up his courage, reached into his arms, and took out a strange piece of meat. It looked like a beating heart, or a peach made of flesh and blood, with countless tiny tentacles wriggling underneath. Praise the Father! With a scream, Dessel swallowed the strange piece of meat in one gulp. The next moment, something unimaginable happened. almost in the blink of an eye. Dessel's body expanded rapidly. His torso began to flip over. His muscles began to swell and deform. And twist. And in a moment, he turned into a huge dark green monster. Its head was even completely sunken in flesh and blood. And its two claws were more like indescribable products of chaotic fusion. Just one look at it was enough to make people fall into unspeakable fear. Oh. However, Duanmu did not give Dessel time, like a villain who was waiting for the magical girl to transform. On the contrary, when Dessel made a move, he directly threw the thunder hammer in his hand. At the same time, Duanmu accelerated again and rushed directly towards Dessel. Boom! The huge war hammer hit Dessel directly, who was expanding and deforming, causing it to tilt backwards. At the same time, Duanmu rushed into Dessel's arms like a runaway dump truck. You can only mutate into a chaos egg, which means you are destined to be a loser. Idiot! Roar! Under the impact of Duanmu, the mutated Dessel directly broke through the wall. And at this moment Dessel seemed to have completed the transformation. It roared and raised its huge and sharp claws, and swung it at Duanmu. Court death, facing the giant claw that looked powerful enough to cut him in half. Duanmu roared and punched out, hitting Dessel's claw directly. The next moment, Dessel's claw and arm were blasted apart by Duanmu's punch, turning into a mass of drooping flesh and blood. However, for Duanmu, this was just the beginning. Ola. He clenched his fists and beat up Dessel in front of him. Duanmu's fists turned into phantoms like a storm, and mercilessly bombarded Dessel's body. The part of Dessel's body that was hit by Duanmu suddenly exploded and cracked, as if there were countless microbombs buried in its body. In just a moment, Dessel was beaten beyond recognition by Duanmu. Then, Duanmu clenched his fist and punched out. Ola! This punch went straight through Dessel's huge body, punching it in half, and even created a large hole in Dessel's body with a diameter of more than 1 meter. But this obviously failed to completely destroy the Chaos Egg, because the next moment Dessel suddenly raised his arms and hugged Duanmu tightly in his arms. At the same time, the flesh on his body quickly increased in value and expanded. And in a moment, it completely wrapped Duanmu. How come? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned, not knowing what to do for a moment. The battle in front of them was completely beyond their expectations. Amelia and the boy named Kasim subconsciously wanted to help. But at this moment, Otis waved her arms and manipulated the silk thread to stop the two. Okis? Wait, isn't that dangerous? What you are doing is dangerous. Otis looked at the piece of meat in front of her calmly, her expression not changing at all. The master said that if you get even a little bit of this stuff on you, you will turn into a second Chaos Egg. So that's why he won't let you get close. The second? Hearing this, Amelia and Kasim subconsciously stepped back. It wasn't because they were cowardly, but the monster in front of them was even more disgusting than the Abyss Demon. No one wanted to become like this. Well, to put it bluntly, I'm still a coward. But Mr. Duanmu, Master is fine. Boom! As if to verify what Oja said, a black flame burst out from it the next moment, rising into the sky and completely engulfing the entire Chaos Egg. The huge piece of meat kept dissipating under the burning of the black flames, and then it shrank directly, turned into ashes, and disappeared into the air. At the same time, a tall figure walked out. Boom, boom, boom! Seeing the huge figure walking out from the flames with bright red light in his eyes, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Is this a mage? Looking at Duanmu, Luo Chishi was completely confused. Now, there was only one thought in her mind. This is definitely not a mage. Okay? Chapter 627 Foolish Justice. With the destruction of Dessel and the recovery of the antidote, the plague in Neverwinter came to an end. After that, everyone lived a happy and peaceful life. Congratulations. Congratulations. Well, unfortunately, this is not the end of the game. The fact is that the atmosphere in Neverwinter is still extremely tense. Desser's betrayal had already spread throughout the streets of Neverwinter, and his act of spreading the plague had been confirmed, which naturally angered the people. Of course, Desser himself had been killed by Duanmu, and his subordinates were either killed or burned to death in Helm Fortress. But there was still someone for the people to vent their anger on. That's Van Swick. As Arrive's right-hand man and lover, Van Swick provided a lot of help to Dessel throughout the whole thing. including the warehouse incident that Duan Muhui and his team investigated before. Similar things were also found out a lot later. According to him, he thought Dessel did nothing wrong, so he had been helping him, wanting to prove that Dessel cared about Neverwinter as much as everyone else. When Duan Muhui heard this, he could only laugh. In a word, stupid as HL. So what will happen next is the trial of Van Swick. Van Swick himself did not defend himself, but it was Ari Beth who argued and tried to prove that Van Swick did not betray. I know that Van Swick is not a traitor. He has not committed treason. I can guarantee that he does not have the slightest intention of doing so in his heart. But Duan Muhui obviously would not accept such an explanation. I don't care what Van Swick thinks. The fact is that his actions led to the spread of the plague in Neverwinter, and the deaths of thousands of people. This is an undeniable truth. The Inquisition doesn't care about motives, only the results. No matter what Van Swick's motives were, it was his actions that ultimately led to the spread of the plague and almost put the entire city on the brink of destruction. Therefore, I think Van Swick must be executed. During the whole trial, Duan Muhui and Arribes argued with each other. Arribes insisted that Van Swick was just insisting on his justice, and was deceived by Dessel. Van Swick himself was also a victim. So even if he was wrong, he was not guilty of death. As the judge, Duan Muhui gave a direct rebuttal. He didn't care whether Van Swick was upholding his own justice, or was stupid enough to be deceived by Dessel, or had ulterior motives. But his actions were a typical example of deceiving superiors, and concealing the truth from subordinates. Just like when Dessel asked Van Swick to go through the warehouse transfer procedures. Van Swick, as Arribes' right-hand man, did not tell Arribes about this matter, which was a dereliction of duty. Anyone who associates with evil gods and heretics will only end up dead. Does the Inquisition just want to do nothing? By the way, Lord Nasher in the courtroom also looked unhappy at the moment. The reason was simple. He was one of the people who trusted Dessel, and the biggest responsibility was on him. In addition, just before that, Duan Muhui even forced him to take off his clothes and conducted a careful inspection on him to ensure that Lord Nasher was not corrupted. If he had any signs of corruption, Duan Muhui would kill him on the spot. This was a great humiliation for Lord Nasher, who was once a great adventurer. But Duan Muhui didn't care about the Inquisitor and never cared about others' likes and dislikes of him. They did whatever they wanted and did it however they wanted. What others thought of them was their business and had nothing to do with the Inquisitor. This, in the audience, Emilia, who had listened to the entire trial, was also embarrassed. As a believer of Tyr, she knew she should support Arabeth. But when Emilia followed Duan Muhui to Heim Fortress and saw the mutated monsters infected by the plague along the way, she had to admit that if Duan Muhui allowed Dessel to replicate all this in Neverwinter, it would only bring about a destruction more terrible than a nightmare. At the moment, Arribes and Duan Muhui were arguing fiercely, but both sides were right in their standpoints. Arribes was a paladin of Tyr, and as a believer of Tyr, she had to believe in justice first. It is said that the heart should be judged, not the deeds. So in Arribes' opinion, even if Van Swick was wrong, his starting point was good, so the punishment should be reduced, at least not to death. However, the position of the Inquisition is completely opposite. The Inquisition does not care about justice and evil. They only care about the survival of mankind. Therefore, in the eyes of Duan Muhui, the Inquisitor, Van Swick's actions are an accomplice to the death of the people of Neverwinter. No matter what his considerations are, his actions threaten the goals of the Inquisition. Therefore, the Inquisition will definitely not let Van Swick go. If Neverwinter does not sentence him to death, Duan Muhui will have to do it himself. Then again, the Inquisitor never cared what others thought. They may not understand, but they must obey. You make him sound like a murderer. It wasn't Van Swick who caused the plague, nor was it Van Swick who destroyed the city. He was just too trusting and too focused on his duty. But he contributed to the spread of the plague. This is an indisputable fact. Duan Muhui suddenly waved his hand and pointed outside the window. I say it again. Stop your useless arguments. You should go outside and look at those who died from the plague. Tell them that their family members being infected by the plague was just an accident, and that Van Swick did not intend to do so. And see how many people will be willing to accept your explanation. And will those who died accept your apology? All you paid for was betrayed trust. But what they paid for was their lives. Do you want to say that your so-called kindness and justice are more important than human life? No. But this is not Vanswick's responsibility. He has worked hard for justice all his life and devoted himself to the performance of his duties. Just like me. But why did he have to suffer such an end? Isn't this a betrayal? In order to appease the anger of the people. His Lord betrayed him. And the God he believed in also betrayed him because of a stupid mistake. Is this fair? A stupid mistake? Duan Muhuai's voice suddenly became low. And at the same time, a cold murderous intent spread from his body. You mean to say that the deaths of thousands of people can be excused by just one stupid mistake? You just don't want to face it. Duan Muhuai suddenly interrupted Arabetha's defense, stretched out his hand, and slapped the table hard. With a click, the heavy table broke into two pieces. Seeing this scene, everyone present was shocked. But Duan Muhuai didn't care at all. He just stared at Arabeth fiercely. You just don't want to accept that your lover betrayed you. Hidden the truth from you. Didn't believe you. As he spoke, Duan Muhuai picked up a confession. You see, Vanswick himself admitted that he made things easier for Dessel. But he didn't tell you because Vanswick thought you didn't trust Dessel and might not allow some of his actions. So he decided to act on his own instead of reporting to you. How does it feel to be betrayed by the one you love? It rhymes? Now, you're like a little girl who's been blinded by love. You'd rather question the gods and beliefs you believe in than turn around and see the reality. Face it. The reality is that your lover doesn't trust you. So he betrayed you. No. At this moment, facing Duan Muhuai's angry rebuke, Arribes was speechless for a moment. After this, the trial continued. But the situation was already clear. Duan Muhuai had irrefutable evidence. And Arribes had nothing to say except that she tried desperately to explain that Vanswick did not do it on purpose. So in the end, Vanswick was sentenced to death by hanging for treason. Amid the cheers of the people of Neverwinter, the priest was sent to the gallows and turned into a cold corpse. Only then did the plague in Neverwinter finally come to an end. But it's not over yet. After the trial, Duan Muhuai and Ogus were invited to the Lord's mansion. After all, although Dessel was dead, the threat still existed. Even until now, they didn't know what kind of enemy they were facing. And based on the previous situation, only Duan Muhuai and his men knew it best. So, if the judge? I asked directly in a single knife. Do you know what the evil existence of Dessel's belief is? Certainly. Faced with the inquiry of Lord Nasal, Duan Muhuai nodded. That is a very ancient evil god. You can just call it the god of life. Why? I have to say that hearing Duan Muhuai's answer, Amelia was aggressive. The god of life? But what? Duan Muhuai glanced at her and said, humans are life. Cows are life. So let me ask you, are flies, mosquitoes, and maggots considered life? Understand? This is the god of life. Duan Muhuai simply explained it. And everyone understood in a second time. I have to say that the god of life really broke their three views. So, these evil god believers, where are they all active? That's not necessarily the case. Duan Muhuai spread his hands. Strictly speaking, all those who have no way to heal for a long time may get the attention and love of that person, and then become his believers. You mean, that guy actually hears people's cries of pain and treats them? Treatment? But the previous distorted body. It's disgusting. Right? But the disease has indeed been cured. They will no longer feel pain. Nor will they be infected with diseases because they are walking plagues. You see? Although their appearance is a little weird, the purpose has been achieved. Right? Well, at this time, the boy named Kasim also reacted. Judges, what you mean? That the evil god turned people like that? To cure their diseases? But this is too. Don't talk about this or that. Just tell me whether the disease is cured or not. Now everyone was speechless. But why did they spread the plague? It's very simple. Only by letting more people be infected with the disease can they feel the kindness of the evil god. Duan Muhuai sneered. If people don't get sick, where can they go to promote the greatness of the evil gods they believe in? You know what? This makes a lot of sense. In short, the actions of these heretics are very clear. Basically, if there is an incurable plague, or some kind of distortion and mutation that causes people, animals, and even plants to become deformed and whose details are unknown, it is most likely they're doing. This is also the reason why I came here. I see. After hearing what Duan Muhuai said, Lord Nasher was somewhat relieved. It now seemed that the actions of these evil god believers were still easy to predict. At least they were much easier to detect than some of the devil believers who were in hiding. I understand. Thank you for your guidance. Recently, all parts of the north are not quite flat. We have always doubted this. I will immediately send someone to investigate. In general, although things were a little unpleasant at the beginning, Lord Nasher was still willing to cooperate with Duanmu Huai, and even invited the Inquisition to set up a base in Neverwinter. After all, the ruthlessness and efficiency of the Inquisition were indeed very useful in dealing with evil gods and heretics. At least much better than some Tyr believers. During the whole process, Arabeth just stood behind Lord Nasher without saying a word. Her status in the Temple of Tyr has been greatly reduced. On the contrary, Emilia, as a hero who followed Duanmu Huai to Heim Fortress to destroy the pagan stronghold, has replaced Arabeth's original position. There was no way around it. Aribes' defense of Vanswick in the previous trial had angered many people. In addition, Vanswick was her subordinate, so Aribes was naturally responsible as well. If the antidote to the plague that Aribes led had not been successfully produced, Aribes would probably have followed in Vanswick's footsteps. But now she has been promoted in name only and demoted in reality, becoming a marginal person. Duanmu Huai had no sympathy for this. It was because of what Aribes said in defense of Vanswick that angered him, reminding him of the widely circulated saying you only lost a leg, but she lost her love. Well, if it wasn't in the court, Duanmu Huai would have jumped up and wanted to kill someone right then and there. But now, Duanmu Huai glanced at Aribeth, then looked away. I hope she can think it through and stop causing trouble. Chapter 628 Travel Guide. With the end of the plague in Neverwinter, what was left was naturally the division of spoils and rewarding the heroes. This is not like in the game, where you will be given some experience points and gold coins after completing the task. Considering everyone's contribution to Neverwinter, Lord Nasher has also shown his utmost sincerity. Everyone can make a wish, and as long as it is within his ability, it can be realized. The rewarded person includes Kasim and Luo Xia, who is responsible for helping Erix to retrieve the plague, and then Duanmu Oji, Emilia and Luo Chishi. Emilia was a paladin of Tyre and a member of the Silver Knights, so she was within the system. So there was no need to mention the reward for the time being. After all, if nothing else, the merit of defending Neverwinter was enough for her to be promoted and live off for the rest of her life. As long as she didn't make principled mistakes like Arabeth, she shouldn't have any big problems. As for Kasim and Luo Xia, they didn't have much demands. They also knew that although they helped find the raw materials for knowing the medicine, they prevented the merit of the Winter City from falling into the leadership. So the two asked the Lord of Nas to ask some gold coins and magic weapons to patrol around and continue their own adventure. On the contrary, Luo Qixing stayed, saying that she wanted to stay in the Winter City for pensions. After all, because her identity was embarrassing, she would be easily discriminated against other places because of her identity. As for Duanmu Huai and Ojis, they didn't plan to stay in Neverwinter for long, so they only asked for some treasure symbolically. Of course, Duanmu Huai got a good thing. The secret chamber crystal ball, which is an enchanted equipment that looks like a toy crystal ball. It can use the mage's mansion once a day. Well, it can be regarded as Duanmu Huai's wish come true. Of course, Duanmu Huai did not intend to leave this world just like that. He had come here with great difficulty, and he had not brought Ajis with him for a long time. The little girl had been very unhappy, so Duanmu Huai also planned to take Ajis with him to travel around this world. Anyway, the black hole bomb over there has not been made well. Isn't it rushing for a while? After all, this world is the same as the Sisu world. There are many famous places to make players rush. For example, since you are here, don't you go to the Bingfeng Valley to see if there is a black leather ranger around? And then take a trip to the Dwarven Mithril Hall? Not to mention Silvermoon City, the Pearl of the North. Why don't you go and take a photo with the city lord, Illustrial, to get his autograph? If you are bored and have nothing to do, why not go to Sayre, the base camp of the Red-Robed Wizards? Experience the unique customs and culture of the Bald Wizards? Not to mention Baldur's Gate, a landmark city in this world. If you don't go there to check in, how can you say you have been to Faerun? For example, how about going to H.L. for a 10-day bloody battle? Or maybe go to the astral plane and steal the silver sword of the Githyanki? There are so many interesting things in this world. This doesn't even include raiding the chromatic dragon's house, arguing with the bronze dragon, or tackling the puzzle of Mythdraenor. Oh, the player is real leather and wants to try everything. It's just that the world is not as miserable as the players in the world of Sisu. The reason is also very simple. That is, there are so many powerful spirituals in this world. Sometimes players have to turn over the boat. Oh, by the way, I remember that there was a group of unknown idiots in the game and beaten in the Seal City. And then, the lady was blocked directly into the Asian space fragments to freeze the number. Duanmu Huai originally planned to go north to Icewind Dale first, and then visit Mithril Hall. Unfortunately, Lord Nasher told him that because of the recent civil unrest in Luskan, the road to Icewind Dale has been completely closed, and no one is allowed to enter or leave. Under such circumstances, Duanmu Huai was too lazy to cause trouble for himself. So he decided to go south to Waterdeep, and then take a boat through Sword Bay to Baldur's Gate. Anyway, if you come to Faerun and don't take a photo in Baldur's Gate, it would be a waste of your trip. Right? After confirming the itinerary, Duanmu Huai and his party left Neverwinter City. The reason why it is called a group is because this trip is not just for him and Okies. First of all, the two adventurers, young girls, Kasim and Luo Xia, also joined in. They originally planned to take risks. The first stop also wanted to go to the door of Pew to see the world. Since everyone's destination is the same, it is better to take a companion together. In addition, the paladin Amelia expressed that she also needed to go out for training. So she followed Duanmu Huai and his party, and set out on the journey south. Well, I wish you a safe journey. The world out there is very dangerous. Standing at the gate of Neverwinter, Luo Chishi looked as if she had escaped from the sea of suffering, and waved to everyone with a smile. I am right here in this warm home, waiting for you to come back and tell me your adventure stories. Hee. Looking at Luo Chishi's appearance, Duanmu Huai laughed. Don't think you can stay out of this. I didn't expect that as a warlock. You would be so stupid. Wow. How am I stupid? You'll know when the time comes. Duanmu Huai chuckled and didn't say much. Instead, he greeted everyone else and turned to leave. Luo Chishi glared at his back fiercely, then stomped her feet and turned away. Stop chatting with this annoying guy. Duanmu Huai didn't care about Luo Chishi's resentment towards him. In fact, during the journey, he didn't forget to tell others about some of the places he had visited in the game. Duanmu Huai's eloquence was average. But fortunately, these people were also very good listeners. Amelia had been in Neverwinter since she was born, and had hardly left here too far. The same was true for Kasim and Luo Xia. Both of them were residents of the north. Or to put it bluntly, they were country bumpkins. They had never been to a city bigger than Neverwinter in their lives. Or even Neverwinter. It was their first time to go there. Not to mention places like Waterdeep and Baldur's Gate. This continent is huge, and there are many dangers. Of course, you have to pay attention to more than just dragons and liches. In fact, many times, things like kobolds and gnolls are more troublesome. But kobolds are supposed to be timid creatures. Right? Hearing Duanmu Huai's warning, Luo Xia blinked curiously. Kasim and I have encountered several kobolds during our adventures. They seem to be very weak, and their combat awareness is not very strong. That's why they are dangerous. Just like in the forest, herbivores are far more dangerous than carnivores. Is that so? Of course. As long as carnivores are well fed, they won't pose much of a threat. But herbivores are different. They are always in an environment where they are hunted, so they are prone to stress reactions. The same is true for kobolds. Because they are weak, they become more cunning. Of course, it's a little too early for you to understand this now, but I think you will understand it one day. Just like that. As everyone was chatting, time passed by minute, and soon, when night fell, Duanmu Huai also took out his crystal ball, fiddled with it for a while, and then a ray of magical light shone out and hit the air next to it, creating a portal. Inside is naturally the wizard's mansion. Okay, let's go in and take a rest. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai was about to walk into the wizard's mansion. But at this moment, Amelia reached out and grabbed him. Mr. Duanmu, I want to talk to you alone. Is that okay? Alone? Hearing Amelia's request, Duanmu Huai glanced at Ajis, who was looking dissatisfied next to him, and reached out to touch his little girl's head. Okay. Just for a moment. Then, he spoke. Chapter 629 Amelia's Confusion. Faerun is equally beautiful at night. Walking along the Neverwinter River and looking at the beautiful scenery all around is a very suitable scene for confession. But unfortunately, Duanmu Huai knew that Amelia would never come to him for this. After all, Prince of Murder Sirik once commented on the god of justice, Tyr is a perverted nymphomaniac. Why else would he be served by a group of pretty, unmarried lesbian girls when there are so many people willing to sacrifice themselves for justice? How should I put it? It's a bit rough. But the truth is true. Of course, players have their own explanations for this. And they think it is understandable that Tyr has this hobby. After all, Tyr is an old man who lost his right hand. Well, those who understand will understand. By the way, Sirik is also in a miserable situation. And basically all of his churches have been surrounded and wiped out by players. This is not because players have any opinions about Sirik. After all, even if the Murder Prince is the god of lies and killing, it has nothing to do with them. But the problem lies in Zirik's divine emblem. A white skull enveloped by a black sun. You are being disrespectful. If Duanmu Huai saw Zirek, he would definitely kill him without any explanation. This divine emblem alone is enough to get you shot 100 times. But now is not the time to discuss Zirik, Mr. Duanmu. Actually, walking to the river and looking at the forest in front of her, Amelia's expression was a little melancholy. Actually, before leaving Neverwinter, I visited Ms. Arabeth once. She was in a very bad condition, and I heard from her servants that she often had nightmares. She seemed to have lost her faith. I don't understand. Who is righteous? Who is evil? Well, if you ask that, I would say, the Inquisition is not concerned with this issue. Why? It has to be said that Duanmu Huai's answer was completely beyond Amelia's expectations. She looked at Duanmu Huai in surprise. But, originally, justice is something very ambiguous and difficult to define. For example, if a country is invaded by a group of barbarians, who brutally kill the people of that country, rape the women of that country, and kill the children of that country, are these barbarians evil? Certainly. This time, Amelia answered without hesitation. Then if you investigate further, you will find that the land of that country was originally the home of the barbarians. In order to occupy this land, the people of that country not only hunted down the barbarians, who invited them into their homes, but also used diseases and plagues to completely eliminate them. They even peeled off the scalps of those barbarians as rewards. And everything the barbarian tribe is doing now is just revenge to take back their homes. So now tell me, who is just? This? Amelia was speechless for a moment. Justice and evil are both subjective definitions of humans. Just like a child who ran to the forest to pick flowers, and was killed by a wild beast. People would think that the wild beast is evil because it cruelly killed the defenseless child. But in the world of wild beasts, killing the cubs of other species is a natural behavior in itself, which is to prevent other species from occupying their territory. So in the eyes of wild beasts, there is nothing wrong with what they do, and there is no distinction between justice and evil. In the final analysis, this is all subjectively defined by humans themselves. Duanmu Huai spread his hands and shrugged. That's the problem with Erebus. There is more than one kind of justice. So problems are easy to arise for the paladin of the god of justice. Because if you insist on your own justice, then one day it will collide with the justice of others. For Erebus, although Vanswick's actions were wrong, his heart was just. But for the people of Neverwinter, Vanswick, who aided and abetted the evil, is evil itself. Therefore, it is meaningless to have an in-depth discussion on what is justice and what is evil. Therefore, for the Inquisition, we don't care about these things. So, you mean that justice is unnecessary? I didn't say that. Let me give you an analogy. Looking at Amelia's depressed expression, Duanmu Huai thought for a while. If humans are a big house, then the Inquisition is the mason. We are only responsible for maintaining the house and preventing it from collapsing. However, the decoration style of the rooms inside is still decided by the owner. Justice, evil, chaos, order, freedom. No matter what you think, how you want to decorate your room, that is your own business. Unless you dig up the load-bearing wall during decoration and threaten the existence of the entire house. How to decorate the room is your own freedom. And the Inquisition will not interfere. Speaking of this, Duanmu Huai chuckled. You don't want the maintenance staff to tell you how to place things in your room, right? The same goes for your ideas and goals. Arribe's justice is definitely different from yours. But that doesn't mean one of them is wrong. Binary values of black and white are the stupidest. It sounds like it's going to be difficult. Ambiguous concepts are like this. There is no clear definition. The goal of the Inquisition is much clearer. As long as we can protect humanity, nothing else matters. Therefore, we don't get entangled in the issue of justice and evil. Nor do we consider whether our approach is correct. As long as humanity survives, we succeed. If humanity perishes, then we fail. It's that simple. From a certain perspective, the radical style of the Inquisition also stems from this. Everything is based on results, rather than being obsessed with justice and freedom like the Paladins. Even if they succeed in the end, they will doubt whether their choices and actions are correct. Once they doubt themselves, they will be taken advantage of by the evil gods and fall. So the kind of person like Arribes, Duanmu felt that she was beyond help. But Emilia can still be saved. This is why everyone who joins the tribunal can get along harmoniously. With the same goal, nothing else matters. Otherwise, if they were just arguing about what is justice, they would have dispersed long ago. Now, even if everyone's ideas, practices and levels of acceptance are different, as long as the big goal is the same, then the rest are just small details that can be tolerated. This seems a little difficult to understand. In short, all that's left is to experience more. Just remember that even red, pink and purple are different. Some people like pink, and some people like purple. But even if they are different, they are still red. That's it. Having said that, Duanmu patted Emilia on the head. Okay, let's go back. As a result, when Duanmu brought Emilia back to the gate of the wizard's mansion, he found Kasim and Luo Xia standing there hesitantly, as if they were afraid to go in. What's wrong? They don't dare go in. In response to Duanmu's question, Ojas frowned and spoke with a little dissatisfaction. Don't dare to go in? Duanmu looked at the two of them in confusion, then stuck his head into the portal. His eyes blurred, and the next moment, a golden Gothic-style corridor, tall dome, and decorations appeared before his eyes. Oh! Speaking of which, the mage's mansion will show the caster's most relaxing place according to his memory. So it is normal to see the internal structure of the Inquisition mothership. After all, when Duanmu is free, he just stays on the mothership and rarely goes out. Isn't this normal? What's the problem? Duanmu retracted his head and looked at Kasim and Luo Xia in confusion, while the latter seemed very frightened. No. We can't enter a place like this. Roxia and I will just camp outdoors. What are you afraid of? It's just a wizard's mansion. If you don't want to go in and rest, what do you need it for? Really? Is it really okay? The things inside look so valuable. It's okay. Let's go. Duanmu shook his head, then stepped into the wizard's mansion again, followed by Ojas and Emilia. Entering the wizard's mansion, even Emilia was surprised by the magnificent view before her. Mr. Duanmu, are you a prince? Wow. Little girl, you are really good at talking. I have never seen a prince charming like this. Since you are so sweet, I will give you 1 point. Not really. It's just the view of the courtroom. This is the Inquisition. Looking at the magnificent Gothic-style corridors and rooms in front of her, Emilia swallowed her saliva. She now understood why Kasim and Rasha were hesitant. This place gave people a great sense of oppression just by entering, especially the smooth floor that was almost as clean as a mirror, so that people were worried about whether they would have to pay money if they stepped on it and made it dirty. Is there such an organization on the continent of Faerun? Although Emilia had never left the north, the scene before her still shocked her greatly. Even Lord Nasher's castle did not have such a grandeur. And Emilia felt that even the king's castle could not be so luxurious and beautiful. In short, choose the room you like. Duanmu introduced it casually, and then returned to his room. Well, I have to say that the spell of the mage's mansion is really powerful, and it completely reproduces the mothership of the tribunal in his memory. After all, this should be considered an illusion. After all, as a spell, the mage's mansion cannot reproduce the power of science and technology. From this perspective, magic is indeed unscientific. Chapter 630 Waterdeep City. The next day, the group set out again, heading towards Waterdeep. They were lucky along the way, as they did not encounter any bandits who blocked their way or monsters like the ogre who were foolish enough to attack them. Soon, It didn't take them too long to arrive at Waterdeep, known as the Crown of the North, as one of the most prosperous cities in the north. Waterdeep is much larger than Neverwinter. Countless brave warriors who defended the world have appeared here, and their legends have been sung by bards throughout the continent. But to be honest, this experience is not worth envying, because it means that this city is just like Tokyo in another world. As soon as the little monsters appear, they want to fight it to make a presence. When they arrived at the gate of Waterdeep, they were stopped as expected. Stop! Who are you? The guards held their spears and stared at the 4 people in front of them in confusion. Or rather, their main attention was on Duanmuhui. After all, the presence of this big man was too strong, and just seeing him made people feel cold in their hearts. We are from Neverwinter. Neverwinter? Hearing Amelia's answer, the guard suddenly became nervous and subconsciously took a few steps back. Seeing this scene, Amelia also sighed inwardly. The news of the outbreak of plague in Neverwinter had spread throughout the entire north. Although the plague has dissipated now, it is certain that similar situations will probably occur again in the next period of time. Yes, thanks to Master Kelborn, the plague that ravaged Neverwinter has dissipated. We are here this time to express our gratitude to Master Kelborn on behalf of Lord Nasher. Amelia raised her voice when she spoke here. She knew that many people were coming in and out of the city gate at the moment, so she wanted to spread the news that the plague in Neverwinter had dissipated as soon as possible. As expected, after hearing what Amelia said, many people looked over here, sizing them up with curiosity. Ah, I see. Here is a letter from Lord Nasher. As she spoke, Amelia took out a letter from her bosom and handed it over. The guard took the letter and looked at it carefully. Then his face became serious, and he hurriedly bowed to Amelia. Welcome everyone. May I ask who they are? They are the heroes who saved Neverwinter. Amelia did not hide anything and spoke openly about the matter. Kasim and Rasha were obviously not suitable for such an occasion and lowered their heads with red faces. Duanmuhui stood there motionless. He did not care about these things. Oja sat on Duanmuhui's shoulders as usual, swinging her legs and staring at the deep water city in front of her curiously. Ah, I see. After hearing this, the guards immediately understood and withdrew their suspicious looks towards Duanmuhui. After all, this was Waterdeep City, and there were many similar heroes. As residents of Waterdeep City, they also knew that those who were given the title of heroes were basically not normal people. For example, that person, and that person. Well, I definitely can't tell you the specific names. Just let everyone know. Welcome to Waterdeep. I hope you will have a pleasant stay. If they were ordinary adventurers, the guards would definitely not let them in so easily. However, Amelia was a paladin of Tyre, and had a letter from the Lord of Neverwinter. It was obvious that their identities were endorsed by Neverwinter, so the guards did not care too much and quickly made way for them. Duanmuhui and his group entered Waterdeep City. This city was more prosperous than Neverwinter, but Duanmuhui didn't think it was anything special. Even so, he was excited because he knew there were many magic shops in Waterdeep where he could buy some magic items for himself. As for learning magic, Duanmuhui didn't care much about it. Although the magic of Pharaon was superb at the auxiliary level, it was too troublesome to learn. Well, let's split up next. After entering Deepwater City, Duanmuhui couldn't wait to put forward his opinions. Action in separate parts? Yes. What are your plans? Hearing Duanmuhui's question, Kasim and Luo Xiao looked at each other, then looked at Amelia. Where's Miss Amelia? Of course, I have to go to the Blackstaff Tower and meet with Master Kelvin. After all, this is my duty. As an official, Amelia must observe the necessary etiquette. Rasha and I plan to travel around Waterdeep. How about this? We will disband here now and gather here at lunchtime. Oh, by the way, having said that, Duanmuhui reached out and put Ajis down from his shoulders. Please take care of her for a while. Hey! Us! So, Mr. Duanmu, what are you planning to do? I have some things to take care of. See you later. After saying this, Duanmuhui laughed and waved to Ojas, who tilted her head in confusion but didn't say much. Everyone just watched Duanmuhui turn his head, and his tall figure disappeared in the busy street. Where are you planning to go, Mr. Duanmu? Have no idea. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. At this moment, Duanmuhui strode away from the crowd and ran towards another street like flying. If it weren't for the helmet covering Duanmuhui's face, then one could see a weird and obscene smile on his face. Hey, hey, healing house. Here I come. Hey, hey, you can't stop me this time. Duanmu Huai stared at the healing house on Boucher Street, his eyes shining. The so-called healing house is actually a large entertainment venue in Waterdeep. Yes, that's right. An entertainment venue. The kind that those who know will understand. This place is eager for players. The reason is very simple. The results of the investigation after the players who do the tasks are the world and paradise. Not only that, there are also many believers of the goddess of love, Suna, who have excellent skills. Once you experience it, you will be reluctant to leave. In addition, according to the players' investigation, the basement here has different scenery, and guests can dress up in different ways to experience the fun. That's right. In this world of mesocosm-level civilization, there is actually a way to play cosplay. Players will naturally not miss such a place. Who doesn't want to watch elves pole dancing? Unfortunately, since it is a game, you cannot experience it. So players are not allowed to enter the building except for the healing house mission. If you enter the building to complete the mission, the whole place is empty, and the only thing players can see are the traces of fierce fighting in the rooms. And then, they imagine the traces in their minds. What you can't get is the best. And because of this, many players are obsessed with going inside to find out. After all, they have seen many of the staff inside, and their looks are really high, and their temperament is really great. I can't get into the game. But I don't believe that if I open the door in the real world, you can still stick a sentence according to local laws and regulations. The content here cannot be displayed in my face? Facts have proved that Duanmu Huai's idea was correct. When he pushed open the door of the healing house, there was indeed no warning prompt like in the game saying the area ahead cannot be explored again in the future. But the nervous guarding is just as troublesome. What do you want to do? Looking at the extremely tall Duanmu Huai, the guard swallowed his saliva. He didn't know whether it was because the operator here was scary enough, or because he had earned enough money, but it prevented him from collapsing in front of Duanmu Huai. Of course I'm here to enjoy myself. As Duanmu Huai spoke, he reached out and threw a few gold coins on the table. It should be okay now. Ah. Yes. Of course. You're welcome. This way please. After learning that Duanmu Huai was not coming to smash the field, the guard immediately became a lot more enthusiastic. He accepted the gold coin, and then respectfully opened the door inside. And then Duanmu Huai walked in with satisfaction. The whole corridor was dark and covered with vines everywhere. According to the players who had been here before, these vines were mainly to block the guest's sight and prevent them from contacting and seeing each other. Well, it's understandable. It would be quite embarrassing if you met a colleague when you came to the foot massage parlor to order a technician. Hello. This strong guest, standing on the other side of the corridor, was a half-elf woman who looked quite pretty. The moment she saw Duanmu Huai, she was somewhat dazed. But soon, she put on a professional smile. Welcome to the House of Healing. Do I have any can I serve you? Well, give me a set meal. Duanmu Huai looked at it for 4 weeks, and then looked back. In the game, he had been here several times when he did a task, because Duanmu Huai pinched the charming female name in the game. It was more convenient to enter such a place. The cost of the healing house is very high. You need 4 gold coins to enter, and each staff member who serves you needs to pay an additional 25 gold coins. This is just the entrance fee. If you want to have any special programs, you still have to pay extra. Basically, hundreds or thousands of gold coins are just wasted. But Duanmu Huai doesn't care. I'm rich and willful. Isn't it a waste if I don't feel good about it? What kind of set meal would you like? We have. Give me the most expensive one. Okay. Guest, please follow me. What Duanmu Huai wants is the most expensive dragon set meal in heaven and earth. The process is to take a bath, massage, and then drink. Then the guests choose the room and cosplay style. And then, I have to say that this shop is indeed professional. When Duanmu Huai took off the power armor on his body and showed his true face, although those women were a little surprised, they did not faint. While bathing, Duanmu Huai also enjoyed a feast of beautiful female bodies. Not only were there hot tieflings and blonde, blue-eyed, white-skinned beauties with celestial blood carefully wiping every inch of his skin. There were even fingernail-sized elves to clean his ears. It can be said that he was completely surrounded by beautiful girls. Well, this experience was really rare. After the bath was completed, Duanmu Huai was lying on the bed and enjoyed the whole body massage that Reverend Shona carried out for himself. I have to say that the pastor of love is indeed a set in this regard. The weak and bone hand was put on Duanmu Huai's body, making Duanmu Huai feel comfortable. Of course, this was just foreplay, so Duanmu Huai had been holding back. After all, the real protagonist hadn't appeared yet. Hello, guest. Just as Duanmu Huai was enjoying his massage, the half-elf woman who had entertained him also walked over with a smile on her face. We are about to enter the next stage. Do you have any requirements in terms of candidates? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai thought for a moment. She should be a noble, preferably a princess or something like that. Oh, and she should be able to withstand my torture. I don't want anyone to die. Playing is one thing. Making a fuss is one thing. But playing to death is another. Okay. No problem. Oh, preferably a lace dress. No problem. Soon, the massage ended, and Duanmu Huai stood up, feeling comfortable all over. Then he picked up the oversized bathrobe beside him and wrapped it around himself. Then strode towards the next room. Okay. Now let me see what kind of surprise the healing house has prepared for me. With fantasy in mind, Duanmu Huai pushed open the door and walked into the room. In front of me is a room that looks like a noble lady's bedroom. The bed is quite large, about 4 or 5 meters wide. The decoration of the whole room is also very atmospheric. So where's Her Royal Highness in her lace dress? Boom, boom. Just then, footsteps were heard behind Duanmu Huai, followed by a voice behind Duanmu Huai. Hello, distinguished guest. Oh, it's finally here. Duanmu Huai smiled and turned his head to look at the figure in front of him. And then he froze in place. In front of Duanmu Huai, there was a person wearing a lace dress, about the same height as himself, with a green face and fangs, a giant. I am Princess Alice of the Fire Giant clan. Please allow me to serve you, distinguished guest. At this moment, Duanmu Huai was completely speechless. Chapter 631 Taobao. When Duanmu Huai walked out of the healing house, his whole expression was one of despair. After that, Duanmu Huai spent an hour for a full hour to explain to the owner and staff of the healing house that he was not a giant or a human being with a giant blood, but a normal ordinary person. He also told him sorry for this. This made Duanmu Huai very disappointed. I spent so much money, but it was all in vain. When Duanmu Huai returned to the previous meeting place, Kasim, Luo Xia and Ojus were waiting for him there. Ah, you're back, Mr. Duanmu. Well, did you guys have fun? Fortunately, we are not too familiar with Waterdeep City. We just wandered around here. Mr. Duanmu, what did you do? Oh, I took a shower. Duanmu Huai raised his head, looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and sighed silently. Take a bath? Come to think of it, we have been outdoors these days. I want to take a bath too. Why don't you try it too? Looking at Kasim, Duanmu Huai's expression suddenly changed, and he revealed a strange smile. Although that place is a bit expensive, the service is very considerate, and there is also a massage service, which is enough to make you feel relieved from the fatigue of the journey. Real? Hearing this, Kasim's eyes widened with excitement, and then he looked at the girl beside him. Luo Xia. Let's try it together later. Okay. Kasim. Well, as expected, when I'm in a bad mood, I can trick others, and I'll feel much better. After coming back, Ojus climbed onto Duanmu Huai's shoulders again, and sat down as if she was familiar with the place. Well, this was obviously her fixed position. Where do we go next? Next, let's go to Taobao. Taobao? As a big city, Waterdeep is still very popular among players. Although the civilization level here is low, there are indeed many good things in the magic prop shop in big cities. Although the combat power of this world is relatively low. As mentioned before, there are many magic items for auxiliary use, and there are many good things among them. For example, in Warrior Road in the Castle District, the weapon and armor shops here have many good things. Even better than Neverwinter. After all, Waterdeep has experienced several crises that were almost razed to the ground, and it survived every time. And because of this, there are naturally many treasures for sale here, especially some armors and weapons, which are strong enough for big guys to use, but too expensive for ordinary people to buy. For Qasim and Luo Xia, it is just right. After all, they have just received a large bounty from Lord Nasher. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, spending the money here to increase their chances of survival is the right way. As expected, when Qasim and Luo Xia arrived at the weapon shop, they couldn't walk anymore after seeing the expensive and powerful weapons and equipment. After Duanmu Huai threw the two people with staring eyes to Warrior Street, he turned around and went to the gem street next to it, and came to a shop called Barcel's Rare Treasures. This shop is just as its name suggests, selling rare treasures. In the words of the game, it mainly sells jewelry such as rings and necklaces, or some magic props. For example, a snuff bottle that can automatically play music. Well, to put it bluntly, it is a good place to buy local specialties. After all, Duanmu Huai was planning to bring some gifts back for other people. Jingle bell. Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand to push open the door. Soon, the doorbell rang crisply. Then Duanmu Huai and Ojisi walked into the store. They saw a skinny middle-aged man standing there listlessly behind the counter. Hearing the doorbell, he looked up at Duanmu Huai, stunned for a moment, and then smiled. Ah, Lo. Distinguished guests. Welcome to Rare Treasures. What would you like to buy? I plan to buy some gifts for others, as well as some beautiful things for my own daily use. Duanmu Huai walked to the counter, glanced at the magic props and accessories placed around, and then spoke, while he reached out and placed a handful of gold coins on the table. Money is not a problem. Oh, of course. When the shop owner saw the gold coins in front of him, he immediately knew that a big customer had come, and his smile became even brighter. Please feel free to tell me whatever you want. Then let me take a look. Duanmu Huai was naturally very familiar with the things sold here, so he bought them very quickly. He first bought Mary a shadow cloak, which was a cloak with built-in invisibility. As long as you put on the cloak and recite the trigger spell, it can be activated, making the wearer invisible for a certain period of time. Well, for Mary, this is still very useful. As for An and Gu Lia, Duanmu Huai bought them 2 rings with advanced magic dispelling function. In the world of Manalia, it seems that mages rarely have the skill to actively dispel magic, so Duanmu Huai planned to buy them 2 rings to give them more self-protection ability. Of course, Duanmu Huai also bought some gifts for others, most of which were rings or necklaces, and the spells in them were mostly used for auxiliary purposes. After all, Duanmu Huai just wanted to give them some fun and didn't intend to let them rely too much on these magic items. You know, these magic items are also magic. Well, some annoying 2-headed monster might do something with it. Duanmu Huai was not afraid of spending money anyway, and the owner rarely met such a generous customer, so he was naturally smiling. After wrapping all the gifts that Duanmu Huai requested, the store manager hesitated for a moment, came to Duanmu Huai, glanced at Ojisi, who was curiously looking at the jewelry not far away, and then lowered his voice and said to Duanmu Huai, "My dear guest, to be honest, you and I hit it off right away, and we get along really well. Oh, so, I have something special here. Would you like to take a look?" Oh! Upon hearing this, Duanmu Huai's eyes lit up. In the game, if the player has high charisma, he can persuade the store owner to actively provide some not-for-sale items. However, with his current charisma value, Duanmu Huai had never thought about it. But now it seems that as long as enough money is spent, the same effect can be achieved? Sure. Where? In the back. Please follow me. Ojas. Stay here for a while. I'll be back soon. Duanmu Huai said something to Ojas, who just nodded slightly. And then Duanmu Huai and the boss came to the inner room. Then Duanmu Huai saw the boss nimbly come to a bookshelf, and then press the secret switch next to it. And then, the bookshelf slowly slid open, and then a metal safe emerged inside. Then, the boss carefully took out a key from his waist and inserted it. What is so precious? Are you going to sell me a divine weapon? Seeing this, Duanmu Huai also became curious. After all, ordinary things cannot be kept so secret and tightly. Something that can make the boss so careful must be something very valuable. But, it shouldn't be a divine weapon, no matter how powerful this is. It is just an ordinary treasure shop. If players want to find divine weapons or sub-divine weapons, it is usually faster to slay dragons and grab treasures by themselves. Just as Duanmu Huai was thinking, he saw the boss open the safe, then reached out and carefully took out a large wrapped book from it. The book looked as big as an Oxford dictionary, wrapped in black magic cloth with chains wrapped around it. You're not going to give me a Necronomicon, are you? If you do, I'll turn around and leave immediately. Of course, the boss didn't know what Duanmu Huai was thinking at the moment. He carefully placed the book on the table, then opened the chain, and then slowly and carefully removed the black cloth wrapped around the big book. Then, what appeared in front of Duanmu Huai was a big book with a pink cover, shining with a faint glow, and a strange pattern on it. Just seeing this book made Duanmu Huai's heart skip a beat. Boss, could this be the legendary powder? Yes, sir. You really know what you are talking about. This is the pink book. Gurgle. Duanmu Huai didn't say anything, but from his wide eyes and swallowing of saliva, one could see the charm of this book. A long time ago, a man named Abdullah al-Hassid wrote a book called Book of the Dead, in which he explained in detail the old seals, outer gods and other gods, and even recorded many spells. This is the ultimate witch book of the Cthulhu mythology system. Okay, let's get to the end. Actually, it doesn't matter. The content of the so-called pink book is similar to that of the Book of the Dead. It records some creatures from other planes, as well as various spells and divine arts that are used for pleasure. Yes, that's why this book is called the Pink Book. Like the Book of the Dead, it is a banned book. Of course, the two are in completely different senses. After reading the Book of the Dead, all you can gain is indescribable despair and collapse. After reading the Pink Book, you will experience unprecedented joy and happiness. Duanmu Huai raised his head and looked again at the skinny body of the shop owner in front of him, who looked like he had taken drugs. He seemed to understand. You're going to sell me this book? Yes, distinguished guest. As you can see, I am no longer able to do what I want. But you are young and strong. And since you know the Pink Book, it means that you are also one of us. The responsibility of spreading joy and happiness to the world is now on you. Listening to the owner's tearful explanation and watching his skinny hands on his waist, Duanmu Huai was immediately in awe. He looked at the great book in front of him that carried love and dreams, was silent for a moment, then looked at the owner and made a decision. I bought it. Chapter 632, Pleasure Magic. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the pink book in his hand, Duanmu Huai wanted to laugh out loud. In fact, as soon as he touched the book, a system prompt came. Detected priesthood joy matching props automatically bound. The pink book transforms into the holy book. Players gain the pink book divine skills. Oh! Finally there is an item that can add experience points to the god of joy. Duanmu Huai looked at his extra magic with excitement, and couldn't help but get excited. You know, he was a god of joy before, and he had almost nothing except for being smart and doing live broadcasts to attract popularity and earn experience for himself. Unlike the god of destruction, you can count experience even if you kill a person or burn a city. As for the will of the old gods, as long as the opponent loses SAN, this side will gain experience. Only God of Joy is really hard to resist. Now, with the magic of the pink book, Duanmu Huai can also use the above magic and gain experience. Let me see what kind of magic is on it. Duanmu Huai had naturally heard of the pink book, but it was a pity that he had never gotten it in the game. Of course, given the nature of the game, even if he did get it, it would probably be according to local laws and regulations. But it's okay now. In the real world, Duanmu Huai can use it however he wants. No one can control it. Come! Let me see what useful magic the pink book has. Duanmu Huai let go of the book and read it carefully. Level 0 Divine Art. Hair removal. Removal of hair. Gropping. Creating a feeling similar to caressing. Level 0 magic is basically useless. Level 1 Divine Spell. Living images. Creating moving images from text. Contraception. Preventing pregnancy. Shared perception. Gaining the target's body perception. Suspicion. Obtain the target's last video of him enjoying sex. Well, the vivid images are quite interesting. But as for the art of suspicion, who invented this? Is there anyone else who has this hobby? Level 2 Divine Spell. Tracing bloodline. Analyzing the blood relationship of a creature within 10 generations. Undress. All non-magical clothing and armor on the target falls off. Special talent. Sleeping skill test result +5. Resist temptation. The target gains +4 willpower saving throw when resisting charm and enchantment effects. Gender reversal. reverses the target's gender for 1h/level. Well, the words here. Undress and Resist Temptation are both very useful spells. After all, even if you are a wizard, you can't enchant even your underwear. By the way, tracing bloodline can be considered a magical version of DNA testing. As for reversing gender, Duanmu Huai has already thought of dozens of uses. Level 3 Divine Spell. Ecstasy. The caster can make the target's pleasure center overexcited to the extreme state. The target will be overexcited and last for a period of time. Any biological target will save against this spell at -2. Even if the save is successful, the target will suffer 5d6 points of damage. Superior Curse. The target will receive 1d6, maximum 10d6, level damage on the next attack. Healing Sphere. Receive 2d8 plus 1/level healing in the spherical area. Life Connection. Establish a permanent connection with your lover and be able to sense their location and situation. Putting aside the first two, Healing Sphere is indeed a very good spell. Duanmu Huai does not have any healing abilities, and this magic spell can be regarded as making up for some of his shortcomings. Although Duanmu Huai feels that this thing is probably of no use to him. As for Life Combination, although it looks beautiful, but isn't this equivalent to installing a 24/7 GPS tracker on the other person? Level 4 Divine Spell. Mass Bliss, same as Bliss. Affects all creatures within 30 feet. Mass Undressing, just like undressing. It affects all creatures within 30 feet. I don't know why, but Duanmu Huai suddenly wanted to try using group undressing first, and then group bliss. Wow. That scene is so beautiful that I can't bear to look at it directly. Level 5 Divine Spell. Life Shield. A shield that excludes all inanimate objects, including swords, magic items, and clothing. Simply put, face or life? That is the question. Level 6 Divine Spell. Body and Mind Unity. The caster establishes a connection with the target, like guarding others, and can share spells. This is the most useful magic Duanmu Huai has seen so far. The effect of guarding others is to take damage on behalf of the caster. In simple terms, it is a magical version of cover. Not only that, spells can be shared with each other, which means that two powerful spells can be released at the same time to counterattack. In simple terms, if Duanmu Huai and An use this spell, Duanmu Huai can use An's magic, and the enemy's attack on An will be replaced by Duanmu Huai's defense. It seems that this pink book is not just about colors. Level 7 Divine Spell. Suppression Mantra. The target cannot enjoy pleasure within 24 hours. Otherwise he will suffer death, dizziness or weakness. If Duanmu Huai had this magical power in the original world, he would go out to the streets on Valentine's Day and smash one into everyone he saw. Level 8 Divine Spell. Peace Aura. Designate an area to guard. Anyone who attacks this area will receive 1d6 levels of damage. I just don't know how big this area is. If it can protect a fleet, Duanmu Huai will cast a Peace Aura on his fleet before the battle, so that the opponent's attack will be directly reflected. Well, I don't know if such a good thing will happen. Players gain the effect of the Pleasure Field. Power of Pleasure. Players gain the ability to break chastity twice a day. This effect can be added to a melee contact or attack. If the opponent cannot pass the will test, it will be regarded as being under the effect of bliss. By the way, what the H.L. is Pujin John? A pink version of Pasia John? After flipping through the pink book, Duanmu Huai closed the book silently. How should I put it? These magic arts can be used, but they are a bit of an eyesore. Of course, there are also many very strange but very useful spells. For example, Power Word, Castration Well. Just by listening to the name, you can tell what kind of spell it is. There are also Painless Childbirth and so on. These spells are quite suitable for priests to use when they go out to preach, but they are useless in battle. After all, no one would give birth to a child while fighting, right? For Duanmu Huai, getting the pink book was a pleasant surprise, so he no longer considered other things. After getting the pink book, he took Ojas away from the rare treasure shop. By the way, Ojas also chose a gift in the end, which was an umbrella with dark magic attached to it, but it suited her very well. After that, Duanmu Huai returned to the hotel, and saw Qasim running towards him with a sad face, and his hands covering his red cheeks. Mr. Duanmu, you are really going too far. Oh, what's wrong? That's clearly. Looking at Duanmu Huai, Qasim wanted to cry, but had no tears. He and Luoxia found the healing house as Duanmu Huai said, But before they pushed the door open, Cassine was stunned to see the women outside wearing revealing clothes. Lucia was also embarrassed and angry. So she slapped Cassine and ran away. Cassine had no choice but to come back. But Lucia didn't let him in, and just asked him to reflect on himself outside. Cassine was also very wronged. This was what Duanmu Hui pointed out. How did he know it was that kind of place? But Duanmu Hui certainly didn't care. You can indeed get a massage there. I was not wrong. Duanmu Hui spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders. And looking at Duanmu Hui's appearance, Cassine was speechless. Fortunately, at this moment, the last person also came back. I'm back. What happened to you guys? Nothing. Just a little tired from going out. Seeing Amelia coming back. Duanmu Hui also greeted her. Yo. How's it going? Oh. It's still normal. But? As she spoke, Amelia raised her head and looked at everyone with a serious expression. In fact, Master Kelvin wants us to help with something. Then she spoke. Chapter 633, Shadow of the Dark City. Here, we need to explain the history of Waterdeep. Waterdeep was not originally a city of humans, but a city of elves and dwarves. Later, due to a conflict between the two sides, the elves left the city, and the dwarves dug tunnels and disappeared. So when humans came to the north, they discovered that there was such a fully functional, uninhabited, ownerless city. So they were naturally happy to accept it. Facts have proved that what the elves and dwarves did was correct. Ever since humans moved into Waterdeep, trouble has occurred here every few days, and small monsters have been trying to destroy them at any time. Okay, that's off topic. After humans occupied Waterdeep, they naturally discovered the underground tunnels dug by the dwarves throughout Waterdeep. No one knew where these underground tunnels led to. Once upon a time, a wizard named Helferson took his apprentice into the underground tunnels to investigate, but later disappeared. Many people said that he was lost in the depths of the Underdark and turned into a mad wizard. After humans settled in Waterdeep, countless adventurers went to explore the depths of the Underdark, but few of them came back alive. There are also legends that this tunnel leads to H.L., because there are many monsters underground that have never been seen, and they will come to the surface of Waterdeep through these tunnels at any time and kill the residents of Waterdeep in the dark. Of course, this is just a legend. Well, that's the background. And the commission Amelia brought is also related to the tunnels throughout Waterdeep. Simply put, an adventure team disappeared deep in the tunnels, and Master Kelvin hopes that all adventurers can find that adventure team and bring them back. Of course, as one of the masked lords of Shamshui's city, Master Kelvin will not pay attention to those ordinary adventure teams. The reason why he pays attention to this adventure team is that his students are also his nephew Danilo Sion. With Kelvin's identity, he certainly couldn't leave Waterdeep and go to the Underdark. But he couldn't just ask other people to help deal with the matter. After all, one of his identities was the masked lord of Waterdeep, and the disappearance of his nephew and apprentice might attract the attention of some interested people. Therefore, when Amelia came to visit on behalf of Neverwinter to thank Kelvin Blackstaff for providing the plague antidote, Kelvin immediately thought of this solution. So he asked Amelia for help and led the adventure team deep underground to find his missing nephew. As a paladin of Tyre, Amelia naturally had no choice but to do this. Now it all depended on what others thought. I agree. And I haven't been to the Underdark yet. Touching his swollen face from being beaten by Luo Xia, Qasim said pitifully. Indeed, the Underdark is one of the legends passed down by word of mouth among adventurers. After all, the Grey Dwarves, the Mindsuckers, the Drow, etc., are all well known. Not to mention the H.L. of Botwar. Although from a physical point of view, it is impossible to reach Botwar no matter how hard you dig. Roxia glanced at Qasim with some worry, then angrily looked away and nodded. Okay, that's fine with me. Then Mr. Duanmu, I don't really like going underground, but I have nothing to do anyway. Duanmu Hui also did not object. In fact, he was very excited at the moment. After all, Duanmu Hui wanted to test whether his pink book was useful. But I have to make it clear in advance that as an inquisitor, I will not let those underground heretics go. Once I find them, they will have no way out. Even their cities will be completely destroyed. Whether it's the Grey Dwarves, Drow, or Mind Flayers or some other messy stuff. From the perspective of the Inquisition, they are all heretics and must be killed on sight. Well, hearing Duanmu Hui's answer, Amelia felt a little uneasy. Of course, As a paladin of Tyre, she also hoped that justice would be served. But, to be honest, Emilia did not have the confidence to kill through the entire Underdark. After all, there are only 5 of them. But there are only 5 of us. And we are outnumbered. If we do this, wouldn't it be a bit? What is it? Duanmu White glanced at Emilia. Why? You think you won't fight because of the disparity in strength? Then as a paladin of Tyr, if you encounter a Balrog, would you kneel down and surrender? Of course not. Having said that, as a paladin, Emilia naturally couldn't tolerate it. I just think our mission is, well, I won't back down either. If Emilia says no at this time, then she will not be a paladin anymore. We want to help too. Qasim on the other side fully demonstrated what it means to be a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger. Although the Underdark is terrifying. As adventurers, we will never back down like that. I hope you won't blame me when the time comes. This is not like hunting wolves in the forest. Rookie. Duanmu Huai looked at the enthusiastic Qasim and curled his lips. All rookies are like this. At the beginning, they all fantasize about being able to kill everyone. However, in fact, only Duanmu Huai and Ajis can really kill everyone in this team. If the others are beaten up, they will die. Especially these two. They are obviously the weaknesses of the team. If you put them in a place like the Underdark, it would be strange if they don't beat you to death. But this has nothing to do with Duanmu Huai. He has already reminded him. I will try my best not to hold you back. Although Duanmu Huai spilled cold water, Qasim still did not retract. Having said that, he and Luo Xia also found the plague and plant raw materials lost in the Winter City. Although they do know how dangerous their journey is, it will definitely not be as easy as looking for kittens and puppies. It seems that they are also a bit of strength. Then do your best. Since they have decided to go to the Underdark, they naturally have to prepare food and various equipment. So they decided to do some shopping tomorrow and then set off. At the same time, deep in the darkness underground, Angelette suddenly opened her eyes and sat up. Her eyes were red. Her whole body was shaking. And she let out an almost inaudible roar. Mistress? A drow guard pushed the door open and walked in. However, the next moment, a ray of negative energy shot out from the woman's fingertips and hit the officious guard. The next moment, he fell to the ground and was quickly dragged out. No one spoke. No one made a sound. The whole room was silent, as if nothing had happened. After a while, Angst put on her priest's robes, then stood up and walked out of the bedroom. There, the fully armed drow guards quietly waited for her orders. Like long swords unsheathed, Angst stared coldly at the guards around her, then looked away. Inform everyone to gather in the audience room. After speaking, she walked coldly and walked forward. The dim audience room was still as suffocating as usual. Angst sat on the throne on top of the spider statue, and beside her stood several high-ranking priests. Madam, we have all gathered as per your request. Madam Angst nodded. Then she glanced at the people below. Just now, the great spider goddess gave me an oracle. Speaking here, several high-level priests next to them were keenly noticed that the voice of Angst's mother seemed no longer as stable and domineering as usual, but a little trembling, and even her body became tight. In the omen given to me by the great god, we saw destruction. The destruction of our family, and the destruction of this city. Everything will be devoured by the flames. No one will be spared. Even our souls will not be able to return to the embrace of the great goddess. Instead, they will wail in the flames and turn into ashes. This, I have to say, everyone was shocked when they heard this. Mother's mother? Are you sure? No, I am not doubting the future of the great spider goddess. But who will it be? In this area, we are the most powerful family. This city is also unparalleled. I don't need you to explain. Madame Angster slapped the high-ranking priest who dared to ask questions and knocked her to the ground. Seeing this, the martial arts master next to him frowned slightly. He could feel the anger and fear of Madame Angster. Yes, she was afraid and angry because of this fear. The martial arts master could understand Madame Angster's thoughts. As the matriarch of the Brewster family, she had ruled this family and this city for more than 500 years. She was deeply favored by the spider goddess and had never felt fear or terror. She was proud of her identity, proud of her family, and proud of this city. But now, she felt fear. And she shouldn't have felt fear at all. What did she see? Was it a disaster? An overwhelming natural disaster? Martial arts master. However, at this moment, Mistress Angst turned her gaze to the martial arts master. I order you to lead a most elite team to the surface as quickly as possible, to an inn called Black Oak in Waterdeep, and kill everyone there, leaving no one alive. Upon hearing this, the martial arts master's first reaction was disbelief, because the meaning of Mistress Angst's words was very clear. The existence that was about to bring destruction to this family and this city was in Waterdeep. As you command? Madam. However, the martial arts master did not raise his own opinions. For the Drow elves, the opinions of men were irrelevant. So he also lowered his head to accept the order, and then quickly turned around and left. However, the martial arts master was still confused at this moment. What did Madame Angelette see that made her so terrified? What is in that hotel? Chapter 634, Late Night Raid. The Black Oak is a well-known inn in Waterdeep City, which mainly entertains some wealthy guests. In fact, at first, Qasim and Luo Xia did not plan to stay in such an expensive inn, but Duanmu Hui signaled them to give it a try. Think about it. You don't always get to encounter a crisis of saving a city. Maybe you only have this one chance to stay in a hotel like this. Wouldn't it be a big loss if you don't experience it? Finally, Qasim and Luo Xia agreed to live here. Just like Duanmu Hui said, they were just adventurers and might die in the next adventure. Nothing is more unlucky than leaving life before you have enjoyed it. The guest rooms at Black Oak are very luxurious and distinguished. But for Duanmu Hui, naturally, they are as small as ever. Although I didn't expect it to be like a royal suite in a 5-star hotel. Isn't it too much to lay carpet on the floor? Duanmu Hui rolled on the floor silently, and then complained to Ojas, who was sitting next to him. Of course, the carpet under him was completely hand-woven, and it also had magic that made people feel comfortable. But this still could not change the fact that it was just a blanket covering the floor. I thought you were used to it. Master. That's why I don't like going out. These things are made for ordinary people, and are totally unsuitable for me. Duanmu Hui frowned and complained, and then looked at AOG. Then, how does Ozzy Silk feel? Is it fun? Generally. Is not fun? Hearing Duanmu Hui's question, Ojas blinked, and moved her gaze from the book to Duanmu Hui. As long as I'm with my master, anywhere is fine. Then, she spoke like this. That's not a good answer. Duanmu Hui shrugged his shoulders. He didn't really like this answer, although it sounded like a confession at first glance. It generally meant that the other party was not very interested in the environment in front of him. Just because he was here. This is like boasting a woman is very cute. This is an exaggeration. It can only be covered by this word. Don't you like it here? I have no idea. AOG crooked his head. The owner looks very enjoyable. Every time I go to the new world is an adventure. I am a judge and an adventurer. To be honest, different civilizations and different environments will always make people feel interesting. After all, players are like this. New maps, new tasks, new forces, and new adventures. These will make players feel excited and interesting. But, isn't the essence of many things the same? That's true of the essence. But for us, the essence is not important. What's important is to enjoy the process. Duanmu Hui stretched and yawned. Look, for example, right now, no one would have thought that someone would attack this hotel. As he spoke, Duanmu Hui suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed towards the window. The next moment, a drow elf covered in black was caught in his hand and slowly emerged from the air. He stared at Duanmu Hui in surprise, as if he had no idea why the other party could detect his existence. You are Elven. I think of the damn dark spirit when I see you, the same ugly. Low. Trouble. Duanmu Hui stared at the drow assassin in front of him, his eyes shining with cold light. And at this moment, the drow felt extremely frightened. His right hand moved slightly, and then the darkness created by magic quickly covered the entire room. However, Duanmu Hui just exerted a little force, and the darkness disappeared in the next moment. And then the body of the drow with a broken neck was thrown to the side by him. Forget it. It's good to move your body before going to bed. Duanmu Hui stood up as he spoke. For the drow, darkness is their protection. Through the secret passage, the drow elves came to the surface silently. They moved through the streets like shadows. But the soldiers on guard were unaware of their presence until their throats were cut by daggers and their bodies disappeared into the dark corners. The martial arts leader led this operation, which is already familiar to him. Although the deep water city has powerful carriers and warriors, the Zhuo elf is not afraid of him. For other families, compared to the strict protection of the Zhuo elf family, this alert of human beings is not worth mentioning in the eyes of the Zhuo elf. The Black Oak was just an inn, and although it had guards and mages, they were no match for the battle-hardened drow. Their throats had been cut, and their bodies hidden. If everything went well, perhaps the people of Waterdeep would not notice anything unusual until tomorrow morning. If everything goes well, boom! A giant hand suddenly penetrated the wall and smashed towards the martial arts master. As the martial arts master of the first family, the latter also hurriedly raised the rapier in his hand to try to block the sudden attack. But the next moment, the giant hand directly hit his body and knocked the martial arts master away. The martial arts master only felt the wind whistling past his ears, and then he felt a violent impact on his back. This blow was enough to break all his bones. But he still gritted his teeth and stood up. Then he saw an extremely tall figure striding across the other side of the wall and walking towards him. In his hands, he was holding two soft corpses of drow elves. The humble crawler. You really found a good time to cause trouble. Duanmu Huai sneered at the drow in front of him, who held his rapier tightly and stared at him. At the same time, several drow soldiers appeared from all directions and surrounded Duanmu Huai. They raised their crossbows, and the dark purple tip of the crossbow arrows did not shine at all under the light. Originally, according to my style, you will die very happy. But just right. I plan to try a new battle means. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai raised his hand. Let's use you as the first batch of test subjects. As soon as he finished speaking, Duanmu Huai clenched his right hand. Invisible magical fluctuations suddenly exploded and spread out with Duanmu Huai as the center. The next moment, only the ordinary clothes worn by the drow elves slipped off one after another, and only the magic breastplates on the chest and waist remained on their bodies. This surprised the drow elf warriors very much. They subconsciously looked at their bodies, as if trying to figure out what was going on. However, this is just the beginning. The strong sense of the explosion touched at this moment, as if running through the brain of the Zhuo elf soldiers, making them lose their strength. These Zhuo elf soldiers were severely trained, and they could endure the pain that ordinary people could not endure. But Joy was completely different. Almost no one could resist this kind of life and happiness. She began to collapse, dissipates, and even felt that his soul was about to float to the cloud. But it only lasted for less than a second. The bone-chilling fear instantly controlled their bodies and minds. Their wills, which had been shattered by the joy, were completely unable to resist the sudden fear. The drow warriors stared at Duanmu Huai with their eyes wide open in fear. However, something even more terrifying happened. They saw that everything around them seemed to be deformed and twisted, and even their own appearance changed. Their skin began to dissolve, their bones began to fall off, and countless tentacles grew on the surrounding walls. They suddenly stretched out and tightly wrapped around the bodies of the drow warriors. Then, at the suction cup part of the tentacle, a bloody mouth opened, and a cold gaze like that of a dead fish emerged from it. As they gazed upon that eye, the drow elves' spirits completely collapsed. Very good. Looking at the drow elves lying beside him, Duanmu Huai nodded with satisfaction. This was the experiment that Duanmu Huai had always wanted to do after obtaining the pink book. In other words, after obtaining the pink book, Duanmu Huai finally understood that the power of the God of Joy was much stronger than he had imagined. Although fear and pain are terrible, they can be resisted through training. However, pain and fear can be overcome through training. But no one will actively resist joy, because the instinct of life is to enjoy, which is the highest pursuit of life. Happiness is the source of life, so joy cannot be resisted. This is also why undead creatures lose their happiness. They give up their lives and become immortal monsters, and thus lose the ability to taste pleasure. That's why Duanmu Huai wanted to do an experiment. And now, this experiment was successful. He opened the system panel and looked at the content displayed on the intelligence information bar. Player casts Mass Bliss. Drow Warrior failed to resist the Mass Bliss spell. Willpower -3. The Drow Warrior falls into a brief trance state. Player casts Fear Aura. The Drow Warrior falls into a brief trance state and is unable to resist the aura of fear. The Drow Warrior is in a state of terrified. Player performs the Will of the Old Gods. The Drow Warrior fell into a state of brief trance and terrified, unable to resist the will of the old gods. Pure Elf Warrior SN value 30. Drow Warrior falls into a state of insanity. Drow warriors gain the status of short trance, terrified, and insanity, and are unable to resist the aura of fear. The Drow warrior dies instantly. Player gains +1 experience of God of Pleasure, +1 experience of God of Destruction, +1 experience of Old God's Will. Very good. Very smooth. Looking at the intelligence information in front of him, Duanmu Huai nodded with satisfaction. Use the pink divine art of the God of Joy to break the opponent's will. Then use the mental pollution defense of the will of the old god to completely destroy the opponent's resistance. And then use the fear aura of the God of Destruction to completely kill the opponent. In this way, by exerting the power of 3 gods at the same time, you will naturally gain 3 experience points. This kills 3 birds with 1 stone. The only pity is that the range of group bliss is too narrow. But if it is strengthened with divine power, it seems that this underground journey will be a good experiment. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai withdrew his gaze from those twisted and mutated Drow elf warriors, then turned and left. For him, now it's time to have a good sleep. Chapter 635 The Happy Journey begins. The Drow elves' surprise attack did not work, and was naturally counterattacked. There were also many powerful adventurers and wizards among the travelers living in Black Oak. Perhaps they did not notice anything unusual at the beginning. But when the battle officially started, unless they were blind and deaf, everyone noticed the Drow elves' attack. So they hurriedly fought back. The result was naturally predictable. When the city garrison arrived, the group of Drow commandos were completely wiped out. This damn black leather hybrid. The captain of the garrison looked at the corpses on the ground with a livid face. Unable to suppress his anger, the Drow elves never left anyone alive in their raids. This time was no exception. Nearly half of the people in Black Oak, including the staff and guests, were killed by the Drow elves. Those who survived were basically experienced and battle-hardened. It's really strange. These black bastards rarely come to the surface. A dwarf carrying a battle axe frowned and touched his beard. He was also one of the guests of this inn. And just now, he had smashed the head of an unlucky Drow elf with his axe. These fallen ones never appear on the surface easily. They must have some ulterior motive when they come here. Standing next to the dwarf was an elven ranger, whose delicate brows were tightly furrowed with a solemn expression. Elves and Drow have always been mortal enemies. Isn't it coming for you, Skinny Bamboo? I don't think I'm worth being attacked by a whole Drow commando team. But it is a very strange thing. Facing the dwarf's teasing, the elf ranger shook his head. Besides, we only killed stragglers. Someone wiped out the main force of these fallen ones. Otherwise, things might be even more troublesome. You mean that? The captain of the guard turned his head and looked at the end of the corridor, not far away, with some disgust. There, several bodies of Drow elves were lying on the ground. However, their appearance was very strange. The muscles and bones of these Drow elves had melted, and they looked like wax figures that had been burned by fire and turned into lumps of meat. And their expressions were even weirder. Half of their faces showed a kind of intoxication, as if they were immersed in a smile of supreme happiness, while the other half showed a distorted, terrified and weird fear. These two expressions appear on a melted face at the same time, and they feel disgusting when they see it. Gods be to you. I have never seen a man die in such a strange way. The dwarf also glanced over there, then looked away and shuddered. Although I don't know what these guys went through, my intuition tells me that they must have been in great pain before they died. Could it be that those mages did this? Unfortunately, I don't think there is any spell that can produce such an effect. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a white robe and holding a staff walked down the stairs. He walked to the pile of corpses with great interest and observed them carefully. It does look like it was attacked by some kind of illusion. Illusions only attack the mind and will not affect the body. I don't remember any spell that can make a creature's body change like this. As he spoke, the wizard stretched out his staff and stirred the opponent's body. The dark elf's corpse then began to wriggle like fermented dough. So strange. Hey, do you mages always have to make these weird things? Hearing the disgusting voice, the dwarf protests suddenly, while the mage spread his hands. I told you, this isn't the work of magic. Perhaps the elves would have some opinion on this? I don't know much. The elf ranger looked at the pile of half-melted corpses with disgust. I only know that the evil gods they believe in will indeed punish the Drow in some way if they do not please them. But it usually seems to be related to spiders. Ah, so maybe the guy has a hobby of making human dough now. The dwarf muttered. I don't think so. They are the main force. And from the current position, They seemed to be intending to attack someone. Maybe the Zhuer found the prey, launched an attack on the prey, and was destroyed by the other party. Who could have done this? Then, facing the quarrel between the elf ranger and the dwarf warrior, Duanmu Huai yawned. Maybe a handsome, kind person who passed by and didn't leave his name? Kasim and Luo Xia stood beside them, and they couldn't talk a little bit. Even if they saved the heroes without the Winter City, they just started to risk rookies. But fortunately, the Dark Elf's attack was slowed down by them. So the two would stand here instead of being lying on the ground and preparing to be moved out. As for Emilia, he knelt there and prayed for the corpse of the innocent victims, asking their souls to be peaceful as soon as possible, and did not join this boring discussion. Everyone discussed for a moment, and did not come to any useful opinions. Even Duanmu Huai didn't know why this group of Zhuer was bored. He knew that Zhuer had the tradition of attacking the surface elves, but it was usually in the old mountains. No useful evidence was found on the bodies of the Drow elves. The Drow elves would never be foolish enough to write down the mission objectives on paper. The captain of the security team searched the place and questioned everyone present, but found nothing in the end. He left in a rage. It happened that such a thing happened on the night he was on duty. The captain of the security team could even foresee the tragic fate he would face next. At the same time, the hotel owner hurriedly rushed over and looked at the busy hotel in front of him. And the whole person was going to faint. The attack on Black Oak immediately became the headline news of the day. When Duanmu Huai and others were having breakfast in a nearby pub, they could hear that many people had already started discussing the matter. Big cities are just horrible. Kasim sighed as he drank his soup. When I was in Neverwinter, I never thought I would be attacked in a hotel. Generally speaking, Drow rarely come to the surface, let alone places like Waterdeep where many races gather. They are not a race with a good reputation. Duanmu Huai patted Ajiz's little head beside him and spoke. But I didn't expect that the Drow elves were so cruel. They even spared the children of the helpers. Emilia held her double punch. To be honest, she couldn't eat it at all. What else? Do you think the bad reputation of the Drow is made up out of thin air? They are not kind people. Basically, if you meet a Drow, you will chop him without hesitation. 100 times out of 100. You will not chop the wrong person. Duanmu Huai sneered. Then he looked at Kasim and Luo Xia. You must also remember that this is the Drow style of operation. This is still the surface, and they have no resistance to sunlight. But when we reach the Underdark, it will be the home turf of the Dark Elves. At that time, you will face attacks and assassinations of this intensity 24 hours a day. No way. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Luo Xia's face suddenly changed. And Kasim was not much better. This is the Underdark. Do you think this is an outing? If it were that simple, then those adventurers wouldn't have been unable to return. The attack by the Drow was the first time that these surface rookies experienced the horror and cruelty of the Underdark. Except for Duanmu Huai and Ojus, the other three did not gain much benefit in the battle with the Drow elves. It could be said that they had to go to great lengths to barely deal with the enemies they faced. But they were facing only the scraps of the Drow raiders. However, there are still many such enemies underground. But no one backed down, although the atmosphere at the table was a bit solemn during breakfast. After the meal, Kasim, Rasha and Emilia went to purchase items and began to prepare to go underground. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Sitting on a chair, holding a cup of honey tea in his hand, Duanmu Huai shook his head. In fact, he really hoped that they could retreat. But unfortunately, these people obviously would not give up so easily. Young, passionate, and reckless. Well, it's not a bad thing. But, well, Ojus, it's time for us to get going. Duanmu Huai stood up. He did not plan to continue to act with them, especially after experiencing his triple killing move. Duanmu Huai could not wait to go deep into the Underdark to kill to his heart's content and increase his experience points, so that he could upgrade the God of Joy and Will of the Old Gods as soon as possible. If they were to follow him, it would be hard to move freely, especially with the paladin Emilia. Who knows if she would say something troublesome to him. So, it's time for a happy outing. Let's go! Duanmu Huai lowered his head and said something to Ojus, who also put down the book in her arms and climbed onto Duanmu Huai's shoulders. Duanmu Huai then looked at the street and turned to walk to the other side. Unlike others, he knew the situation in Waterdeep City very well and knew the entrance to the Underdark. So even if Duanmu Huai was alone, he would not encounter any danger. As for the task of taking care of the rookie, it is better to ask someone else for help. Chapter 636, Ogis's Fun. When Amelia and others returned to the tavern, Duan Muhui had disappeared, leaving only a letter. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Come on, guys. Well, looking at the letter in front of them, the three of them looked at each other. How is this going? I don't know either. Amelia also shook her head. Duan Muhui's departure was very unexpected, and there was no sign at all. Ah! At this moment, staring at the letter, Kasim clapped his hands. I see. What do you understand? Didn't Mr. Duanmu say before that he wanted to wipe out all the forces in the Underdark? Then at night, the Drow Elves attacked the inn where we were staying. I wonder if the Drow Elves knew Mr. Duanmu's plan. So, the more he spoke, the quieter Kasim's voice became, and he finally scratched his head in embarrassment. Because at this moment, both Amelia and Rasha cast speechless glances at Kasim. That's impossible. Your associations are too far-fetched. Kasim. Luoxia sighed helplessly. The Drow Elves don't know Mr. Duanmu at all. Besides, they have been living underground all the time. How could they eavesdrop on our conversation? Even if they did, who would take it seriously? I just think it's a bit of a coincidence. It's just a coincidence. Didn't Mr. Duanmu's message say that he had to leave first because of something? There must be some trouble at the court. As she spoke, Roxia looked at Amelia, who sighed helplessly. It seems that we have to rely on the three of us. Just when Amelia and others were distressed by Duan Muhui and Ajiz's sudden departure, deep in the dark underground, there was a completely different scene. Boom, 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 boom. The loud rolling sound startled an underground lizard. It raised its head in surprise and looked around. However, at this moment, a huge black shadow rolled down the ramp and rushed towards it. Ha! The invincible Hot Wheels. Along with Duan Muhui shouting, a huge black shadow suddenly slammed into the underground lizard. Its skin, which could even withstand the sharp gold blade, cracked directly under the violent impact. The poor underground lizard didn't even have time to make a scream before it was crushed into a ball of meat paste. And the black shadow continued to rush downwards until it hit a stone wall and stopped. Boom! The violent vibration made the whole tunnel tremble, and gravel fell like rain. Then the black shadow swayed down, slowly opened its body, and then stood up. The shining lights came on, illuminating the tunnel that was dark. Duan Muhui also moved his neck, and then looked at Ajiz in his arms. How is it, Ogis? Is it fun? Hug each other like this, and roll down the slope to see how far we can roll. Isn't it interesting? This is a game that players often play in the Underdark. After all, the tunnels in the Underdark are interconnected, and many places are very steep, with ramps everywhere. Therefore, bored players came up with such a way to kill time. They hold their heads with their hands, curl up their bodies, and then roll down the ramp to see who can roll the farthest. I have to say, this is quite interesting. Fine. Ogis's expression didn't change much. She just slightly tidied up her messy hair. You don't seem to like this too much. Duan Muhui scratched his hair in distress. He decided to bring some fun to Ogisi during the journey. Although Ogisi said that anything would be fine as long as Duan Muhui was there. For Duan Muhui, this was as intolerable as a man being praised as an ass by a woman. But unfortunately, he really doesn't have any skills or experience in coaxing girls. What would Ogis like? Duan Muhui was in a difficult situation. Unlike adventure, Gulia liked peace, and Mary liked a simple life. He also knew the general preferences of the girls around him. But what did Ajiz like? Duan Muhui couldn't think of it for a while. She usually liked to read books. But that was all. To say that Ajiz's hobby was reading, it didn't seem right. By the way, is there anything that Ogis is interested in? It seems like there is something. By the way, do you want to talk to Jiawei? Duan Muhui decisively put forward his opinion. And he did not miss the gleam of light that flashed in Ogis's eyes when she heard the name. There really is hope. Looking at Ogis's appearance, Duan Muhui nodded. Then he stretched out his hand to summon the soul card. And then a white light flashed. And Sue, a puppet girl who looked almost exactly like Ogis and had long silver white hair, appeared out of thin air. She was Ogis's sister Jiawei. Well, it's not quite accurate to call her a sister. Strictly speaking, Jiawei is a student of the person who created Ogis. A replica made by imitating her teacher. Perhaps because of this, Jiawei has always been obsessed with Ojus. But later she was defeated and sealed. Ojus has always wanted to have a friendly sister relationship with her. But it wasn't very smooth. As the light faded, Jiawei fell to the ground. When she opened her eyes and saw Ojus, her first reaction was to immediately put her hands on her head and squat down. Don't hit the head. Oh, by the way, because she saw Shizuka and Naji reconcile. Ojus thought that as long as she could make Jiawei lose her memory, she could be a good sister to her. And then she hit Jiawei's head to death. But unfortunately, Jiawei is a puppet, and it is obviously impossible for her to lose her memory by hitting her head. Now it seems that Jiawei's memory seems to be still stuck at that moment. Don't worry, Jiawei. I won't be rough with you. Can you believe it? Hearing what Ojus said, Jiawei stood up and stared at her in horror. By the way, what is this place? What do you want to do by summoning me out here? I just want to be a loving sister to you. Never. Faced with Ojus's proposal, Jiawei decisively refused. You must be kidding. Being your sister? Playing sister games? Do you want to play with me like this because I'm a loser? I won't listen to your nonsense. I was hit on the head dozens of times without any explanation before. So it's normal to have this kind of resentment. Please don't worry, Jiawei. I just didn't understand it before. But now I have consulted a lot of information, and I know exactly what sister should do. As she spoke, Ojus walked towards Jiawei, who clenched her fists. What? You want to fight? Don't think I'm afraid of you just because I can't beat you. If you dare to touch me, I'll fight you to the death. However, in the face of Jiawei's threat, Ojus simply walked up to Jiawei and stretched out her hand. Your bow tie is crooked? Huh? What the hell are you talking about? Seeing Ojus stretching out her hand and adjusting the tie on her chest, Jiawei was confused, while Ojus stared at her. Your clothes must be kept clean at all times. Also, from today on, you must call me Wani-sama. Hey, what's wrong with this guy? At this moment, Jiawei turned to look at Duanmu Huai with a confused look on her face. And Duanmu Huai also shrugged his shoulders. Who knows? Maybe she saw a story about sisters getting along in a book and used it. I don't want to play house games. Let me go. Hey, let's fight. However, just when Jiawei was about to make a big fuss, she suddenly felt her body tighten. And the next moment her limbs were completely entangled by Ojus's silk threads. Why do we have to decide the winner? The book already says that there is no sister who can beat her elder sister. Ah, this really makes me angry. Let me go. I will definitely kill you. At this moment, Jiawei went berserk. And Ojus's reaction was very simple. She just raised the book in her hand and smashed it hard on Jiawei's head. Boom. Girls should speak elegantly. Especially my sister. You can't make such inappropriate remarks. Wow. Who is your sister? Boom. I would rather die then. Boom. Let me go. Ah. Boom. What do you want? First, I want to exchange rosaries with you. And then you have to call me Wani-sama. What the hell is that? Oki's had a lot of fun watching the interaction between Ojisi and Jiawei. Duanmu Huai nodded with satisfaction. He finally discovered Ojisi's interest. Her interest was to become good sisters with Jiawei. Of course, the definition of a good sister seems to be a little different from that of ordinary people. But it doesn't matter, as long as Ojus is happy. Finally, because there were no rosaries, the two sides exchanged bow ties. When Ojus was tying the bow tie for Jiawei, the latter looked like she was getting goosebumps all over. Jiawei really wanted to resist, but unfortunately she couldn't win. Not only that, next, what the younger sister has to do is to make tea for the older sister. Huh? Why should a younger sister make tea for an older sister? Am I a younger sister or a servant? I don't want to make tea for you. I'm so sorry. Master, it seems that this little sister still needs education. You just want to make trouble for me. Well, Duanmu Huai had a feeling that this would be a very lively journey. Chapter 637 Underground Maze. Just as Duanmu Huai expected, the journey became much more lively after Jiawei was summoned. I'm not going to do what you say. I'm not your puppet. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Jiawei has been making a lot of noise. But Ojus basically doesn't care about Jiawei's resistance, and only uses actions to show her love for Jiawei. So in the next few days, Jiawei would fight with Ojus whenever she had the energy, until Ojus knocked her down. and then she would hide herself and recuperate, waiting for the second round to fight again. It has to be said that doing this in a dark underground passage is very dangerous. Jiaowei's screams did attract many underground monsters that tried to hunt them. But these underground monsters were obviously no match for the three of them. Even Jiaowei could quarrel with Ojas while neatly chopping the underground lizards that pounced from behind into pieces. By the way, Jiaowei's fighting style is different from Ojas's. Ojas is good at manipulating silk threads and puppets, while Jiaowei prefers to use weapons. She often gives people the feeling of being an assassin. She likes to pounce forward, pierce the opponent's body with a sharp blade in her hand, and enjoy the prey's struggle before death. How long are we going to walk in this damn place? Unlike Ojas, Jiaowei was unwilling to obey every order of Duanmu Huai. She hated the Underdark very much, and hated this endless tunnel even more. To be honest, I don't like this damn place at all. So what's your favorite place? Duanmu Huai walked in front carrying the war hammer, and asked Jiaowei. He was not familiar with Jiaowei, and Duanmu Huai only knew about her background. In terms of personality, Jiaowei was not as calm and steady as Ojas, but easily got angry. To be honest, Duanmu Huai felt that Jiaowei was more human than Ojas. Faced with Duanmu Huai's question, Jiaowei fell silent for a while. Anyway, I don't like this kind of place. It's dark, gloomy, and narrow, just like a big box. Then you'll just have to work hard to overcome it. You might as well just seal me up again. Haha. Ojas really likes you. So that's it. Duanmu Huai and Jiaowei had a brief conversation and then continued to walk forward. Jiaowei looked helplessly at Ojisi, who was sitting on Duanmu Huai's shoulder and staring at her. Sighed, lowered her head and followed. Strictly speaking, Jiaowei's complaint was not wrong. The scenery in the Underdark was completely different from that on the surface. On the surface, when you leave the city, you can see beautiful forests, rivers, streams, valleys, blue sky and white clouds. But underground? What awaits you is only an endless underground passage that seems to have no end. No matter how long you walk, it seems that nothing will change. At the beginning, you may be able to hold on. But soon, you will find that it is just as monotonous and desperate as driving on the highway. The same unchanging scenery and the dangerous and oppressive dark atmosphere are enough to drive people crazy. So for Duanmu Huai, the noise of Jiaowei can often dispel some of his boredom. It's like listening to the radio while driving. You may not need to listen carefully to what's being said, but it's always better to have a sound. To be honest, I have no idea what you are doing here. Jiaowei followed Duanmu Huai, muttering to herself, one step deep and one step shallow. Perhaps because of her background, her temper was much more irritable than that of Aji's. There's nothing in this damn place but some damn monsters. We're here to kill those damn monsters, and I need them. Then you could go to the surface, or somewhere else, instead of doing this kind of shit underground. Jiaowei snorted coldly. Her current identity was a prisoner and a slave. Although Oja said she was a younger sister, Jiaowei had never heard of a younger sister who had to help her sister carry gifts, make her sister's bed, fold her quilts, and make tea for her sister. I have my purpose, and here I am. Having said this, Duanmu Huai stopped walking. Jiaowei raised her head and looked forward, and found that he was standing in front of a stone door. It was a stone door that blocked the entire passage, and it was full of gorgeous and strange carvings. What's this? Jiaowei frowned and asked. There is an artificial gate at the end of the natural passage, which is not a good sign. The entrance to the underground maze. Duanmu Huai explained to Ojisi and Jiaowei. A long time ago, a wizard named Helferson in this city took his apprentice to explore the Underdark and never returned. But what followed was this underground maze. Only by passing through it can we truly enter the Underdark. Wait, what do you mean by actually entering? We've been wandering around this damn place for several days. Hearing this, Jiaowei's expression changed slightly. Hee. This is just the edge of the Underdark. Believe me, this underground world is as huge as the surface world, or even bigger. Jiaowei rolled her eyes in despair. Was this created by that wizard? Ojas tilted her head and looked at the door in front of her curiously. Maybe. Maybe not. But the people of Waterdeep can only enter the Underdark through this maze. And the magical thing is that no matter which path you choose, its gate will appear in front of you, as if it has countless gates, and each gate will appear in a passage. Duanmu Huai spread his hands. This underground maze was one of the rare mysteries in the game that players had not yet solved. Players didn't even know the meaning of the existence of this maze. They just pushed the door open to go in, then killed their way to the end, then pushed the door open again to go out, and then entered the underworld. Some players claim that this is actually a loading method used by the game company. When the player is running in the complex underground maze, the game will automatically load the map of the Underdark. However, some players claim that the underground maze actually hides a big secret. A big secret, which has not been discovered yet. Although the latter's speculation made sense, most people did not take it seriously. After all, this game had so many players that any hidden secret in the game would be known to players around the world within a week if it was discovered. So far, no secrets had been uncovered in the underground maze. But here's the thing. What's in the underground maze? Jiawei noticed Duanmu Huai's brief pause, which was not common. It contains the enemy you least want to encounter. Duanmu Huai sighed helplessly. To put it simply, the underground maze is more like an illusion maze. Once you enter, the maze will automatically generate the most difficult enemy in your memory. So you only have two choices, either retreat when you know it's difficult, or fight to the death. I don't remember having any toughest enemies. Jiawei frowned and looked at Otis, who shook her head. The problem is me. Well, I've almost guessed what's inside. But it doesn't matter. Duanmu Huai clenched the war hammer in his hand and swung it around. Then he pushed open the door of the underground maze and walked in. The scene inside the underground maze is completely different from that outside. The desolate and almost endless desert, with strong winds and flying sand, was so intense that Otis and Jiawei were a little dazed. Duanmu Huai frowned when he saw this scene. Then he motioned for Otis to get off him. And then he clenched the warhammer in his hand. This is my war. You two stay out of it. You can't get involved. Wait. Where is this? What are you doing? Who is our enemy? This is a fringe planet in the Cadia galaxy. And our enemy is... Boom, boom, boom. Heavy footsteps were heard. And then Otis and Jiawei saw several huge figures emerging from the sandstorm opposite them. They were wearing armor similar to Duanmu Huai's, which was completely black except for the edges painted gold. They held grenade launchers in their hands. And there was an eye pattern painted on their shoulders. And at the edge of the eye was radiating light. But the strange thing is that although the armor of both sides looks very similar, there are also differences. Perhaps it is the difference in temperament. Or it may be other reasons. The black warriors in front of them look like a raging wave that is about to sweep in, while Duanmu Huai standing there is more like a huge reef facing the front, giving people a feeling of being unshakable. They just stood there, bringing a strange sense of oppression. But Duanmu Huai faced the enemy in front of him without fear, without retreating at all. He held the warhammer in his hand, and the double eagle and skull marks on his body were dazzling, facing the gazes of those dark warriors. Duanmu Huai took a step forward and glared at the enemy in front of him. These dark warriors just stared at Duanmu Huai, then raised their weapons and roared loudly. We are back. Kill the false emperor. Foolish betrayer. Duanmu Huai gripped the warhammer tightly, swung it forward, and pointed it straight at the opponent. Everything you do is meaningless. All you will gain is failure. Abaddon-level failure is your only destination. Running dogs of chaos. You will taste destruction and death here, even if it is just a false illusion. I will make you feel how inviolable the wrath of the Inquisition is. For the Inquisition? For humanity? Die. Bastards. The next moment, accompanied by a roar, Duanmu Huai clenched his war hammer and rushed towards the black warriors in front of him. Chapter 638, Revenge. Often, for players, the most profound memory of a game may not be the boss battle. Just like when playing Super Mario, players may be more impressed by the small fish in the deep sea and the rotating pillars of fire than the boss in the 4th level. The same was true for Duanmu Huai in the Battle of the Cadia Galaxy. At the beginning, he came to this remote planet as an inquisitor chasing a group of cultists. At that time, Duanmu Huai only thought it was a simple tracking and hunting mission. However, they accidentally entered a Necron tomb and alarmed the tomb's owner. After a hard battle, Duanmu Huai killed the Necrons and the group of cultists. But he was soon surrounded by the green-skinned orcs, who came after hearing the noise. After killing all the green-skinned orcs with the help of the environment of the tomb, Duanmu Huai returned to the ground. At this moment, he had run out of ammunition and food, and just wanted to teleport back to the warship and leave. However, the response to Duanmu Huai was not the response of the warship. but the rustling sound of silence. Then, the landing capsule dropped from the sky and crashed to the ground. Just like that, that group of blasphemous, chaotic lackeys appeared in front of Duanmu Huai. Until now, Duanmu Huai still remembers the scene at that time. The spiritual energy overheated to the limit. The barrier was broken. The armor on his body had less than 20% durability. And the last medical kit had just run out. Logically speaking, Duanmu Huai had no choice but to die. But in the end, he managed to break through and survive. This is why Duanmu Huai remembered this battle so vividly. It was a difficult and almost desperate situation. However, even in this situation, he still managed to fight his way out and contacted other nearby player legions. But at that time, he was using a female character, and she specialized in psychic powers. But now, it's time to repay you for chasing me for 3 days and 3 nights. Duanmu Huai strode forward, rushing towards his enemies, the soldiers of the Black Legion. The latter said nothing, raised his grenade launcher, and aimed at Duanmu Huai. The next moment, a thunderous and dull gunshot rang out, and one bomb after another was shot out, blasting towards Duanmu Huai. But Duanmu Huai did not dodge. He fully activated his psychic shield and charged forward facing the incoming bombs. Sparks burst out on Duanmu Huai's body, but this did not slow him down. At this moment, a gust of yellow sand suddenly whistled past, blocking his sight. Duanmu Huai roared, and his jetpack suddenly shot out. He jumped up when the gust of wind broke out, and then hit the enemy in front of him heavily. Boom! The thunder hammer hit the leading black warrior, knocking him out like a baseball. At the same time, the surrounding black warriors also took out their power swords and swung them at Duanmu Huai. Duanmu Huai turned the thunder hammer in his hand, roared, and stomped his right foot hard on the ground. The ground trembled, and the violent airflow instantly pushed away the enemies surrounding him. A series of lightning burst out in all directions, accompanied by black flames spreading out. But the black warriors did not fall into chaos. They took action silently and unwaveringly. Soon, a black warrior rushed through the cover of the black flames, waving the power sword in his hand, and slashed at Duanmu Huai. However, in front of the swinging hammer, his resistance was so weak that the thunder hammer easily knocked the power swords in their hands away, and then whizzed down without any pause, directly hitting the helmet of the black warrior. The next moment, the black warrior's head exploded like a watermelon, and his body along with the black armor was split into 2 halves, like a stone being smashed in the middle under this huge impact. But Duanmu Huai was not satisfied at all. The touch from the thunder hammer seemed to ignite his furious nerves. At this moment, he was thirsty for blood, thirsty for destruction, thirsty for killing. In Duanmu Huai's eyes, those black warriors were not enemies at all, but black cans. What he had to do was to smash all these black iron cans, and then watch the meat sauce inside being squeezed out from the cracks of the broken cans. Blood sacrifice to the blood god. Skull sacrifice to the skull throne. Another black warrior rushed over, holding a large shield and a long sword, brushing past his broken comrade's body without hesitation, and roared towards Duanmu Huai. Duanmu Huai also shouted, holding the hammer tightly with both hands, and swung the hammer hard at the enemy in front of him, hitting the black warrior's shield, and then directly smashed the shield like glass in an instant, and then continued to move downwards. The hot hammer head with lightning directly pierced through the black warrior's body. Then Duanmu Huai turned around suddenly, and the warhammer in his hand drew an arc in the air with the black warrior whose body was pierced, and fell backwards at a 180-degree angle, knocking another enemy away. But at this moment, the others had already rushed forward. Their long swords crossed and pressed directly on the long handle of the thunder hammer, blocking Duanmu Huai's next move. Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows, let go of the thunder hammer, and then he pulled out the chainsaw sword from behind and swung it forward. Buzz! The rapidly rotating chainsaw sword and the power sword collided with each other, making dense collision sounds. Duanmu Huai held the chainsaw sword in one hand, but he pressed the black warrior, who was holding the long sword with both hands, so that he couldn't get up. He just lowered his head and looked at the black warrior, who was almost half kneeling on the ground because of him. Then stepped forward again and punched forward with his left fist. Boom! The fist of the power armor hit the black warrior's chest hard, knocking the black warrior backwards and losing his balance. At the same time, the chainsaw sword also spun and roared down, splitting the black warrior's helmet and head in half from the middle. At the same time, Another Black Warrior's attack also came to Duanmu Huai. They believed in the god of tyranny and never retreated, let alone hesitated. Even if their comrades were killed, it didn't matter to them, because they would ignite their anger and pour everything into the battle that would only end when one side fell. At this moment, Duanmu Huai had just killed a Black Warrior. The only thing he could do was to turn his body sideways. The Black Warrior's power sword pierced deeply into Duanmu Huai's shoulder armor and was stuck on the ground. At the same time, Duanmu Huai held the chainsaw sword tightly and swung it hard at the enemy. Buzz! The chainsaw sword, burning with black flames, turned into the sharp teeth of a beast and tore through the heavy armor and body of the Black Warriors. Their dark, blasphemous blood and internal organs gushed out. However, this attack did not completely defeat the Black Warrior. On the contrary, he roared and raged like a mad beast, and at the same time reached out to hold Duanmu Huai's chainsaw sword tightly, even if the rapidly rotating blade cut off his fingers. Duanmu Huai had no time to retract his chainsaw sword because the lightning claws he was swinging had already torn through the sand and dust. A Terminator rushed towards him like a violent beast, and Duanmu Huai could only choose to let go of his weapon again, while clenching his fists and directly facing the Terminator's charge. In the back, Otis and Jiawei stood there blankly, watching the battle in front. "Hey, what are these?" Jiawei hid aside tremblingly, and whispered to Otis. The battle between the two sides was brutal, fast and bloody. This was completely different from the battles Jiawei was used to. It was a battle full of violence, terror and horror. Jiawei herself thought she was a hot-tempered person, but compared with Duanmu Huai, who was fighting at this moment, she suddenly felt like a docile kitten. "Aren't you going to help your master?" "My master wants me to stay here." Otis still had no expression on her face. She just stared at the battlefield quietly. From time to time, stray bullets passed by her, but Otis really didn't move a step. "You really are a perfect puppet," Jiawei made a vicious remark, then cautiously stuck her head out again and looked at the battlefield ahead. At this moment, Duanmu Huai was already fighting with the Terminator. The Terminator was even bigger than Duanmu Huai. Judging from his equipment, he should be a Chaos Lord. He had a lightning claw in one hand and a chainsaw fist in the other, and his whole body was full of murderous intent. In contrast, Duanmu Huai had nothing in his hands at the moment, and his thunder hammer and chainsaw sword were thrown aside. Duanmu Huai was sure that the other party would not give him time to pick up the weapon. He didn't believe that the violent believers had such good patience. But it doesn't matter. Duanmu Huai is no longer the fragile player he used to be. Oh! Duanmu Huai clenched his fists and strode towards the Terminator in front of him. He did not choose to dodge or defend, but chose to meet the enemy's attack with his body and then kill it. The lightning claws tore through the air and swung down at Duanmu Huai with force. But Duanmu Huai continued to rush forward with his head held high. Black flames burned on his body, and at this moment a flash of fear also broke out. In that brief moment, the Terminator's body trembled violently. It was the stiffness caused by the instinctive fear of the living being. Although it lasted only for a moment, it was enough for Duanmu Huai to escape the fate of being killed by the other party. Boom! The lightning claw brushed against Duanmu Huai's helmet and hit his shoulder heavily. At the same time, Duanmu Huai's fist hit the Terminator's chest. Ola. A storm of punches rushed towards the Terminator. Duanmu Huai almost increased his speed to the limit at this moment. His fists hit the Terminator's chest and hit its heavy armor. In just a few seconds, Duanmu Huai had already thrown several punches. But at this moment, the Terminator was completely unaffected and raised his chainsaw fist to hit Duanmu Huai. And at the same time, time stopped. Boom! Why? Jiawei's eyes widened in disbelief, looking at the battlefield in front of her in surprise. Just now, she saw Duanmu Huai launching an almost desperate attack on the huge monster in vain. No matter how he punched, the opponent seemed to have no effect at all and was completely unmoved. He even raised his fist and smashed it hard at Duanmu Huai. However, the next moment, in less than a second, the situation suddenly reversed. The chest of the huge steel monster that had smashed its fist at Duanmu Huai suddenly exploded and cracked. And then the whole person flew backwards, disintegrating into pieces in the air, while Duanmu Huai stood not far away, holding the thunder hammer in his hand. She didn't even see when the other party picked up the warhammer. Boom, boom, boom. With the death of the Chaos Lord, the ground began to tremble. And then the scenery in front of everyone returned to normal. The world full of wind and sand disappeared. replaced by a dark underground corridor and a gate on the opposite side, illuminated by magical light. Call. Duanmu Huai picked up the war hammer and let out a long breath. Then he walked back to Ojus and Jiawei and looked at them. Okay. Let's keep moving forward. Chapter 639 Dwarf. After passing through the maze, everything in front of us suddenly became clear. The originally narrow tunnel disappeared, and instead, there was an almost vast underground cavity. In front of the towering mountain wall was a bottomless abyss that was almost like a cliff. But no one was in the mood to appreciate such a beautiful scenery at the moment. Hey, what on earth is that? Jiawei couldn't help but ask. She hadn't acted with Duanmu Huai much, or she was sealed in the card most of the time and didn't know much about the outside world. But even so, she could still find the horror of those black warriors. At least Jiawei was sure that each of them had the ability to kill her at will. That is our enemy. An enemy we will inevitably encounter in the future. Duanmu Huai looked towards the underground city in the distance. Everything we do now is to lay a good foundation for when we fight them. At this point, Duanmu Huai's expression was a little solemn. Although it was just an illusion in his memory, it could explain a lot of problems. Mass undressing had no effect on them at all. Old God's will was directly immune to them, and only fear aura could affect them for 1 second. The most likely possibility is that the levels of God of pleasure and will of the old gods are too low, and only God of destruction has reached the middle level of divine power, which is barely enough to fight against the black warriors, because there is no player army in this world. Duanmu Huai can only rely on himself, so the only thing he can do is to quickly upgrade the levels of his other 2 priesthoods and find a priesthood that can restrain the stain of corruption. To be honest, this is not an easy thing to do. You're going to fight that thing. Aren't you afraid of dying? Death is a wonderful blessing to this world. Duanmu Huai shrugged. Firstly, this is my duty. Secondly, if I don't go looking for them, they will come looking for me. It is only a matter of time before the Eye of Terror revives again. So for Duanmu Huai, this is basically a countdown task. Once the countdown is over, it doesn't matter whether you want it or not, because the other party will take the initiative to come to you to chat. There's no way to hide. You are so unlucky to encounter such a monster. It's this world that's unlucky. Not me. When they return, we'll all die together. Don't think you can stay out of it. No way. Hearing this, Jiawei's face turned pale. Why do you think I'm running around? Wouldn't it be better to just stay at home and relax? Duanmu Huai silently looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. This world was such an unlucky place, and he was also unlucky to have traveled to this world. But what else could he do? Now, apart from working hard to strengthen himself, he had no other choice. Duanmu Huai was actually not good at large-scale army operations. He was not the kind of person who liked to command large-scale guild operations, so he had always acted alone. In fact, Duanmu Huai hoped that the human empire could stand firm, and then the Inquisition would be responsible for its assistance. But now this is all fantasy. Apart from being self-reliant, he has no other choice. Ojus didn't seem to care about it. She just looked ahead quietly, and then spoke. Right. Oh! Duanmu Huai raised his head and looked forward. Sure enough, in the depths of the dark underworld, he saw a faint light. The orange-red, flame-like light was like a lighthouse in the darkness, guiding everyone forward. Or it was like a dangerous bait, luring the ignorant like moths to destruction and death. Every time the door of the underground maze opens, it leads to a different road. Duanmu Huai has never been on this road, and doesn't know what lies ahead. Let's go check it out, and hope we have good luck. Duanmu Huai cheered up at this moment. Fighting against chaos is indeed easy to make people feel depressed, especially considering the endless battles and deaths. But Duanmu Huai's advantage is that he doesn't pay much attention to things that will happen in the future. He pays more attention to the present and the past, which is very similar to the ability he has obtained. However, Duanmu Huai does not worry about the future like the treacherous Gui. For Duanmu Huai, the distant future is never a problem. It is only when the future becomes present that it becomes a problem. Now, Duanmu Huai's only thought was to find a city of grey dwarves, drow elves or mind flayers as soon as possible, to kill people in it and enjoy the miserable wailing and death of those dirty, corrupt, depraved and evil underground aliens. Unfortunately, his luck was not good at all. The stone gate in front of him was huge and majestic, thick and solid enough to withstand any attack. However, the creatures standing in front of Duanmu Huai were even shorter than dwarves, and their thin bodies did not seem to have any fighting consciousness. Although they held spears and short swords, they were just a bunch of cats and dogs, which had no deterrent effect on Duanmu. It's a dwarf. What bad luck. Duanmu sighed silently. The vast majority of creatures living in the Underdark were evil, with the exception of two races. One was the dwarves, and the other was the gnomes. Everyone is familiar with the situation of dwarves. Mining, being good at casting, and being as stubborn as stone are the biggest stereotypes that outsiders have about them. Although they are not far from the truth, dwarves are a little different. They are optimistic by nature and like to carve gems. But there is another important point. That is, dwarves are one of the first races on the planet to start scientific experiments and industrialization. Logically speaking, once any civilized race has mastered industrialization, it should advance by leaps and bounds. But in fact, the strength of the gnomes is very subtle. They are weaker than the dwarves, but they are enough to protect themselves from being destroyed by other cities in the Underdark. But that's all. Logically speaking, if the gnomes really have powerful mechanical manufacturing capabilities, then sweeping across the entire Underdark would not be a problem. But they can't. The reason is simple. That is, the industrialization of the dwarves has never been smooth. For example, the dwarves once created a crane to move large stones, which was a very necessary requirement considering their short and thin stature. Logically speaking, this kind of thing is so useful that it should be popularized among the dwarves very quickly. But this is not the case. This is different from the neurotic self-protection of the Mechanicus. The biggest problem with the dwarves' invention is that it cannot be copied. If a dwarf creates a machine, even if another dwarf uses the same materials, the same structure, and the same techniques to build it, it will still fail in the end. This is a very strange thing because according to industrial standards, this should not be the case. This is also one of the reasons why the technological level of the entire continent of Faerun, and even this planet, is not very high until now. If Manalia and the Holy City are lagging behind simply because the time is too short and they have not reached this level yet, then the feeling of Faerun is more artificial. In fact, it has long been rumored among players that the reason why Faerun could not successfully carry out the Industrial Revolution was because of the gods. They clearly saw the threat posed by the Industrial Revolution to the gods. The gods of this world need the power of faith. And once civilization successfully industrializes, their dependence on the gods will decrease. So these gods have joined forces to cast some kind of curse or enchantment on the world, resulting in any attempt at an industrial revolution on this planet to end in vain. Like the dwarfs, a machine cannot be perfectly replicated, and even if the principle is known to be manufactured, it will only fail or be accidentally destroyed. Over time, the creatures in this world have become accustomed to this situation. In their common sense, various problems will always occur with these little things. And this is common sense, as unshakable as an apple falling from a tree to the ground. Well, Duanmu had no interest in this, but he was a little disappointed to find a dwarf. At least it meant that he could not carry out a thrilling massacre in the city. Hey, little guy. Duanmu reached out and grabbed a guard, who struggled in his iron palm like a fat hamster. I'm not interested in your city, so I just want to ask a question. Is there any good place nearby? You? What are you talking about? What good place? Drow? Grey dwarves? Mind flayers? And if that doesn't work, goblins will do. This is a gathering place for those damn evil races, whose bodies should be burned in flames forever. I think you must know the situation around here. Duanmu stared at the soldiers in front of him and asked in a low voice. At this moment, the other dwarves had also raised their weapons and looked at Duanmu in surprise and suspicion. However, Duanmu didn't care about the reactions of these dwarves. Ojas just sat on his shoulders and admired the gate in front of him, while Jiwei stood behind Duanmu, with two daggers flying up and down in her hands, without hiding her contempt for these dwarves. At least in Jiaowei's opinion, this group of dwarfs were far inferior to the black iron giant who had just fought with Duanmu. Hearing Duanmu's question, the guard trembled even more. The drow were the dwarves' greatest enemy, and the mind flayers were even more terrifying. The grey dwarves were relatively better, but the dwarves were also unwilling to deal with them. He looked at Duanmu as if he was looking at a madman. Just like a human on the surface hearing someone say they were going to slay a dragon. As absurd and horrified. Answer my question, dwarf. I'm not in a very good mood right now. The battle just now with the Black Legion made Duanmu in a very bad mood. The aura of fear had begun to spread around him. And the dwarves were also trembling at this moment. They even wanted to drop their weapons and run away. Your manners are somewhat rude. Visitor. Just then, a voice sounded. Duan Muhui raised his head and saw that the huge stone door had opened a crack. And then a dwarf walked out. I just came to ask for directions. Duan Muhui put down the dwarf guard in his hand. Give me an answer and I will leave immediately. But I hope you will not deceive me. Although I have no hostility towards dwarfs. The Inquisition will never tolerate deception. Aren't you afraid that I will lead you into the Red Dragon's cave and let its flames burn you to ashes? If you can really show me a way to the Red Dragon's lair, I would be very grateful. Duan Muhui was telling the truth. No player could possibly do something like slaying a dragon. If this dwarf really tricked him into the dragon's nest, he would be grateful to the other party long before he could express it. Weirdo. The dwarf captain stared at Duan Muhui in confusion. He had seen many adventurers from outside, but none of them were as strange as their combination. And very dangerous. I can give you a map, but it's only the area around this city. You should understand that we won't risk going to those dangerous places. I understand that as long as we have the general direction, it is enough. And we can do the rest ourselves. At worst, we can just catch someone and interrogate him. This is the specialty of the Inquisitor. Well, you are not the first group of adventurers I have seen going deep into the Underdark. But I still want to remind you that the Underdark is much more dangerous than you think. Thank you for your advice. Duan Muhui took the map handed over by the dwarf captain, nodded, then turned and left. Jiawei glanced at them and followed Duan Muhui. All the dwarves breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the three figures disappear into the shadows of the tunnel. Stone. I thought I was going to die just now. The dwarf soldier who was caught by Duan Muhui couldn't even stand up at this moment, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. Okay. Stand up. It's your responsibility to guard the city gate. The dwarf captain glanced at the figure that had disappeared in the tunnel, then turned his gaze away and angrily scolded his subordinates. He had a feeling that he would see the other person again in the future. Chapter 640. The Rise and Fall of the Tide. Madame Angelette sat in a chair, looking gloomy. The assault team did not return at the agreed time. And even now, the martial arts chief has not been able to step into the hall to apologize to her. This only proves one thing. That is, the assault team has been completely wiped out. This was rare in the history of the Drow, who normally would have few if any losses in a surface engagement. They were masters of stealth, but they were wiped out, considering that the other party even posed a threat to the city. This seemed to be a reasonable thing. In fact, this made Madame Angst feel relieved. As a Drow madam who had ruled the city for thousands of years with conspiracy and trickery, she hated the hidden arrows and conspiracies from other places the most. If her martial arts master returned to the city with a confident smile and reported to her that the mission had been completed, it would arouse Madame Angst's suspicion. But now, the martial arts master and the team he led approved that the threat does exist and is huge. So, should we encourage other families to go to Waterdeep again? Madame Angst tapped the armrest of her chair and thought that the matrons of the top families in this city were all high-ranking priests who were favored by the spider goddess. As long as she leaked a little bit of information, these families would surely flock to Rose to gain her blessing and favor. But this would also annoy the surface humans in Waterdeep. Although Madame Angst was confident that the enemy could not send a large army to attack her city, she did not want to make enemies with a huge surface force. After all, she also knew the terrifying power of powerful human wizards. Even in the Underdark, human wizards were not easy to provoke. Let's do it. Thinking of this, Angst made a decision. It would be unwise to attack Waterdeep again rashly, but she could spread some rumors, indicating that the spider goddess had given her a sign that the city was about to suffer a disaster of destruction. As long as the source of the disaster could be found and eliminated, she would be able to win the favor of the spider goddess, which was enough to make a large number of Drow families in the city take the initiative to search the dark area around the city. That's enough. As long as they take action, they will form a huge and dense spider web with the entire city as the center. At that time, once the prey steps into it, they will get the news immediately. As for what to do next, the corners of Angst's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile. Everything is under control. Don't worry. Duan Muhui was unaware of the vicious conspiracy of the Drow elf mistress at the moment, because he had more important things to do right now. A pair of kings exploded. Duanmu Huai threw the cards in his hand to the ground and raised his hands high. I won. I lost. Otis put down the cards in her hand and whispered. Then it's your turn. Otis. Go find something fun nearby. Yes, master. Otis nodded, then stood up and disappeared into the dark tunnel a moment later. It's such a boring game. It's amazing that you guys are so devoted to it. Jiawei sat nearby, looking at the cards in her hand with disdain. After all, there's nothing to do, so it's good to take a break. Duanmu Huai stretched and looked at Jiawei. What? Still not getting along with Otis? What do you think? Ha ha ha. Don't be angry. Otis just wants to be a good sister. So she imitated the contents of the books she read. If she really wants to be a good sister, then please at least listen to me. Ha ha ha. So you haven't noticed yet? What did you find? Hearing Duanmu Huai's voice turn serious, Jiawei frowned and stared at him. You always thought that Otis was a perfect puppet. So you always wanted to replace her. Right? That's right. But I think you can see that she is not perfect. Duanmu Huai spread his hands. If Otis is really a perfect puppet, then she can completely imitate the attitudes of the older sisters in the books she reads to treat you. Right? A perfect puppet must obey orders perfectly and execute them. But do you think Otis is acting like an older sister perfectly now? Even as a little cotton-padded jacket, she was leaky and had anti-armor. Every time she was backstabbed, Duanmu Huai was seriously injured. Where can there be such a perfect puppet? Is it a puppet that perfectly deases its master? This? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Jiawei was speechless for a moment. Indeed, when she thought about it carefully, her initial resentment towards Otis came from the fact that she was just a replica created by the manufacturer in imitation of Otis. And because her manufacturer felt that she was not as perfect as Otis, she was thrown aside. It is precisely because of this that Jiawei has always hated Otis. The reason why she attacked Otis is because she felt that as long as she could defeat Otis, she would be able to prove that she is far better than Otis and that she is a perfect puppet. But perfect? After thinking carefully about Otis's performance over the past period of time, and then looking at it from the perspective of her creator, Jiawei suddenly realized that Otis was far from perfect. She might even be disappointed if her creator saw Otis now. After thinking about this, Jiawei suddenly felt as if she had lost all the strength in her body. She had always regarded defeating Otis as her primary goal. After all, in Jiawei's thinking logic, as long as she defeated Otis and proved that she was stronger than her, then she could prove that she was the perfect puppet. But now it seems that Otis is far from perfect. So even if she defeats Otis, she can't become a perfect puppet. This also means that Jiawei's goal cannot be achieved. So what does she have left? Perfection is such an ambiguous concept. It actually has no meaning. Duanmu Huai patted Jiawei's head. You can be whatever you want to be, just like Otis. To tell you the truth, when she first followed me, she was much more taciturn than she is now. Like a walking puppet. It is because of her many experiences that she has these emotions and feelings now, and becomes what she is now. I declare in advance that it is not me who makes her become like this. Duanmu Huai also hopes that his little cutie will be a caring and sweet little girl. Sadly, this is a leak. Don't you want her to be more obedient? Everyone has their own ideas and personalities. It's meaningless to force everyone to think the same as you do. Although I also hope that Otis will be a more considerate little cotton-padded jacket to me. But this is also quite interesting. Yeah. After hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Jiawei thought for a moment. Then her eyes lit up, as if she had thought of something. Then Jiawei looked at Duanmu Huai, smiled, and then moved closer to him. Then let me serve you instead of my useless sister. Master, I am not like my sister. I am very obedient. First of all. First, you need to learn how to make tea. I will work hard. Plop. At this moment, Otis came back. And at the same time she stretched out her hand. And then, whether intentionally or unintentionally, a black shadow flew out from behind and hit Duanmu Huai and Jiawei. I was over there, and it suddenly appeared and tried to attack me. Otis explained lightly. Then I thought the owner might need it. So I brought it back. In the firelight, one can see that the person tied up by Otis is a monster wearing a robe, slightly taller than a human. Its most obvious feature is its face, which looks like an octopus. Its mouth also sways like an octopus's tentacle, and its two dead fish eyes without eyelids flicker dimly in the firelight. This is a mind flayer. Well done. Ojas. Duanmu Huai was overjoyed when he saw the mind-sucking monster. The mind-sucking monster is one of the ugliest monsters in the Underdark, and even in the whole world. It is famous for gnawing the brains of its prey. Of course, the most famous thing about the mind-sucking monsters is their psychic power. They can easily manipulate the brains of other creatures and their spirits. This is also the reason why all living beings avoid the mind-sucking monsters. What's even more terrible is that when the mind-thirsty monster controls you, you will not feel anything unusual. No matter what kind of personality you have, or what beliefs and goals you have. When the mind-thirsty monster controls you, you will feel that everything you have exists for the mind-thirsty monster. You will serve the mind-thirsty monster. And if the mind-thirsty monster is satisfied with your service, it will emit a sense of satisfaction and joy, making the controlled person grateful, as if he had been rewarded by the emperor. But if the mind-sucker is not satisfied, the manipulated person will also feel a deep sense of guilt. Just like a dog who makes the goddess unhappy and feel uneasy, and swear to make up for the mistake with everything they have. They will become the most loyal servants of the mind-sucker. And it will seem like it comes completely from the heart. More importantly, the Illithids are cautious by nature. They almost never move around in the deep Underdark, far away from their cities. If Ojas catches an Illithid, it means there must be an Illithid city nearby. At this moment, the mind-thirsty monster lying on the ground was also very confused. It discovered Ojas by accident. At that time, the mind-thirsty monster thought that this lone prey was very easy to deal with. So it started teleportation without hesitation, came in front of Ojas, and then launched a mental shock at her. The mind-thirsty monster was confident that the opponent would fall unconscious directly under the shock of its mind. However, Ojas just looked at it in confusion, and did not show any abnormality. Instead, the mind-thirsty monster was instantly tied up by Ojas' silk thread, and then dragged here. How so? Until now, the mind-thirsty monster couldn't figure out why his mental shock had no effect on the human girl in front of him. But in fact, this was natural. After all, no matter whether it was Ojas or Jioi, no matter how much they looked like humans on the surface, they were just puppets after all. Puppets made of non-mechanical materials. And they did not have the brain reactions of humans or other creatures, let alone their spirits. Therefore, the psychic attack of the mind-thirsty monster directed at Ojas is almost the same as hitting a stone. But now it's different. The mind-thirsty monster stared at the huge armored warrior, and its eyes lit up. According to the experience of the mind-thirsty monsters, creatures of huge size are generally easier to manipulate, especially the black armored warrior in front of them, who looks like a melee barbarian, which means that his will and spirit must not be strong. Judging from the attitudes of these two human girls, this black armored warrior is their master. So as long as they can control this black armored warrior. However, the mind-sucker did not act immediately. Of course, it saw the terrifying and strange power armor on the opponent. The mind-sucker could not recognize what it was, but it still had to be on guard against the possibility that it might be some kind of magical equipment that was immune to mind control. So it just fell to the ground, posing a helpless and weak look. Well, if we don't count the powerful mental power of the mind-sucking monsters, from a purely physical point of view, their bodies are indeed weak and helpless. What made Duanmu Huai happy was not only the fact that the city of the spirit-sucking monsters was right in front of him, but also because he had a perfect experimental subject. The Mind Flayers are masters of psychic power, while the will of the old gods destroys all spirits. So, who is stronger? Let's have a competition. Duanmu Huai grabbed the spirit-sucking monster and lifted it up. Then he took off his helmet and gave the spirit-sucking monster a hideous and evil smile.